Chapter 1. The Antique Market. Time to clock out. Staying even a minute longer is a sign of disrespect towards work. I, Team Leader 1, am leaving now. Remember to turn off the air conditioning, the lights, and lock the door. Wang Yechuan stretched his weary back, having endured a day of torment, while muttering to himself. He grabbed his coat, draped over the chair, and hummed a little tune as he exited the office building. He got into his car, ignited the engine, pressed the accelerator, and headed home. Wang Yechuan, a junior manager in a small department of the company, at the tender age of 27 or 28, often lamented that he had already glimpsed the end of life. For the past 3 years, due to a lack of work experience, he had been subjected to a relentless PUA campaign led by his former superior, who wielded both the threat of punishment and the allure of dreams. While it was said that he had ascended to a managerial position at a young age, in reality, his department consisted solely of him and a retired sergeant, Wang Yechuan. The veteran, having previously managed arms, was utterly clueless about the company's operations and offered no assistance. Wang Yechuan found himself quite alone in his endeavors. After 3 years of being thoroughly drained, he finally grasped the essence of life. With the company undergoing personnel changes and a leadership shift, he seized the opportunity to redefine his position, reinvent himself, and sought ways to lead a more relaxed existence, aspiring to become a carefree slacker. Bidding farewell to the days of pandering to superiors, attending social gatherings, and burning the midnight oil writing reports, he discovered a newfound appreciation for life, relishing the abundance of time he could now claim for himself. Thus, Wang Yechuan rekindled his high school passion for gaming, engaging in late-night sessions with his close friend, Zhang Xuanye, for 6 consecutive months. Both hailing from Zhengzhou province, Wang Yechuan worked in Wubei, while Zhang Xuanye was based in Wunan, limiting their interactions largely to online exchanges. With leisure time comes an abundance of ideas. In pursuit of supplementary income outside of work, after days of contemplation, Wang Yechuan decided to embark on the path of antique trading, fantasizing about one day striking it rich and reaching the pinnacle of success. Once he settled on this path to wealth, he immediately began searching online for knowledge on antique appraisal. After being misled numerous times, he finally started to glean some wisdom, as the painful lesson of being stuck with counterfeit goods left an indelible mark. Through accumulated experience, Wang Yechuan's eye for discerning genuine antiques sharpened considerably, and in recent months, his chances of acquiring fakes had diminished significantly. The 15th and 25th of each month marked the opening of the ghost market in Yindu City. On these days, at around 4 in the morning, antique vendors set up their stalls in designated parks and surrounding alleyways, commencing a day-long antique market. This month, the 25th conveniently fell on a Sunday. Taking advantage of his day off, Wang Yechuan awoke early on the morning of the 25th, clutching a few shabby specimens he had purchased for several hundred yuan. He aimed to capitalize on the bustling atmosphere of the ghost market, hoping to find buyers eager to make a deal. After inquiring at several stalls, he was met with vendors pricing their wares at 80 and 50 yuan, leaving Wang Yechuan utterly exasperated. 50 yuan? Are you kidding me? Why not just give it away for free? After enduring numerous trials by reality, Wang Yechuan has become quite prudent when it comes to antiquities he does not understand. Previously, he harbored dreams of striking it rich by discovering hidden treasures, but upon diligent study, he realized that what he had unearthed were merely pitfalls. He recalls an incident from a year ago when he was nearly misled by a vendor clutching a jar, claiming it was an exquisite piece from the Republic of China, complete with an inner hall inscription and a lineage of authenticity. The seller boasted, "Today, you are in luck. I have my eye on a Ming Dynasty official kiln piece, but I'm short on funds and need to quickly raise money to acquire it. Thus, I'm offering you this item at a bargain." The seller's flamboyant performance stirred a fervor in Wang Yechuan, who was just beginning his journey into the world of antiques. However, after purchasing the jar, he regained his composure and sensed something amiss. He promptly sought the expertise of an appraiser, spending 100 yuan for the assessment. As soon as the appraiser examined the jar, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Young man, this piece is not even a high-quality replica. Just look at the glazite shines too unnaturally." The appraiser disdainfully noted that it barely reached the level of antiquity, suggesting it might date back only to last week. Wang Yechuan, having experienced a few setbacks, finally learned his lesson and became much more cautious in acquiring old objects, having been duped before. Reflecting on the pitfalls of his past, he carefully scanned the surroundings, seeking items that caught his eye. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered deep into the park, arriving at a corner where a crowd had gathered. Intrigued, he squeezed in to catch a glimpse of the commotion. A spirited bidding war was underway. 5,000. 5,005. I bid 5,008. Is there a higher offer? When no one else responded, the auctioneer called out, 5,008 once, 5,008 twice, 5,008 third time. Sold. Wang Yechuan shook his head, continuing to observe. Whenever he spotted an antique that piqued his interest, he would join in the bidding. However, the atmosphere was electric, and he sensed there might be unscrupulous individuals among the crowd. Believing some bidders to be shills, he limited his bids to 2 attempts, withdrawing once the price exceeded his threshold, prioritizing participation over winning. Chapter 2. Blue and White Lotus. In this small corner, bustling with excitement from the auction, the stall owner mysteriously retrieved a lamp from a compartment of his travel case, its height approximately 15 centimeters. Wang Yechuan leaned in for a closer examination. Esteemed colleagues, this is a piece from the Northern Tang Dynasty, crafted in shadowy celadon glaze, likely a lotus lamp. This is indeed a fine item, pristine and unblemished. The starting bid is 5,000 yuan, with increments of 500 yuan. While the starting price was reasonable, the surrounding experts remained silent, and onlookers, lacking expertise, mirrored their reticence. Wang Yechuan pondered while this item appeared promising. The glaze seemed somewhat faded, as if it had absorbed soil, a typical sign of water pit goods antiques long submerged in grave water. Moreover, trading Northern Tang artifacts was prohibited in Huagua, resulting in an unexpected lull in the bidding atmosphere. The stall owner, feeling utterly helpless, called out and promoted his wares, yet no one ventured to make the first bid. Reluctantly, he moved on to the next item. Wang Yechuan, his mind racing with thoughts, regarded the object with interest despite its somewhat diminished quality. A little haggling might yield a hidden treasure. Resolute in his decision, Wang Yechuan began to meander around the vicinity, patiently waiting until noon when the stall owner prepared to take a break for lunch. Seizing the opportunity, he approached the proprietor and struck up a conversation. "Boss, that lamp is still available, isn't it?" The owner, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke, chuckled. "Brother, there were so many people around at the time, it was hard to express interest in the items." Wang Yechuan lit his own cigarette, cautiously stating, "I do have some interest, but I perceive this piece as a mere trinket, its quality lacking." "You must have acquired it from a grave robber, right? Most people wouldn't be able to resell it. Why not reduce the price for me?" The stall owner took a deep drag from his cigarette, flicking the lamp with his fingers, and replied resignedly, "Brother, this is from a Northern Tang Dynasty, authentic and well-preserved. Although the glaze has faded, the clay is quite ancient. My cost is 4,800. Is it unreasonable to expect a profit of 200? Wang Yechuan recognized the owner's response as a sign of possibility. After some back-and-forth negotiation, he ultimately secured the lamp for 3,200. The stall owner squinted as he watched Wang Yechuan depart, a smirk playing on his lips, thinking to himself how foolish he was, as he pocketed a neat profit of 3,200. Little did the stall owner know that as he unearthed the lamp with his knife, a silent inscription, "As the sun rises, people weep," had faded away from the grave wall, submerged in water. Once home, Wang Yechuan could barely contain his excitement. He kicked off his shoes and dashed to the bed without changing in his slippers, carefully extracting the lamp from his bag. He unwrapped layer after layer of newspaper, meticulously examining the lamp that had traversed over 1,000 years. He spread the newspaper out to prevent dust from settling on the sheets, clasping the lamp at its junction before transferring it to his workbench. He illuminated it with a bright light, scrutinizing the intricacies of the lamp's design, which was indeed lifelike. However, the lamp he had just acquired was coated in grave soil, particularly the base, which was shrouded in grime, resembling a layer of corpse oil. Prolonged exposure had also dulled the glaze, and the sound of his fingers tapping on it was muffled, with colors seeping into the clay like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. It needed a thorough cleaning to reveal its true beauty and potentially fetch a good price. With this thought in mind, Wang Yechuan adjusted the lamp to its brightest setting and rummaged through his toolbox for a pig bristle brush, bamboo sticks, and a small spray bottle filled with distilled water. He first used a soft brush to sweep away the loose dirt, then delicately pried out a few strands of decaying grass with a bamboo stick. Indeed, the mud from a trinket is quite stubborn, he mused, while carefully spraying the lamp's surface with water. Using cotton swabs, he meticulously wiped away the grime, but as he reached the bottom, he suddenly recoiled. Damn it! The base seems to have a chip. Chapter 3. Haunting Wang Yechuan felt a wave of darkness wash over him, prompting him to hastily retrieve a purple light and secure it on the table at an angle directed toward the base. With the aid of a bamboo stick, he meticulously began to clear the sediment from this corner. He deftly extracted clumps of mud, revealing a gaping void at the base that seemed unfathomably deep. Though his hands remained busy, beads of perspiration began to form on the tip of his nose. Slumping into his chair, Wang was consumed by resentment, regretting that he had not thoroughly inspected the porcelain's condition. Otherwise, he would not have had to settle for a price in the 3-digit range. His meager monthly salary felt even more pitiful now, having been duped yet again. After a few minutes of despondency, he clenched his teeth and forced himself upright. Determined to focus on the damaged artifact, he resolved to continue cleaning, not for any other reason than to ensure it looked presentable enough to fetch a price that wouldn't be a complete loss. As he removed more and more mud, he sensed that the cavity was nearly emptied. Suddenly, the bamboo stick encountered an unusual softness. He paused, then tentatively prodded further, discerning that there was indeed something there. After employing several different tools in a series of trials, he finally felt as though he had gripped a corner of this soft object. With a deep sigh of relief, he exerted gentle pressure, revealing a corner of white fabric, delicate as gossamer, yet remarkably resilient. "What is this?" he murmured, carefully using tweezers to grasp the edge of the fabric, slowly pulling it free. As the sediment cascaded away, a piece of plain cloth, roughly the size of a 3 paper, came fully into view. The material, surprisingly weightless, appeared uncorrupted despite having been submerged in mud and water for over a millennium, although it exuded a rather unpleasant odor. Wang sat in his chair, transfixed by the cloth, which bore a haphazard array of what could only be termed as characters. While they were theoretically letters to Wang, they resembled nothing more than the whimsical doodles of a bored individual. He scrutinized the jumbled, almost cryptic script for what felt like an eternity, flipping through several ancient character reference books and conducting aimless online searches, yet found himself utterly at a loss, his head spinning with confusion. Most likely the idle musings of some ancient soul, carelessly sketched and stuffed into the lamp base's filler, he muttered in frustration, crumpling the pristine cloth and tossing it into a corner of the workbench against the wall. He then cleared a space on the table, preparing to eat. What did it matter if it was impervious to decay over a millennium? It bore no visible age, and thus was of no real value. Who would believe such a tale? He felt as though he had suffered a tremendous loss. At that moment, his greatest desire was to swiftly sell this lamp. Though its condition was poor, he was hopeful that he could rather, find a discerning and bold buyer. He rummaged through his contacts for a few familiar antiquities dealers known for their unconventional methods, and began sending messages and photos, emphasizing its Northern Song Dynasty origins and its otherwise excellent condition, aside from the trivial flaw at the base. He pressed his phone repeatedly, hoping to elicit a reaction. The piece of fabric became a mere interlude, fading quietly amidst the mundane realities and his urgent desire to recoup his losses. Until one fateful night, Wang Yechuan had just completed a heart-pounding game, the taunts from his teammates echoing in the chat box, while the word defeat loomed large on his face. With a resigned sigh, he removed his headphones, rubbed his face vigorously, and leaned back in his chair, instinctively reaching for his pack of cigarettes. As he lit one and inhaled deeply, the fleeting numbness brought on by the nicotine washed over him. However, from the corner of his eye, he detected an unusual glimmer at the edge of his workbench. Turning his head instinctively, he beheld a soft white glow intertwined with an extraordinarily faint yet pure golden light. Hovering in the air like a spectral figure in white, breathing and twisting in a mesmerizing dance. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as the cigarette dropped from his mouth, landing on his trousers and burning him, causing him to jump and frantically brush away the embers. The ethereal golden light emanated from a piece of fabric he had carelessly discarded, frozen in place. His body tingled with alarm. The glow was gentle, not blinding, resembling countless minuscule golden fireflies flitting through the threads of the fabric, coalescing into a captivating spectacle. The light outlined the twisted characters on the fabric, animating the once lifeless lines with a peculiar vitality. An inexplicable, eerie aura silently spread from that small corner, swiftly enveloping the entire cramped study. A chilling thought seized his mind. Was this a ghost? An absurd yet hauntingly real notion invaded his consciousness. This entity had emerged from an ancient tomb, concealed beneath the lamp's base, and now it was floating and glowing. What else could it be, if not a specter? Memories of various supernatural tales from his childhood flooded back, sending shivers down his spine and soaking his back with cold sweat. It must be a hallucination. Surely, he had played too many games and was now seeing things. Attempting to reassure himself, he abruptly stood up and flicked on the main light switch of his workbench. The blinding white light instantaneously dispelled the dimness of the room. The golden glow in the corner flickered a few times under the intensity of the incandescent light before vanishing completely. The fabric lay quietly, gray and unremarkable, devoid of any anomalies. His heart raced, pounding like a drum. He encouraged himself, step by cautious step, towards the workbench, carefully pushing aside books and a microscope. Using a pen, he lifted the piece of fabric to examine it closely under the brightest light from his desk lamp, turning it over and over. Yet nothing unusual appeared. Perhaps it was merely a reflection from the computer screen, or the headlights of a passing car outside. Or could it be that he was truly dreaming? This thought clung to him like a lifeline. Yes, it must be a dream. The pressure of recent days had rendered him disoriented, and now he was ensnared in an extraordinarily vivid dream. To confirm his suspicion, he took a deep breath and suddenly raised his right hand, preparing to strike his left cheek sharply. Wasn't that how they did it in the movies? To wake oneself up? But just as his palm was about to connect with his face, an overwhelming instinct for survival halted him mid-motion. His hand hung, suspended in the air. He envisioned the fiery pain that would accompany a slap, baring his teeth in response. The agony was too intense. He couldn't bring himself to do it. A different approach. Wang Yechuan recalled the method of holding one's breath. It was said that one could not perish from suffocation in dreams. Rather, it would lead to awakening. He immediately took a deep breath, pinching his nose tightly with his left hand while his right hand firmly covered his mouth, silently urging himself. Wake up. It's merely a fleeting dream. Wake. Time ticked by second. Wang Yechuan felt as though his brain was starved of oxygen, a buzzing sensation filling his head. He wondered if there were any changes in the outside world. Had he returned? The jarring sensation of waking drenched in sweat seemed elusive. Suddenly, cough. The limit had been reached. He abruptly released his grip and greedily inhaled the air. It was no dream. He collapsed into the chair, gasping for breath. The lack of oxygen failing to suppress the frantic beating of his heart. That heart, pounding fiercely, felt as though it might leap from his throat. A chilling sense of dread coursing down his spine and enveloping his entire being. With a gaze filled with disbelief and a hint of trepidation, he turned once more towards the pristine white fabric lying silently at the center of the workbench. Chapter 4. The Summoning Ritual. Calm down. Breathe deeply. He felt as if he might forget to breathe entirely, inhaling cautiously, as if afraid to disturb something unseen. The vision he had just witnessed was like a haunting specter, so vivid, it felt as though it emanated a chill, and he realized he was not merely imagining things. He had truly encountered the supernatural. Damn it! Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Wang Yechuan sprang to his feet, searching frantically through the drawers of his room. Each drawer was hastily opened, its contents tossed about chaotically. At last, in the corner of the bottom drawer, he discovered a collection of items he had carelessly discarded in the past. A string of Bodhi prayer beads, several sheets of red paper embossed with a character for fortune, gifted by the bank during the recent new year, and even 5 ancient copper coins, said to be spiritually activated, purchased during an online live stream. Grasping these relics like a lifeline, he hastily placed them upon the cloth, as if their presence could firmly suppress the eerie entity lurking beneath. safeguarding his insignificant life from harm. Having completed this ritual, he retreated at lightning speed, fixing his gaze unwaveringly on the sealed corner, as though turning away would invite a treacherous ambush. The room lay in disarray, yet the pile of talismans remained quietly illuminated under the light, the faux turquoise on the prayer beads seemingly mocking him in the shadows. He dared not extinguish the light and cautiously backed away from the room, slamming the door shut behind him as he fled to his bedroom, locking the door tightly. In the following days, Wang Yechuan lived like a destitute fugitive. Each evening upon returning home from work, his first action was to hold his breath, tiptoe to his workbench, maintaining what he believed to be a safe distance, craning his neck to peer at the sealed corner. Days later, summoning his courage, he took a peachwood branch from a tree in the community and, with utmost caution, gently lifted a corner of the red paper, stealing a glance at the cloth beneath. The fabric lay there undisturbed, cold and pure white. The characters upon it still contorted and indecipherable. There was no sound, no light, no change in color, as if the terrifying scene from that fateful night had merely been a product of his exhaustion-induced hallucinations. His taut nerves began to relax amid the monotonous tranquility of each passing day. The cloth remained there, indifferent to his presence, and the initial sense of dread gradually faded, replaced by confusion and an insatiable curiosity. Could it be not a ghost? He mused internally. Although the light had been strange, it seemed harmless. This fabric, impervious to decay for a millennium, could it really possess a life of its own? Sitting at his workbench, he gazed at the pile of talismans and the cloth beneath with a complex expression. His eyes no longer reflected sheer terror, but rather a blend of inquiry, doubt, and an ever-growing excitement. What if this object was not a malevolent spirit, but rather an extraordinary treasure? He recalled the myriad plots from various novels and films, where ancient relics, treasure maps, and mystical scrolls appeared mundane or even bizarre, only to ultimately unveil astonishing secrets or harbor immense value. In summary, this object is undeniably complex. The fact that such a remarkable artifact has been hidden for thousands of years is already worthy of attention. Moreover, the large piece of fabric can be folded so small and remains uncorrupted for millennia. Most astonishingly, it not only emits light, but also has the ability to fly. What is the meaning behind this? Wang Yechuan cautiously removed the string of prayer beads and the red paper covering it. The pristine white cloth reappeared before him, emanating an aura of coldness and enigma, extraordinary in its mystery. He extended a finger and gently caressed the cool, resilient surface of the fabric, tracing the peculiar patterns, as if he could sense the ancient power and knowledge it harbored. Wang Yechuan's gaze fixated on the white cloth, urging it to soar once more, to shine anew. If this fabric could truly levitate and glow as he had witnessed that night, it would transcend the realm of mere antiquity, transforming into a divine artifact that defies understanding. Its worth would be immeasurable, and his name would be etched in the annals of human cognition, even if one were to set aside research. Commanding this fabric to fly for elite collectors or mysterious organizations would yield an astronomical fortune. To hell with it. Life is for the brave. Wang Yechuan sprang to his feet, his previous timid demeanor replaced by a fervent glimmer in his eyes. Anyone who saw him like this would think he had undergone a transformation. He carefully cradled the cool, white fabric under the light. This time, his expression was no longer one of fear and reverence, but rather filled with fervor, greed, and possessiveness. "Come on, baby, let us see you fly again," he whispered, a tremor in his voice unbeknownst to him. He embarked on a clumsy yet fervent summoning ritual. In an effort to make the fabric soar and shine once more, he experimented with various methods. His first idea was to recreate the scene. He concentrated hard, then solemnly donned his headphones, casually starting a game while stealing glances at the corner. After an hour of feigned imprisonment, he dramatically yanked off the headphones and slammed them onto the table, mimicking the fatigue and irritation of that night. Then, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, allowing the smoke to swirl in the dim light. He held his breath, his eyes fixated on the cloth. It lay quietly, still an ordinary, dust-covered piece of white fabric. Soon, Wang Yechuan recalled the concept of energy infusion from various fantasy novels. Does this fabric require charging? He rummaged through his belongings and found a wireless charging pad for his phone, carefully placing the cloth above the charging area. A soft blue light emanated from the pad. Seconds later, the blue glow extinguished, charging complete, yet the fabric remained motionless. Electromagnetic waves were ineffective. What about body heat? Bioelectricity? He hesitated, gritted his teeth, and held his palm a few centimeters above the fabric, closing his eyes to concentrate, envisioning his thoughts or energy transferring to it. His face flushed red. His arms grew weary, yet the fabric remained cold and silent. After consecutively dabbling in metaphysics, Buddhism, Jesus, and Amen, Wang Yechuan despondently returned to his workbench and switched on a desk lamp. Having toiled through the night, he found himself only agitated and anxious, with nothing to show for his efforts. Gazing at the piece of fabric, a myriad of emotions flickered in his eyes. With a deep sigh, he rose and stepped onto the balcony, his gaze vacant as he stared into the oppressive darkness beyond the window, the moonlight reflecting in his bewildered and anxious pupils. This fragment of cloth, originating from millennium ago, seemed to mock him silently, ensnaring him firmly within the quagmire of intertwined desires and fears. Chapter 5 Collaborative Research. Wang Yechuan stood on the balcony, laden with drying clothes, with damp trousers draped over his shoulder. The night breeze wafted through the balcony window, mingling with the thick humidity, and the oppressive air deepened his already heavy mood. He considered himself an ordinary citizen, merely wishing to earn a modest income, perhaps occasionally stumbling upon a small fortune and leading a stable, unremarkable life. Yet, this predicament left him feeling utterly bewildered, despite his lack of ambition. What on earth is this? In the brief span of a cigarette, several options flashed through his mind. The first notion he entertained was to turn it over to the state. This was not something a person of his stature could meddle with. If he were to surrender it, perhaps he could be seen as an honest citizen. If experts were to uncover a significant historical discovery, he might even receive a commendation as the initial discoverer. But in the next moment, he swiftly dismissed this thought. Trading artifacts from before the Yuan dynasty was illegal, and it was evident that this item had been unearthed from a tomb. No one would believe his claim of merely finding it, and asserting that he purchased it would only complicate matters further. What if he conducted his own research, then discreetly sold it? As the night deepened, Wang Yechuan tossed and turned in bed, eventually succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in an inverted palace, where glazed tiles refracted the blood-red moonlight and windless copper bells chimed from the eaves. Beneath him flowed a river of stars, each celestial body inscribed with distinct characters. As he bent to retrieve a particular star, those symbols suddenly morphed into ink, scribbling incomprehensible words in the air. Shortly thereafter, countless weeping faces emerged from the ink, armored generals, robed Taoists, and dignitaries, each one fixated upon him. Then, a headless figure approached, the executioner striding towards him, while a cacophony of disarray filled his mind. Awakening, drenched in cold sweat, it took him a while to regain his composure. The following day, in the office, Ruan Xiang held a heat-resistant glass cup and remarked, "Director, you don't seem well lately. Have you been staying up again, playing games?" "No, I've been researching something," Wang Yechuan replied, managing a weary smile as he turned to gaze out the window, as if those mysterious symbols were attempting to seep into reality. In the days that followed, his mind was consumed by those luminous, strange characters and fluttering cloths. When he closed his eyes, those words burrowed into his thoughts, tugging at his heart and inducing anxiety. The twisted characters seemed to possess a will of their own, dancing before him, urging him to unravel their secrets. Thus, each evening after work, he delved into the study of these characters, spending nearly every weekend indoors, surrounded by ancient texts salvaged from old book stalls and an array of literature displayed on electronic devices. "Grandpa, your grandson is calling." Wang Yechuan's phone vibrated, jolting him back to reality. He cast a fleeting glance at the caller ID, Zhang Xuanye. This close friend had been gaming with him daily for the past 6 months, but he hadn't logged on in days, likely assessing his own situation. "Hello." As soon as the call connected, Zhang Xuanye's voice resonated from the other end. Are you coming tonight? There's a significant update in the game, and they've just introduced a weather system that I've been eagerly anticipating. Are you free to talk right now? Wang Yechuan lowered his voice, casting a glance at the delicate, gossamer-like fabric on the table. He succinctly recounted his recent purchases and the matter concerning the fabric to Zhang Xuanye. His mind felt as if it were about to explode. If you could help me gather some information, I'll treat you to hot pot when I return home for the new year. There was a brief silence on the line before Zhang Xuanye suddenly remarked, "Have you been conned while dabbling in antiques?" After an extensive explanation, even going so far as to assure him of his integrity, Wang Yechuan finally convinced Zhang Xuanye that he hadn't been swindled. "Send me the scanned image of the fabric pattern." Zhang Xuanye's voice brimmed with the enthusiasm characteristic of a tech enthusiast. "Also, take a detailed photo of the fabric. Once we uncover its origins and significance, if it possesses cultural value, we might even discover how it glows and flies. This could be worth a fortune. Let us split the earnings 60-40. Ultimately, to delve more deeply into the enigma behind the fabric, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, after a flurry of discussions, decided to split their efforts. Since the fabric was in Wang Yechuan's possession, he would focus his research on its material. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanye would analyze the photographs to explore the meanings embedded in the text, hoping to uncover some leads. In the ensuing days, Wang Yechuan's studio was permeated with a peculiar odor of musty paper and ash. After poring over a vast array of materials, he felt a profound connection between this fabric and the Western Han dynasties from Wangdui. He wondered if following this lead might yield some invaluable clues. Chapter 6. Detection. After several days, Wang Yechuan's workstation had transformed into a miniature archaeological site. The stark white fabric lay meticulously on acid-free paper, illuminated under bright lights, exuding an eerie tranquility. Wang had nearly pierced the cloth with a magnifying glass and UV lamp, even borrowing a microscopic probe and chemical reagents from nearby enterprises to conduct tests. Yet, the twisted characters remained obstinately silent, refusing to divulge any further information. Cursed be it, could it truly be of divine origin? Wang, in a fit of irritation, raked his fingers through his hair. His knowledge of chemistry was limited. He could only rely on his naked eye to discern the visible elements. The Western Han Dynasty's straight-cut, plain silk garments from the Wangdui tomb were woven with a density of 58 longitudinal threads and 40 transverse threads per centimeter. Wang even held a microscope to count the threads in his hand, measuring the number of strands within a centimeter. Yet what could this possibly signify? He slumped back in his chair, which slowly rotated beneath him, emitting a faint creaking sound, while the ceiling seemed to whirl within his field of vision. Perhaps approaching the issue from the perspective of its dynasty might provide a clue. This artifact could not have been produced without a significant connection to notable events of that era. To ascertain its age, one method stood out: conducting a carbon-14 dating. After a discussion over the phone with Zhang Xuanye, they recalled that their high school classmate, Li Wenbo, had once shared photographs of his work in cultural relic preservation at Zhengzhou University. Although they had lost contact since graduation, they felt a sense of security in reaching out to a fellow alumnus. Wang fervently scoured through old contacts, and after some convoluted attempts, he finally connected with Li Wenbo. Reaching out under the guise of an old friend, an antique enthusiast eager to reunite, they arranged a time to meet, and both set off from their respective locations, taking the high-speed train to Beijing. "Long time no see, old classmate. I guess I must now address you as Dr. Li," Wang exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm upon their reunion. "Hey, Dr. Li, this is the matter I mentioned over the phone. I acquired a painting for 20,000 from an overseas auction, purportedly by Tang Yin. Following your advice, I took a small sample for you to analyze. As a token of my gratitude, I'll treat you tonight. Let us not leave until we're thoroughly inebriated." Li Wenbo adjusted his glasses and replied succinctly, "I have everything prepared. Follow me." The vehicle traversed the final bustling stretch of the city, entering the university campus, and halted before an unassuming gray building. Throughout the journey, Li Wenbo spoke sparingly, merely uttering a few terms. "Disinfection room. Do not touch the equipment. Just observe." Wang and Zhang, feeling like two novices stepping into a grand garden, dared not breathe too heavily, acutely aware of the air thick with precision and expense. They disembarked and entered. Li Wenbo moved with the ease of one returning to familiar territory, his actions fluid and purposeful. He headed straight for locker, retrieving a starched white lab coat and donning it, casually gesturing towards a row of cabinets. Over there are the lab coats. Change into one. Having spoken, he turned and pushed open a heavy metal door, vanishing into the more forbidding area beyond, the sound of the door closing resonating with a chilling echo. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye exchanged a glance, hastily rummaging through the cabinet to retrieve two snug-fitting laboratory jumpsuits. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by an atmosphere permeated with a mingling scent of ozone and chemical reagents. The spacious chamber was replete with an array of metallic instruments. And as Li Wenbo pressed the power button, the entire room began to hum. Positioned in front of an ultra-clean workstation, Li Wenbo expertly donned sterile gloves, readying himself within 5 minutes. Carefully, he employed specialized tweezers to lift a fragment of fabric, placing it within a transparent apparatus. As he proceeded, the device emitted a high-frequency buzzing, and water within the chamber surged, vigorously cleansing the piece that harbored millennia of secrets. Upon completion, he pressed a button, and the sound of suction filled the air as the sample rapidly dehydrated, visibly shrinking. Next, we will proceed with combustion and oxidation, Li Wenbo's calm voice articulated, as he deftly placed the now desiccated and fragile sample fragment into a quartz crucible connected to a complex network of tubes, subsequently pushing it into a cylindrical metal furnace. However, his words caused Wang Yechuan's heart to skip a beat. What do you mean by burning? He inquired cautiously. In a pure oxygen environment, at high temperatures, Li Wenbo succinctly replied, offering no further elaboration as he pressed the start button. Burn? Burn it? Wang Yechuan's throat felt constricted, and he struggled to utter the words, instinctively stepping closer to the observation window, his eyes wide with disbelief. Li, Brother Li, are we really burning it? That is, he wanted to exclaim that it was precious fabric, reduced to ashes by a mere fire. His heart bled at the thought. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, pure oxygen was injected with a hiss, and the scene within the furnace transformed dramatically. With a soft pop, under temperatures nearing 1,000 degrees, the meager sample fragment, without even a wisp of smoke, instantaneously morphed into a blinding, dazzling point of incandescent light. Within less than half a second, the brilliance vanished entirely, as if it had never existed, leaving the quartz crucible empty. It's gone. Just like that. Burn away. He gazed into the vacant furnace, feeling as if his heart had turned to ash like that small fragment. Indeed, Li Wenbo responded with a single syllable, as if he had merely incinerated a strand of hair. He skillfully operated the apparatus, collecting the gases produced by the combustion. Li Wenbo directed the purified gases into a preheated small reactor, setting its program before finally turning to face the two, who appeared utterly bewildered, particularly Wang Yechuan, whose pallor reflected a brush with mortality. Now we wait for the results. The machine operation and data modeling require time. The margin of error is plus or minus 50 years. Once the report is ready, I will send it to you. Li Wenbo stated in a tone as neutral as if discussing the weather for the following day. Wang Yechuan quickly forced a smile, attempting to alleviate the overly intense atmosphere. Brother Li, Dr. Li, I cannot express my gratitude enough. You have been an immense help, not only driving us here, but also assisting with our tests. It has been years since we last met, and we must have dinner together tonight. It's on us. You choose the place. Zhang Xuanye nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Li Wenbo displayed no visible reaction. He effortlessly retrieved his phone from the pocket of his lab coat, swiftly swiping the screen to unlock it before opening an application. He then produced a QR code, presenting it directly before the two. His gaze, calm and unwavering behind his glasses, met theirs as he coolly uttered 2 words. Scan it. Huh? You mean, add you on WeChat? All right. How could I forget? Wang Yechuan, as if awakening from a dream, fumbled to retrieve his phone from his pocket, with Zhang Xuanye hastily following suit. Li Wenbo gently tapped the black and white square with his finger, adding in a tone as monotonous as stating a physical law. Testing fees, material costs, equipment usage, labor hours, and AMS operational fees. It's not inexpensive. His gaze seemed to sweep over Wang Yechuan's still pale face, emphasizing, pay first, then we can dine. Wang and Zhang, their hands, which had reached for their pockets, froze mid-air. The two, who had just been immersed in the atmosphere of unraveling an ancient mystery, now felt as though they had been unceremoniously thrust back into the stark reality of a payment hall, staring at the glaring QR code. Zhang Xuanye's hand remained suspended, while the smile on Wang Yechuan's face shattered completely, leaving only a look of shock in his eyes. Gazing at the frigid QR code, then at Li Wenbao's impassive expression, and recalling the invaluable national treasure sample that had just vanished, Wang Yechuan felt a pang of pain and turned to wrap his arm around Zhang Xuanye's neck, whispering, split the bill. In the laboratory, the payment QR code flickered silently with a cold light on the phone screen. Chapter 7. Contemplations in waiting the high-speed train from Bianjing back to Wuyue province felt as if it had traversed a century. Wang Yechuan slumped in his seat, the mere thought of the exorbitant testing fees gnawing at him, causing a dull ache in his kidneys. He had only heard of carbon-14 dating before. He never anticipated the severity of its costs. Zhang Xuanye, flashing a grin, remarked, stop fretting. If what you say is true, that it not only flies, but also glows. Once we decipher its mysteries, we could certainly make headlines. Who knows? Our names might even find their way into textbooks. If nothing else, we can present our findings when it's time to purchase, and the value of this fabric will surely soar. Wang Yechuan cast a weary glance at him, muttering, even if we make it into a textbook, it will be as a cautionary tale, detailing how some unfortunate soul paid an exorbitant fee for testing an enigmatic fabric. He sighed heavily, shifting his position for a more comfortable posture. Now, the money was spent, the sample turned to ash, and not a trace remained. He awaited the decree from Dr. Li, a verdict of plus or minus 50 years. In his mind SI, he envisioned Dr. Li Wenbao's impassive face sending a PDF containing a single, chilling figure, accompanied by the terse message, the report is out, promptly settle the remaining balance. The thought of that final payment made his head spin, leaving him uncertain as to when the enigma of the fabric's origin would be unraveled, enabling him to sell it at a favorable price. In the following days, he drifted through life in a haze. Wang Yechuan observed his weariness and distracted demeanor, quietly refilling his cup with hot water. Director, he advised cautiously, take it easy. Health is the foundation of revolution. Although you are young, one must still be mindful of their well-being. I have goji berries. Would you like some? Wang Yechuan managed a smile that was more painful than pleasant, a semblance of acknowledgement. Ah, the youth, Wang Yechuan thought, shaking his head as he returned to his desk. A week passed quietly. Wang Yechuan felt akin to a dog confined in a cage for 7 days, anxiously pacing in circles. Throughout this week, he explored every conceivable avenue, density, position, symbolic significance, an array of interpretative paths. He even imaginatively conjured comparisons to astrological charts and ancient musical notations. However, apart from accumulating a heap of doodled paper and sinking deeper into despair, the week yielded nothing. In the subsequent week, he entered the office each day with increasingly pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Wang Yechuan's gaze reflected growing concern, as his warnings about moderation intensified, and the goji berries in his thermos multiplied day by day. On Friday evening, while Wang Yechuan stared blankly at the disheartening white grid beneath the microscope, a video call request from Zhang Xuanye chimed in on his phone. Answering the call, he was greeted by the lively music of a gaming login. Hey, Lao Wan, let us unwind a bit tonight. In the latest version 7.3 of Starry Sky Train, a limited-time puzzle dungeon named Shadow Corridor is about to expire in just 48 hours. The reward for this challenge is the exclusive mount, Astral Raven. The puzzle requires 2 players to cooperate. Solo play is not an option. Wang Yechuan rubbed his dry, aching eyes and gazed at the radiant face of Zhang Xuanye on the phone screen, illuminated by the game, contrasting sharply with his own unkempt appearance and sunken eyes. A wave of profound fatigue washed over him. Perhaps it was time to take a break? After all, haste makes waste. All right then, he hoarsely replied, and, for the first time in a while, launched the multiplayer online game, Starry Sky Train. Upon entering the game, Zhang Xuanye immediately invited him into the team. The Shadow Corridor dungeon is an expansive maze crafted from floating mirrors and distorted light. The essence of the puzzle lies in utilizing environmental light sources to illuminate mirrors and runes on the ground, unlocking energy seals and revealing hidden passages, necessitating players to observe their surroundings and discover the correct angles and combinations of light sources. Did you see that diamond overlapping triangle rune? We need to redirect the purple light from the third floating crystal on the left onto the triangular rune. Zhang Xuanye directed over the voice chat, expertly maneuvering his character. Angle. The angle is crucial. Even a slight deviation will not suffice. The designer is truly sadistic. Wang Yechuan controlled his character, continually adjusting his position, the angle of the crystal, and even using moving shadows as references. Several times, the light beam grazed the edge of the rune, with the system repeatedly delivering the cold feedback of not activated. This required an exceptional spatial imagination and precise understanding of light and shadow. It's off again, Zhang Xuanye lamented. This cursed rune resembles a scribble, with no hints whatsoever. It merely says to observe the environmental light pathway. What a scam. If only we're like playing with Lego. Were there essay manual or videos online to guide us? If only there were video guides. Zhang Xuanye's seemingly careless complaint struck Wang Yechuan's almost stagnant train of thought like a small stone thrown into a still lake, creating barely perceptible ripples. He paused, his hand gripping the mouse, and the character's actions on the screen momentarily halted. Something flickered in his mind, fleeting and indistinct, like a match struck in the dark, briefly illuminating before extinguishing. Was it about hints? About the fabric? He instinctively turned to glance at the piece of plain white fabric on his desk, furrowing his brow, attempting to seize that elusive glimmer. Old Wang, what are you dawdling for? Hurry, the light beam is about to move. Block it. Zhang Xuanye's shout yanked him back into the gaming realm. Wang Yechuan quickly refocused, his hands scrambling over the controls, and finally, through a daring cooperation, the purple light beam accurately enveloped the intricate rune. The rune instantly ignited with a haunting purple glow, and a hidden staircase slowly materialized before them. Beautiful. We made it. Zhang Xuanye cheered. Let us go. On to the next level. Chapter 8, A Glimmer Amidst the Flood. The two were engrossed in the tense endeavor of unraveling the next enigma of light and shadow. However, at that moment, as Wang Yechuan was fully concentrated on directing a beam of scattered blue light towards a rotating prism, a sudden, sharp cramp seized his lower abdomen. Gasping, Wang Yechuan's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. That familiar, tumultuous sensation of pressure, the overwhelming force of accumulated takeout, was finally unleashed at this critical moment, when he was wholly engrossed and his abdominal pressure slightly elevated during gameplay. Oh no, Lao Zhang, I can't hold it any longer. I must log off. Emergency. Wang Yechuan's voice had changed pitch. Disregarding any thoughts of rare mounts, he flung the mouse aside, clutching his stomach and in a near-tortured stance, hastily dashed towards the restroom, leaving Zhang Xuanye bewildered in the voice chat. Huh? Lao Wan? Hey, you logged off? Not now of all times. Come back. Yinzi, how can I manage without you? Bang. The restroom door burst open. Wang Yechuan nearly lunged at the toilet. The violent churn of his intestines and the overwhelming sensation of release momentarily eclipsed the cramping pain, yet left him utterly exhausted, slumped against the cold toilet seat, his forehead resting on the partition, gasping for breath. The air in the restroom was thick with the scent of disinfectant and an indescribable odor. In this awkward, disheveled, yet unavoidable moment of surrender, Zhang Xuanye's earlier offhand comment during the game, alongside the runes that required precise manipulation of light and shadow for activation, replayed vividly in his fatigued mind. How wonderful it would be to have a manual or a guide, just like in reality. Observe the path of ambient light. The angle is crucial. Even a slight deviation won't suffice. And the fabric, those cryptic symbols, the seemingly random threads under a microscope, and that fleeting, blurred thought, hints, strategies, angles, light paths. Wang Yechuan abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of uncertain illumination glinting in his eyes. It seemed he had grasped something, though still hazy. It was no longer complete darkness. Could it be that piece of fabric itself was a vast, intricate puzzle? What it required was not the deciphering of symbols, but rather some method of decryption, much like activating the runes in the game. It necessitated a specific key or operation. This notion quickened his heartbeat. The previous approach, whether recognizing characters, counting lines, or searching for patterns, felt akin to attempting to comprehend a manual devoid of text. The direction was utterly misguided. It might not even be a book, but rather a device or puzzle that needed to be activated. Just then, ding-dong, his phone, carelessly tossed on the sink, suddenly lit up. A new email notification clearly appeared on the lock screen. Sender, Li Wenba subject. Sample AMS carbon. 14 testing report. Wang Yechuan's heart skipped a beat. The report. It has finally arrived. He hastily pulled up his trousers, carelessly plunged into the water without even washing his hands, and grabbed his phone. Fingers trembling as he entered his password and opened the email. The attachment was a PDF. Taking a deep breath, he clicked on it. The report, filled with professional jargon and data tables, left him bewildered, yet he immediately jumped to the most critical line of conclusion. Radiocarbon calibration date range, 95. For confidence, 660 AD, 710 AD, Tang Dynasty. Wang Yechuan's breath caught in his throat. The Tang Dynasty. It was something from the Tang Dynasty. This was several centuries earlier than the Northern Song. The result struck him like a massive stone thrown into the tranquil lake of his thoughts. He burst out of the restroom, disregarding Zhang Xuanye's anxious inquiries in the game voice chat, and rushed back to his workspace. His gaze swept over the scattered books on the table, finally settling on the volume that had initially been carelessly pressed beneath a piece of fabric. Research on Han Dynasty silk weaving. Han Dynasty. Tang Dynasty. He practically lunged for the book, flipping through its pages rapidly. The pages rustled, eventually halting at the one detailing the Han Dynasty's brocade weaving techniques, adorned with intricate structural diagrams and explanations regarding the interweaving of warp and weft. Weaving, structure, decoding, methods, the fabric of the Tang Dynasty. Wang Yechuan's eyes fixed intently on the lines representing the interwoven threads on the page, then suddenly darted to the piece of plain white Tang fabric under the light. A remarkably bold, even somewhat absurd thought flashed like lightning in the darkness, cleaving through his chaotic mind. Could the perplexing weaving structure on this fabric, with its eerily uniform 60 threads per centimeter, yet subtle irregularities, in itself be a code? A silk cipher that required a specific method to decode or activate. He recalled Zhang Xuanye mentioning that game runes needed particular light and shadow to activate, and remembered his earlier futile attempts at counting the threads. His thoughts seemed to point toward an entirely new, previously unimagined direction. Though the path ahead remained shrouded in fog, he felt he had finally grasped the frame of the hidden door, even if he had yet to discover the key. He slowly sank into his chair, unconsciously stroking the cover of research on Han Dynasty silk weaving. His gaze flitting between the two characters for Han Dynasty and the piece of Tang fabric on the table, murmuring to himself, Han Dynasty, Tang Dynasty, weaving, decoding light, angle, or something else. The vague inspiration he had clutched in the restroom, under the impact of the Tang Dynasty test results, was struggling to break ground, entwined with ancient silk threads. The sudden spark of insight in the restroom and the unexpected Tang Dynasty test report felt like two powerful stimulants, fiercely piercing through Wang Yechuan's weary and despondent body. He seized his phone and called Zhang Xuanye. "Old Zhang, stop looting gear. Hurry, we have a significant breakthrough." Wang Yechuan's voice trembled with excitement and unsteady breath, his words rushing forth like a machine gun. "The report is out. Tang Dynasty. Circa 700 AD. Not the Northern Song." Moreover, as I was contemplating earlier, the celestial chart within the game came to mind. Light, penetration, structure. I suspect that the cryptic symbols upon this fabric are nothing but an optical illusion. The true information lies embedded within the very weave of the cloth itself. It requires specific conditions, such as light, to reveal it, just as moonlight transforms into a web of illumination as it passes through that spiral ring. A moment of silence lingered on the other end of the phone before Zhang Xuanye's voice, tinged with skepticism, broke through. Tang Dynasty? Light? Structure? Are you certain you Haven T succumbed to delirium and are hallucinating, old Wang? Hallucination, my foot. This is indisputable. I've sent you the authentication results. See for yourself. Wang Yechuan bellowed. Hurry, assist me in researching. Investigate the silk weaving techniques of the Tang Dynasty, particularly those that are extraordinarily thin and dense. Moreover, are there any records of special weaving methods capable of concealing objects? Or anything related to light? Codes? Ciphers? Anything will do. Very well, based on your line of thought. I shall delve into this immediately. Zhang Xuanye was ignited by this sudden turning point. Tang Dynasty, silk weaving, light, ciphers. This combination sounded far more plausible than your previous nonsensical musings. In the ensuing fortnight, Wang Yechuan's workshop transformed into a rudimentary research institute for mysterious phenomena. The previously employed microscopes, magnifying glasses, and bright lamps remained steadfast, yet they were accompanied by an array of new companions. A small humidifier, cautiously placed a meter away. Wang Yechuan meticulously regulated the humidity and distance, allowing only the faintest moisture to permeate, attempting to simulate a particular damp environment to observe whether the fabric would undergo any alterations, such as the emergence of new characters. He dared not let even a single drop of water fall directly upon it, fearful of causing damage. A heating pad, positioned beneath the fabric, it gently roasted the cloth, monitoring for any patterns that might manifest due to differential heat conduction arising from variations in weaving density. An inspiration drawn from a scene in a spy film where body heat activates a map. However, apart from the thermal fingerprints left by his fingers on the fabric, he gleaned nothing of significance. A UV lamp, ultraviolet black light, he held hope that certain ancient dyes or processing techniques would reveal themselves under ultraviolet light. Yet, the fabric remained starkly white beneath the UV rays, unresponsive and devoid of any reaction. A polarizing filter, acquired from a decoding card within a children's adventure book on Xianyu, an attempt to illuminate the fabric with polarized light, seeking to eliminate visual interference or reveal hidden textures. Wang Yechuan became almost entranced. Each day after work, he plunged into the workshop, experimenting with every activation method he could conceive as depicted in films. He secured the fabric within a specially crafted acid-free paper frame, meticulously adjusting the angle, intensity, and type of light, white, red, blue, ultraviolet, while synchronizing it with the faint mist emitted by the humidifier, his eyes wide as saucers, missing not a single shift in light and shadow. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanye was fervently thrashing in the ocean of information. He perused an extensive array of papers on Tang Dynasty silk weaving techniques, archaeological reports, and even scoured through the notes and documents of the Tang Dynasty for relevant accounts. Old Wang, did you know? The silk weaving of the Tang Dynasty is truly remarkable. Liaoling and King Grangsha are top-tier goods, reputed to be as light as if non-existent, truly resembling smoke. The craftsmanship is so intricate that it is almost terrifying, with an astonishingly high density of warp and weft. The jacquard technique has reached an unparalleled zenith, capable of weaving extraordinarily elaborate and lifelike patterns. In the video, Zhang Xuanye shares his findings. Yet there is a notable absence of direct records regarding the concealment of information in codes. Such references are certainly absent in official histories, and even in unofficial accounts. One often finds only descriptions of its exquisite beauty or lists of tributes, with no mention of any cryptographic functionality. However, Zhang Xuanye shifts his tone with palpable excitement, revealing that he has uncovered several scholarly articles on information transmission and secrecy during the Tang Dynasty. These papers propose a fascinating hypothesis. There may have existed a technique in the Tang era utilizing special fabrics for hidden writing or the transmission of secret marks. For instance, a specially crafted, nearly transparent gauze could be placed over clandestine messages, revealing concealed markings only when viewed at specific angles in the light or treated with particular solutions. thereby allowing the deciphering of the hidden correspondence. This concept bears a resemblance to your light-activated structure. The distinction lies in the fact that they added an extra layer of key gauze, while your fabric may indeed serve as both the key and the carrier of information. Chapter 9. The genesis of the concept of silk weaving cryptography. One late night, two individuals found themselves engrossed in a video discussion, perplexed by the unyielding fabric and an array of materials before them. Zhang Xuanye rubbed his weary eyes, gazing at the density data of the fabric recorded by Wang Yechuan, an average of 60 threads per centimeter. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Old Wang, observe this 60 threads per centimeter. It's remarkably orderly. The ancients were superstitious about numbers and adhered to certain principles. Take, for instance, the steps leading to the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City, 9 levels, or the steps of the circular mound altar at the Temple of Heaven, 3 tiers with 9 steps each. Even the distances between palace gates were meticulously calculated, leaving no room for excess or deficiency, all in pursuit of auspiciousness or symbolic significance. Could it be that your fabric follows a similar line of thought? Wang Yechuan's spirits lifted. How so? Look here. Zhang Xuanye began sketching on paper with 60 warp threads and 60 weft threads. 60, marking a complete cycle every 60 years, a representation of wholeness. Could this constitute a form of identity marker? Or perhaps this density itself signifies a certain access level, just as in ancient times. Reaching certain confidential locations required specific steps to approach the entrance. Might these 60 threads serve as the initial threshold into this woven cipher? The more he elaborated, the more plausible it seemed to him. Delving deeper, the intersections of the warp and weft can theoretically be viewed as individual coordinate points. If the ancients intentionally altered their weaving techniques at certain coordinate points, for instance, allowing the weft to dominate the warp at a specific location, a change in the plane weave, or twisting a few threads tighter to create minute elevations, such subtle differences could manifest as variations in light under specific illumination. Wouldn't that be akin to marking the grid of warp and weft? Just like the perforated tapes of early computers. Zeros and ones. Wang Yechuan felt his heart race. That makes sense. Much like the hidden luminous points on a star map in a game, but even more microscopic, more concealed. Using variations in weave to record information, with a breakthrough in their thinking, both were immediately reminded of the most renowned historical example of woven cryptography, the Xuanje 2 by Su Hui. The Xuanje 2, over 800 characters woven into satin, capable of being read horizontally, vertically, diagonally, and in reverse. This utilized the arrangement of characters as a cipher. Zhang Xuanye exclaimed, Old Wang, although we cannot decipher the symbols on your fabric, we can certainly draw inspiration from the concept of the Xuanje 2. Let us experiment with arranging the coordinates of these symbols according to the various reading rules of the Xuanje 2. Palindromes, diagonal lines, concentric arrays. With resolve, they set to work. Wang Yechuan imported a high-resolution scan of the fabric into his computer, meticulously marking the coordinates of each distorted symbol center point. Zhang Xuanye crafted a simple program script, attempting to connect these coordinates according to the known reading paths of the Xuanje 2, horizontal, vertical, diagonal, circular, jumping readings, etc., in hopes of assembling meaningful patterns or sequences. The studio's computer fan buzzed relentlessly as countless virtual lines flitted between the symbol points, intertwining. They held their breaths, awaiting the miracle to unfold. However, the outcome proved to be disheartening. Regardless of the method employed to interpret the intricate celestial diagram, the resulting lines appear chaotic and disordered, resembling a tangle of yarn that has been haphazardly disturbed by a feline, utterly failing to form any discernible patterns or sequences of text, devoid even of the slightest hint of geometric regularity. The symbols seem to have been strewn across the fabric at random, lacking any logical connections among them. This is futile, everything is misaligned. Zhang Xuanye slumped in his chair, disheartened, recognizing that the essence of the celestial diagram lies in the meaningfulness of the text itself, with the arrangement of positions intended to offer multiple pathways for interpretation. Yet, the symbols we possess, we do not even recognize them. and there is no discernible order to their placement. Applying the rules of the celestial diagram is utterly impractical. It is akin to holding a cipher book devoid of text. No amount of page-turning will yield any. Wang Yechuan gazed at the chaotic tangle of lines on the screen, his brow furrowed. The direction seemed correct, yet it felt as though obscured by a thick layer of frosted glass. The delicate silk of the Tang Dynasty, the conjectures activated by light, the symbolism of density in longitude and latitude, the binary possibilities of woven points, the revelations of the celestial diagram, these fragmented clues swirled and collided within his mind. Yet they persistently failed to coalesce into a key capable of unlocking the enigma before him. He once again grasped the piece of fabric, still pristine white under the harsh light, reflecting only the chaotic symbols. His fingertips sensed its cool, resilient texture. After half a month of relentless effort, attempting countless methods of illumination and activation, and deducing various cipher models, the mystery remained shrouded. What kind of light is truly needed? Wang Yechuan murmured, his weary gaze filled with confusion and frustration. Is it merely a matter of luck, waiting for inspiration to strike once more during the next bout of gastrointestinal distress? Outside, the city's neon lights flickered, yet they failed to illuminate the secrets concealed within this ancient fabric in the studio. The labyrinth woven from longitude and latitude appears to be far more profound and complex than anticipated. Chapter 10. The Agony of Power Outage on a Sweltering Weekend Afternoon. The sun in Wuyue province blazed fiercely, capable of melting the asphalt. In Wang Yechuan's workshop, the aging air conditioner emitted a feeble groan, barely maintaining a small pocket of coolness. On the computer screen, Zhang Xuanye's face appeared weary, and despite the slightly cooler air from his own air conditioner, it could not conceal the fatigue and confusion etched on both their faces. Old Wang, do you think? Have we truly strayed off course? Zhang Xuanye gulped down a large mouthful of icy cola, belched, and lamented, I've tried everything. Light polarization, even the humidifier is about to erupt like a mushroom cloud. I've employed the Sioux, New Jersey map, and even pondered over that damn superstitious step count. This rag is impervious to all. It's been half a month, and not a single result has emerged. Could that testing report be erroneous? I hate to say it, but after all these years of friendship, I know you well. A miser like you would never spend so much just to amuse me. Plus, you've staked your solitary life on this. But I can't help but wonder, could it be that this little white cloth's ability to fly and shine is merely a figment of your imagination born from your stomach troubles? His tone was laced with self-doubt. At that moment, the phone video suddenly froze, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Pop. Immediately after, the air conditioner sighed its final breath. The power was out. Damn it, Wang Yechuan exclaimed, cursing under his breath. He hastened to rummage through the takeout box before him. This was a rare indulgence for him, having ordered a heavy, spicy portion of mala crayfish as a reward for his relentless efforts over the past 2 weeks, primarily due to his insatiable cravings. He ate with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his lips swollen, gasping in a hissing manner, the spice almost overwhelming his senses. An illusion? The report clearly states Tang Dynasty. Wang Yechuan spat out a piece of crayfish shell, rubbing his oil-slicked fingers against his temples, which throbbed painfully from spice. The direction. It should be correct. Tang Dynasty silk, light activation. The hypothesis of key yarns, the notion of mutated coordinates. Logically, it all made sense. Surely, they had yet to uncover that elusive key. Or perhaps, there was more than one key. He muttered to himself, his confidence wavering. Damn it, it's sweltering. A power outage in summer was nothing short of a calamity. Almost instantaneously, the oppressive heat, long suppressed by the air conditioner and mingled with the spicy aroma of crayfish and human perspiration, surged forth like an invisible tidal wave. The temperature seemed to spike by 10 degrees in an instant. The sweat he had just exuded from the spice had yet to dry when a new wave of heat enveloped him, sticky and uncomfortable. Frustrated, he quickened his pace, swiftly peeling a few crayfish and shoving them into his mouth, the heat blending with the soaring temperature, making his throat feel as if it were on fire. Grabbing a half-full bottle of mineral water from the table, he gulped it down in one go. Wang Yechuan meticulously sealed the remaining crayfish in the packaging, wiped the bottom of the box clean of the red oil with 2 napkins, and placed it in a takeout bag to store in the refrigerator for later. After a brief tidying up of the table and washing his hands, he felt an intense thirst still lingering. It was incredibly spicy. Although the bottle of water had alleviated the heat somewhat, the internal and external dryness and thirst remained unabated. He recalled that there was another unopened bottle over at the workstation. He made his way towards the workshop. Upon uncapping a bottle of mineral water, he indulged in a fervent gulp, sighing in relief as vitality surged back into him. The heat wave enveloped him, rendering his vision somewhat hazy. Wang Yechuan wiped the sweat from his brow, clutching a half-empty bottle of water. When his foot inadvertently kicked something, perhaps a stack of books strewn across the floor or a haphazardly placed toolbox, causing him to stumble forward abruptly. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, instinctively extending his hands to brace himself against the edge of the workbench. With a loud crash, he managed to stabilize himself, avoiding a clumsy fall. Yet in the midst of his panic, the mineral water bottle slipped from his grasp, flying from his hand. It struck the pristine white fabric laid out on the workbench, which had been protected by acid-free paper. The remnants of water within the bottle splattered across the fabric, creating an extensive and irregular stain. "Damn it!" Wang Yechuan felt his heart sink, the earlier heat and discomfort replaced by a chilling wave of fear. He rushed forward, trembling fingers gripping the damp corners of the fabric as if it were fragile glass, desperately shaking and flinging it in an attempt to rid it of the damned water droplets. Out of the corner of his eye, he unintentionally glanced at the workbench, where a familiar shadow and glimmer were faintly reflected. He momentarily lost focus, but quickly regained his composure, redirecting his attention to the drenched fabric. He shook it anxiously, the cloth fluttering in his hands like the wings of a startled white bird. In a frenzy, he aimed to take the fabric to the window, where a hint of natural breeze seemed to linger. Wang Yechuan, frustrated, slapped his forehead. The wet fabric felt heavy in his grasp, burdened with all his shattered hopes and additional troubles. "Damn it, the more I rush, the more chaotic it gets," he muttered under his breath as he cautiously laid the fabric, having shaken off most of the water droplets, onto a clean sheet of acid-free paper. He then pressed it gently with dry absorbent paper to draw out the excess moisture. Once completed, he dared not touch it again, relocating the fabric along with the paper to the coolest, most ventilated corner of the workspace, shielding it from direct sunlight. The studio felt stifling, akin to a steamer, with the lingering aroma of spicy crawfish mingling with the scent of sweat and humidity, rendering it increasingly suffocating. Wang Yechuan could no longer bear it. Grabbing his phone and keys, he locked the door, resolved to seek refuge in the nearby supermarket's air conditioning, his most economical method of escaping the heat. Inside, the supermarket's air conditioning was invigoratingly brisk, sending a shiver through Wang Yechuan. But soon, the penetrating coolness dissipated the heat and frustration that had enveloped him. He wandered aimlessly among the aisles, ultimately pausing before the refrigerated drinks cabinet. After considerable hesitation, he settled for the cheapest bottle of ice-cold mineral water. As he stood in line, observing the lengthy queue and the flickering numbers on the cashier's screen, thoughts of the testing fee and the potentially ruined fabric stirred a wave of irritation within him. Finding a secluded corner in the resting area, he pressed the chilled water bottle against his forehead, alleviating his headache slightly. He retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Xuanye's video call. "Hello, old Wang. Why did it suddenly break down? I merely proposed a possibility. Why did you get so worked up?" Zhang Xuanye asked with a look of concern. "Damn, don't even mention it," Wang Yechuan replied, his expression one of despair as he lowered his voice, recounting the recent mishap. Heat, thirst, tripping, the water bottle slipping from his grasp, water splashing onto the fabric, panic overwhelming him. In vivid detail, his tone imbued with regret and trepidation. "You should have seen how flustered I was. My soul nearly fled. I was genuinely afraid that this ancient fabric would be ruined by a mere drop of water. Now all I can do is leave it there to air dry. Surrendering to fate. Damn it, this power outage couldn't have come at a worse time." Zhang Xuanye, equally startled, could only offer a resigned consolation. "Well, it's already done. and worrying won't change anything. Air drying should be fine. The fabric appears quite durable. Just avoid exposing it to direct sunlight or heat. Don't be too hard on yourself. It was an accident. But old Wang, your luck is unparalleled. Even a simple crayfish meal can lead to such calamity. The two exchanged grievances for a while, cursing the wretched weather and the unreliable power grid, before inevitably returning to their perplexing research, the atmosphere growing heavy once more. Wang Yechuan gazed at the bright lights and array of goods in the supermarket, then thought of the uncertain fate of the fabric in his workspace, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue and hopelessness. As twilight descended, bringing a slight relief from the sweltering heat, he finally dragged his weary self home. The motion sensor light in the hallway flickered to life. Upon entering, he discovered that the power had indeed been restored. The faint hum of the air conditioning was music to his ears. Wang Yechuan's first instinct was to rush into his workspace, eagerly casting his gaze toward the corner. There lay the fabric, quietly resting on acid-free paper, its color seemingly unchanged. Touching it, he found it thoroughly dry, having regained its unique, slightly resilient texture. He let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it hadn't been ruined, nor did it bear any obvious water stains. With great care, he lifted the fabric along with the backing paper, preparing to return it to its original place on the workbench. As he turned to head toward the table, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the glass cabinet against the wall, where he stored some relatively intact collectibles. Inside, the shadowy blue-glazed lotus lamp stood quietly on one of the shelves, the soft internal light casting a gentle glow upon its lustrous surface, exuding an air of tranquility. Chapter 11. Threads of intrigue. Wang Yechuan's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. His gaze involuntarily fixated upon the lamp's base, particularly the reverse side of the third petal. The back of the third petal. Those inscribe incomprehensible characters. Characters, a fragment of a hazy image, nearly obliterated by the frustrations and turmoil of the day, suddenly pierced through the fog of memory with startling clarity, flashing vividly in his mind. It was during the afternoon when he anxiously shook the damp fabric, and his peripheral vision unconsciously swept across the workbench. At the moment when the fabric trembled violently, droplets splashing, sunlight penetrated the wet cloth, casting a fleeting, blurred dance of light and shadow upon the tabletop. Amidst that chaotic interplay of light, it seemed, there were one or two rigid lines, uniquely structured outlines, flashing by in an instant. At that moment, his mind was consumed with the dread of ruining the fabric, leaving no room for contemplation. He merely sensed that fleeting light and shadow appeared somewhat familiar, only to dismiss it shortly thereafter. Now, gazing at the lamp under the illumination of the glass cabinet, the clear, archaic inscription with its distinctive turns on the back of the third petal made Wang Yechuan's breath catch abruptly. His heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, then began to pound furiously. The outline that flashed through the indistinct light, that sense of familiarity, it was indeed it. It was this script upon the lamp, not the cryptic symbols on the fabric's front. It was an entirely different script. It was the inscription etched onto the lamp's base. The unexpected splash of water that afternoon, coupled with his frantic movements causing sunlight to penetrate the wet cloth, had briefly cast a shadow on the tabletop that corresponded to the inscription on the lamp. This realization coursed through Wang Yechuan's body like an electric shock. He stood frozen in place, still holding the dry fabric, his eyes fixated on the lamp in the glass cabinet, his pupils constricting sharply from overwhelming shock and elation. Water, light, movement, projected shadows, corresponding characters to the lamp's inscription. All clues frantically interconnected, colliding, erupting at this moment. The key. This was the lost key. It was not heat, nor long-distance humidification, nor polarization, nor the arrangement of the celestial chart. It was water. It was through uniform saturation, under the penetrating brilliance of light, that the optical properties of the fabric's finely woven structure, refraction, scattering, unveiled the hidden information embedded within its microscopic architecture, projecting it in the form of light and shadow. The splash of water was an accident, uneven, Water as a medium altered the interaction between light and fibers, rendering concealed information visible. Wang Yechuan felt his hand tremble slightly, not out of fear, but from an indescribable excitement and shiver at the prospect of unraveling an ancient mystery. He gently placed the dry fabric back on the workbench, his gaze intense, as if attempting to penetrate the fabric to unveil its deeply hidden secrets. He understood. He finally knew what to do. No longer waiting for the next accidental splash of water, he would take the initiative, precisely controlling this condition. He required a delicate spraying device, capable of producing an extremely uniform, fine mist of water vapor, gently and evenly covering the fabric surface, simulating the optimal state of dampness. He requires the most intense and stable parallel light source, such as a high-brightness projector or sunlight, meticulously adjusted to the right angle, to penetrate the uniformly damp fabric. Finally, a pristine white receiving screen should be positioned beneath the fabric, where the projection on the tabletop can be observed directly, to capture and record the moment when the millennia-old cipher becomes fully and clearly revealed. Old Zhang, Wang Yechuan's voice, tinged with excitement, was somewhat hoarse as he dialed Zhang Xuanye's number once more. This time, his tone brimmed with unprecedented certainty and exhilaration. I have found the key, the genuine key. It is water. It is the combination of uniform mist and light. I know how to make that fabric speak. It is related to the characters on the lamp. Quickly, help me find where I can purchase that ultra-fine humidifier or spray bottle that truly emits mist. Laboratory grade. Hurry. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xuanye was clearly bewildered by the sudden joy in the middle of the night, but upon hearing Wang Yechuan's undeniable enthusiasm, he understood that this was certainly not a figment of imagination. In the dimly lit workspace, only the glow of the phone screen and the shimmer in Wang Yechuan's eyes illuminated the surroundings, dazzlingly bright. He seemed to envision the key woven from mist and light, poised to unlock the long-sealed door of ancient mysteries. 1 week later, the rental fee for the humidity spray device was exorbitantly painful for Wang Yechuan, as the exquisite stainless steel nozzle hung silently above the workbench, connected to the humming atomization unit and water tank, resembling a silent steel insect. Nearby, he had violently dismantled the soft light cover of the newly acquired Xiaomi smart lamp, exposing the array of high-brightness LED bulbs, which now emitted a stable and piercing cold white light, casting a concentrated vertical beam akin to a solidified pillar of light. The curtains in the workspace were tightly drawn, isolating the last vestige of stray light from the outside world. The air was infused with a unique, faintly acrid scent of disinfectant and pure water, mingled with the aroma of sweat emanating from Wang Yechuan, a blend of late-night toil and anxiety. He resembled a lead surgeon before the operating table, holding his breath, his gaze intensely focused to the point of obsession as he meticulously adjusted the control knob of the spray device. A faint hum reverberated in the air, a nearly transparent, cold white mist, barely discernible to the naked eye, was evenly emitted from the fine pores of the nozzle, akin to the gentlest of breaths, gradually settling down. Uniform. It must be uniform. Wang Yechuan murmured softly, his eyes fixated on the pristine white fabric laid out upon the acid-free paper below. As the mist made contact with the fabric, it did not form distinct droplets. Rather, it was swiftly absorbed by the densely woven threads, dispersing throughout. The surface of the fabric, visibly transforming, exuded an indescribable texture, not the dry white of before, but a translucent, slightly luminous white akin to jade, as if awakening a layer of slumbering brilliance. He immediately leaned closer to the white projection board beneath the fabric, a meticulously polished acrylic panel. The light penetrated the uniformly damp fabric, casting a hazy shadow on the projection board. The previously inscrutable symbols, in their moist state, became remarkably sharp and clear, the lines a deep black, yet no further information was revealed. Angle. Let us try the angle. Wang Yechuan remained undeterred. He cautiously adjusted the tilt angle of the Xiaomi pendant light, allowing the illumination to shift from nearly vertical to an approximate 75-degree slant. Instantly, The interplay of light and shadow upon the projection board underwent a transformation. The once crisp edges of the black line symbols began to blur and elongate, creating an ethereal trail. Within this chaotic backdrop of intertwined shadows, faint, intermittent outlines of delicate golden lines emerged, reminiscent of elusive fish concealed beneath the depths of water, briefly flickering before being engulfed by the shadows of the symbols. A breakthrough! Wang Yechuan's heart raced, and his fingertips trembled with excitement. He swiftly retrieved his phone, initiating video recording, directing the lens firmly at the projection board while deftly manipulating the Xiaomi Pendant Lights app. Experimental record. Color temperature 4000 K. Warm white. The projection board radiated a warm yellow hue, with the shadows of the symbols appearing dense, rendering the golden lines completely invisible. Color temperature 5500 K. Neutral white. The shadows weakened slightly, revealing exceedingly faint, fleeting reflections of the golden lines in localized areas, elusive and difficult to capture. Color temperature 6500 K. Cool white. The sharpness of the shadows intensified, effectively suppressing background noise. The emergence frequency of those delicate golden outlines significantly increased, though still sporadic. It was now possible to discern some exceedingly peculiar, asymmetrical acute angles and seamlessly flowing arcs. Color temperature 7000 K. Even cooler white. The effect was akin to 6500 K. But the edges of the lines appeared overly sharp, with reflections too bright, creating a somewhat glaring effect that compromised overall observation. 6500 K. A slight increase in brightness. Wang Yechuan adjusted the parameters, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen. He attempted to delicately reposition the fabric, refining the angle of light. At that moment, his elbow inadvertently brushed against the control of the misting device. Buzz! The concentration of mist surged instantaneously. The damp fabric, enveloped in a denser veil of vapor, seemed to undergo a subtle transformation in translucence. On the projection board, the cool white light at 6500 K penetrated. Buzz! It was as if an invisible hand had swiftly swept away the dust from the mirror's surface. The once hazy background of light and shadow became crystalline. The previously intermittent, elusive golden lines suddenly became clear, seamlessly connecting to manifest a complete image. No longer mere fragmented outlines, they coalesced into an extraordinarily ancient and mysterious script, imbued with geometric beauty. Each character loomed as large as a thumbprint, with a complexity that dazzled the eye. Sharp wedge-like strokes resembling cuts from a blade. Exuding a cold metallic essence, smooth arcs flowed like rippling water, rich with an uncanny rhythm. Sharp and obtuse angles formed a non-symmetrical balance, brimming with a sense of power. The overall arrangement defied straight lines, possessing a peculiar momentum akin to a spiraling ascent. Cold, precise, and otherworldly. My heavens! Wang Yechuan gasped, his body bristling with goosebumps. The overwhelming shock nearly robbing him of breath. Fumbling to stabilize his phone, he focused his trembling fingers on this breathtaking spectacle upon the projection board, incessantly pressing the shutter. Click, click, click. A series of over a dozen high-definition photographs was captured in an instant. Wang Yechuan, caught up in excitement, scarcely took a moment to admire them. He promptly opened WeChat, selected Zhang Xuanye's profile picture, and sent all the images in a flurry. His fingers danced across the screen, producing a cacophony of sounds driven by both exhilaration and anxiety. Wang Yechuan, old Zhang, hurry, look at the photos. They're all here, not symbols. They're words. Damn it. Actual words. Take a look. Wang Yechuan, image, 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 image. Zhang Xuanye. I can't make sense of this, old Wang. Wang Yechuan, I have an idea. I'll gather some ancient scripts online, and then you can program a comparison. Zhang Xuanye. Programming is no issue, but the online resources alone won't suffice. Do you have time during the upcoming long holiday? We could visit a few museums. They typically have explanations for ancient scripts, and copying those would greatly reduce my workload. Wang Yechuan. Let us research where to go and prepare to purchase tickets. Chapter 12. The Sea of Characters on the Workbench. a dozen high-definition photographs lay scattered, each one capturing the intricate, stark, and asymmetrical allure of enigmatic characters. "Old John, look at this!" Wang Yechuan exclaimed, his finger trembling slightly with excitement as he pointed to the clearest character in the photographs. "Doesn't this twist and sharp angle resemble a variant of the Taotai pattern found on bronze artifacts? Yet it is more abstract, more orderly, as if measured with a ruler." On the other end of the video call, Zhang Xuanye leaned so closely to the screen that his face nearly touched it. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the blue light of the computer screen. "Indeed, it is unprecedented. Old Wang, are you certain this is not an optical illusion caused by light or a peculiar texture formed by water stains?" "Absolutely. I witnessed its manifestation with my own eyes," Wang Yechuan asserted with conviction. "Moreover, if you examine these photographs taken from different angles, despite the varying degrees of blurriness at the edges, the core structure remains consistent. This is undeniably a man-made script, an encrypted or perhaps a lost ancient script." "Encrypted," Zhang Xuanye pondered over the term, his eyes brightening. "That makes sense. The previous approach to the Xuanje diagram was flawed because the symbols themselves were meaningless, mere misdirection. What has emerged now is the true script. Yet they may also have undergone secondary encryption or transformation." The tech enthusiast within him stirred. "Old Wang, is the clarity of these photographs sufficient? I require the highest resolution of the original electronic files. I must construct a database." In the ensuing days, Wang Yechuan's studio transformed into a makeshift center for literature. He feverishly scoured the internet for various electronic versions of ancient character charts. "Old Zhang, I've sent you the data package. Oracle bon script, bons inscriptions. Large and small seal scripts, birdworm script, tadpole script, even snippets of Western Xia and Khitan scripts. Additionally, a plethora of what is claimed to be ancient ciphers and talismanic symbols. Is this sufficient? If not, I shall dig deeper." Zhang Xuanye gazed at the folder on his screen, now overflowing with files, his eyes twitching slightly. "Old Wang, have you excavated the entire internet's graveyard of ancient scripts? This volume is, never mind, having is better than not. I will draft a script to vectorize these image features and then match their similarity with the light and shadow characters you've captured. However, Old Wang, I must caution you. Finding a needle in a haystack, a high matching degree does not guarantee accuracy. Cross-validation is essential." I understand. You filter them first. Inform me of any suspicious ones," Wang Yechuan eagerly replied, though his thoughts had already soared to the museum. He swiftly researched the information on the bamboo slips, steels, and ancient book collections of several nearby, large museums. "Old John, next weekend, we must visit the Wuyue Bamboo Slip Museum. They have recently acquired a batch of Chu slips and Qin slips, along with a dedicated exhibition area for ancient scripts. Capturing them on-site is far more reliable than online images." The target was quickly identified, the Wuyue Bamboo Slip Museum, renowned for its collection of Qin and Han bamboo slips and rubbings of steels, situated not too far from Yindu City. The two were in perfect accord, deciding to embark on an academic expedition the following weekend. Saturday morning, at the Yindu City high-speed railway station, under the weight of a sleepless night, Wang Yechuan bore dark circles beneath his eyes, his shoulders burdened by a bulging backpack filled with a DSLR camera, spare batteries, a power bank, and a notebook. He met with Zhang Xuanye, who carried a large laptop bag and appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his gaze remained sharp. "Here, just bought it, a little pick-me-up." Zhang Xuanye offered Wang Yechuan a cup of iced Americano. "Last night, I drafted a preliminary script framework for image feature extraction and fuzzy matching. The efficiency isn't stellar, but it suffices." Upon arriving at the museum, photography became paramount. Every aspect, angle, light, clarity, must be meticulously attended to, particularly the sides and recesses of the inscriptions, where light and shadow might conceal structural information. "Understood. I shall ensure the task is completed," Wang Yechuan declared, taking a hearty sip of coffee, the bitter liquid revitalizing him. He thumped his chest, assuring, "I'll handle the photography. You manage the technical guidance. Today we are but two scholarly spies." The Bamboo Slip Museum exuded solemnity. its vast glass facade reflecting the sky above the city. As they entered the exhibition hall, a chill accompanied the faint scent of aged paper and varnished wood. Inside the glass display cases lay bundles of bamboo slips and wooden tablets, their densely inked characters persisting in clarity across millennia. Hanging on the walls were large stone rubbings, the strength of their chiseled forms seeming to leap from the paper. Wang Yechuan found himself overwhelmed by the vast ocean of an experience far surpassing the mere viewing of images online. My heavens, so many characters, he murmured, his eyes scanning each exhibit like searchlights. Stop daydreaming. Get to work, Zhang Xuanye reminded him in a hushed tone, swiftly entering the zone, resembling a finely tuned human scanner. He rapidly skimmed the exhibit descriptions, pinpointing those with unique symbols, variant characters, or notably decorative strokes. Then, he directed Wang Yechuan. This choose slip, the seventh character in the third column. Capture a close-up at a 45-degree side light on that bird-shaped decoration. For the inscription on the Easter Han convict's tomb brick, take an overall shot at eye level. Then crouch for an upward angle. Be mindful of shadows created by the brick's texture. For the edge of the Northern Way figurative record rubbing. Those characters resembling talismans. Go for a macro shot. Steady your hand. That wooden movable type in Xixia script. Capture it from the side to showcase its three-dimensional structure. Click, click. Wang Yechuan transformed into a human tripod, responding to Zhang Xuanye's precise commands, squatting, lying prone, tiptoeing, or sidestepping as the shutter of his camera clicked rhythmically and softly. He was wholly immersed in his task, occasionally drawing curious glances from nearby visitors and gentle reminders from staff. Sir, please do not stand too close to the display case. Please refrain from using flash. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanye, armed with a phone and tablet, swiftly recorded exhibit numbers, types of script, and chronological data while simultaneously assessing the quality of the photographs Wang Yechuan captured. He offered quiet adjustments. This one is overexposed. Reduce by one stop, this background lacks blur. Open the aperture wide of the shadow at that corner hasn't been captured. Shift angles for another shot, damn it, I know. Wang Yechuan muttered under his breath, subtly shifting his position to adjust his angle. He felt like a clumsy antiquities dealer rather than a decipherer of millennium-old codes. The two worked with remarkable efficiency, akin to a well-oiled assembly line. Swiftly transitioning from the Qin and Han bamboo slips exhibition hall to the Wei and Jin stone inscriptions gallery, and then to the hall of minority scripts. Wang Yechuan's camera memory card filled at an observable pace, necessitating the replacement of a battery from his backpack. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanye's tablet was rapidly evolving into a structured database prototype. This clandestine endeavor persisted throughout the weekend. The museum's air conditioning seemed powerless to quell the burning urgency within their hearts. On the high-performance cloud server rented by Zhang Xuanye, a vast database was expanding exponentially. From the hundreds of photographs of bamboo slips, oracle bones, and bronze inscriptions surreptitiously captured by Wang Yechuan, to the high-definition scans of ancient texts borrowed from major libraries through technological means, and encompassing all the illustrations from research papers on ancient scripts available online. An immense volume of image data was continuously fed into the image feature comparison engine crafted by Zhang Xuanye. Chapter 13. The Puzzle of Words. Sunday, at Zhang Xuanye's residence. The curtains were drawn tight, and the air conditioning was set to its lowest setting. Two computer fans whirred at full speed, producing a constant hum. Zhang Xuanye occupied the main seat, the screen filled with a chaotic array of code windows and graphical interfaces that dazzled the eye. Wang Yechuan acted as a diligent assistant, serving tea, organizing various printed charts of ancient characters, and, quietly waiting, Zhang Xuanye imported thousands of high-definition photographs taken from the museum, along with previously collected electronic materials, into the database he had constructed. The core of his program comprised several critical modules. 1. Feature extraction, automatically identifying and quantifying the key feature points of each character, such as the direction of lines, angles of turns, radius of curves, positions of intersections, shapes of enclosed areas, and indices of symmetry or asymmetry. 2. Fuzzy matching engine, performing multidimensional similarity calculations between the feature vectors of over 30 mysterious characters extracted from the textile photographs and tens of thousands of ancient character samples within the database. The aim was not to find an exact match, but to identify forms with structurally similar features. 3. Contextual association analysis, preliminary modeling the arrangement and spacing of characters on the textile, attempting to uncover potential writing patterns, such as top to bottom, right to left, etc., while referencing the contextual semantics of similar arrangements within the database. Despite the considerable differences in ancient languages, certain structural positions may share commonalities, such as beginnings, endings, and delimiters. 4. Dynamic visualization, real-time display of the matching process and results with high similarity on another screen, facilitating human intervention for judgment. The process commenced. Zhang Xuanye pressed the enter key, and the progress bar on the screen began to ascend slowly, with countless character thumbnails and data streams rapidly scrolling through the window. The search mode was activated. Feature extraction in progress. Acute angle turns nested with arc structures, asymmetric geometric nodes, spiral arrangement tendencies. Matching in progress. Matching in progress. Matching in progress. On the screen, the progress bar raced forward, an avalanche of character data cascading past. Zhang Xuanye's heartbeat quickened in tandem with the advancing bar, his breathing becoming labored. Time ticked away, second by second. Wang Yechuan fidgeted restlessly, like an ant on a hot stove, leaning over to check the progress on Zhang Xuanye's screen, then irritably flipping through the charts. Zhang Xuanye remained as still as a stone statue, mostly fixated on the data streams and matching results, occasionally tapping the keyboard to adjust parameters or flag suspicious matches. Old Wang, quiet down. Zhang Xuanye did not turn his head. The algorithm requires time. Your fidgeting is making me dizzy. I'm just anxious. Wang Yechuan plopped back into his chair. What if this thing turns out not to be characters from Earth at all? They would be even more valuable. Zhang Xuanye replied nonchalantly, his eyes still glued to the screen. After a lengthy, for Wang Yechuan, few hours of computation and countless manual verifications to eliminate clearly erroneous matches, the screen ultimately displayed a selection of highly probable correspondences. The correspondences are not unequivocal decipherments. Rather, they resemble an endeavor to identify several structurally akin candidates from known ancient scripts for each enigmatic character. Some characters reveal relatively clear correspondences, similarity 85, while others offer only vague indications, similarity 60-75, and a few stubborn entities remain shrouded in mystery. Old Wang, Zhang Xuanye cautioned, similarity does not equate to identical meaning. Do not take this for granted. As he spoke, he meticulously organized the results into a table projected onto the screen before Wang Yechuan. Character number, most likely corresponding known ancient script and similarity, possible modern Chinese character, frequency, 0, 1. Chu bamboo slipway, 85, bronze script Jing, 82, Wei Jing, 8 times 02, silk book Lin, 90, Lin, 7 times 03, oracle bone symbol, 88, symbol, 8 times 04, Qin bamboo slip Qi, 86, Qi, 6 times 05, bronze inscription Luo, 83, Luo, 5 times 06, Chu silk book Guan, 84, Guan 5 times, 24, Zhongshan Wang seal Jiao, 82, Jiao, 3 times 25, Shuhudi Qin bamboo slip G, 79, G 3 times 26, bird insect seal saw, 84, so 2 times 27, Qi system ceramic Wenbu, 81, Boot 2 times 28, oracle bone Wen Mai, 85, Mai 2 times frequency explanation. High-frequency characters are predominantly selected from core terminologies of silk and bamboo. Symbol, 8 times. Wei, 8 times. Lin, 7 times. Jing, 7 times. Low-frequency characters such as Lu, 2 times, and Suo, 2 times, are included due to their presence in critical passages. Gazing at the organized table on the screen, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye were so exhilarated they nearly overturned the table. We did it! We truly did it! Wang Yechuan exclaimed, delivering a forceful punch to his thigh, wincing in pain, yet undeterred in his elation. After half a month of relentless toil, surreptitious photography, programming, and cerebral exertion, teetering on the brink of despair, They had finally unveiled the identities of these 20 or so characters. Zhang Xuanye, he urged, extending his hand to gently restrain his companion. Calm down. There's more to come. He switched screens, displaying photographs of the lower half of the bamboo and silk. This section was relatively clearer during development, exhibiting a more regular structure composed of fixed combinations of long and short lines, akin to the hexagrams of the I Ching, seemingly accompanied by smaller explanatory text, prophecies, verses. The lower half is much easier to interpret. Zhang Xuanye pointed to the hexagram combinations, all of which were variations referencing the cursed Chu script. EC, 6th hexagram, lake fire transformation, earth fire brightness and obscurity. Illustration, the sun rises and people weep. Prophecy, the dark pearl sinks into the abyss, the red wheel falls. Where the 9 abysses split, myriad beings are not. The golden crow weeps blood as the dark curtain descends. The world shivers in the chill of calamity's ashes. The golden pupils open and close. The remnants of the setting sun shatter, while a faint light emerges from its cocoon, escaping the remnants of catastrophe. Divination. This is divination. And there are latitudes, luminous, symbols, qi, that. Wang Yechuan exclaimed, his finger dancing across the screen, his voice heightened with excitement. Old Zhang, look, the symbol appeared 8 times, and are also frequent. Not to mention, the hexagram we calculated below has such a strong directional significance. It's undoubtedly Taoist, fragments of ancient, esoteric Taoist texts. We've truly stumbled upon a monumental discovery. Zhang Xuanye seized the cup on the table and took a large gulp. The icy water slid down his throat, and only then did he realize his hand was slightly trembling. He gripped the cup tightly, using the act of drinking to mask his racing heart and flushed ears. Taking a deep breath, he twirled the cup in his palm and feigned calmness, stating, "The latter part appears to be a hexagram, while the former remains unclear. There is definitely a connection between the two. If we can decipher these characters and unravel their meanings, perhaps we can unlock the secret of the glowing, flying silk." Wang Yechuan was so animated he could hardly contain himself, as if he could already see a golden path unfolding beneath his feet. They promptly used software to annotate the mysterious characters on the fabric with the most probable corresponding modern Chinese characters. Observing the once indecipherable symbols of the fabric being translated into familiar and obscure Chinese characters brought an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Hurry, old Zhang. Let us write these characters down on paper, positioning them as they appear on the fabric, like filling in the blanks. Wang Yechuan urged eagerly. 5 minutes later, hexagram, symbol, observation, luminous, and so forth. Old Zhang, stop, stop. That's enough. We've arranged 2 or 3 lines, and I'm starting to feel like a primary school student, understanding a little but grasping nothing at all. How about we try reading these characters in order? Perhaps we'll discern something. Wang Yechuan suggested, scratching his head. Zhang Xuanye nodded slightly, and immediately arranged the annotated Chinese characters in order according to the sequence on the fabric, forming a segment of text. Fu Wei Lin, Fu Qi Luo, Guanji, Su Jing Shu, Biandong, Liu Yin, Guang Tian, Dian Zhao, Jisuo, Bu Mai, Yaopi, Engyan, Minglu. The 2 held their breath, leaning closer to the screen, deciphering the text word by word, as if they were interpreting celestial scriptures, striving to uncover the underlying logic and meaning. Zhang Xuanye, Fu Weilin, Fu Qi Luo, Luo Guanji, Zhou Jingshu, Bien, transform. You Pikachu. Zhang Xuanye cast a look of disdain at Wang Yechuan, muttering as if he were an expert. Adjusting his glasses, Zhang Xuanye scrutinized the text once more, sensing that it resembled a jumbled assembly of keywords. Fu and Lu are understandable. They pertain to Taoist talismans. Wei, celestial phenomena. Lin, this character is quite rare. What does it signify? Qi refers to the vital energy discussed in Taoism. Luo, Lu, am I seem to relate to meridians? Guang, Tian, Dian, Qi, Suo, Bu. What do they have to do with one another? Moreover, Yao pertains to the trigrams, by means to open or establish. Heng signifies balance. Yin suggests derivation. Ming, calls. They attempted various combinations and interpretations to bestow meaning upon the text. Fu Wei Lin, Fu Qi Luo, incomprehensibly impressive, yet ultimately nonsensical. Guan Ji Zhou Jing, Shu Biandong Lu. It seems to describe some form of weaving or structural transformation, yet remains too abstract. Ying Guang Tiandian, Yao Kisuobu, light point, shuttle, cloth. Could this relate to weaving machinery? Or perhaps a light shuttle? Mai Yao Biheng, Yinming Lu. It involves meridians, trigrams, the establishment of balance, the derivation of sounds, and talismans, encompassing a vast scope. No matter how they combined the words, they appeared as a disarray of shimmering beads, lacking a clear thread to string them into a meaningful necklace. The contextual relationships were ambiguous, and the grammatical structure was utterly elusive, resembling a highly encrypted list of technical terms or critical nodes of a certain ritual. What then does Lin, this frequently occurring character, truly signify? Wang Yechuan fixed his gaze upon it, feeling as though it posed a glaring question. Old Zhang, what does your database say about this character? Zhang Xuanye retrieved the information in the matched bamboo slips and silk texts. Lin often refers to the luster of jade, or is synonymous with Lin, describing the abruptness of mountains and rocks. It is also rarely used in names or divine titles. However, within the context of Taoism, it seems to lack any particularly clear, independent, esoteric significance. Its high frequency here suggests it must be a core concept. The wave of excitement swiftly receded, leaving behind a deeper sense of bewilderment and confusion akin to jagged reefs. Chapter 14, A New Approach. 2 days had elapsed, and the two individuals found themselves grappling with the translated text, their minds ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion, neglecting food and drink. Wang Yechuan even rummaged through a few volumes of Daozhong Jiao and Yunji Qiqian that he had salvaged from an old bookstall, attempting to unearth sentences or passages containing these keywords, but his efforts proved as futile as searching for a needle in a haystack. "This is unbearable, Lao Zhang," Wang Yechuan exclaimed, casting the book aside and collapsing into his chair, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. "I feel as though my mind is overflowing with these characters, on the verge of exploding. Each character seems vaguely familiar, yet when assembled, they resemble an incomprehensible script. It's even more perplexing than that shadow corridor in the game." Zhang Xuanye, equally exhausted, rubbed his throbbing temples and replied, "Indeed, while the algorithm can match the similarity of the characters, their meanings and context, especially in the case of such highly encrypted or lost texts, without a key or a complete reference system, our blind guessing is far too arduous. It's akin to possessing a tome filled with extraterrestrial symbols for physical formulas. While one might deduce that certain symbols represent force, light, or electricity, deciphering the formula itself remains an enigma. Lao Zhang, how about we set this aside for now and delve into the hexagrams below?" Zhang Xuanye suggested, flipping through the pages and focusing intently on the screen. The hexagrams of what? Dihuomingi? The name of this hexagram exudes an ominous aura. The dark pearl sinks into the abyss as the red will descends. The golden crow weeps blood as the dark curtain falls. Is the sun weeping? Wang Yechuan leaned closer, his face illuminated with sudden realization. Wait a moment. Golden pupils open and close. Isn't this precisely referring to us, the chosen ones? With eyes radiating golden light, our powers awakening. And look at the subsequent phrase Jieyushan, which signifies our survival after calamity. Zhang Xuanye, with a furrowed brow, began searching online and abruptly halted, his fingers poised in disbelief. Tang Dynasty, Li Chunfeng, Yuan Tiangang. To the legendary prophetic tome. The existing versions typically contain only 60 hexagrams, symbolizing the 60-year cycle. But the 61st hexagram? All sources indicate there are only 60. Wang Yechuan slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Lo and behold, the living embodiment of the 61st hexagram has landed in our hands." Those ancient sages must have concealed the most crucial hexagram for fear of revealing celestial secrets. Or perhaps it has been harmonized away. Zhang Xuanye adjusted his glasses, disregarding Wang Yechuan as he continued searching for keywords, Tebe to 61st hexagram. So, the dark pearl sinks into the abyss. The search results yielded nothing but their own discussion records and a plethora of irrelevant metaphysical forums and snippets of novels. The search engine is futile. Let us try the mirror of a certain valley. The deep web. I refuse to believe we cannot find it. For the next several hours, the two transformed into digital detectives, exhaustively exploring various search engines, ancient text databases, and even dark web forums. Yet their endeavors bore no fruit. That elusive 61st hexagram seemed to exist solely on that fragmentary piece of silk. This is hopeless. Every lead has run dry. This hexagram appears to have sprung forth from the crevices of stone. Aside from us, no one is aware of its existence. Zhang Xuanye lamented, cradling his chin in despair. Suddenly, Wang Yechuan's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he pulled out his phone. Hey, you won't believe this. I know of a platform with a particularly popular streamer, Xinjiang Daozhong, who boasts 1 million followers and possesses an ethereal presence. It is said he can traverse the past and future. Let's connect with him and inquire. As Zhang Xuanye wore a face of doubt, Wang Yechuan opened the live streaming app and swiftly clicked on an avatar among his followers, requesting connection. The assistant inside glanced quickly and announced that the host, Wang Daguan, had just entered the live stream and was now in the queue. Viewers could tap a little yellow heart or send gifts. With 1 pair of sunglasses, the connection could be expedited, and with 8 pairs, an immediate link could be established. With a toothy grin, Wang Yechuan eagerly recharged his account, blinking not once as he sent 8 pairs of sunglasses. Zhang Xuanye was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this fellow short on funds? Why was he so familiar with the recharge process? On the screen, a Taoist priest clad in a robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, appeared against a backdrop of swirling mist, his face breaking into a benevolent smile. Blessings of the infinite celestial sovereign. I express my heartfelt gratitude to this esteemed host. Wang Daguan, should you have any perplexities, I shall do my utmost to illuminate your path. Wang Yechuan hastily recited the 61st hexagram and its associated oracle, brimming with anticipation. The Taoist priest squinted, suddenly changing color, breathing heavily, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the screen. The heavenly secrets. Such weighty, celestial truths. At that moment, the assistant aptly interjected, suggesting that to receive clarity, the host should send 2 hot air balloons. With a pained expression, Wang Yechuan complied, sending 2 balloons. And he and Zhang Xuanye perked up, their faces alight with expectation as they watched the priest. The Taoist, seemingly enduring immense agony, spoke rapidly and enigmatically, suddenly exclaiming, "Look at this Erhua Ge's Mingyi." The marsh signifies a pitfall, while fire represents illumination. Hidden within the transformation is the omen of falling fire. The earth's fire illuminates, obscured by the earth's embrace. This is the imbalance between the gravitational well and the solar sail, leading to the nuclear collapse resonance, corresponding to the meteorite impact. It is the high-dimensional dark matter entity executing a targeted detonation on the 3-dimensional space-time anchor points. The Xian Pearl, that signifies negative entropy singularity. The crimson wheels fall. It embodies the stellar siphon effect. My comrades, you are not merely facing calamity. You are experiencing the initiation of a cosmic dimensional cleansing program. Zhang Xuanye, the Taoist, suddenly became animated again, his eyes shimmering with wisdom, as if he could see through everything. The golden eyes open and close. Marvelous. How could this merely be a mutation? This is the human psychic matrix catalyzed by cosmic high-energy radiation. He gestured toward dark energy, triggering the primordial code within the ancient gene locks. The golden eyes are the embryonic form of high-dimensional sensory organs. They are the prototype of the new human. They serve as the embedded antivirus software of the cleansing program. No. They are the dimensional elevation guidance program. His excitement grew, spittle flying as if to pierce through the screen. Zhang Xuanye's lips twitched. The Taoist then grew solemn, lowering his voice. Comrade, you have touched upon a taboo. This 61st hexagram has likely been encrypted and erased by the Temporal Management Bureau are the causal law enforcers from all timelines. It is a paradoxical prophecy. Its very existence disrupts the established causal lines. That you have found it signifies that you are the unpredictable variable in the prophecy. You are the sole X factor in the Doomsday equation. He suddenly clutched his chest, coughing violently. Cough, cough. The backlash of destiny is overwhelming. The barrage of comments flowed in. The script today is absolutely divine. A cosmic dimensional cleansing? Antivirus software? I am utterly impressed by this imagination. Stop the performance, Taoist. Share the link. I want to purchase the elixir that can transform my eyes. Has the Time-Space Management Bureau made an appearance? Should we expect a mention of the nullifiers next? Those 8 sunglasses were worth it. This solo sci-fi stand-up is simply top-notch. Newton's coffin lid cannot contain it any longer. Einstein is knocking at the door. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Taoist Xuanye instantly regained his vigor. He sees an octagonal mirror that resembled luminescent plastic and spoke rapidly. Behold, this is the dark energy resonance heart protection mirror that I painstakingly crafted by gathering the initial dark energy fluctuations emitted when a meteorite falls to Earth, combining them with the ancient Zhou star array, and utilizing my own quantum entanglement enlightenment method for 49 days. Originally priced at $9,998. Today, in honor of our fateful encounter, I shall include my personally drawn golden eye awakening acceleration talisman. Only 998. Just 998. Zhang Xuanye could no longer endure it and swiftly cut off the connection with the speed of lightning, leaving the safe house in utter silence. He removed his glasses and wearily rubbed his temples. Wang Yechuan, feeling guilty, pointed at the screen. Look at these core keywords. Talisman, celestial attitude, jade spirit, primordial chi, light, heaven, the 8 trigrams. This combination encompasses nearly all essential elements of Taoist mysticism. The direction is exceedingly clear. This is undoubtedly related to Taoism, and specifically to ancient, core esoteric teachings. Otherwise, we should visit a Taoist temple to observe the reality of the practice. Wang Yechuan paused and emphasized, let us find a temple with a thriving incense offering and genuine practitioners. Zhang Xuanye sighed. Most importantly, we must bring along the core words we have compiled, especially the high frequency and key terms like spirit, talisman, script, latitude, light, heaven, and trigram, along with their original photographic representations. We should seize any opportunity to encounter an erudite Taoist and inquire subtly, or perhaps offer some incense money for guidance. This is far more reliable than that online charlatan. Enough. If you bring up that matter again, I will turn against you. The two promptly took action, deciding to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Even if they could not uncover the precise content of the cloth, discovering what spirit signifies within Taoist secret arts, or which lost classic might be associated with these keyword combinations, would be a significant breakthrough. Wang Yechuan was tasked with selecting the targets, the most renowned and historically significant Taoist temples in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Zhang Xuanye was responsible for organizing the inquiry materials. He printed a clear and concise sheet detailing the 20 or so core Chinese characters, their frequencies on the cloth, and their relative positions. Simultaneously, he backed up all original photographic images on his tablet. Let us go to the Shuamiao Temple. Wang Yechuan quickly confirmed the target. The largest ancient Taoist temple in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, reputed to house several venerable Taoists with profound knowledge. We shall set off early tomorrow. Hope, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, after experiencing the ecstasy of revelation and the bewilderment of a sea of words, begins to sway once more, faint yet resolute, along the path leading to the Taoist temple. They remain uncertain whether ahead lies a beacon of enlightenment or an even denser fog. Yet they have resolved not to confront the intricate mysteries inherited from the Tang Dynasty in solitude any longer. The piece of pristine white fabric, quietly resting in the studio, seems to sense the journey about to unfold. Under the dim glow of the desk lamp, it radiates an indescribable shimmer of light. Chapter 15. The The enigmatic temple as the wheels of the vehicle rolled over the provincial road. The gray industrial silhouette of Yindu City faded into the distance. The early summer landscape of Wuiwe unfolded outside the window, presenting a vibrant tapestry of colors. The highway meandered alongside a rushing river, its waters shimmering with golden scales under the midday sun, flowing majestically eastward. In the distance, several bluish-gray hills punctuated the horizon, their gentle contours swaying slightly in the rising heat, akin to delicate ink wash paintings. This place seemed to soothe the spirit. Wang Yechuan lowered the car window, greedily inhaling the fragrant air imbued with moisture and the scent of earth, dispelling some of the fatigue accumulated from sleepless nights. He patted the bulging backpack resting on Zhang Xuanye's knee in the passenger seat, filled with all the printed materials about cloth and that crucial tablet. Old Zhang, do you think this trip of ours could be considered a desperate grasp at straws? Or rather, a hasty pursuit of enlightenment? Zhang Xuanye did not turn back, his gaze fixed through the lenses at the ornate eaves and bracketed roofs of the grand buildings emerging at the foot of the distant hills. The enigmatic temple, the foremost temple of Wuiwe, with 1,000 years of incense offerings. According to online sources, the true area for cultivation lies in the rear mountains, necessitating passage through the front tourist zone. He tapped on his phone screen, revealing a screenshot from a niche forum, the title boldly proclaiming a quest for truth at the rear mountain of the enigmatic temple. As per the post, after turning right at the Wenchang Pavilion, an inconspicuous path leads to the Qingxiu Garden in the rear mountains, where the true practitioners reside. The offerings, it is said they depend on fate, yet sincerity is subtly encouraged. The vehicle gradually entered the expansive parking lot of the massive scenic area, blending with the flow of traffic. Upon exiting, the cacophony of voices and the rich aroma of incense enveloped them, the vast square bustling with visitors. The large incense burner was surrounded by tourists holding high incense sticks, enveloped in swirling smoke. The sound of the guide's loudspeaker, vendors hawking their wares, and the excited shrieks of children melded together, filling the air with a medley of scents, incense, fried snacks, and perspiration. Uniformed staff navigated through the throng, maintaining order and directing visitors towards various stations for blessed items and donation boxes. Wang Yechuan observed a middle-aged woman, her face earnest as she stuffed a 100 yuan bill into the donation box while clutching a gigantic golden ingot, then glanced at a nearby stall selling blessed writing brushes, each priced in the 4-digit range. His lips twitched slightly. Goodness, this incense seems a bit costly. Enough chatter. Let us move swiftly. Zhang Xuanye adjusted his sunglasses and lowered the brim of his baseball cap, resembling a scout on a covert mission, and led the way in the direction indicated by the post, navigating past the bustling Kaishan Hall and the crowded Wenchang Pavilion, and circumventing a noisy stall selling blessed talismans. The throng indeed began to thin rapidly. An unassuming moon gate, shrouded by towering ancient cypress trees, appeared at the corner to the right of the Wenchang Pavilion. A small, weathered wooden plaque hung above the entrance, its paint faded, inscribed with 3 unpretentious characters, Qingxiu Garden. Stepping through the gate felt like entering another realm, the clamor behind them gradually fading into the distance, becoming indistinct. Towering ancient trees loomed above, their dense canopies casting a tapestry of dappled sunlight. The air in the mountains is uniquely cool and tranquil, imbued with the fragrance of grass and trees, along with a faint trace of incense. Only the occasional chirps from the nameless little birds, known only to Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, could be heard deep within the foliage. The two ascended the winding stone path for about a quarter of an hour, beads of sweat beginning to form on their brows. At last, they arrived at a relatively flat expanse, where several ancient Taoist temples with white walls and gray roofs stood in rustic simplicity, in stark contrast to the clamor below. This place exuded an almost solemn serenity. Their gazes were drawn simultaneously to a solitary figure in the open area before the temple. It was an elderly man clad in a weathered dark blue robe of coarse fabric. Lean and wiry, his frame exuded a sturdy vigor. Without the customary topknot, his sparse, graying hair was merely held up by a simple wooden hairpin. The old man was gracefully practicing Tai Chi, his movements fluid and harmonious, resembling the gentle flow of clouds and water, radiating a rhythm that seemed perfectly in tune with the surrounding environment. Sunlight filtered through the ancient trees, casting dappled shadows upon him. With his eyes gently closed and a serene expression, he appeared to be immersed in the slow-moving essence of the moment, becoming one with the earth beneath his feet, the sky above, and the gentle breeze that caressed the treetops. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye instinctively softened their footsteps and held their breath, fearful of disturbing this tranquil ambience. They stood at the end of the path, a dozen steps away from the practicing elder, momentarily unsure of how to approach him. Wang Yechuan tightened his grip on the strap of his backpack, filled with documents, while Zhang Xuanye's pursed lips and somewhat rigid posture betrayed his inner tension. At that moment, the elder gradually concluded his movements. Upon finishing his final gesture, he did not immediately turn around, but instead stood quietly, facing away from them, subtly adjusting his breath. The mountain breeze lifted the edges of his oversized, worn robe, lending him an ethereal quality. After a few seconds of silence, a calm, aged voice, clear yet gentle, flowed towards them like a mountain spring, landing precisely in their ears without a hint of doubt, conveying an all-seeing understanding. Young friends, you have lingered for quite some time. Your breath is muddied, and a shadow of obscurity lingers over your brow. Yet, you have recently encountered a rare treasure, only to find yourselves ensnared in confusion. Unable to find peace of mind, the voice, though soft, struck them like a silent thunderclap, hitting Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye's hearts with startling intensity. Wang Yechuan felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. His body stiffened abruptly, his fingers gripping the nearby stone lantern pillar, turning instantly cold. Encountering a rare treasure, ensnared in confusion, unable to find peace of mind. Each word pierced him like a cold needle, precisely targeting the most profound and hidden corners of his soul. The enigmatic Tang Dynasty lamp, the piece of Tang Dynasty fabric that glowed and flew, the fear, anxiety, frustration, and near-obsessive research of the past half-month. All secrets and agonies seemed to be unveiled in an instant by these seemingly weightless words. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Only the frantic beating of his heart echoed in his chest. Instinctively, he clutched his backpack tighter, as if doing so could protect the precious, burning hot treasure within. As cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt, Zhang Xian's pupils constricted slightly, his disbelief firmly fixated on the slender silhouette that remained turned away from them. The sharp edge of the tablet pressed uncomfortably against his ribs, bringing forth a minor sting. Yet it paled in comparison to the tumultuous waves of astonishment surging within his heart. In this suffocating silence, the elderly figure clad in a tattered robe finally turned slowly, almost languidly, to face them. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting a diagonal beam upon his face, where wrinkles etched deep like the rings of an ancient tree. When Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xian's gazes finally met those striking eyes, their hearts trembled anew. These were no ordinary eyes of an aged man, clouded with time or softened by kindness. Instead, they were extraordinarily bright and profoundly deep, the pupils shimmering with a translucent glow under the light. His gaze was calm and unwavering, yet seemed to harbor the vastness of the cosmos, capable of penetrating all fades and reaching the very depths of the soul. His eyes swept over Wang Yechuan's pale face, glided past Zhang Xian's tense form, and eventually, as if with tangible weight, settled upon the inconspicuous old backpack tightly clutched against Wang Yechuan's chest. Within it lay the seemingly innocuous piece of white cloth that had sparked countless enigmas. The corners of the elder's mouth appeared to twitch slightly, revealing a barely perceptible arc that seemed to embody an understanding of worldly matters, tinged with a hint of compassion. He spoke no further, merely standing there, his gaze serene as it regarded the two young men, frozen in disbelief. Fear, shock, ecstatic joy, confusion. A myriad of emotions erupted within Wang Yechuan, tumultuous and overwhelming. He parted his lips, yet his throat felt constricted as if gripped by an icy hand, producing only a series of gasps, unable to articulate a single word. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and amidst the tranquil forest breeze, he felt an unsettling chill. Zhang Xuanye, being the more rational of the two, began to reconstruct his mental defenses against the initial wave of shock. He forced himself to inhale deeply the crisp air imbued with the scent of foliage, striving to quell the heartbeat that threatened to burst forth from his chest. Adjusting his glasses that had slipped down to the tip of his nose, his gaze remained locked onto the unmoving figure of the elder, seeking any flaw in the subtle movements of his garments. Was it mere coincidence? A test? Or was it truly a prescient insight? The old man remained silent, standing there with an air of calm as he regarded the two bewildered young men. The mountain breeze stirred, rustling his graying hair and tattered robes, producing a gentle whispering sound. Sunlight danced upon him, elongating his lean silhouette and casting it onto the mossy cobblestones beneath. Before the entire serene retreat, only the occasional chirping of birds and Wang Yechuan's labored, heavy breaths broke the stillness. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The elder raised a hand, the wide sleeve of his old robe slipping back to reveal a similarly slender wrist. He did not gesture toward any specific direction, but rather made an inviting motion toward the simple halls behind him, adorned with white walls and gray tiles, their doors slightly ajar, as if welcoming a long-lost friend home. The movement was slow, silent. The mountain breeze sweeps through ancient trees, their branches and leaves swaying gracefully, emitting a distant sigh. Chapter 16. The unfinished hexagram. The elderly man's silent gesture of invitation seemed to possess an intangible power, compelling Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye to move their stiff bodies, inadvertently taking a step forward. The coolness of the bluestone tiles beneath their feet felt as if they were treading on clouds, ethereal yet burdensome. The elder led them not into the half-open doors of the main hall, where the deity statues were enshrined, but rather into a more secluded and unadorned side chamber. The interior was exceedingly simple, with white walls and gray bricks, and the windows were bright and clean. Against the wall stood an aged ebony table, upon which rested a small, antiquated incense burner made of bluestone. 3 sticks of incense quietly burned within, producing straight wisps of azure smoke. Apart from this, there were merely 2 worn cushions in front of the table and a polished bamboo low table by the window, which held an ancient wooden divination tube and several smoothly worn copper coins made from turtle shells. The light within the chamber was soft, with only a beam filtering through the high window, illuminating the curling smoke, enhancing the atmosphere of serenity that felt so far removed from the clamor of the outside world, rendering it solemn enough to take one's breath away. "Please sit," the elder spoke in a calm voice, gesturing towards the cushions on the floor. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye complied, settling onto the somewhat rigid cushions. Both remained apprehensive, particularly Wang Yechuan, who clutched his backpack tightly, as if it contained an explosive device ready to detonate. Zhang Xuanye, on the other hand, endeavored to maintain an air of composure, though the tension in his furrowed brow and the occasional movement of his throat betrayed the turmoil within. His fingers, resting on his lap, subtly twitched as he covertly sent a blind message to Wang Yechuan's phone, using the cover of his backpack. The elder appeared oblivious to their silent exchange. He approached the low table, cleansed his hands, and retrieved a plain white handkerchief from his breast pocket, meticulously wiping the ancient copper coins. His movements were slow and deliberate, as if he were engaged in a solemn ritual. Upon completing his task, he placed the coins in his palm, brought his hands together in prayer, and closed his eyes momentarily, directing his attention towards the incense burner, murmuring inaudibly. Wang Yechuan felt a slight vibration from his phone in his pocket. His heart raced, and seizing the opportunity while the elder was preoccupied with the coins, he quickly glanced at the illuminated screen. "Zhang Xuanye, Silen, Lawan. Don't take everything at face value. Should we test him further? Ask something specific, without revealing too much." Wang Yechuan, filled with a hint of doubt, exchanged a fleeting glance with Zhang Xuanye, inhaling deeply to quell his racing heart, and began to type a response on the screen. Wang Yechuan, silent, How should we test? What should we ask? Zhang Xuanye, silent. Inquire about the origin of that item. Or ask if he knows what secrets lie within it. Avoid mentioning the fabric directly. The elder seemed entirely unaware of their silent communication. With a slight flick of his wrist, he tossed the 3 coins into the air, and they clattered down onto the smooth surface of the bamboo table, spinning and rolling before finally coming to rest. As the coins settled, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye felt their hearts drop in tandem, their gazes fixed on the small metallic objects. The elder gazed down for a moment, his frail fingers plucking up the coins once more, repeating the prayerful gesture and the earlier actions. This cycle continued, 6 times in total. With each coin that fell, the elder's brow seemed to tighten imperceptibly. When the final coin came to rest, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The incense burner continued to emit a steady stream of fragrant smoke, while the occasional chirp of a bird from outside accentuated the atmosphere within, thick and heavy enough to seem as if it could drip with tension. The elder gazed intently at the arrangement of the hexagram that had formed on the bamboo table, his once tranquil visage gradually replaced by an expression of profound gravity. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to the 2 restless young men seated on the mat. His eyes, once filled with compassion, now reflected a weighty understanding of the impending fate. "My young friends," the elder's voice deepened, imbued with a chill that seemed to emanate from the very earth. "This is the hexagram of fire and water, not harmonized." He paused, each word striking with the force of a hammer upon the taut nerves of Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye. Water beneath, fire above, fire rests upon water, making it impossible to cook. The balance of yin and yang is disrupted, rigidity and softness do not meet. The matter is incomplete, the journey not yet undertaken. This signifies dire misfortune. The phrase dire misfortune fell upon them like 2 cold, heavy stones, crushing their hearts. Wang Yechuan's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his lips quivering as if he could scarcely maintain his seat. Zhang Xuanye drew in a sharp breath, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. The elder's piercing gaze locked onto them, his voice growing ever more grave, as though he were pronouncing an irrevocable decree. "The hexagram reveals that the possessions you have acquired do not come through righteous means, but rather through forceful and wrongful appropriation, staining you with grave karmic repercussions. This object clashes with your destinies, and you are ill-fated to bear it, leading to calamity that devours the master." His gaze flickered momentarily over the backpack tightly clutched by Wang Yechuan, speaking of entanglement, like a malevolent fire consuming the heart, or chilling waters soaking the marrow. If time were to extend, the consequences could be dire. Lightly, it would ruin one's fortune, bringing misfortune in all endeavors and unrest at home. Heavily, it could lead to a muddled mind and a burning of the inner self, posing a threat to life itself. Wang Yechuan's voice trembled as he struggled to inquire, "Master, you possess profound powers. Could you offer further guidance? This thing, what is it exactly?" He dared not finish, but the implication was clear. What was it? How did it come to be? The elder's profound gaze fell upon Wang Yechuan's face. As if he could penetrate the facade of calm he attempted to project, reaching deep into the very core of his soul's trepidation. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a tranquil clarity that pierced through illusion. "It arises from the coldness of the earth's veins, where the ethereal essence lies dormant. This object is flawed, concealing the mechanisms of creation." Wang Yechuan felt as though struck by lightning. The coldness of the earth's veins. He thought, isn't the tomb the very cold vein of the earth? The lamp originated from there. The ethereal essence lies dormant within. The fabric glowing and floating at midnight is the manifestation of that essence. The bizarre light that flickered, the flawed base of a lamp, that cursed chip, concealed mechanisms of creation. Those incomprehensible symbols and luminous characters in the fabric, aren't they the very mechanisms? Wang Yechuan's lips trembled and his teeth chattered. Then, "Master, what depth of karmic ties does this object involve? And how far back do they extend?" The elder's gaze deepened, as if he were staring into the swirling dust of the eons, and he slowly uttered several words, heavy with the weight of enlightenment. As the stars shift and the constellations turn, the sea becomes land and vice versa. It is not merely the accumulation of one lifetime, but rather the entanglement of countless calamities. Its significance transcends the mere measurement of time. In this moment, even Zhang Xuanye felt his soul quiver. It is not merely the accumulation of a lifetime's tribulations, nor can it be quantified by the passage of this temporal realm. The implications are overwhelmingly profound. That fabric dates back to the Tang Dynasty, over a millennium ago. The lamp is from the Northern Song, nearly 1,000 years old as well. Is this not a manifestation of the entanglements spanning across time? Although the venerable elder did not specify the exact dynasty, his description of something beyond the measurement of this time is far more chilling than simply stating the Tang Dynasty. It is as if that object bears the weight of countless reincarnations of heavy karmic burdens. The last vestiges of Zhang Xuanye's rationality and doubt were utterly obliterated in the face of this enigmatic yet piercingly direct entanglement. At this moment, he was left with nothing but the profound shock and despair shared with Wang Yechuan, both completely subdued. The strangeness of that fabric, as elucidated by the elder, was now labeled with ominous terms such as reverse acquisition, devouring the master, and great calamity. All notions of deciphering mysteries or acquiring wealth were cast into oblivion, leaving only the primal instinct for survival. The elder, observing the horror-stricken expressions of the two, slowly shook his head, his tone imbued with deep resignation. This situation has solidified. The entanglement deepens. Should we delay further, when the cause and effect with that object becomes inextricably intertwined and the karmic retribution turns against you, even I, a humble practitioner, may be powerless to assist. Wang Yechuan could no longer maintain his composure, his voice trembling with desperation and fear. Taoist, immortal, please save us. We beseech you to guide us toward the path of survival. We are willing to pay any sum. He fumbled to retrieve his wallet, his fingers trembling so violently that he could not even unzip it. Zhang Xuanye also struggled to rise, his face pale as he echoed, "Yes, yes. Taoist, we implore you to save us. We can negotiate the price." Chapter 17. Severing the roots, the elder observed the two individuals hastily rummaging for their money, and with a slow, deliberate motion, he raised his hand, signaling them to cease with a gentle yet resolute gesture. Wealth is but a trivial matter, wholly unhelpful in resolving such malevolent entanglements. His voice regained its tranquility, imbued with an undeniable authority. You two young friends have arrived here today by fate. What I seek is merely to establish a benevolent connection. He paused, noting the flicker of hope rekindled in their eyes amidst their despair, and continued, to break this impasse. 2 steps must be taken. First, purify the source. This object is tainted by karmic malevolence. It must be cleansed with pure yang energy to dissipate its foulness and temporarily suppress its viciousness. He frowned slightly, adding, however, my expertise lies only in divination and the art of cultivating qi, and I am not well versed in the purification of such artifacts. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye felt their hearts leap once more. Second, the elder's gaze deepened. Once the source is purified, one must sever its roots. This object is beyond the capacity of your fortunes to bear. Retaining it will ultimately lead to calamity. You must find a person of profound virtue and destiny to invite this object away, thus conclusively resolving this entangled karmic affair. This is akin to cutting off the fuel at its source, the only path to salvation. Sell it. To resolve the karma? Wang Yechuan murmured, as if grasping a lifeline. The elder nodded slightly, indeed. This object is perilous, and one must exercise caution in its disposition, should it fall into the wrong hands. It could only exacerbate karmic retribution. This is no trivial matter. And what of the purification? Zhang Xuanye interjected urgently, his voice dry. The elder pondered for a moment before replying, though I am not adept in this field. I do have a junior disciple known as Zhang Xuanye, who has extensively researched ancient artifact restoration and the purification of spiritual tools, particularly skilled in handling such thorny items. He gazed out the window, his eyes distant. However, Zhang Xuanye is currently wandering far and wide, his whereabouts uncertain. He is likely not at the temple at this time. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye's hearts sank, the glimmer of hope they had just felt appearing to dissipate yet again. Yet the elder, from the ample sleeves of his worn Taoist robe, unhurriedly produced an old model of a smartphone, its screen cracked and casing worn. The stark contrast of this modern device in the hands of the ancient, ethereal elder momentarily left Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye in stunned silence. The elder remained unfazed, his slender fingers awkwardly swiping the screen until he located a number, which he dialed, intentionally activating the speakerphone. After a brief moment of ringing, the call connected. A youthful voice, brimming with a casual, almost boisterous demeanor, resonated through the speaker, accompanied by faint sounds of traffic and popular music in the background. "Hello, senior brother? How unusual. What prompted you to call me? Is the Wi-Fi at the temple down again? Did the trick I taught you about restarting the router work?" The tone and demeanor of the speaker stood in stark, almost absurd contrast to the somber atmosphere of the chamber and the elder's venerable presence. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. The elder maintained an impassive demeanor as he addressed his phone with a calm voice, reminiscent of a still pond. "Qingshun, two of your young friends find themselves ensnared in a predicament known as Weiji. The items they possess require Zhang Xuanye to sever their roots. This matter cannot be entrusted to anyone but you." A pause lingered on the other end of the line, the background music seemingly dimmed. The voice of Qingshun, the younger disciple, now carried an air of restraint. "Weiji? Zhang Xuanye severing roots? Sounds quite troublesome, brother. Currently, I am in southern Yunnan, having just taken on a significant task, purifying a protective sword unearthed from a local tycoon's ancestral grave. It reportedly glows at night and hums ominously. It seems to be rusted from mercury. I have yet to complete this task, and with the deposit already received, I cannot possibly leave." Wang Yechuan felt a knot tighten in his throat, despair washing over him once more. The elder's tone remained unchanged. "This matter concerns the lives and fortunes of your two young friends and cannot be delayed. Once you have concluded your work, return swiftly. Oh, brother, you know me well. Once I take on a job, I must see it through, lest my reputation suffer. This desolate place in Yunnan lacks convenient transportation. How about this? Let those two friends take the items back and safeguard them properly. Do not disturb it further. Once I resolve my affairs, I promise to return within a maximum of 10 days to half a month. The moment I land, I will reach out to you. At that point, you can have them bring the items back, and I will ensure they are handled with utmost care. Rest assured, I, Qingshun, am a man of my word." The sounds of urgency and music echoed once more on the line. It's coming through. Brother, I must hang up now. The signal is poor. We shall talk later." Before the elder could respond, the line disconnected with a busy tone. The elder calmly stowed away the incongruous mobile device, as if the boisterous conversation had never transpired. Wang Yechuan instinctively relaxed his grip on his backpack for a fleeting moment, only to clutch it tighter again. His eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Bring it back? Continue to bear this perilous burden? Zhang Xuanye furrowed his brow. The dissonance and uncertainty brought by the call remained, intensifying due to the inability to act immediately. "Fear not, my young friends," the elder spoke, his voice imbued with a soothing strength. "Though Qingshun may possess a capricious nature, he is a man of his word and has a unique understanding of such thorny matters. He has committed to this task and will not disappoint. You shall take this item back, place it in a serene and cool location, and refrain from disturbing it. Await Qingshun's return. Once he contacts me, I will promptly inform you to come forth." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the startled faces of the two, finally resting on the backpack cradled in Wang Yechuan's arms. As if he could see through the canvas to the silent peril within and the intertwined destinies of the two men, a benevolent connection has been forged. Patiently await the bloom. With that, the elder ceased further discourse, nodded slightly towards the incense burner, and turned to walk slowly toward the rear of the hall. His expansive, time-worn robe soon faded into the shadows of the side chamber, leaving behind the curling wisps of incense and the enigmatic phrase, "Patiently await the bloom," which lingered in the stillness of the temple. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye sat frozen on the mat, exchanging bewildered glances. A colossal fear was momentarily assuaged, only to be replaced by a profound sense of bewilderment and the disquiet of anticipation. The backpack cradled in my arms felt as though it had grown even heavier than when I first set out. Chapter 18. The officially designated path to descent down the mountain felt remarkably lighter than the ascent, though the heavy backpack still pressed against Wang Yechuan's shoulders. Burdened with the ominous artifact, it seemed that the immense weight on his heart had been alleviated by the old Taoist's words, creating a fissure through which a sense of survival and a faint glimmer of hope emerged. Old Zhang, do you believe there truly exist such enlightened beings in this world? Wang Yechuan wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing back at the gray-tiled, white-walled structure nestled among ancient trees halfway down the mountain. His eyes reflected a mix of reverence and trepidation. Every word he spoke hit the nail on the head. The earth's veins are chilly. The ethereal spirit lies dormant. The entanglement of karmic tribulations. Goodness. He didn't even spare a glance at the contents of our pack. Zhang Xuanye stretched languorously, his tightly wound nerves beginning to relax. He nodded, exclaiming, indeed, remarkable, especially that phrase, this realm's time cannot be measured, which reveals the age of the cloth, simply unfathomable. Moreover, he asked for nothing in return, only seeking to foster good relations. That is the true essence of benevolence. No, a celestial heart intent on saving lives, in stark contrast to those down the mountain peddling overpriced talismans. He recalled the scene of a woman at the Kaishin temple stuffing bills into a donation box, alongside the exorbitantly priced Wenchang brush, his tone laced with disdain. Absolutely. An old immortal, without a doubt. Wang Yechuan nodded vigorously, as if trying to cast aside all prior fears and doubts, filling the void within him with a fervent admiration. Once Taoist Qingxian returned to purify the items, he envisioned finding a fated benefactor to resolve this troublesome karmic knot, liberating them completely. Perhaps they might even turn a profit to offset their losses. The thought of a potential lucrative sale brought a hint of color back to his pale face. Upon returning to his dilapidated home in Yindu City, Wang Yechuan meticulously followed the Taoist instructions. He retrieved the sturdiest old padlock he could find and carefully stowed the backpack, containing the lamp and cloth, deep within a dusty old suitcase at the back of his bedroom wardrobe. With a click, the lock fell into place, and he exhaled deeply, as if he had truly sealed away a ferocious beast. In the days that followed, he deliberately refrained from thinking about the items hidden in the depths of the wardrobe. At work, he even avoided watching antique live streams, instead spending his evenings playing games with Zhang Xuanye, attempting to numb himself with the virtual world's violence. Yet, in the stillness of the night, the chilling verdict, which burned like a phantom fire and chilled to the marrow, would occasionally slither into his mind like a venomous serpent, awakening him in a cold sweat. Amidst this waiting and self-imposed numbness, one evening a few days later, Wang Yechuan's phone rang. On the screen appeared a completely unfamiliar out-of-town number. His heart raced, fingers trembling slightly as he answered the call. "Hello, is this Wang Yechuan, my brother?" A familiar yet slightly weary voice resonated from the other end, with background sounds reminiscent of an airport announcement. "This is Qingxian. I've finally wrapped up that troublesome job in Yunnan ahead of schedule. The sword belonging to the local boss is hardly a masterpiece. It is nothing but a rusted piece of copper, filled with rainwater, resonating with a buzzing sound when the evening breeze blows. I sealed it with a layer of epoxy resin. Problem solved." Wang Yechuan's heart leapt to his throat, his palms clammy as he gripped his phone. "Qingxian Taoist. You have returned? Just got off the plane. Exhausted." Qingxian's voice carried an exaggerated fatigue, tinged with a hint of satisfaction. However, thinking of the matters entrusted by his senior brother and the dire predicaments faced by his two friends, he felt a heavy weight on his heart. "Thus, I wasted no time in contacting you. Thank you, Taoist. Thank you." Wang Yechuan was overwhelmed with gratitude, as if grasping a lifeline. "There's no need for thanks. It's my duty." Qingxian's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Brother Wang, the issue with Jingyuan is urgent. The longer that object remains near you, the greater the peril. I trust your senior brother has informed you that Jingyuan requires special materials, pure yang energy, to suppress the Yao, Jing, and the earth's coldness. Yes, yes, the old immortal has mentioned it. Wang Yechuan nodded fervently. Precisely. Qing Shan lowered his voice, conveying a sense of earnestness. The crux lies in these materials. The market is rife with counterfeits. A veritable sea of deception. What is labeled pure yang vermilion is often merely a blend of dye and iron powder. The so-called century-old peach wood core is frequently just painted Polonia wood. And that thunder-evoking talisman jade is even more ludicrous, often mere glass infused with fluorescent powder. If these items are misused, they will not only fail to purify Jingyuan, but may even incite its malevolence, an exacerbation of danger. The consequences are unimaginable, Brother Wang. Wang Yechuan's face drained of color, as if he could already envision the grim fate that awaited him should he fall prey to counterfeit goods. What should we do? Please, Taoist, guide us. Rest assured, when I, Qing Chun, handle matters, I am honest and will never place you in danger. Qing Chun assured, thumping his chest. I have an old friend in Jinko City who has run a reputable shop for decades, supplying authentic materials from major temples. Only his offerings contain genuine spiritual essence from heaven and earth, capable of synergizing with my unique methods to yield miraculous results for Jingyuan. I will send the address to your phone. Remember, do not be tempted by cheaper alternatives elsewhere. This concerns your very lives. Every detail must be meticulously observed. Understood, Taoist. I will remember. I will only purchase from the place you recommend. Wang Yechuan eagerly noted down the information as if receiving a royal decree. Good. Let be settled then. Hurry and gather the materials. The more, the better. I have some loose ends to tie up here and will contact you as soon as I'm done to personally perform the rites. Qingchen's tone brooked no dissent. Remember, materials. It must be from his shop. I'll send you the address right away. Await my call. The call ended decisively. Moments later. A location was sent to Wang Yechuan's phone, Jinko City, Sanqing Street, Tongxian Pavilion. Early on a weekend morning, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye boarded the high-speed train to Jinko City. Wang Yechuan's face radiated a blend of anxiety and solemnity. Old Zhang, 50,000? Not at all excessive. This 50,000 is purchasing your life. Taoist Qingchen is absolutely right. It is a matter of life and death. What shall we do about those counterfeit goods that can endanger lives? If it costs a bit more, so be it. As long as it preserves life, it is worth it. The Master's disciple, could he deceive us? Zhang Xuanye observed Wang Yechuan's expression, one of reverence akin to a pilgrimage, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the face of the threat to life, money appears so trivial. Sanqing Street in Jinko City is a veritable thoroughfare of Taoist cultural relics. The air is thick with the rich scent of sandalwood, mingled with the acrid odor of burning incense and joss paper. The shops lining the street are numerous, their signs varied. Authentic talismans wholesale, direct sales of consecrated artifacts, secret family recipe, cinnabar, specialty peach wood for thunder strikes. A tape recorder incessantly plays different versions of the Qing Jing Jing or Duran Jing. The short street, desolate and eerie, combined with these arcane items and the dilapidated speakers broadcasting Taoist melodies, creates a disconcerting atmosphere. Following the navigation, the two finally arrived at the Tongxian Pavilion, situated in the middle of the street. This establishment was slightly larger than its neighbors, adorned with an antique wooden plaque, and its heavy, intricately carved wooden doors stood ajar. Inside, the lighting was dim, showcasing a plethora of Buddha statues, deities, incense burners, copper coins, swords, compasses, and other objects, all exuding the aroma of aged incense. Wang Yechuan took a deep breath, as if about to step into a hallowed sanctuary, and lifted his foot to enter. Just then, his gaze inadvertently swept across a nearby shop that bore a casually hung sign. Inside, a figure donned in a bright yellow robe embroidered with the 8 trigrams. Hair slicked back and holding an exaggerated whisk, was facing away from the entrance, passionately pitching to a despondent, rotund owner behind the counter. Zhang Boss. This 5 emperors wealth-bringing Pichio has been consecrated at the summit of Wudong. It has absorbed the essence of the sun and moon for 49 days. Below, there is the wealth-attracting talisman personally blessed by me. Place it in your shop, and your fortunes will surely flow abundantly, with gold pouring in daily. Originally priced at 8,008, but seeing your sincerity and to cultivate a good relationship, it can be yours for 5,008. Such an opportunity will not come again. The voice, the tone, the exaggerated gestures. Wang Yechuan felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. His blood surged to his head, then drained away in an instant. His eyes widened, mouth agape, as a name erupted uncontrollably from his throat, drowning out the archaic music from the speakers. Xianzhen Lair. Chapter 19. A casual spectacle, the thunderous exclamation from Wang Yechuan reverberated like a clap of thunder, instantaneously shattering the tranquility of Sanxing Street. The shopkeepers and the chanting emanating from the tape recorder seemed to freeze in time. Countless gazes converged upon the figure clad in a brilliant yellow bagua robe, wielding a whisk at the entrance of Tongshan Pavilion, as well as the fiery-eyed young man whose face had turned the color of liver. The Taoist Xianzhen trembled at the sudden outburst, nearly dropping the whisk from his grasp. In astonishment, he turned around, and upon recognizing Wang Yechuan, whose eyes glowed with an almost predatory intensity, his previously animated visage, intensely promoting the wealth-attracting Pichio, froze in disbelief, his mouth agape in bewilderment. "It's you." Wang Yechuan trembled with rage, pointing at Xianzhen, his finger quivering, his voice rising in pitch due to overwhelming fury. "You deceitful, old charlatan. Return my money for the hot air balloon." He wasted no time allowing Xianzhen to respond, dashing into the pavilion with the agility of an arrow. In the astonished gaze of the plump proprietor, he seized the front of Xianzhen's resplendent bagua robe with such force that it nearly sent the old man stumbling. "Oh dear, benefactor, what are you doing?" Xianzhen, caught off guard, stumbled backward, his whisk slipping from his hands, panic swiftly replacing his initial confusion. "Let us discuss this calmly." Calmly. "Boss Zhang, please mediate," he implored, casting a desperate glance towards the portly owner behind the counter. The proprietor, witnessing the unfolding chaos, turned pale, no longer daring to intervene in such murky waters. He hastily shoved the 5 Emperor's wealth-attracting Pichio, previously extolled by Xianzhen, into the counter. His bulky frame surprisingly agile as he retreated behind it, muttering incoherently, "Oh, take your time. Take your time. Harmony breeds wealth. Harmony breeds wealth." He practically wished to vanish beneath the counter, revealing only half of his round, glistening bald head. "I'll give you a piece of my mind." Wang Yechuan yanked on Xianzhen's collar, pulling him askew, saliva nearly splattering the old man's face. "What nonsense were you spouting in the live stream about cosmic dimensional cleansing, about antivirus software, about awakening the golden pupils? You nearly had me fooled. If it weren't for my sheer luck, you would have swindled me out of my very name. Refund me. Return my money for the hot air balloon." Recalling the gifts he had bestowed, his heart ached. They were tangible currency. What was even more infuriating was that this old trickster's nonsensical drivel had nearly led him deeper into a chasm of fear. Xianzhen, drenched in Wang Yechuan's spittle, turned his face aside in disarray, hastily wiping his face while his mind raced. Live stream? Hot air balloon? Awakening the golden pupils? In a flash of realization, he slapped his shiny forehead. "Ah, benefactor, it's you. Wang Dagwang, benefactor?" Xianzhen exclaimed, as if struck by enlightenment, an exaggerated, sycophantic smile blossoming on his face. "I thought you looked familiar. Destiny. This is all fate. A misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot." Wang Yechuan, upon realizing that he had been recognized, was consumed by a surge of anger. His grip on the collar tightened, and with a swift motion, he raised his other hand and delivered a sharp slap to Xianzhen's smooth nape, the sound resonating crisply in the air. "Ouch!" Xianzhen recoiled, his neck retracting in pain, baring his teeth in agony. He hastily attempted to wriggle free from Wang Yechuan's iron grasp, while fervently pleading, "My benefactor, please calm your wrath. It was all merely for show. Entertainment. Yes, for the amusement of the public." The inquiry regarding EC. The 61st hexagram. The fire of the marsh transforming into the fire of the earth is, undeniably, profoundly esoteric. The hexagram itself indicates the fire of leaf falls to the ground, and the earth conceals the light, signaling impending doom. I merely interpreted it with a forward-thinking perspective. A warning. It was intended as a caution for you. As he spoke, he endeavored to tilt his head away from the barrage of Wang Yechuan's furious spittle. His bright yellow robe askew, the collar constricting so tightly that his eyes rolled back in distress. A warning? I suspect you aim to bring about my demise, to inherit my possessions. Refund me. Wang Yechuan was unyielding, pursuing Xianzhen throughout the room, demanding recompense. Xianzhen scurried like a frightened mouse, deftly weaving between incense burners, deities, and shelves. The atmosphere in Tongxian Pavilion erupted into chaos. Wang Yechuan chased, Xianzhen evaded, while the plump proprietor trembled behind the counter, and Zhang Xuanye, stationed at the entrance, could only shake his head in exasperation. My benefactor, please remain calm. Allow me to elucidate the hexagram. Xianzhen, hidden behind a massive statue of Guan Yu, cautiously peered out, his shiny head half exposed, panting heavily, yet articulating clearly. The transformation of the marsh, fire. Marche signifie destruction. Fire symbolizes brightness. Transformation indicates a dramatic change. Brightness falling represents the extinguishing of light. Fire enters the marsh, obscured by the earth, signaling a grim omen of celestial darkness and terrestrial upheaval, where all life falters. The hexagram's verse states, the dark pearl sinks into the abyss, a red wheel descends. The golden crow weeps blood as the dark curtain falls. The sinking of the dark pearl signifies cataclysmic shifts in the Earth's veins, the oceans overturned. The descending red wheel is akin to celestial meteors, great stars falling. The golden crow weeping blood indicates the sun and moon obscured, the universe losing its luster. This hexagram forebodes catastrophic calamities. What I spoke of as the universe undergoing dimensional cleansing and stellar siphoning merely employs modern vernacular to interpret the upheaval foretold by this hexagram. It is not mere fear-mongering. His fervent explanation bore a rare seriousness, starkly contrasting his previous flamboyance, as if he were desperate to prove that his words were not entirely fanciful. I care not for your prophecies of calamity. You nearly frightened me to death. Wang Yechuan, drenched in sweat, kicked over a cushion, utterly dismissing the hexagram's significance, fixated solely on the imperative of a refund. He lunged once more. No, no, no. Xianzhen, terrified, bolted from behind the statue, frantically seeking refuge beneath the incense table, clutching a leg of the altar and shouting, my benefactor. I confess, I exaggerated for the sake of the broadcast, but the hexagram's peril is genuine. The earth is cold and thorough. Calamity turns to ash. Look at you now, perfectly well. Does it not demonstrate that my warnings allowed you to evade disaster? This is a fortunate connection, a benevolent bond. Before he could finish, he received a kick from Wang Yechuan, yelping in pain. The chase continued for what felt like an eternity. Wang Yechuan ultimately cornered the weary Xianzhen, who resembled a wretched dog, his Taoist robe in disarray, his head drenched in oil and sweat, mingled with dust, leaning against the cold wall. Xianzhen gazed at the young man before him, whose eyes burned red with fury, realizing that today he was doomed. Wang Yechuan, equally exhausted, braced himself on his knees, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. His eyes fixated on the trembling old trickster in the corner as if he intended to burn 2 holes into him with his glare. The surroundings were in a state of disarray, with the air thick with a peculiar blend of dust, sweat, and rich sandalwood fragrance. Noticing Wang Yechuan had momentarily ceased his pursuit, Xianzhen leaned against the wall, also taking deep breaths. He wiped his forehead, slick with a mix of sweat and Wang Yechuan's saliva, his eyes flashing with a hint of resignation. Then, under the astonished gazes of Zhang Xuanye and Wang Yechuan, he executed an utterly astonishing maneuver. He extended 2 fingers, grasped the few meticulously groomed white whiskers on his chin, which exuded an air of ethereal wisdom, and yanked them down sharply. With a soft tearing sound, the white whiskers were entirely pulled from his face, revealing a smooth, slightly bluish skin beneath. It turned out that the so-called ethereal charm was solely supported by a false beard. Xianzhen casually tossed the fake whiskers to the ground, disregarding his image, and seized a half-drunk cup of cold tea from a nearby shelf, gulping it down greedily, the liquid trickling down the corners of his mouth and dampening his disheveled robe. After finishing, he wiped his mouth carelessly with his sleeve, exhaling deeply as if shedding a heavy burden. His gaze towards Wang Yechuan lost some of its previous sycophancy and panic, now tinged with the weariness of an ordinary citizen pushed to the brink. "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted," Xianzhen panted, his voice no longer affected. "I say, Brother Wang, is it really necessary? Over a few mere hot air balloon coins. You've chased me to the brink of death? That wretched divination. I actually studied the Jiao's Book of Changes back when I was at Longhu Mountain. Talk about my bad luck." Chapter 20. The authenticity of divination. A false Taoist. An old swindler. A charlatan. Bah! Wang Yechuan caught his breath, pointing at Xianzhen's smooth chin, unleashing his fury, his beard all askew. "Still claiming to be from Longhu Mountain? I see you're just a fraud. Refund me." Xianzhen was utterly ignited by the term false Taoist. The lethargy and the demeanor of a scoundrel vanished, replaced by a fiery amalgamation of indignation and a sense of professional dignity trampled upon. He straightened his back abruptly, though his robe remained askew. Pointing a finger at Wang Yechuan's nose, his voice piercingly elevated, laced with the sharpness of desperation. "Nonsense. I am a duly registered Taoist priest with the Taoist Association. Anointed, the 65th generation disciple of the San lineage of the Heavenly Master S abode at Longhu Mountain. My Taoist name is Xianzhen. False? You are the one who is fraudulent." As he shouted, he fumbled clumsily in the wrinkled, tea-stained bright yellow robe, his movements devoid of any ethereal grace. Moments later, he produced a deep blue, plastic-covered credential book, slapping it forcefully onto the nearby incense table. The book bounced and opened. "Open your eyes wide and behold. Check it on the official website. Number DHCJXXXXXXX. Scan the anti-counterfeit code." Xianzhen's face flushed with rage, saliva flying as he declared that his seniority far exceeded that of the charlatans selling blessed artifacts down the hill. "If it weren't for the need to create some spectacle for the live stream, would I resort to such theatrics?" Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye were momentarily stunned by his unexpected outburst and the credential he brandished. Zhang Xuanye reacted swiftly, stepping forward to grasp the deep blue document. The cover bore a gilded national emblem and the designation of Taoist clergy. Upon opening it, he found a registration photo of Xianzhen in formal robes without a fake beard, beneath which were listed: name, Zhang Dague Xianzhen, gender, male, sect, Jingyi, transmission anointment, Longhu Mountain's Heavenly Master S abode, position, Taoist priest, and the certificate number clearly visible. At the bottom were the bold red seals of the State Administration for Religious Affairs and the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master S abode. Zhang Xuanye promptly extracted his phone and navigated to the Taoist Association S official website S clergy inquiry page, his fingers flying over the screen as he entered the credential number. Within moments, the screen displayed Xianzhen's registration information, including name, photo, sect, location of transmission, certificate number, all perfectly matching the documentation. Status valid. Wang Yechuan leaned in for a closer look, dumbfounded. This old charlatan was indeed genuine? A legitimate practitioner? A member of the San lineage? It sounded rather impressive. His simmering anger was swiftly doused by this irrefutable truth, leaving him in a state of shock and absurdity. Observing the astonishment on their faces, especially the bewildered expression of Wang Yechuan, Xianzhen huffed in indignation, snatching back his credential and cradling it as if it were a treasure. He pulled over an unturned chair, plopped down without regard for decorum, and gulped down the remaining half cup of cold tea, panting heavily. "Now do you believe?" Xianzhen wiped his mouth and shot a glare at Wang Yechuan, expressing his frustration. "I admit that I've employed some rhetorical techniques in the live stream, using terms like dark energy and high dimensions to avoid being banned by the platform. If they label me as promoting feudal superstition, my account would be doomed. What would I do then? Survive on the wind from the northwest. However, the hexagrams of what Ge's meaning itself is not a fabrication. His tone grew grave, imbued with an unusual seriousness, even a hint of trepidation. Brother Wang, Brother Zhang, the latter part of the hexagram, and its prophetic verses you showed me, are undeniably ominous. Zerwa Gus signifies cataclysmic upheavals, the overturning of order. Dihua Mu represents light, being utterly buried and devoured by the earth. Xian Zhu Qinyuan, Qi Luan Zui speaks of the earth collapsing and the heavens crumbling. Jin Wuqi Shui, Xian Mu Chui depicts a sun and moon devoid of light, the firmament stained with blood. Kuan Yu Han Che, Jie Hui Fei conveys a frozen earth, where all things turn to ash. In the later verse, Qian Lin Jin Hua Wan Huang Tu, San Zai Ming Bu Jian Shun. This is truly an omen of the apocalypse. Xianzhen's fingers unconsciously traced the dusty symbols of the hexagram on the incense table, his gaze sharp. The hexagram itself cannot deceive. It foretells a calamity that will engulf heaven and earth, obliterating all living beings. My declaration of a cosmic dimensional cleansing in the livestream may have been exaggerated, yet the core truth remains. This is an irresistible cleansing targeting our dimension. When I spoke of golden pupils opening and closing, faint light breaking the cocoon of calamity, I was glimpsing a faint glimmer of possibility and hope for survival. This hexagram is dreadfully ominous, too perilous to be easily unraveled. Did I dare to speak so bluntly in the livestream? A ban would be the least of my worries. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye listened intently to Xianzhen's grave and trembling interpretation, recalling the cold, cruel verses inscribed on the cloth. A chill surged from their souls to the crown of their heads. The nonsense in the livestream was fabricated, yet the calamity foretold by the hexagram seemed all too real. Wang Yechuan suddenly recollected his experience at the Shuamiao Temple's Qingxiyuan, his voice parched. Then, what about the old Taoist we encountered in the Qingxiyuan behind Shuamiao Temple? Shuamiao Temple? Qingxiyuan? Xianzhen paused, then, as if recalling something, a peculiar expression crossed his face, a mix of disdain and comprehension. Ah, did you stumble upon some online post titled Seeking Truth at the back mountain of Shuamiao Temple? It mentions turning right at Wenchang Pavilion, Qingxiyuan, and an old Taoist with true cultivation. How did you know? Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished. How did I know? Xianzhen scoffed, laced with heavy sarcasm. That wretched post was merely bait for those of you who are restless, believing you found great masters to guide you. Easy prey. There's no Qingxiyuan behind Shuamiao Temple. That area is merely a storage space for miscellaneous items and a few retired Taoist priests cultivating vegetables. True cultivation? Pah! He spat contemptuously and continued to unveil the truth. From the moment you entered the Shuamiao Temple scenic area, that distracted demeanor of yours, clutching your bag as if it were a bomb, made you prime targets. You were being watched all along. As you search for that decrepit moon gate, as indicated in the post, it appears that someone has already blown the whistle. The old sage at the front desk has taken his position, his repertoire of phrases like the brow obscured. Encountering rare treasures and entangled in illusions can ensnare anyone. The subsequent terms such as waterlogged earth veins, strange light ghostly essence, and flawed not perfect are merely observations coupled with rhetorical guidance, leading you to ensnare yourselves. Xianzhen grew increasingly animated, as if he were denouncing the charlatans of the industry. That old fool possesses no real skills, relying solely on reading facial expressions and regurgitating vague and mystical jargon to intimidate others. Divination? He can manipulate the sound of coins falling to suggest a general direction using mechanisms hidden beneath his feet. As for that Qing Chun, a look of utter disdain crossed Xianzhen's face. He is merely a vagabond scavenger, with a superficial understanding of antiquities and rust removal. He is solely responsible for the sleight of hand, collecting money and handling stolen goods. And pure yang energy? Sending you to designated locations to purchase materials is merely a ploy to fleece you a second time. That Tang Xian pavilion is run by his uncle. Zhang Xuanye, Ye's complexion darkened upon hearing this. He swiftly retrieved his phone, his fingers dancing over the screen with remarkable speed. He accessed the photographs and video snippets he had covertly taken at the Qing show garden, particularly those of the inner hall. Utilizing his adept skills, he began enhancing the images and analyzing the details. Minutes later, Zhang Xuanye's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He turned his phone screen toward Xianzhen and Wang Yechuan. On the screen, a photo of a corner of the inner hall, magnified several times and subjected to noise reduction, was now vividly clear. Within the inconspicuous floral carvings of a pillar, a minuscule pinhole camera reflected a cold light. It was positioned precisely towards the cushion where visitors sat. Old Zhang, this. Wang Yechuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Furthermore, Zhang Xuanye's voice was icy as he pulled up another interface, that post titled Seeking Truth behind the Xianmiao Temple's back mountain. The IP address of the post, after several layers of disguise through multiple redirects, ultimately pinpointed its physical location within the Xianmiao Temple's scenic area. In the staff dormitory section, the evidence was irrefutable. A chill mixed with the rage of being deceived surged to Wang Yechuan's head. The so-called Old Sage, the purported divination of unfulfilled potential, and the alleged cleansing of origins were all part of a meticulously crafted deception. They had been toyed with like fools, almost offering their precious fabric and hard-earned money on a silver platter. Xianzhen, observing the evidence on Zhang Xuanye's phone, let out a cold snort. Humph. These bastards are quite clever. Do you believe it now? Though I may boast on live streams, at least I harbor no malicious intent. They are merely seeking wealth. Perhaps they even covet the rare treasures in your bags. He paused, his gaze once again fixating on the backpack tightly clutched by Wang Yechuan. The earlier fury dissipated, replaced by an exceedingly complex gravity. However, Brother Wang, Brother Zhang, while the ruse is false, what you mentioned about that hexagram, fire over marsh, the brightness of the transformation, along with those prophetic verses, Xianzhen's voice grew somber, tinged with an intrinsic chill. Where did you encounter them? The calamity inscribed above. I seem to have encountered a similar record within the fragments of ancient texts at the Scriptures Pavilion of Longhu Mountain. Chapter 21. Secrets of the Tattered Scrolls. Xianzhen's words struck with eerie gravity, akin to a cold stone plunged into the tumultuous waters of Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye's recently stirred hearts, agitated by the deception they had just endured. The dust and incense-laden air seemed to congeal, rendering the atmosphere suffocatingly still. The portly proprietor behind the counter had long since vanished, leaving behind a disheveled room and 3 individuals, each lost in their own thoughts. The cold gleam of the pinhole camera on Zhang Xuanye's phone screen and the heavy backpack cradled in Wang Yechuan's arms became poignant symbols of the bizarre ambience. Unfazed by the shock of his companions, Xianzhen rummaged through another pocket of his crumpled yellow Taoist robe, producing a deflated cigarette pack and a crumpled, low-quality cigarette. He placed the cigarette between his lips and ignited it at the flickering candle on the incense altar. A deep inhalation filled the air with the acrid scent of inferior tobacco, mingling with the lingering fragrance of sandalwood. Leaning back in his chair, one leg instinctively shaking, his gaze pierced through the curling blue smoke, drifting toward an exceedingly distant realm, imbued with a solemnity and reverence that clashed with the present mundane scene. This tale is rather extensive. Xianzhen's voice dipped, shedding its previous flamboyance for a more subdued timbre. It resembled a confession of an ancient secret, long buried and scarcely dared to be unearthed. The Tianchi mansion of Longhu Mountain, a lineage steeped in a millennium of tradition, housed relics that outsiders could scarcely behold. In my youthful arrogance, armed with a modicum of cleverness and my status, I once borrowed a few disordered fragments from the broken scroll pavilion behind the sutra repository. He exhaled a smoke ring, obscuring his somewhat greasy visage. The script upon those remnants was more bewildering than the chaotic symbols on your cloth. Eaten by worms and gnawed by rodents, the ink had blurred in many places, requiring a blend of conjecture and guesswork to decipher. The initial passages echoed the tales of our childhood. Before the primordial division, chaos was akin to an egg. Pangu wielded his axe, separating the pure from the turbid, the yang from the yin. Xianzhen's tone remained placid, as if recounting an ancient fable unrelated to himself. Enwa shaped clay to create humanity, breathing life into the cosmos. These narratives are inscribed in texts familiar to us. Suddenly, his tone shifted, descending to a whisper laden with an indescribable chill. But what follows in the scrolls is far from such simplicity. His fingers, clasping the cigarette, trembled involuntarily, ash cascading down. The chaos is not merely void of substance. The scrolls proclaim that chaos resembles something akin to a placenta or membrane, a barrier separating our realm from the things beyond. Xianzhen's eyes grew vacant, as if envisioning the terrifying scenes depicted in the remnants. At some point, perhaps due to the overwhelming force of Pangu's creation, or some other cause, the membrane ruptured. It allowed entry not of wind or light, but of a force referred to in the scrolls as Sha. Xianzhen uttered an archaic term, steeped in ominous connotations. This entity, formless and tasteless, shadowless and intangible, possessed a malevolence surpassing the most toxic miasma. What it touches, it becomes alienated. The rocks twist, sprouting fangs and claws, transforming into monstrous entities that devour the living. The flora grows wildly, with vines slithering like serpents, blooming into malevolent flowers capable of siphoning human essence. The most tragic are the living beings, birds and beasts that, upon contact with the malice, instantly deform, succumbing to bloodthirsty madness. Humans are no exception. The remnants depict images of humans sprouting scales, tentacles, their eyes bursting, metamorphosing into creatures driven solely by the urge to kill. At that time, it was not the human world but a hellish realm. Xianzhen's voice quivered slightly, as if the scenes from the remnants were vividly materializing before his eyes. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye felt a chill run down their spines. Behind the sacred legends of Pangu creating the heavens and Nuwa crafting humanity, lurked such a horrific and bloody truth. A rupture in the boundary, an invasion of malice, the alienation of all things. This completely upended their understanding. And then, Zhang Xuanye's voice was somewhat hoarse, instinctively adjusting his glasses as if to gain a clearer view of that dreadful imagery. And then, Xianzhen inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling, and continued. Then came Nuwa's mending of the heavens. What she repaired was not merely a hole, but the breach in the boundary that allowed malice to seep through. She forged colorful stones, exhausting her divine energy not to block floods, but to seal that deadly malice, to close the breach. This revelation sent a shiver through Wang Yechuan. The monumental act of Nuwa mending the heavens was, in fact, to thwart the leaking malice. The breach was sealed, yet Xianzhen's tone bore no hint of relief, for the malice that had seeped in remained, like a splash of ink in clear water. Even if the source was blocked, the water had long been muddied. Nuwa's divine power was also depleted, and the remnants spoke of her eventual disappearance. The ancient deities gradually faded away, retreating into obscurity, leaving behind a world tainted by malice. And what are those monsters? The beings and beasts that had been alienated by the malice? Wang Yechuan asked anxiously, clutching his backpack tightly. Kill. The only option is to kill. Xianzhen's voice carried a chilling cruelty. The remnants spoke vaguely of how the human race struggled in dire straits for a long time amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, until someone discovered a method to combat the malice, even utilizing it. He paused, his gaze sharpening. The legend begins with the Yellow Emperor battling Qiyu. That fellow, it is said, had become immensely powerful through contact with malice. With a copper head and iron brow, capable of summoning winds and rains, the Yellow Emperor could not defeat him, suffering 9 battles and 9 defeats. Just when all hope seemed lost, the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden descended from the heavens. Xianzhen extinguished his cigarette, his fingers unconsciously drawing intricate symbols on the ash-laden table. The nine heavens mysterious maiden bestowed a heavenly scripture, not a military treatise or battle strategy, but a method to refine malice, guiding the chi of heaven and earth, tempering oneself to resist alienation. With this knowledge, the Yellow Emperor ultimately vanquished Qi Yu and unified Huaxia. This marks the ancient inception of cultivation. His fingers halted, leaving a clear, intricate imprint on the table resembling a bagua, yet more complex. This method, passed down through countless generations of sages, though fragmented, retained its core essence. The refinement of qi, drawing upon the pure essence of one's own qi. One can invoke the residual ethereal energies of the cosmos, suppressing and refining the lingering sha within both oneself and the environment, thereby safeguarding the clarity of the spirit and preventing any form of aberration. Simultaneously, one may attain powers that transcend the mundane. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye felt their hearts surge with excitement. It turns out that the legendary Yellow Emperor received teachings from the nine heavens Xiannu, which serve as the genesis of this cultivation method, intended to combat the terrifying Sha. But what became of this practice? Does it still exist today? Zhang Xuanye inquired eagerly. Xianjun smiled wryly and shook his head. While there are indeed methods, the Sha in this realm has gradually dissipated and diluted over time, especially following Nuwa's mending of the heavens. By the time of the Qin and Han dynasties, ordinary individuals could hardly sense its presence, and aberration had become merely a legend. Consequently, the cultivation practices waned, evolving into mere health guidance and talismanic exorcisms, superficial in nature. The truly profound methods capable of invoking the qi of heaven and earth and refining oneself have either been lost to time or hidden away in remote mountains, accessible only to those with extraordinary fortune. He sighed, his expression growing grave as he glanced at the backpack in Wang Yechuan's possession, as though he could see through the canvas to the cold fabric within. However, the final pages of the scroll mentioned an individual, Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng, Wang Yechuan, and Zhang Xuanye exclaimed in unison, their hearts racing. Was not the hexagram of the 61st symbol on the fabric the prophecy of the Tui-Bei-Tu? Indeed, he was the very one who collaborated with Yuan Tiangang to create the Tui-Bei-Tu. Xianzhen nodded emphatically, stating that the scroll revealed Li Chunfeng to be a prodigious talent not seen in centuries. He was not only well-versed in the Taoist texts and the principles of change, but also, while compiling the scattered records of ancient lore, he had glimpsed the truth of Sha once more. He integrated some of the lost methods of refining qi, forming a more systematic approach. More importantly, he deduced through celestial calculations a great horror. Xianzhen's voice lowered ominously, imbued with a chilling dread. Li Chunfeng calculated that the boundary membrane mended by Nuwa is not completely stable. The source of Sha still exists. After an unfathomably long cycle, the world will once again face cataclysmic change. The sealed Sha will once more leak. Furthermore, the boundary membrane may entirely collapse. At that moment, the ancient purgatorial scenes will return to the mortal realm. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye felt a chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. Their very blood felt as if it were freezing. The terrifying imagery of celestial fire and meteors crashing into the sea, flames engulfing the heavens and shrouding the sun, the sudden locking of warmth by icy cold, and the transformation of vast forests into barren wastelands. Was this not a prophecy, but rather an impending reality? The fear that had been diluted by the old Taoist Qingxin's phone call and deception, originating from the fabric itself, now returned with a vengeance. Like a chilling tide crashing back. That Tui-Bei-Tu. Zhang Xuanye's voice was parched. Tui-Bei-Tu. Xianzhen exclaimed, striking his thigh. This was the trajectory Li Chunfeng sought to calculate concerning the impending cataclysm and the return of the Sha calamity, as well as the faint glimmer of hope he left as a warning for posterity. He deduced to the 60th hexagram and yearned to continue, to document the ominous signs of the calamity. The process, and even the potential countermeasures along with that elusive ray of hope. However, as he was on the verge of unveiling the most critical elements, Xianzhen inhaled deeply, his face reflecting an intricate tapestry of emotions, regret, reverence, and a hint of indescribable dread. Just then, Yuan Tiangang pushed his back and uttered a phrase that would echo through the ages. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed again. What transpired thereafter remained unwritten in the fragmented scrolls, which merely noted that Li Chunfeng let out a long sigh and cast aside his brush, incinerating his manuscript. Thus, the deductions of the 61st hexagram and beyond were abruptly severed. Only the initial 60 hexagrams endured through time, becoming an enigmatic prophetic text that fueled endless speculation in later generations. And the truth regarding the resurgence of the calamity, its specific signs, and the possible existence of that ray of hope, vanished entirely along with the charred remnants of the manuscript. Upon concluding, Xianzhen exhaled a lengthy sigh, as if releasing an immense burden. He leaned back in his chair, his weary gaze fixed upon the cobweb-laden ceiling, lapsing into silence. The room was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye stood frozen in place, resembling two statues caught in time. The haunting resonance of Xianzhen's ominous recounting lingered in their ears. The membrane of the chaotic realm, the leak of malevolent energy, the transformation of all beings. The infernal realm, Nuwa mending the heavens, the Yellow Emperor refining qi, Li Chuanfeng's deductions, Yuan Tiangong's push, the severance of heavenly secrets. Every fragmented detail was, at that moment, woven together in a bizarre, yet chilling narrative, emerging from Xianzhen's lips, reminiscent of the broken lore from Longhu Mountain. The 61st hexagram depicted on the silk Lake Fire Revolution's Mingyi, those brutally bloody prophecies and verses, the eerie luminescence of the silk itself and its levitation. Li Chuanfeng's systematic methods of refining qi might very well have been inscribed upon such artifacts. All of this pointed towards a terrifying truth that sent shivers down their spines. The calamity sealed by the goddess Nuwa with her very life might truly be upon them. Wang Yechuan's hands, clutching his backpack, trembled like leaves in the autumn wind. At that moment, the fabric within felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, chilling to the bone. It had transcended mere antiquity that could bring either fortune or disaster. It was a crimson warning from millennia past, a ticket to the inferno. Zhang Xuanye's complexion turned as pale as parchment, while the gaze behind his glasses brimmed with unprecedented shock and bewilderment. The technology and rationality he once prided himself on appeared utterly feeble in the face of this transcendent horror and the eerie nature of the silk itself. Xianzhen glanced at the two, their souls seemingly lost, snorted through his nose, retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and murmured softly now. Do you comprehend what you were inquiring about? The calamity inscribed upon it, the calamity I glimpsed in the fragments, and Li Chuanfeng's unfinished 60th hexagram. I fear they are one and the same. Chapter 22. Where is the path? As Xuanzhen's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the room, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The candle flames before the idol flickered, elongating the shadows of the three individuals, whose figures danced in unison, reflecting Wang Yechuan's gaping mouth. The calamity shall return. Wang Yechuan coughed, his lips parched and his voice hoarse. The unfolding events were so fantastical that he found himself utterly captivated, having not taken a single sip from his cup of tea, his throat dry and sticky. After only a few words, he erupted into a coughing fit. He lifted the teacup and drained its contents in one go. Then, amidst coughing, he eagerly inquired, "Is what you say truly accurate? And what are the techniques? Does your Longhu Mountain have any insights on how to resolve this? Has anyone there practiced the techniques that might prevent the impending doom?" "I speak the truth," Xuanzhen replied with a nearly cold certainty. "The divination you brought, the brightness of the fire in the marsh, along with the golden crow weeping blood, the mysterious veil descends, and the verse the 1,000 forests transform into ferns and barren earth. These are unequivocal omens. This is precisely what Li Chunfeng sought to deduce, but never revealed to the world. As for the techniques you mentioned, they intriguingly corroborate our fragmented texts from Longhu Mountain. Upon finishing his statement, Xuanjin took a deep drag from a low-quality cigarette, exhaling a cloud of murky smoke, revealing a face filled with resignation. As for the subsequent inquiries, the old Taoist chose not to elaborate further, deeming it unnecessary. When will the apocalypse arrive? Does Longhu Mountain have any knowledge of this? Wang Yechuan posed the question that weighed heavily on his heart. In response to this query, Xuanjin regarded the two across the table with utmost seriousness and slowly articulated, "I am not a deity. I cannot predict the exact moment down to the second. Furthermore, the remnants of Longhu Mountain do not specify a precise time, only stating, as the stars shift, the calamity shall manifest." Essentially, it implies that when the celestial bodies align in a specific manner, the signs of the calamity will inevitably appear, culminating in its eruption. There were those in the past who, unwilling to accept their fate, sought to decipher the heavenly secrets. However, such a catastrophic event, which pertains to the fundamental workings of the universe, cannot be accurately calculated through mere human effort. According to our records from Longhu Mountain, over 1,000 years ago, the sect struggled for more than 300 years, exhausting generations of effort to determine this timing. Yet they found no conclusive results. Xuanjin pondered for a moment, extinguishing the cigarette, but while his fingers swiftly traced patterns on the ash-stained table. However, in conjunction with the vague records of the calamity cycle from our Longhu Mountain texts, and comparing it with the intensity and progression of the disaster indicated by your divination, Wang Yechuan, observing Xuanjin's frantic scribbling, helplessly remarked, "If we do not know when the countdown begins, even understanding its meaning is futile." Suddenly, he halted mid-sentence, as if a revelation struck him, his face reflecting sheer astonishment as he gazed at Xuanjin. Xianzhen's fingers abruptly halted, striking the surface of the table with a heavy thud, leaving a distinct gray imprint. He then slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing like a cold dagger directed at the two individuals before him, as if he could discern their innermost thoughts. He nodded ever so slightly. Wang Yechuan turned his head with great difficulty, encountering the pallid visage of Zhang Xuanye. The wretched color of Zhang's face and his inscrutable eyes seemed to convey the answer he sought. A thunderous realization exploded in Wang Yechuan's mind. The characters EC were indelibly etched in his memory. It had been 60 years since the last Jiazi cycle, and this year marked the year of the Guomao. Was it not true that the year of EC would soon arrive? Xianzhen continued, "Ever since the day you connected with me in the live broadcast, I recorded this hexagram. Based on the hexagram, I meticulously deduced the circumstances of the past 2 years and found a significant likelihood that this Jiazi would be the one. Although I cannot be certain, I possess a 70% confidence. Calculating the time remaining, there are approximately 18 months until it arrives, though I cannot specify the exact day." Upon hearing this time frame, even though both individuals were already aware of the information regarding the year of EC, their heads throbbed as if they had been sentenced to death. "What is your basis for this conclusion?" Zhang Xuanye posed a question that perplexed him. "What is my basis?" "It stems from the occurrence of the 3 stars aligning on the date of XX month XX 2 months ago. I have a modicum of knowledge regarding celestial phenomena. By correlating this event with the hexagram you discussed during your video connection and the remnants from Longhu Mountain, I could derive a general approximation." Xianzhen, noticing their lingering skepticism, felt a twinge of urgency. Zhang Xuanye's expression stiffened upon hearing this. He hastily typed a message on his phone. Wang Yechuan glanced at the screen. "Zhang Xuanye, the timing of the 3 stars aligning precisely coincides with the time you mentioned for the silk illumination." Wang Yechuan cast a sidelong glance at the message, his expression darkening as he continued to inquire, "Based on your calculations, what other events might transpire before the apocalypse, Taoist?" Xianzhen instinctively raised his hand to stroke his beard, only to remember that he had discarded it earlier. His gaze flickered momentarily. He refrained from providing a direct answer and instead countered, "Having shared so much, would you not also reveal the source of your hexagram?" Wang and Zhang were taken aback, their eyes exchanging a swift glance in surprise at the Taoist's sudden inquiry. Wang Yechuan licked his lips, responding, "I have a penchant for collecting artifacts. I acquired a Tang Dynasty painting from overseas, and it bears such inscriptions." There are many characters I cannot decipher. Perhaps you could assist us with the remaining ones? Xianzhen inquired. Might you present it for examination? Perhaps there are clues within the painting. I accidentally burned it while smoking. A spark fell, and it was charred. All that remains is this corner, Wang Yechuan mumbled, gesturing vaguely. Burned? Xianzhen's brow furrowed, clearly skeptical of this explanation. He scrutinized Wang Yechuan for a few moments before shifting his gaze to Zhang Xuanye. Zhang maintained a facade of composure, nodding in affirmation, adding, indeed, it is quite regrettable. Xianzhen refrained from probing further, merely casting a profound and inscrutable glance at the two men. Wang Yechuan, with a bold demeanor, continued to inquire about the number of Xianzhen characters they still remembered, suggesting that the Taoist priest assist them in examining the matter further. He also mentioned the inheritance that had been referenced, the remnants that spoke of the Yellow Emperor's legacy and the systematic teachings of Li Chunfeng. He spoke of the methods of refining qi to counter Sha, and questioned whether Longhu Mountain still possessed any such traditions. As he spoke, he produced a disordered collection of characters to present to Xianzhen. Xianzhen accepted the paper, a bittersweet smile of self-deprecation gracing his features as he slowly shook his head. Tradition? What is currently passed down at Longhu Mountain comprises merely the superficial practices of guiding breath and reciting incantations. They may bolster one's health or fend off common malevolent spirits. But as for these characters, I am unfamiliar with them. Observing the utter despondency etched on the faces of the two men, Xianzhen silently finished his last puff of smoke, extinguishing the cigarette but forcefully upon the incense altar. He rose, brushing off his wrinkled Taoist robe, stained with tea and ash, and fell back into a state of nonchalance, a stark contrast to the solemnity he had exuded while recounting ancient secrets. Well, I have said all that needed to be said. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. As he approached the door, the sounds of Sanqing Street surged back in, and he mused, 18 months, neither too long nor too short. Whether you choose to languish in a state of drunken stupor or devise a means to struggle against fate, the choice is yours. He turned back, casting a lingering glance at Wang Yechuan, as if concealing something ineffable within his gaze, before turning away. You two may leave now. No need for further farewells. The pair exited Suabian Temple, walking along the path of Sanqing Street. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Xuanye suddenly spoke up. Old Wang, let us head to Longhu Mountain. Xianzhen had mentioned the Duanjin building, where remnants might reside. Perhaps there would be records pertaining to Sha and the ancient methods. Even if it were but a fragment. We possess silk and those cryptic symbols. They could very well be the key to our cultivation. We need the ancient texts of Longhu Mountain. We must seek those remnants for comparison and deciphering. This is our sole path to survival. Wang Yechuan nodded in agreement. Let us return and prepare. Old Zhang, we should take a leave from our duties. We still have 18 months ahead of us. The setting sun cast their shadows long upon the ground, strewn with ash and joss paper, evoking a sense of solemnity and desperation as they ventured toward the unknown battlefield. Chapter 23. Tracing fragments 3 days later. A weary SUV traversed the rugged mountain path, finally halting at the foot of Longhu Mountain. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye opened the car doors, and the crisp, moist air enveloped them, infused with the fragrance of flora, yet failing to dissipate the heavy gloom etched upon their brows. 18 months loomed over them like a colossal stone, suffocating their spirits. In recent days, Wang Yechuan would occasionally reminisce about a book he had encountered during his high school years, one that delved into humanistic reflections. The title had slipped from his memory, but its themes of human nature's eruption and contrition amid societal collapse lingered vividly. In moments of boredom during class, he had often imagined that if the world were to end in 3 days, his foremost desire would be to shed his virginity. However, when such a narrative transformed into a reality, all that remained was an oppressive silence that left them gasping for breath. Returning to the present, the pair gazed up at the ethereal eaves of the temple, barely visible among the towering peaks. This ancestral sanctuary of Taoism, in their eyes, had transcended mere scenic beauty. It had become a bastion of their final hopes, and potentially a grave for their despair. guided by the vague directions previously alluded to by Xianzhen. They veered away from the throngs of tourists in the main attraction, armed with a compass. They navigated along a winding, secluded path, stepping cautiously over stones and uneven terrain, panting with exertion. Towering ancient trees flanked the trail, their twisted vines entwined, while the only sounds that accompanied them were the chirping of birds and the whisper of the wind. Occasionally, local residents would pass them, effortlessly traversing the steep cliffs, burdened with their loads. After an arduous climb, they arrived at the western side of the forbidden ground, where a nondescript old building emerged, nearly swallowed by wild grass. Zhang Xuanye wiped the sweat from his brow, tightened the straps of his backpack filled with equipment, and gasped for breath. Wang Yechuan, accustomed to physical training, found himself in better shape than Zhang Xuanye. He shook off his sweat-soaked garments. The air had turned slightly chill, sending a shiver through him. After 4 hours of climbing, they were nearing the summit. We're almost there. Let us take a moment to rest before continuing. Finally, after another half hour, they reached the end of a path almost obscured by overgrowth, revealing a solitary stone-built structure. Modest in stature, the two-story edifice bore gray-black walls, marred by moss and the ravages of time. Its wooden doors and windows stood firmly shut, the paint peeling away, lending it an air of antiquity and decay. A weathered wooden sign hung askew beside the entrance, its inscription barely legible, revealing 3 ancient characters: Duanjin Building. Wang Yechuan crouched down, lifting his shirt to wipe the sweat from his forehead. My goodness, we've finally arrived. No need to wait another 18 months. Today I must delve into this mountain, he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanye sat exhausted upon a large rock, panting heavily, too fatigued to engage with Wang Yechuan. After a brief respite outside, the two men steeled themselves and made their way toward the small building, only to be met by a voice from the side. Warning, forbidden ground, entry by invitation only. The two individuals turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, discovering an inconspicuous duty room nestled within the shadows of the forest. An elderly Taoist priest, draped in a tattered gray robe, his hunched figure and face lined like the bark of an ancient tree, emerged slowly. His murky old eyes resembled deep, still pools, devoid of emotion as they scanned the unfamiliar faces of Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, who clearly did not belong to this place, before apathetically lowering his eyelids once more. Taoist Wang Yechuan mustered his courage and approached, forcing a smile as he began to speak. The old priest lifted his clouded gaze again, this time with a hint of faint scrutiny and wariness, articulating clearly, yet slowly, leave at once. The urgency of his words bore an intangible weight. Regardless of how Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye attempted to explain or plead, the old priest remained as unyielding as a statue, merely reiterating the warning. This is a forbidden place. Entry is not permitted. As they attempted to approach the steps, he even picked up a broom from the duty room, slightly raising the handle as a gesture of deterrence. Zhang Xuanye pondered for a moment before stating, "It is Xianzhen who sent us." This time, the old priest's silence lingered for a few rare seconds. Wang Yechuan discreetly tugged at Zhang Xuanye's sleeve from behind. Zhang Xuanye exchanged a glance with Wang Yechuan, and the old priest's murky eyes swept over them once more, his expression inscrutable as he slowly set down the broom. "Xianzhen, how has he been?" Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xuanye earnestly replied, "Taoist Xianzhen is currently engrossed in research on that matter, but he is unable to leave. He sent us to gather some materials." Humph, trapped in the web of delusion, the heart wanders in the realm of the unreal. Ultimately, the old priest gradually shifted aside, granting passage through the narrow corridor leading to the building's entrance, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, repeatedly expressed their gratitude to the retreating figure of the old priest. Once the old priest had distanced himself, Wang Yechuan playfully slapped Zhang Xuanye on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. How did you think of invoking Xianzhen? What if he discovers we are using his name?" Zhang Xuanye staggered slightly from the unexpected pat, his weary legs nearly collapsing beneath him. With irritation, he retorted, "I was just trying it out. Besides, It's the end of the world. Why worry about such things? Getting in is what matters. As they conversed, they pushed open the heavy, creaking wooden door, and a complex aroma, a mixture of aged paper, mildew, dust, and a faint trace of incense, assaulted their senses, overwhelmingly suffocating. The interior of the building was shrouded in utter darkness, with only a few wisps of feeble sunlight filtering through the high windows, illuminating the motes of dust dancing in the air. What met their eyes was not the orderly bookshelves they had envisioned, but rather a scene reminiscent of a desolate ruin. The vast space was cluttered with countless wooden boxes, wicker baskets, and dust-laden bookshelves that had not seen light for years, crammed with an array of books, scrolls, bamboo slips, and wooden tablets. Many book covers had faded and yellowed, exuding an air of antiquity, while the inner pages seemed as though they would disintegrate at the slightest touch. Some scrolls had long since succumbed to decay, their ties frayed and broken, the ends of the strings dangling listlessly at the edges of the shelves. The inscriptions on the wooden tablets were nearly illegible, their edges crumbling away. Thick layers of dust and cobwebs blanketed the floor, the boxes, and the crevices of the piles, creating an atmosphere of neglect and forgotten knowledge. This place does not resemble a library. Rather, it feels akin to a forsaken elder. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Xianzhen had previously spoken of fragmented texts, gnawed by insects and rodents, and his words were far from exaggerated. To seek anything related to cultivation in this location was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and the surroundings, well, they were quite filthy. Wang Yechuan held a particular aversion to spiders. Their mere presence made him uncomfortable. Yet, for the sake of their endeavor, they pressed on. In the ensuing days, the two resembled mice that had fallen into a grain bin, exerting efforts they had not mustered throughout their high school years. They feared that the old Taoist outside might suddenly change his mind or seek verification from Xianzhen. So they cleared a small area in the room and erected a makeshift tent. Each morning, before dawn, they would hastily consume compressed biscuits, don masks and gloves, and armed with flashlights, they plunged into the heaps of tattered scrolls in the library, striving to uncover clues as swiftly as possible. Wang Yechuan would daily ingratiate himself with the old Taoist, offering him cigarettes, while Zhang Xuanye often observed him trailing behind the Taoist, wearing a grin as radiant as chrysanthemums. A week passed in this manner, during which the two became like human air purifiers. The dust in the room choked them, causing coughing and tears, while the musty odor left them lightheaded. Their fingers were repeatedly lacerated by the jagged edges of the paper and the decaying bamboo. Zhang Xuanye, despite the discomfort of dust irritating his eyes, diligently photographed all the ancient-looking fragments adorned with peculiar symbols or terms possibly related to malevolent energies, qi, and mutations, establishing an extensive image database for preliminary sorting and comparison. However, the results were disheartening. Most of what they discovered were fragmented celestial records, dubious talismanic diagrams, local folklore, and even a few texts that Zhang Xuanye humorously dubbed ancient chemical accident reports detailing alchemical mishaps. Regarding direct accounts of malevolent energies, there were only vague and fragmented references. As for core methodologies related to the Yellow Emperor's cultivation, the Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady, or the predictions of Li Chunfeng, not even a shadow remained. Fatigue, disappointment, and the ominous countdown of 18 months weighed heavily on their nerves. Wang Yechuan slumped against a heap of scattered bamboo slips, leaning against the cold stone wall, his gaze hollow as he stared at the dimly lit beams above, murmuring in despair. Is there truly no hope? Are we to await our demise? Zhang Xuanye, too, leaned against a dilapidated wooden crate, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the chaotic images on his phone screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the ground. His mind raced to its limits, attempting to grasp any possible connection. Chapter 24. The return home. Thus, the two individuals sat in silence, engulfed in a stifling despair. Wang Yechuan's vacant gaze inadvertently drifted across an open, dilapidated wrought tin basket, where a haphazard collection of thin, stitched booklets lay strewn. Their covers were worn and the titles largely obscured. Faintly, several faded ink characters could be discerned on the cover. Huang Tingjing. Beside it, there were other texts such as Tai Shi Jing, Wu Zhen Pian, and Tai Yi Jin Hua Zhongji. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Wang Yechuan's mind. Unable to find any clues related to Sha, Li Chunfeng, or Qi, he considered shifting his focus to the existing martial arts techniques. What are the foundational guiding practices? The art of talisman drawing, or the pathways of Qi circulation. If these techniques represented a transformation or simplification of the methods compiled by Li Chunfeng, might it be possible to juxtapose them against the original texts to decipher the incomprehensible portions inscribed on the silk? Old Zhang! Old Zhang! Wang Yechuan exclaimed, springing to his feet with a sudden burst of energy, nearly losing his balance as he hurried towards Zhang Xuanye, startling him in the process. What on earth? Why the commotion? Zhang Xuanye, taken aback by the outburst, shot a disdainful glance at Wang Yechuan as he too rose from the ground. We were mistaken. Our focus has been misguided. We should not have fixated solely on ancient texts about Sha, Li Chunfeng, and Qi. After searching for so long with little success, it is time to adopt a new approach, primarily seeking out Taoist inner alchemy practices, teachings on tranquility and simplicity, and methods of Qi circulation. The more foundational, the better. By comparing these techniques with those on our silk, we may indeed uncover valuable insights. After all, Li Chunfeng's work, being a branch of Taoism, would have been composed with a Taoist perspective. Wang Yechuan excitedly articulated his thoughts in one breath. As Zhang Xuanye listened, a spark ignited in his eyes. Indeed, old Wang, you're right. If the distorted characters on the silk are indeed some form of talisman or diagram for practice, then the most fundamental techniques of talisman drawing, guiding movements, and Qi pathways would serve as the key to unlocking their mysteries. The duo's objective shifted instantaneously, invigorated with newfound zeal. No longer fixated on the pursuit of Sha and ancient secrets, they began fervently collecting every fragment of text related to inner alchemy, talisman creation, and Qi circulation techniques found within the ruins of the Duanjin building. No matter how tattered or rudimentary, they documented everything that bore even the slightest relevance. The ensuing days morphed into a monotonous, yet subtly hopeful puzzle game. By day, they rummaged through the stacks of antiquated papers in the Duanjin building, capturing images. By night, they crammed into a musty little tent, neglecting fatigue to immediately delve into study and verification. The moon hung like a silver hook in the night sky, while the occasional chirping of insects echoed from outside. Wang Yechuan sat cross-legged inside the tent, his eyes closed in deep concentration. He clumsily attempted to replicate the simplified human forms depicted in a tattered manual titled Introductory Guide to Hunyuan Posture, executing movements such as sinking shoulders and dropping elbows, retracting the chest and extending the back, and focusing on the dantian. However, his motions were rigid and awkward, devoid of any grace. As he practiced, he fervently recalled the strokes and angles of the distorted characters on the cloth, striving to connect the two. Occasionally, when he executed a movement correctly, a faint warmth or subtle ache seemed to emanate from within him, prompting him to excitedly jot down his observations and compare them against the photos of the cloth to identify potential corresponding talismanic structures. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanye lay on the inflatable bed inside the tent, the glow of his laptop screen illuminating his face. He had established a new database, digitizing various foundational talismanic diagrams captured during the day, extracting essential information such as stroke characteristics, angles of turns, and structural proportions. Simultaneously, he performed similar feature extraction on each character illuminated in the cloth photographs. Countless lines representing stroke directions and luminous points denoting structural nodes began to engage in rapid matching and associative computations under the influence of complex algorithms. Old Wang, stop practicing those dubious techniques and come over to see my latest discovery, Zhang Xuanye called out, peeking his head from the tent towards Wang Yechuan's space. Wang Yechuan halted his movements and leaned closer to Zhang Xuanye's laptop. Look here, Zhang Xuanye exclaimed, pointing to a highlighted matching path on the screen. The structure of this character in the cloth bears a resemblance to the stroke pattern of the Qi induction talisman in a preliminary explanation of Cloud Seal talisman. The system has determined their similarity to be an impressive 72. Furthermore, observe the twisted trajectory of this character. Its angles at several key turning points align almost perfectly with the Qi flows like a thread. Winding and twisting diagram described an inscription on the Qi jade pendant. Wang Yechuan scrutinized the abstract lines on the screen, recognizing their uncanny similarity. In this character Qi, Zhang Xuanye retrieved another set of comparisons. The net-like character following Qi in the cloth closely matches the node positioning in the vague hypothetical diagram of Qi network operation from Comprehensive Guide to Han Yuan. While the illustration may be crude, the logic stands firm. This is quite compelling. Wang Yechuan nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. By the way, where is Lin Guang? Wang Yechuan suddenly turned to Zhang Xuanye and inquired. Lin Guang. Zhang Xuanye quickly navigated the screen to display the complex character representing Lin Guang from the cloth. Lin Guang is a bit challenging. Its structure is overly intricate with too many turns. I haven't found a particularly high similarity in the talismanic diagrams yet. However, observe these points. They resemble the descriptions of focusing on the ancestral aperture and inner radiance from the clouds and contracts. The light sensations described at the center of the brow, or dantian bear, a striking resemblance. Perhaps we need to integrate this with the inner experiences during the practice. After countless days and nights of mutual verification, quarrels, and negations, backed by a mountain of foundational data and the immense computational power of computers, the seemingly cryptic lines of shadowy characters on the upper half of the fabric have, in their eyes, gradually transformed from chaotic scribbles into discernible outlines of potential meaning. The first line of distorted characters likely signifies the invocation of the innate energy within, akin to delicate threads, facilitating the perception and initial organization of the body's energy pathways. The second line appears to point towards introspection in a state of stillness, attempting to sense the faint glimmers that may arise at the brow or heart center. The third line presumably indicates the intention to guide the perceived subtle energy, akin to weaving a net, in an effort to initiate a small circulation within the preliminarily organized energy pathways. Though their understanding remains rudimentary, hazy, and fraught with conjecture and uncertainty, perhaps even leading them astray, there is, at last, a semblance of clarity. A month has passed since their arrival here, and they have finally compiled all the literature regarding energy cultivation techniques and internal alchemy into a data disk. Zhang Xuanye, anxious about potential data loss, has even created 2 backups. Wang Yechuan gazes at the screen of his laptop, where marked and interconnected lines and characters dance before him, and he sighs deeply. Perhaps it is time to return and hasten preparations for what lies ahead. Chapter 25. The art of letting go and excessive purchasing as the wind and dust swirled around him. Wang Yechuan pushed open the door to his home, and the familiar scent of the old house, mingled with a faint mustiness, enveloped him. Although he had only been away for a month, returning to this small abode that held 4 years of memories imbued it with a newfound significance. It would serve as the final bastion for him and Zhang Xuanye in their struggle against the impending apocalypse. On their journey, the two had reached a consensus. To minimize expenses over the remaining 17 months, Zhang Xuanye would vacate the rented house in Wunan, spending the next week packing up his belongings and relocating to Yindu City. Meanwhile, Wang Yechuan's recent task was to thoroughly clear out their home to prepare for the storage of supplies. At that moment, Wang Yechuan was inventorying the items within the house. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the treasures he had once regarded with utmost reverence, meticulously displayed within glass cabinets and antique shelves. With a long sigh, he reflected on the old adage, in prosperous times, antiques, in chaotic times, gold. In recent years, the prices of antiques had plummeted. A perfect chinois wall plate that could once command around 25,000 yuan 5 years ago had now diminished in value. Just 6 months prior, he had acquired such a plate for a mere 11,000 yuan at a flea market. He had intended to sell these exquisite antiquities when their worth appreciated. Yet it appeared he would now have to part with them at a loss. Silently, Wang Yechuan knelt down, methodically counting the vases, plates, and scholarly implements scattered across the floor. He then gently picked up a yellow-ground, powder-paint floral plate, his fingers instinctively caressing the circle foot, relishing the familiar texture of the porcelain. Wrapping it securely in bubble wrap, he meticulously ensured that it would remain unharmed during transit before carefully commencing the packaging of the next piece. Thus, he spent an entire afternoon organizing, labeling each antique, cushioning them with newspaper, and placing them into cardboard boxes. After consolidating the boxes at the entrance, he completed his inventory. Supporting his aching back, Wang Yechuan retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Hello, Lao Su. Regarding the matter I entrusted to you last time, I have gathered all the antiques from my home. I've sent high-resolution images, the years, and a detailed inventory to your email. Please check it. I will ship everything to you tonight. As we agreed, find a recent auction to sell them, regardless of the scale, small or large. Just facilitate a swift transaction. I can offer an additional 0.5% in commission. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive a 10% commission. Your efforts will not go unrewarded. But I need one thing, expediency. I am in urgent need of funds." After hanging up, Wang Yechuan assisted the courier in loading the boxes onto the delivery vehicle. He watched as the truck disappeared around a distant corner before silently dialing 2 more numbers. The first call was to his mother in Zhongzhou province, advising her of the international news he had seen, warning her that prices might rise, and suggesting she stock up on daily necessities and grains. The second call was to his good friend Li Zizhao, also in Zhongzhou province, conveying the same message to him to prepare some supplies. Additionally, should anything transpire a year hence, if he finds himself in a position to do so, he should take extra care of his mother. The melancholy in his words led Li Zizhao to initially suspect that Wang Yechuan might be contemplating something dire, but after a thorough explanation, he was relieved of any notions of self-harm. As they were about to end the call, Wang's worried reminders echoed in his ears. "We're brothers. If you find yourself short on funds, just let me know. Don't do anything foolish." This left Wang Yechuan both amused and touched. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered several laps around the community. The moonlight had silently ascended into the clouds, casting a dreamy haze over him. In truth, he and Zhang Xuanye had considered the prospect of relocating back to Zhongzhou province. However, after deliberation, they recognized the imprudence of such a move. 17 months without employment. Hoarding supplies at home would likely earn them a stern reprimand from their parents, followed by being sent back to work. Furthermore, they believed in the wisdom of not putting all their eggs in one basket. Given the uncertainty surrounding the impending apocalypse, Wuyu province, being a significant economic stronghold of Huagua, would likely prioritize the stability of its economy. Lastly, they acknowledged the overwhelming population density in Zhongzhou, which would undoubtedly lead to insufficient resource allocation. Thus, they resolved to establish their base in the northern part of Wuyu province, where Wang Yechuan resided, with the intention of later bringing their parents over, contingent upon their own survival. Thoughts of family and friends weighed heavily on Wang Yechuan, prompting him to reach in his pocket for a lighter and ignite a cigarette. Finding a bench, he sat down and began to smoke, reflecting on the discussions he had with Zhang Xuanye about the inventory list just the day before. The first item on their agenda was fortifying their residence. During the initial 1 to 3 months, it was imperative to reinforce all doors, windows, and balconies. The balcony would be completely sealed off, and the windows should ideally have iron plates added from the inside, allowing for adjustments as needed, with all openings fitted with stainless steel security screens. The main entrance would need to be replaced with a Grade A security door, ideally complemented by an internal steel barn door. The second task involved ensuring their living environment was well controlled by the 4th month, wrapping the interior in insulating materials, and preparing a mid-range diesel generator to guard against power outages. Zhang Xuanye insisted on purchasing 2 fuel heaters, one for each of them, which, much to Wang Yechuan's chagrin, slightly reduced their budget due to Zhang's bourgeois inclinations. The third priority would be physical training from months 5 to 14. If the situation became unbearable at the very least, they would want to be faster than others. Zhang Xuanye planned to download videos on mixed martial arts, archery, and the use of melee weapons from the internet, while Wang Yechuan was tasked with procuring supplies. Wang also encouraged Zhang to add first aid and wilderness survival videos to their study materials, and after glancing at the videos, both harbored a sincere hope that they would never have to employ such skills. Lastly, in the final 3 months, they would commence hoarding supplies, akin to hamsters gathering provisions. They would stockpile essentials such as toilet paper, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, shampoo, laundry detergent, garbage bags, and other consumables. Initially, Wang Yechuan felt perplexed, even slightly embarrassed, by Zhang Xuanye's insistence on purchasing a large quantity of sanitary pads, but Zhang calmly analyzed, these have exceptional absorbency and serve as a superior substitute for blood-stopping dressings. Moreover, it is clean and hygienic, proving to be infinitely superior to rags in extreme conditions. It could even serve as insoles or kindling. Wang Yechuan was rendered speechless and silently added it to his cart. Among the medical supplies, essential medications such as oral antibiotics, analgesics, gastrointestinal remedies, and antipyretics must be thoroughly stocked. Additionally, external supplies like alcohol, bandages, and Yunnan Baiyao should be procured. Zhang Xuanye even thoughtfully reminded him to purchase an ample supply of vitamin tablets. As for tools, multifunctional pliers, powerful flashlights, batteries, headlamps, walkie-talkies, binoculars, crowbars, ropes, waterproof matches, flint, and water purifier components. The more, the better. Finally, the most crucial element, food. They deliberated over the prospect of purchasing a large quantity at once, fearing it might attract the attention of those around them, and that in the event of an apocalypse, hunger might drive them to recklessly storm his home. There was also the risk of those unscrupulous individuals reporting them, leading to confiscation. Such a fate would be truly lamentable. Thus, they decided to buy food and water incrementally, so as not to draw undue attention. Oil, salt, sugar, honey, milk powder, and tobacco also needed to reach a certain threshold. The pressure of buying so much weighed heavily on Wang Yechuan. He compiled a list on his phone, reflecting on the task at hand while meticulously noting everything he needed to acquire, preparing to seek out a crew of workers the following day. Chapter 26. Uninvited guest Wang Yechuan clutched his phone, casting a sidelong glance at the staircase leading upwards. The screen displayed a chat interface with Zhang Xuanye, indicating a transfer of 50,000 for emergencies. Upon raising his gaze, he realized he had arrived home. He stepped inside, shedding his shoes without the inclination to don slippers, and, barefoot, prepared to retreat to his bedroom to revisit his cultivation techniques, contemplating whether a change of environment might yield breakthroughs. At the very moment he was about to push open the bedroom door, Wang Yechuan's body froze abruptly. A sense of unease washed over him. This unsettling feeling crept along his spine, as if something were amiss. But what exactly was wrong? He replayed the scene in his mind, entering the house, ascending the stairs, arriving at the door, opening it, but wait, it was the act of opening the door that seemed out of place. The key had been inserted horizontally, and as it slid into the lock, he felt an unusual resistance. Unlike the usual smooth click, there was a subtle but discernible reluctance, as if the pins within the lock had been ever so slightly tampered with. Wang Yechuan's door had always been finicky. He could not discern whether it was the lock's fault or that of the key he possessed. Every time he entered, he had to insert the key vertically for a seamless entry. Inserting it horizontally resulted in a stuttering resistance that made it difficult to unlock. Thus, he typically adjusted the lock to accommodate his preferred method of entry. But just now, the key had indeed been inserted horizontally. Someone had been here. The very thought sent a shiver through Wang Yechuan, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Although the room appeared unchanged, still imbued with the familiar sense of leftover takeout and the dust of old books, an indescribable chill surged rapidly down his spine. It was too quiet, so quiet that he could hear the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. He suppressed the rising panic in his throat, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. He could not enter. What if the intruder had not yet left, lurking in some shadowy corner? In a moment of exasperation, he slapped his forehead, deliberately making a loud noise, cursing himself for forgetting to buy beer. This wretched memory, he muttered irritably as he swiftly retraced his steps outside, slamming the door behind him with a force that suggested he feared something might reach out from behind and pull him back. The sound of the door closing echoed harshly in the corridor, and Wang Yechuan felt as if his voice trembled, yet he forced himself to appear calm, repeatedly reminding himself not to run. Do not panic. Remain composed. He walked deliberately, the sound of his footsteps deliberately loud, as if to illuminate the motion sensor lights, or perhaps to signal to that unseen presence that he had departed. Only after he exited the building and inhaled the air tinged with automobile exhaust and the warmth of early summer did he feel as if he had surfaced from beneath the water. Gasping for breath, the night breeze brushed against his damp back, raising goosebumps across his skin. Trembling, he lit a cigarette to steady his nerves, then made his way swiftly to the brightly lit supermarket outside the complex, where the crowd bustled with noise. He dialed Zhang Xuanye. The call connected almost instantly. Hello, old Wang. I'm transferring the money now, but there's a limit, so I'll need to split it into 2 transactions. The first installment of 30,000 should arrive shortly, while the second, amounting to 20,000, will take a bit longer. Zhang Xuanye's voice came through, accompanied by the background noise of transaction processing. Wang Yechuan lowered his voice, speaking rapidly as if firing off a barrage of words, each syllable imbued with lingering terror. My home has been broken into. It wasn't a thief. The lock has been tampered with. I sensed something was amiss upon entering and immediately stepped back. I suspect someone might still be inside, or has only just left. A profound silence enveloped the line. Zhang Xuanye pondered for a few seconds before replying. It must be with you. Wang Yechuan affirmed, Of course, I carry it with me at all times. Zhang Xuanye continued his analysis. Your dilapidated neighborhood, even with the door ajar, likely Mutant attract attention. Given your description, everything feels ominous. This isn't merely about theft. I have my suspicions about a certain individual. Before he could finish, Wang Yechuan exclaimed, Xianzhen. They had both arrived at the same conclusion. He was the only one privy to their secret. That day, he had asked them a question. Where did you obtain the divination signs? I suspect his underlying inquiry was, aside from the signs, have you seen any techniques? Zhang Xuanye reflected on their conversation at the casual observatory that day. Suddenly, Wang Yechuan gasped, then lowered his voice to whisper into the phone. If we only discovered the divination signs, we should be forthright about it. However, our furtiveness may have led Xianzhen to believe we possess the techniques. Zhang Xuanye nodded, adding, moreover, if he is still in the house, he likely knows you've uncovered his presence. No way. I was completely natural. I'm an old hand at this. Wang Yechuan protested, unwilling to accept the possibility. You shouldn't return tonight. Stay at an internet cafe, book a private room, and lock the door. I'm nearly done packing my things. I'll find the earliest high-speed train ticket to join you. I suspect you're being followed. How else could Xianzhen track you down? Be cautious and stay in touch. After imparting his instructions, Zhang Xuanye ended the call. Once the call was terminated, the notification of a 30,000 yuan deposit chimed on Wang Yechuan's phone. Yet he felt no joy, only a heavy dread and an icy anticipation. He dared not linger and immediately hailed a taxi, heading straight for the bustling internet cafe in the city center. The internet cafe was ablaze with lights and filled with a cacophony of voices late into the night. The mingling scents of smoke, instant noodles, the clattering of keyboards, and the auditory effects of games created a peculiar, vibrant backdrop. Wang Yechuan reserved the most expensive private room at the front desk, his fingers trembling slightly as he swiped his card. Once inside the cramped room, he locked the door and drew the curtain, shutting out the clamorous world. He collapsed into the gaming chair, utterly drained. If the world were to end, the human spirit would falter under pressure when faced with imminent doom. Each person would desperately clutch at any chance of survival. Xianzhen's choice to visit at such an hour, regardless of his motives, had become inconsequential. What lay ahead? He remained in the shadows while Wang Yechuan stood exposed. That house was no longer a viable refuge. It appeared he must seek alternative accommodations. How was he being followed? Was it from Longhu Mountain or perhaps the casual observatory? Wang Yechuan's thoughts spiraled, causing his head to throb. Time stretched in the anxious wait, becoming thick and sluggish. Outside the private room, the clamor of young people engaged in fierce competition resonated, while within, an eerie silence prevailed, punctuated solely by the sound of a heartbeat. Wang Yechuan found himself devoid of sleep, hesitant to open his computer and divert his attention with games. He recalled the enigmatic Taoist from the Xianyuan temple and his cryptic hexagram of unfulfilled potential, the cobwebs and dust in the dilapidated tower of Longhu Mountain, and the ancient calamities recounted by Xuanjin. All these absurdities felt like a haunting nightmare, yet they enveloped him with an unsettling sense of reality. An unknown threat lurked in the shadows, while the countdown to the terrifying year of EC continued its silent, merciless march. The door of the Internet CAF's private room separated two worlds. In this confined space, Wang Yechuan felt like a startled bird, anxiously awaiting the dawn and the arrival of his only trusted ally, Zhang Xuanye, who had come to his aid under the cover of night. Chapter 27. The debate. As the clock on Wang Yechuan's phone struck 1:17, Zhang Xuanye finally arrived at the back alley of the top-tier master Internet CAF, where the two figures converged. Zhang, weary from his journey, carried a bulging sports bag and tugged a wheeled suitcase, atop which rested his desktop computer, his face etched with the fatigue of travel. Old Wang, Zhang Xuanye greeted in a hushed tone, casting a vigilant glance around. Emerging slowly from the shadows of the CAF's back door, Wang Yechuan felt his taut nerves ease slightly upon seeing the familiar figure. "You finally made it," he said, hastening toward Zhang with a voice barely above a whisper. "First, no talking. Hand over your phone for inspection. Do you have any other electronic devices on you?" "All of them." Wang Yechuan passed his phone and Bluetooth headset to Zhang, who swiftly conducted a thorough check. Everything seems fine. It appears you weren't tracked via your phone or electronics. You're not being followed, are you?" "I shouldn't be. I lingered in the supermarket for half an hour and had the taxi driver take several detours," Wang Yechuan replied, casually flicking a cigarette butt to the ground and crushing it underfoot. "All right then, let's find a safer place to discuss this. It's not secure here." Zhang Xuanye led Wang Yechuan back into the CAF. At the bar, Wang purchased some water and bread before they retreated to a private room. As soon as they entered, Wang Yechuan eagerly spoke. "I can't stay here any longer. If I do, problems are bound to arise, whether or not it involves the supernatural. If they manage to breach once, they can do so again. We need to relocate immediately." Zhang Xuanye nodded, retrieving a map from his bag and pointing to a vast expanse of green woodland interspersed with scattered villages. "You're somewhat familiar with Yindu City. Do you have any recommendations?" "I suggest we avoid the city center. Open wilderness is surely more conducive to survival. The population density in the city is too high. We must consider a more distant escape route. When chaos ensues, the city will become a boiling pot. People will jostle for resources, and the nature of the calamity remains unknown. In the city, we would be like fish in a barrel." Wang Yechuan furrowed his brow, intently studying the green area Zhang indicated. He instinctively reached for his cigarette, only to discover his pack was empty, crumpling it in frustration. "Old Zhang, have you read too many novels? Look around, utilities, the internet, everything is functioning normally. Supermarkets are stocked with food, and pharmacies have medicine. This is reality. Yes, the city is densely populated, but resources are concentrated, with abundant information channels for timely updates. Moreover, it offers more shelter than the wilderness. Out there, we are mere amateurs. Do you truly believe we could survive like Bear Grylls?" "Short-sighted," Zhang Xuanye retorted, raising his gaze defiantly. "You only see what lies before you. If the system that sustains it collapses, it will be more perilous than anywhere else. Have you forgotten what the supernatural said about calamities? If that were to erupt in a densely populated area, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the wilderness, at least we have room to maneuver. We could establish a camp near a water source and procure resources through hunting." "Room to maneuver?" Wang Yechuan scoffed, a hint of defiance lacing his impatience. "Yes, there's space, but if we die, no one will even notice. Have you ever hunted rabbits or wild boars? Perhaps you have never even killed a chicken. A severe cold following a torrential downpour might well claim your life. In the city, we huddle together for warmth, bartering goods. And we still possess resources and information. While the presence of many may pose a danger, It also allows for observation. Do you not understand the concept of fishing in troubled waters? In the depths of the mountains, would two wild men simply sever all access to information and resources and await their demise? Banding together? Zhang Xuanye's voice turned cold. You are overly naive. In this apocalypse, it is a matter of survival of the fittest. For a morsel of food or a single dose of medicine, even blood brothers may turn against one another. How can you ascertain that what you have found is not another faction of Xianjin? In the ruins of the city, treachery lurks in the shadows. The wild may be harsh, yet at least the threats are visible and can be anticipated. The initiative lies within our own grasp. Wang Yechuan rose with fervor. Initiativa? Is enduring hunger in the desolate wilderness considered taking the initiative? Here, we can leverage the conveniences at our disposal to gather information, study techniques, and stockpile resources. This is the pragmatic approach to survival. Fleeing to the wild to live like a savage is merely escapism, a slow form of self-destruction. Zhang Xuanye stood his ground, tapping his finger on the map marking urban regions. Leverage? What you possess to leverage. Do you even have the capacity to study techniques? In an environment rife with anxiety and evasion, how can you find tranquility to develop anything of worth? The wilderness is indeed harsh and perilous, but it compels us to adapt, to genuinely master survival skills, and to transform techniques into tangible means of preservation. This is the foundation for sustained existence. The two men locked eyes intensely, the small room filled with the palpable tension of clashing survival philosophies. Ultimately, Wang Yechuan, panting, returned to his chair and wiped his face. Old Zhang, I have conceived a splendid idea. Do you recall my mention of Captain Ruan? His former unit is situated at the intersection of the city and suburbs, adjacent to a small community that was reportedly constructed by the military. Most residents there are military families, with a few units sold as commercial housing. This place has several advantages. First, it is in close proximity to the military camp, serving as a deterrent in itself. Second, it lies within a conveniently accessible area between the city and suburbs, allowing for a swift retreat to either the city or the countryside if necessary. Third, it is near Captain Ruan's home, enabling mutual support. He has expertise in firearms management, as you know. Zhang Xuanye slumped back in his chair. Old Wang, had you mentioned such a prime location earlier, I would not have had to engage in this battle with you for so long, leaving my throat parched. Now, on to the second matter. Let's examine your vehicle. Zhang Xuanye reclined in his chair and said, Your phone appears to be fine. The issue may lie with your car. Let's take a look at it while the night is still young. Wang Yechuan's slightly worn joint venture vehicle was parked in the lot below. The streets were deserted in the early morning hours, illuminated only by the flickering glow of dim streetlights, adding an air of mystery. Zhang Xuanye and Wang Yechuan meticulously inspected the trunk and the seats, ultimately discovering a small, black metallic shard the size of a fingernail beneath the vehicle. It possessed a powerful magnetism. Found it. This item was lodged against your left rear wheel suspension link, in a position so cunningly concealed that it would be nearly invisible without deliberate inspection. Such a clandestine hiding place. This fellow truly is a master of deceit. Wang Yechuan cursed vehemently. It turns out that the adversary did not need to track him closely. A mere manipulation of his vehicle would unveil his whereabouts. Damn it! Wang Yechuan could not contain himself and muttered a curse. When had it been installed? I felt nothing at all. Zhang Xuanye's expression grew grave. The pressing question was whether the other party was aware that we had discovered their presence. If we hastily dismantled it, we would be startling the snake in the grass, revealing our vigilance, which might provoke them to adopt more aggressive measures. Wang Yechuan chuckled mischievously, suggesting that we should not dismantle it just yet. Let it continue its work. However, we must find it a new home. Zhang Xuanye nodded in agreement. Indeed, we require time to prepare for our withdrawal. Once we relocate to the place you mentioned, we shall allow it to change vehicles and continue transmitting signals, misleading those who installed it. Yet, until we make that discovery, we must ensure the tracker remains normal. For the next 3 days, Wang Yechuan transformed into a veritable deity of the Internet CAF. He spent the majority of his days ensconced in a small room with top-tier players, occasionally stepping out to procure cigarettes or meals. His movements revolved entirely around the CAF and a few nearby, fixed locations, resembling a youth ensnared by the allure of gaming. He stifled his unease, striving to maintain an appearance of normalcy. Meanwhile, the tracker continued to dutifully relay the vehicle's location information. Chapter 28. A Place of Refuge. Sergeant Ruan, being a soldier at heart, exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within a mere 3 days, he had identified several rental options within the community. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye dedicated an entire day to inspect each one, and after much deliberation, they finally discovered the most suitable abode. They were particularly discerning about the location of the property, opting for a building situated in the heart of the complex, surrounded by other structures to ensure they remained inconspicuous. They selected the 3rd floor, allowing for an escape route should the front entrance be compromised. They could leap to the 2nd floor platform and then descend into the greenery below. The owner of this building was the spouse of a soldier whose husband had been reassigned to the northeast. Consequently, she had followed him there. With the intent of returning to Wuyue province in the future, she chose not to sell the property. However, due to its location, it was challenging to rent out. So when she learned of their desire to lease for 2 years, she readily agreed, especially with Sergeant Ruan vouching for them, facilitating a swift agreement. The moment Wang Yechuan signed a contract and received the keys, he felt a weighty sense of hope for temporary safety in his hands. The next order of business was to rid himself of that infernal locator. He hailed a taxi back to the Internet CAF, retrieved his car, and returned home. Remaining indoors until nightfall, he collected his belongings and headed downstairs with his computer and a bag of clothes. Instead of proceeding directly to his vehicle, he paused a short distance away to smoke a cigarette, surveying his surroundings. Once assured of his solitude, he skillfully removed the locator from beneath his car and stealthily approached a nearby white SUV. The owner of this vehicle was a boorish middle-aged man who frequently occupied Wang Yechuan's parking space with impunity, leading to prior altercations. Wang harbored a profound disdain for him. "It's you," he thought, swiftly crouching down and using the shadow of the car for cover. Affixed the dust-covered tracker in a concealed spot deep within the undercarriage of the white SUV. Enjoy the feeling of being monitored, he chuckled wickedly to himself before rising quickly. The engine roared to life, wheels rolling over the silent street. Wang Yechuan cast one last glance at the familiar yet unsettling outline of the community in his rearview mirror before flooring the accelerator, akin to a caged beast breaking free. Plunging into the enveloping darkness and racing toward the suburban enclave sheltered by military barracks. Upon entering their newly rented flat, Wang Yechuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Scattered across the floor were several rolls of what appeared to be thick black rubber mats. Cut pieces of deep gray composite boards, bulky expansion screws, peculiar metal components, a coil of high-strength steel wire, and a compact yet intricate array of electronic devices, some resembling miniature cameras and sensors. There was even a small bucket of quick-drying cement and a bag of sand. Essential survival gear, Zhang Xuanye succinctly stated. I've examined the structure of this 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment and selected a few angles to install these alarms and cameras. We must not overlook any preparations this time. Once Xianjin managed to locate you, he could very well find this place. Even if it is not him, the world grows increasingly chaotic, and this house must serve as a fortress. Wang Yechuan observed Zhang Xuanye diligently commencing his work. The professionalism and efficiency displayed calmed his heart, prompting him to silently offer his assistance. Over the ensuing 2 months, the original door panels were dismantled and the load-bearing walls on the inner side of the door frame, along with the newly installed panels, were secured with expansion screws and the black rubber pads Wang Yechuan had encountered upon returning home that day. He later discovered that these pads were composed of a lightweight ballistic composite material. Wang Yechuan pushed against the panel with force. It was remarkably resilient, its edges meticulously crafted to fit seamlessly, giving the impression of a thickness multiplied several times over, as though he were not pushing against a door, but rather a miniature wall. The original lock had been replaced with a complex C-grade lock, designed to thwart drilling and prying attempts. Zhang Xuanye discreetly installed two concealed top door bolts at the edges of the frame, which could be manually engaged from the inside to secure the door firmly. The glass posed a challenge, as sealing it completely would be too conspicuous, risking misunderstandings from neighbors who might mistake it for a coffin. Ultimately, Wang Yechuan discovered a specialized scraper and solvent. This film was exceptionally tough and transparent, and once applied, it was nearly indistinguishable. They meticulously adhered this layer to the inner side of each glass pane. After application, Zhang Xuanye gently tapped the glass with a small hammer, producing a dull thud, indicating a significant increase in strength, sufficient to withstand typical impacts and prevent shattering. Within the window frames, they also installed a similar composite material, albeit thinner and narrower, snugly fitting along the edges. These two were secured with expansion screws embedded deep within the walls. As for the electronic components brought by Zhang Xuanye, several miniature cameras, no larger than buttons, were discreetly positioned at the high corners of the stairwell, their angles perfectly covering the stairway. Inside, they were cleverly concealed within the shadows of the living room curtain box. Miniature vibration sensors were nestled within the reinforced gaps of the door and window frames. A receiver and a small display screen were connected to Zhang Xuanye's laptop. Once Zhang Xuanye calibrated the software, the laptop screen vividly displayed several segmented surveillance feeds. Wang Yechuan attempted to pry open the door with various keys, and the software immediately emitted a sharp buzzing alarm. As the sun dipped below the horizon, sweat soaked their clothes, and the air was thick with the scents of metal, dust, and quick-drying cement. After securing the final composite panel and calibrating the last sensor, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye sat on the floor, wiping the perspiration from their brows. From the outside, the house appeared largely unchanged. The furniture remained the same old pieces, and the windows still allowed light to filter through. Yet only Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye understood that this seemingly ordinary rental had quietly donned a layer of formidable and sensitive armor within. The door felt as impenetrable as a bank vault, and the windows produced a dull thud when struck, while the invisible electronic eyes vigilantly monitored all potential points of intrusion. Wang Yechuan rose from the floor and approached the reinforced front door, pushing against it with considerable force. It did not budge. He glanced at the clear surveillance feed on the computer screen, and a long-forgotten, faint sense of security began to blossom within him. No longer merely relying on chance to remain hidden, they now possessed a modicum of proactive defense. This was enough for now. Wang Yechuan took a deep breath and approached the reinforced window, where the lights of the training camp shone steadily against the night. He retrieved an ancient piece of fabric from a safe within the walls, carefully unfolding it. Turning to Zhang Xuanye, he remarked at last, "We have some time and space to practice this technique in peace. We have 15 months remaining. The safe house is taking shape. Yet the true fortress may lie in how much strength we can draw from these ancient characters to confront the future." Chapter 29. The reappearance of mystic light, days interwoven with heightened vigilance and monotonous training passed by. During this period, the two individuals refrained from online shopping, fearing the exposure of their whereabouts, opting instead for purchases in physical stores. Each afternoon, they ventured out like the most ordinary of residents, taking turns to cautiously procure supplies. They bought only small quantities of essentials, a few packets of compressed biscuits, several bottles of water, a handful of common medications, and a few batteries, never returning to the same store, nor revealing any signs of hoarding. Like water gradually eroding stone, they slowly filled the corners of their makeshift fortress with reserves. Morning and evening were steadfastly reserved for training. The curtains drawn tightly, only a solitary, dimly lit desk lamp illuminated the space. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye sat cross-legged on the living room floor, a time-worn cloth spread before them, accompanied by a piece of paper detailing their compiled methods of cultivation. The text upon the paper was dense and convoluted, while Wang Yechuan's illustrations were exceedingly abstract. The meticulously drawn human meridian diagram made Zhang Xuanye feel dizzy. The marked locations of points such as the Danzhong and Iwan and Yongquan, alongside arrows indicating various currents of energy, appeared as inscrutable as celestial scripts. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye endeavored to follow the most fundamental visualization technique introduced at the outset, adjusting their breaths and dispelling distractions, attempting to envision themselves as minute particles of dust, thereby sensing the so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or, as articulated in the cloth, qi. According to the text, as they sustained this imaginative exercise, a flickering thought akin to fireflies would form in their minds, a concept referred to as lingguang in the cloth. This light, though not a tangible entity, served as their foundation. This description left Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye utterly perplexed. Where was the heart's field? What constituted the heart's field? Through prolonged practice, the lingguang would become increasingly stable and refined. As articulated in the cloth, it suggested that the lingguang, akin to an eternal spark, could transform into threads, circulating endlessly. The subsequent step involved guiding the lingguang along specific pathways delineated in the ancient text, reaching particular acupoints, where the lingguang would weave and draw in the qi, forming qi networks at those points. In simpler terms, this meant generating lingguang from the heart's field, using it to weave networks, and drawing in qi to create those networks. The lingguang resembled a pen, while qi was akin to a bowl of ink. The qi networks within the acupoints could initially resemble stitches on the cloth, perhaps 3 by 3, but could develop into 10 by 10. The denser the stitches, the stronger the acupoint's capacity, and, consequently, the more potent the qi that could be unleashed. Another method to invoke external mechanisms, the art of talismans, seemingly require the attainment of the second realm, weaving symbols, to be realized. Presently, they remain firmly excluded from the first realm, feeling the threads and binding lin. Through Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye's diligent research, this cultivation technique aimed to weave qi networks through all 730 acupoints within their bodies, allowing the lingguang to circulate internally. Thus, their physical abilities would be enhanced, their physiques improved. The more qi networks, the swifter the flow and retrieval of lingguang. The first realm requires a focused engagement with the acupoints of the Naiwen and Shanzhong, subsequently allowing energy to flow along the 28 acupoints aligned with the spine. At this moment, Wang Yechuan sat with his eyes closed, his brow furrowed, fine beads of sweat forming at his temples. He felt akin to a fool attempting to twist open a rusted faucet with sheer willpower, his mind nearly bursting from the effort, while his body remained enveloped in silence. Not even a flicker of energy could be sensed, not a single whisper of vitality. Zhang Xuanye, equally grave in demeanor, kept his eyelids tightly shut, yet his eyeballs subtly shifted beneath, betraying an inner turmoil. He could distinctly hear his own heartbeat, the sound of blood coursing through his veins, even the muffled shouts emanating from the distant military camp. Yet the elusive sensation of qi described in the texts remained unfelt. As time ticked away, they were left only with a numbness in their limbs and an ever-deepening sense of defeat. Had they misunderstood the teachings? With a sigh of despondency, Wang Yechuan opened his eyes, rubbing his tingling calves. Surely, this practice could not be a mere fabrication of ancient sages, or perhaps it required some special catalyst or ritual. Sitting idly, how long would it take for progress to manifest? Zhang Xuanye gradually opened his eyes, fatigue evident in his gaze. Let's try again. The essence of Xuanjin must hold some value. Perhaps we are simply too impatient. Days turned into a monotonous cycle of procurement, cultivation, failure, discussion, and further attempts at cultivation, accompanied by failures anew. Their anxieties entwined like creeping vines within their hearts. The lights of the military camp outside had dimmed considerably, as the family quarters succumbed to slumber, with only the occasional distant bark of a dog breaking the silence. The air felt stagnant, devoid of wind. The two remained seated on the floor, engaged in yet another attempt, the count of which had become untraceable. The prolonged lack of progress had left Wang Yechuan almost numb. He merely maintained a rhythmic breath, his mind a blank canvas, even the feeling of defeat fading into the background. Without any forewarning, Wang Yechuan felt as though he glimpsed his inner world. He perceived himself as a diminutive seed emitting a faint glow in the darkness. Following the habitual course of his practice, he naturally visualized and examined the Shanzhong, Naiwen, and spinal line. That small point of light drifted along with his gaze, or rather his thoughts, eventually arriving at the Niwen. He sensed that as it passed through the Niwen acupoint, the light condensed imperceptibly before moving to the Dazhui, Taodao, Shenju, and Shundao acupoints, ultimately returning to the Shanzhong. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, as if a dreamer had become aware of their dreaming state. He shivered, his breath becoming erratic as he abruptly exited the meditative state. Astonished, Wang Yechuan turned to Zhang Xuanye. "Old Zhang, I believe I have seen something." Zhang Xuanye looked at him quizzically. "What did you see?" "I perceived the luminous energy. It felt as though I were dreaming." Wang Yechuan exclaimed. "Hush, keep your voice down. Your description is rather abstract." Zhang Xuanye immediately gestured for silence, and the two began to fervently yet quietly discuss their insights. Through Wang Yechuan's shared experiences, Zhang Xuanye gradually began to sense this enigmatic state as well. Another month passed, leaving 12 months until the EC. The two individuals have increasingly stabilized their ability to enter a profound meditative state, achieving this mystical condition 8 times out of 10 attempts. However, despite their diligent efforts, they remain unable to locate the elusive essence of qi, resulting in their meticulously woven connections dissipating silently within mere minutes due to the absence of this vital energy. It was not until an unusually tranquil deep night that Wang Yechuan, while in a state of contemplation, unexpectedly encountered a chilling and indescribably viscous sensation. Just as he sought to deepen this experience, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Xuanye's voice. "Oh, old Wang." The tremor in Zhang's voice was unprecedented, low yet brimming with tumultuous energy. "Look." Wang Yechuan opened his eyes to behold a piece of fabric floating before him, exuding a soft luminescence. The light was not glaring, but rather reminiscent of the serene glow of moonlight, imbued with an ineffable ancient charm. Zhang Xuanye's voice, tinged with excitement, became somewhat sharp as he focused intently on the radiant fabric before swiftly turning to Wang Yechuan. "Just now, did you feel something? The sensation of qi, perhaps?" Wang Yechuan nodded vigorously, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat, his voice quivering. "Yes." It was faint, and I struggled to articulate it. Zhang Xuanye slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. "Let's cultivate first and discuss later." Wang Yechuan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to quell the tumult within, and closed his eyes once more to explore the essence of qi. It seemed to linger in the air, faint yet viscous. He began by weaving a 3x3 pattern of threads within his Niwen point, before using a radiant light like a toothpick to draw the viscous qi into his woven threads. After considerable effort, akin to threading a needle or blowing a droplet of water into motion, he gradually filled the Niwen palace with qi. Once filled, Wang Yechuan sensed that the radiant light accelerated as it passed through the Niwen point. This must be the qi network described on the fabric, he mused, and then turned to guide the radiant light towards the Shanzhong point. However, his previous success did not replicate in the Shanzhong point, as he struggled to regulate the flow of qi during the introduction. Too much would dissolve the connection, while too little would cause it to fade away. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually lost the sensation of qi, leading him to slowly withdraw from the meditative state. Before long, Zhang Xuanye also emerged from his trance. Wang Yechuan fixed an intense gaze upon him. "How many points have you opened?" "I managed to open 1, Zhang replied. "But upon reaching Shanzhong, I can no longer feel the qi, so I withdrew." Wang Yechuan nodded in agreement. "Me too. I had more success at the first point, but became stuck at Shanzhong. It seems our talents are quite similar, huh? I wonder if our ability to sense qi is related to the glowing fabric." Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Yechuan, and he exclaimed, "Wait, what? Must we await the luminescence of the fabric before we can begin our practice? Yet, when shall this phenomenon occur?" I recall during my time with the venerable Taoist Xianzhen, he mentioned a celestial event known as the 3 stars aligning with the sun, coinciding precisely with the last time the fabric illuminated. Might there be a connection? Zhang Xuanye gazed at the dimly lit sky, retrieving his phone to search for astronomical occurrences. After a considerable duration, he rested his chin upon his hand and pondered. Indeed, a planetary alignment transpired yesterday. Perhaps there's indeed a correlation between the two events. Let us familiarize ourselves with the qi and ling light within us during this period. I have observed in the online astronomy forums that numerous celestial events are forthcoming. At the next occurrence, we can observe the fabric's response. I sense an inextricable link. Wang Yechuan nodded in agreement, suggesting that at the next celestial event, we could conduct an experiment, gauging the proximity to the fabric to ascertain the density of the qi and whether it bears a significant relationship to the fabric's distance. If a connection is established, I shall practice with the fabric tucked away in my trousers. Zhang Xuanye interjected, somewhat exasperated, reminding him not to be overly ambitious. First, he advised, one must circulate the spinal line, aiming for a qi network density of 3 by 3. Once the overall circulation is established, we may gradually increase the density, thereby adhering to the stable structure mentioned in the fabric's teachings. After a sleepless night, the two transition from yawning to a profound slumber in merely a minute. The diminutive mortals, clumsily yet resolutely, have at last rapped upon the door leading to the realm of unknown powers. The shadows of the year of the Ean Sea remain heavy, yet at this moment they seem to grasp a faint, yet tangible light in their hands. Chapter 30. The countdown with a mere 11 months remaining. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye resembled dormant worker ants, fervently refining their skills while meticulously stockpiling resources. The previous month became a period of validation for their understanding of qi and celestial phenomena. As the International Astronomy Enthusiast Forum buzzed with excitement over a rare celestial alignment, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye had already drawn the curtains hours in advance, solemnly placing an ancient piece of fabric at the center of their living room. Seated cross-legged, they held their breath in anticipation, akin to awaiting judgment. As time slipped away, when the anticipated celestial peak arrived, no light could penetrate the thick blackout curtains. The fabric, resting on the ground, seemed to awaken from slumber, its edges shimmering with an almost imperceptible milky halo, flickering like a breath. Gradually, the halo stabilized, its brightness increasing until it transformed into the familiar, cool luminescence reminiscent of moonlight, quietly flowing through the dim room, illuminating the anxious yet expectant faces of the two. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye immediately entered a state of visualization, and after a month of preparation, they once again felt the presence of qi. Almost simultaneously with the radiance of the fabric, a familiar, cold, viscous sensation enveloped them. It felt as though it surged from the void, from deep within the earth, or even from their own pores, like an invisible tide. After a brief assessment of the qi's density, Wang Yechuan swiftly exited the visualization state, donned his shoes, and hurried downstairs to the bench, re-entering that state. This time, he did not rush to weave the qi threads but divided his focus, carefully controlling the luminous energy. He attempted to extend his perception outward. 1 meter, 2 meters, the green belt, the trash can. He was struck by the realization that the viscous, cold sensation of qi did not significantly change with distance from the fabric. It pervaded every inch of the air, akin to the silent rise of ocean tides. Wang Yechuan was certain that, at least within the confines of their community, the concentration of qi remained remarkably consistent. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanye concentrated more intently on the radiance of the fabric itself. He discovered that when he attempted to connect with the cool light using his mind, it flowed quietly, offering no additional energy or guidance. It resembled a precise timer, a signal activated by the celestial event, rather than a source or amplifier of qi. The results of their validation led them to a new conclusion. The light from the fabric and the qi emerging in the environment were both intricately linked to the celestial phenomena, yet they existed as two independently triggered occurrences. It seemed that the celestial event acted as a switch, illuminating the fabric while simultaneously opening a valve that allowed qi to permeate the reality. Old Wang, it appears that stuffing one's pants is futile, Zhang Xuanye remarked gravely as he exited the visualization state, his gaze fixed on the retreating light of the fabric. The qi is pervasive. The fabric's light is merely a synchronized alarm. Moreover, he pulled up the astronomical calendar on his phone. Do you not think this alarm has been ringing rather frequently of late? In the upcoming months, celestial phenomena, such as the dual stars accompanying the moon, The conjunction of Jupiter and Venus, and last month's rare celestial alignment of 5 planets have stirred fervent excitement among enthusiasts in the forum. Yet, the frequency of these occurrences raises questions. The rapid changes in celestial patterns seem to defy the natural laws of rotation and revolution. Could this be an omen of impending doom? Wang Yechuan's voice, dry and raspy, echoed the latter sentiment expressed by Zhang Xuanye. The frigid night air crept up their spines, enveloping them in an unsettling chill. The frequent celestial anomalies felt like a cacophony of malfunction, alarms emanating from the colossal machinery of the world, signaling its imminent collapse. This ominous thought extinguished the last flicker of hope within them, igniting a fervent drive for relentless cultivation. Their rented dwelling transformed into a secluded sanctuary for arduous practice, where, aside from essential supplies and procurement of vital resources, the two devoted almost all their waking hours to the esoteric arts. Their goal was unequivocal: to reach the threshold of the second realm, the weaving of symbols, before the relentless apocalypse descended upon them. With merely half a month remaining until the foretold year of EC, the fruits of their labor under immense pressure were beginning to materialize. However, they found themselves falling short of their aspirations, realizing, with a sense of clarity, that they were not cut out for martial pursuits, merely ordinary NPCs, perhaps destined to be obliterated or crumble at the first sign of the end. Yet, their efforts were not entirely in vain. They had made some progress, having at least grasped the basics. The critical 28 acupoints along their spines had been woven into a rudimentary 3x3 structure. Through countless attempts to guide the chi within and the repeated failures of intertwining the luminous energy, they managed to enhance the density of the acupoints in their Niwen Palace and the Zhongfu to a simple 6x6 configuration. Other significant acupoints in their limbs and head, such as Laogong, Yongquan, Baihui, and Taiyang, were gradually forming a basic 3x3 chi network. Wang Yechuan could distinctly perceive the transformations within his body. The Niwen Palace acted as a sophisticated command center deep within his brain, purifying the circulating luminous energy into a more refined state while orchestrating the operation of the entire chi network. With a mere flicker of thought, a tamed and guided flow of chi could traverse the spine. This highway, instantaneously reaching every limb and sinew, bestowing explosive strength or unparalleled endurance. The Zhongfu acupoints served as a core energy reservoir, temporarily storing the high-density luminous energy refined in the Niwen, primed for more intricate maneuvers or sudden bursts of power. Zhang Xuanye also made remarkable strides. He had tested his strength, effortlessly lifting one end of a heavy wooden table with a single hand. His endurance was astonishing, as they had engaged in hours of high-intensity labor, while secretly reinforcing the interior of the balcony as a last-ditch emergency reserve, only to emerge with slight breathlessness. Though their speed had yet to be precisely measured, the sensation of sprinting 100 meters felt significantly faster than during their university physical assessments. In private discussions, they concluded that in terms of physical prowess, strength, endurance, or speed, they had undeniably surpassed the average individual, likely achieving a level comparable to that of mid-tier athletes in various sports. However, in the latter half of this month, predictions indicate that no celestial phenomena will manifest. The two individuals seek a glimmer of self-preservation amidst the impending doom. Yet merely relying on the first realm is undoubtedly insufficient. Though it may grant them a slight edge over the average person, it is still far from adequate. To withstand the extreme conditions of the apocalypse, it seems that only by grasping the second realm, the weaving of the threads of destiny, will they find a sliver of hope for survival. Zhang Xuanye has nearly prepared the essentials, such as food and medicine. As for weapons and protective gear, Wang Yechuan has procured a considerable array, including an extended tactical baton, 2 compound bows, safety boots, a military shovel, and basic stab-resistant clothing. Wang Yechuan even invested heavily in a century-old establishment claiming to be the inheritor of the famed Tianzi sword lineage, commissioning a Tang saber and a treasured sword. When his friend presented the long box, Wang Yechuan eagerly opened it to reveal the bespoke Tang saber. Upon holding the blade, A cool aura coursed through his palm, resonating throughout his body. Rather than hastily drawing it, he regarded the weapon with the reverence of a scholar holding a tablet. The lacquered sheath resembled an ancient inkstone steeped in ink, with a copper band tightly encasing the end. The handle, crafted from heavy ant wood, was wrapped in dark shark skin, while indigo cotton cords spiraled upward like a dragon entwined around a winter branch. The gilded handguard, harmonious in shape, bore entwined lotus patterns that danced in the light. Wang Yechuan's fingertip lingered on the handguard. Suddenly, the blade was drawn with a swift motion, the sound echoing like thunder. The blade, forged from tempered steel, unleashed a cold, blue-gray gleam, with flowing patterns racing along its edge. Holding the sword, a broad smile spread across Wang Yechuan's face. Upon returning home, he was besieged by Zhang Xuanye's fervent inquiries regarding when his sword would be ready. The numbers on the calendar relentlessly ticked away. Only 15 days remained until the year of EC. Outside, the world appeared shrouded in an invisible low pressure. The daily training chants of the military camp remained resounding, though the frequency of drills had evidently intensified, and convoys could often be seen entering and exiting at night. Online, discussions regarding recent anomalous celestial events and various peculiar occurrences, such as localized animal migrations and temporary signal blackouts, quietly proliferated, only to be swiftly submerged beneath the tide of entertainment news and mundane trivialities, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, creating but a fleeting ripple before sinking into silence. Only Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye understood that these were not mere ripples, but rather the surging undercurrents of a looming tsunami. The countdown's seconds ticked away, echoing in their hearts with a weight as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Chapter 31. Blazing Flames. Time has never flowed with such heaviness and thickness. In the rental apartment, nay, it should now be referred to as a safe house. The glow of the laptop screen emitted a faint blue light, displaying streaming pages of popular broadcasters from around the globe, where vibrant festivities unfolded in various live streaming rooms. Seated before the computer screen, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye found themselves in an unusual state, free from meditative concentration, verbal sparring, or even the restless pacing that often consumed them. They sat in silence, akin to two soulless statues, their gazes flitting back and forth between the countdown numbers on the streaming room and their locked mobile screens. 1 minute and 59 seconds to the year of EC. 0 hours, 0 minutes. 1 minute and 10 seconds to the year of EC. 0 hours, 0 minutes. 1 minute to the year of EC. 0 hours, 0 minutes. Tick-tock. The air felt as if it had solidified into lead, each breath tinged with the cold, rusty taste of dread. Outside, the night lay shrouded in an eerie silence. The lights of the military camp had extinguished, plunging the family quarters into utter darkness. Even the chirping of insects had ceased, leaving behind a heart-stopping, suffocating stillness, an absolute silence that seemed to hold the entire world's breath, awaiting the inevitable descent of the sword of Damocles hanging overhead. Seconds passed, 1, 2, 3, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, nothing transpired. Outside was utterly soundless, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Had they miscalculated? Was the timing amiss? Zhang Xuanye's voice emerged, dry and coarse like sandpaper, tinged with a hint of careless hope as he instinctively glanced towards Wang Yechuan. Wang Yechuan scratched his head, pondering, perhaps? Maybe what Xianzhan said, wasn't he entirely accurate? Could it be the next Jiazi? Or perhaps the disaster does not manifest instantaneously. Or it may have quietly arrived, yet has yet to affect this place? The immense pressure and the deafening silence following the countdown formed an absurd contradiction, plunging everything into a profound quietude. In this suffocating moment of silence, while Wang Yechuan contemplated how to explain the situation to the landlord, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom! A sound so profoundly indescribable, akin to a terrifying blast from the depths of the Earth's core, shattered the silence. This noise resonated not through mere auditory channels, but struck directly at the very souls of the two men. The entire room, the whole building, and the earth beneath trembled violently. The walls groaned under the burden, and dust cascaded from the ceiling. Outside, the distant military camp erupted with piercing alarm sirens, slicing through the night sky with a chilling wail. "My God, it's here!" Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye nearly simultaneously leapt from their chairs, their hearts racing as if on the verge of bursting. In an instant, they dashed to the window, yanking aside a heavy curtain. What should have been the deep darkness of midnight at 2400 hours now revealed the southeastern horizon ablaze with light. This illumination was not the dim glow of dawn, but a striking and eerie crimson, akin to lava, gradually consuming the darkness, and within a mere minute, it had stained half the heavens, like the infernal fires of hell erupting violently below the horizon. Within moments, the entire sky was ignited. Zhang Xuanye gasped, rendered speechless by the bizarre spectacle before him. Wang Yechuan felt a chilling wave surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, as if the very blood coursing through his veins had turned to ice. He raised his hand to glance at his phone, his fingers trembling as he swiped open the screen, only to be inundated with an explosion of notifications filling the alert bar. Global emergency alert. The Yucca Peninsula has been struck by a colossal meteorite. Seismic waves of magnitude 11.8 or higher detected. The energy released upon impact is equivalent to that of hundreds of millions of atomic bombs. Destructive tsunami warnings issued by Pacific coastal nations. Zhang Xuanye rose to gaze at the computer on the table, realizing that the live stream had vanished, replaced by the automatic playback of a foreign streaming service. The visuals shaky and unstable. From the satellite's vantage point, a colossal fireball was steadily rising from a vast crater shrouded in smoke. Even through the screen, Wang Yechuan could sense the towering plume of smoke and dust, accompanied by a surging wave of heat, forming an enormous mushroom cloud. Most terrifying of all was the visible ring of fire, a result of extreme temperatures and high-velocity shockwaves, rapidly expanding outward from the crater's core. The crimson hue spreading like ripples in a tranquil pond, unleashing a cataclysmic destruction in all directions. The scrolling subtitles below the video were alarming. Preliminary estimates indicate that the ultra-high temperature shock debris cloud is spreading at supersonic speeds. The southern region of North America, the entirety of the mid-continent, is igniting the entire continent. Wang Yechuan murmured, his tone laden with disbelief. He then raised his head, fixing his gaze on the window, where the sky was drenched in a hellish crimson glow. This ominous light did not originate locally. It was the infernal fire from across the globe, its radiance so intense that it penetrated the atmosphere, casting a foreboding blood-red hue over the night sky of Salt Lake City. Calamity. Zhang Xuanye's voice trembled with a near numbness. Is this calamity? A destruction from the heavens, consuming all? Wang Yechuan switched to other channels on the computer, hoping to glean information from different locales. But all he encountered were disjointed, chaotic reports, the background filled with desperate screams in English, intermingled with incomprehensible languages. The static of signal interference grew increasingly intense. The internet began to congest severely, taking tens of seconds to load a single page, before ultimately freezing entirely. Simultaneously, the ceiling light above them flickered several times, emitting a crackling sound. Then with a pop, the room was engulfed in dimness, illuminated only by the crimson glow. The power was out. Only the laptop cast a pallid light upon their faces. Backup power. Wang Yechuan growled. No, let's remain in darkness and continue to observe the situation. Zhang Xuanye dismissed the notion of using the backup power. Moments later, several emergency lights in the room flickered back to life, casting a faint yet crucial glow. By this slender beam of light, Zhang Xuanye ventured into the kitchen to check the water supply. Fortunately, the faucet still yielded a trickle, albeit diminished, lacking adequate pressure. Meanwhile, Wang Yechuan endeavored to reach out to his family for information, but was met only with the disheartening sound of a dead signal. In the span of a mere hour, the world had irrevocably transformed. Returning to the bedroom, Wang Yechuan gradually sank to the floor, leaning against the wall. Outside, the sky blazed a hellish crimson, reflecting the apocalyptic flames. Within, they were confined to a small space illuminated by the feeble emergency lights. Silently, Zhang Xuanye settled beside him, legs crossed. The distant wail of alarms from the military camp had not ceased. Rather, it intensified, turning more urgent and piercing, accompanied by the faint rumble of engines and the commanding calls of troops assembling in haste. From the city, a sporadic cacophony of honking horns began to emerge, escalating from afar into a collective symphony of despair. Old Zhang, Wang Yechuan's voice was low and hoarse, yet imbued with a resolute strength. "We must survive." Zhang Xuanye nodded vigorously, his eyes reflecting the fiery glow outside, as if it had consumed the last vestige of hope. "Survive," he echoed, his voice firm and unwavering. The fabric was tightly clutched in Wang Yechuan's hand, a faint crimson hue seeming to envelop him. The sense of power derived from their initial cultivation felt insignificant in the face of such a cataclysmic disaster, yet it remained their sole, graspable ember, a flicker of resistance against this sanguine apocalypse. In the year of EC, the flames that scorched the heavens heralded the onset of annihilation. Chapter 32. A tremor that shakes the mountains. The emergency lights within the safe house emitted a ghastly pallor, starkly contrasting with the uncanny crimson sky outside. However, this was not the conclusion, but rather the inception of a cataclysm. Inside the safe house, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye entered a meditative state, during which they distinctly felt the presence of qi, having materialized in this world unbeknownst to them, its concentration steadily escalating to the peak level reminiscent of the celestial signs that had previously manifested. It was as though some confinement had been shattered. This confinement was not of a physical nature, but rather an intangible veil enveloping the heavens and the earth, torn apart by the cataclysmic force of the collision, creating a vast rift. An indescribable essence, cold and viscous yet brimming with untamed vitality, surged forth as if the magma, suppressed for eons beneath the earth, had finally found an outlet to erupt. From the void, from the depths of the earth's veins, and even from every pore of their own beings, it erupted with fervor. If the qi previously summoned was akin to a thin mist, then now, this pervading essence in the air, seeping into their very marrow, bore an archaic, savage, and heart-stopping sense of oppression. The concentration of this qi prompted Wang Yechuan to raise an eyebrow. "Ah, this qi seems rather promising, so abundant. Perhaps we need not wait endlessly for that celestial phenomenon any longer." However, the future would not afford them the luxury of practicing at ease as before. Yet, the advantage was that they could finally afford to utilize the qi within them without the trepidation of depleting their reserves, Zhang Xuanye added. At that moment, chaotic sounds erupted from downstairs, cries, the shattering of glass, the roar of engines. The atmosphere was rapidly fermenting with the scent of apocalypse. Zhang Xuanye bent over to inspect the intercom, attempting to glean useful information amidst the cacophony of channels. Unlike Zhang Xuanye's intense focus on the electronic device, Wang Yechuan seemed to have forgotten something of utmost importance. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his expression ashen. No, such a magnitude of impact. There must be more terrifying aftershocks to come. An earthquake and a tsunami. As if to validate his shout, the floor beneath them heaved violently to the side. It felt less like standing on solid ground and more akin to being on the deck of a ship caught in a tempest. A storage box piled in the corner toppled over with a clatter. "By the heavens! Old Wang, have you invoked a curse? Hold on tight," Zhang Xuanye bellowed, his voice wavering amidst the sudden upheaval. The shaking was not a singular occurrence. Following the initial violent lateral tug, a relentless swaying ensued. The building emitted a disquieting creaking sound, and the ground beneath them undulated like waves. The stack supplies began to slide and collide. The reinforced iron door screeched with a grating friction. "Quick, find a table and move it to the corner." Whether it was the result of previous evacuation drills or instinctive muscle memory, their bodies seemed to respond without hesitation. Wang Yechuan instinctively shouted these words, his muscles taut and energy coursing along his spine at an accelerated pace. Battling the sensation of the building rolling beneath him, he dashed toward the living room, as if his feet were firmly rooted to the ground, and dragged a dining table to the corner where Zhang Xuanye was sheltered. The intense lateral shaking did not cease. Rather, it compounded with an even more intricate sense of tumult. The floor beneath him no longer swayed side to side. It resembled a surging sea, creating wave upon wave of undulating motion. In his line of sight, the distant searchlights from the military camp crazily traced irregular circles across the night sky. In the courtyard below, the unmistakable sounds of shattering glass, cracking walls, and desperate screams echoed more clearly. The tremors continued for what felt like an eternity. Over a minute long, yet for Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, each second felt like a century. As the cataclysmic sensation finally ebbed away like a receding tide, they both collapsed in exhaustion, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down their brows like tiny streams, soaking their backs. The room was in disarray. Furniture was displaced, items lay scattered, and the walls were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, while the emergency lights flickered in the dust-laden air. Coughing, Zhang Xuanye crawled up from the pile of debris, his face smeared with dirt, and asked old Wang, "Did you just say tsunami?" Wang Yechuan wiped the blood trickling from his split lip, his voice urgent. An impact of this magnitude will undoubtedly trigger a tsunami, and we're on the coast. Old Zhang, I can't calculate it, but can you estimate how long we have until the tsunami hits? Zhang Xuanye swiftly calculated the speed at which the shockwave would travel, considering the unprecedented ferocity of the earlier quake. I may not be entirely accurate, but I estimate it should be around 8 to 11 hours. It might even be sooner. We are in a low-lying area, not far from the estuary. This 3-story building. No, even this structure could be swept away or completely submerged. Time. An unprecedented urgency gripped their throats. Now, every minute and second was a matter of life and death. Wang Yechuan's eyes sparkled with resolute determination. Old Zhang, you gather supplies at home. Take everything you can. I will seek out Squad Leader Wan. He is our only connection to the military. They must have emergency plans or evacuation capabilities. I will see if I can link up with them. At the very least, we need to know the evacuation route. His words spilled forth like a rapid-fire barrage. As he was about to exit, Wang Yechuan added, "In 5 hours, we meet downstairs. If I'm not there, we will communicate via intercom. If you can't wait for me, find a way to escape." Zhang Xuanye chuckled bitterly. "If in 5.5 hours you still haven't arrived, I 1T need to escape. I'll head to the rooftop. The tsunami may not even reach me. Await my message." Wang Yechuan's voice faded into the heavy footsteps and the increasingly clear cries from below. The moment Wang Yechuan stepped out the door, he felt as though he had entered a boiling inferno. The community had descended into chaos, with terrified faces surging like a sea of headless flies, creating a desperate, cacophonous storm. Several houses had sustained damage from the recent quake. Walls had cracked, and debris lay scattered everywhere. In the direction of the distant city, the flames intensified, and thick smoke billowed, further tainting the already crimson sky. A pervasive, unsettling energy filled the air, akin to an invisible tide that pressed upon Wang Yechuan's senses. He forcefully quelled his inner turmoil, channeling the luminous energy within him to infuse his legs, propelling himself like a nimble cheetah through the chaotic throngs of people and vehicles. Within 3 minutes, he arrived at the foot of Squad Leader Ruan's building, swiftly ascending to the 2nd floor. "Squad Leader Wan, it's me, Wang Yechuan. Please open the door." After confirming his identity through the peephole, the door opened slightly. Wang Yechuan quickly squeezed inside and secured the door. Behind Squad Leader Wan stood his sister-in-law, Lin Fong, and her child, Xiao Hu, who nervously peered out. "Yechuan," Squad Leader Wan exclaimed, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "How did you make it here?" Wang Yechuan pulled Wan Su Yang into the kitchen and lowered his voice. "To be brief, we estimate that a massive tsunami will strike in 7 to 11 hours. This building may not withstand it. We need to evacuate. Is there any way to do that?" Chapter 33. Racing against time, Squad Leader Wan fixed his gaze intently upon Wang Yechuan's eyes, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. The few seconds of silence stretched out like an eternity. The desperate cries from downstairs and the ominous flames flickering in the distance painted a cruel backdrop. Are you certain? Where did you obtain this information? Finally, squad leader Wan furrowed his brow and asked seriously, "This is no jest." Wang Yechuan grasped Ruan Xiang's arm tightly. "Enough with the pleasantries. At this juncture, I have no time for jokes. We need a solution, and fast. Can we establish contact with the troops?" With a determined clench of his jaw, squad leader Ruan's eyes glimmered with resolve. "Follow me, quickly." He turned and exited the kitchen, signaling to Lin Fong to take the child and follow him, saying no more as he dragged Wang Yechuan towards the military camp. The gates of the defense camp were tightly sealed, guarded by armed soldiers whose expressions were grim, forming a line of defense with their cold weapons aimed at the chaotic streets, preventing any civilians from breaching the camp. The searchlights nervously scanned the throngs of people outside. Squad leader Ruan whispered a few instructions to Wang Yechuan before making his way toward the camp entrance, where the soldiers eyed him warily, their weapons slightly raised. This scene filled Wang Yechuan with a sense of urgency. After exchanging a few words with the soldiers, a tall figure emerged from within the camp, parting the ranks of soldiers and striding towards them. In the light cast by the searchlights, Wang Yechuan recognized the imposing officer clad in military fatigues. His face smeared with dirt, eyes weary yet sharp as a hawk, a handgun strapped to his waist, evidently having just navigated through turmoil. After a brief conversation, the tall officer patted squad leader Ruan on the shoulder. Ruan embraced him tightly before turning to beckon Wang Yechuan and his wife, Lin Fong, to bring little Hu over. "Su, my old friend, words cannot express my gratitude. Should we meet again, I shall owe you one." The tall officer waved his hand, indicating no further words were necessary. Squad leader Ruan urged Wang Yechuan deeper into the camp, where tension permeated the air. Soldiers were urgently assembling, transporting supplies, reinforcing structures, and a communicator was hoarsely shouting into the radio, the atmosphere reaching a suffocating peak. Evidently well acquainted with the layout, squad leader Wan led Wang Yechuan through a maze of paths to a relatively secluded supply warehouse area at the rear of the camp, adjacent to a narrow river. There, several pickup trucks and armored vehicles were stationed, along with a small dock. "Old Zhao," squad leader Wan called out to a middle-aged soldier in military fatigues, his face smudged with grease, standing at the warehouse entrance. Well, well. Old Wan, what brings you back? Called up for an emergency?" Old Zhao wiped the sweat mixed with grime off his face, astonished at the sight of Ruan Xiang. "There is no time to explain. I need one of the assault boats you decommissioned from the warehouse." Squad leader Ruan's tone was resolute and left no room for debate. Old Zhao hesitated for a moment, glancing at squad leader Ruan, then at the anxious Wang Yechuan and his distressed wife, Lin Fong, along with the little boy who bore a resemblance to Ruan. Seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, he stomped his foot in frustration. "Damn, you're putting me in a tough spot again." A few minutes later, a small forklift roared out of the warehouse, bearing a 5-meter-long, deep green, V-shaped hard-bottom inflatable boat. The vessel appeared remarkably sturdy, with a brand-new 40-horsepower outboard motor affixed to its stern. Squad leader Ruan paused momentarily at the sight of the boat. "Lao Zhao, did you take the wrong one? What happened to the previous boat? This is military equipment. Enough with the chatter. I will take responsibility. Register under my name. Hurry, help me push it into the water." Lao Zhao shouted at squad leader Ruan, already rushing forward to grasp the bow of the boat. Ruan's eyes reddened slightly, and Wang Yechuan felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude and hope. The two immediately stepped forward to assist. Together, the three men heaved the heavy inflatable boat down the makeshift ramp towards the riverbank dock. The murky river water below roiled uneasily, the water level seeming significantly higher than usual. "These are spare fuel barrels. Use them sparingly." Lao Zhao pulled over 2 combat fuel barrels and tossed them into the boat, followed swiftly by 2 life jackets, a first aid kit, a bundle of rope, and a waterproof flashlight. "Take care. Look after your sister-in-law and the child." Lao Zhao. Squad leader Ruan clasped his fists solemnly. "Get going. Stop with the sentimental nonsense. Remember, you owe me a drink." Lao Zhao cast a complex glance at Ruan before turning and sprinting back to the warehouse. Wang Yechuan and the others hesitated no longer, leaping onto the inflatable boat and starting the outboard motor. The engine roared to life, its sound piercing through the chaotic backdrop of the defense camp. He turned the bow of the boat, piloting this vessel of last hope along the inner river, against the increasingly turbulent current heading out of the defense camp. 4 hours earlier, Wang Yechuan's voice gradually faded at the staircase. Watching Wang Yechuan depart, Zhang Xuanye took a deep breath, as if resolving to make a crucial decision. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, he cleared an area, sat cross-legged, and entered a meditative state. In the inner world of contemplation, he cast aside all distractions and fears, channeling his entire spirit and will into his mind's eye, striving to concentrate the luminous energy. As the light within him reached an unprecedented brightness, he steadied his focus, controlling the light to gather at his fingertips. At that moment, in the external world, Zhang Xuanye's fingertips began to glide through the air, manipulated by the luminous energy from his inner vision. Zhang Xuanye was about to forcibly inscribe a talisman. With so many resources, how much could one collect by mere effort? Even if one were to gather abundantly, they would merely become prey in the eyes of others. Yet, without resources, how could they survive in this apocalyptic world? Images of the talismans from the lower half of the fabric flashed through Zhang Xuanye's mind, particularly the distorted characters concerning material absorption. They had attempted this previously, but had been utterly unable to invoke it. However, now, the energy was more abundant than ever. This was the only opportunity. He had to concentrate all his spirit and forcefully refine the material absorption talisman. Regardless of the outcome or the price to be paid, he must endeavor to gather the most vital resources. Yet, the successful refinement of the talisman required reaching the second stage. Zhang Xuanye's actions were akin to dancing on the precipice, where a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Mildly, a shattering of spirit. Severely, a disarray of meridians. Yet, at this juncture, Zhang Xuanye found himself bereft of choices. He felt the relentless surge of viscous qi coursing through him, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied fire. The strands of radiant light he conjured with his fingertips wove an invisible tapestry of talismanic symbols amidst the unseen threads of the external realm. A faint yet concentrated glimmer of light struggled to emerge from his fingertips, as though he were painting in a thick, adhesive medium. Initially, on 2 occasions, his lack of proficiency hindered him. The speed of the light's manifestation was insufficient, causing the incomplete talisman to dissipate into the ether. Zhang Xuanye felt a twinge of impatience, but had to master his emotions, hastening his movements further. After an indeterminate number of attempts, relentless as a machine, a stable talisman, adorned with flowing golden threads, finally materialized before him. The subsequent task was of utmost importance. He activated his spiritual perception, merging it with the dense qi of the outside world, endeavoring to weave the captured essence of external imagery into the strands of light, thus forming the core of the talisman and achieving a resonance between the internal and external realms. The intense process of talisman crafting caused a dull ache in Zhang Xuanye's head, and as he encased the radiant light in his fingertips, droplets of blood began to seep forth. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, steadied his mind, and painstakingly traced the strokes he envisioned in his mind, striving to sketch the embryonic form of the talisman that bore the secrets of space. With each advancement, he endured the fierce depletion of his mental energy and the sharp pangs within his meridians. As the clock struck the agreed 5.5 hours, the safe house resonated only with Zhang Xuanye's labored and stifled breaths, while the intercom crackled with Wang Yechuan's inquiry. Outside the window loomed a crimson sky, illuminated by apocalyptic flames, and a menacing roar of death from the depths of the sea drew ever closer. A frenzied race against time and the limits of his own endurance unfolded simultaneously for both individuals, each engaged in their separate yet intertwined destinies. Chapter 34. The Path to Survival. As Ruan Su Yang navigated the speedboat laboriously against the current, drawing closer to the familiar riverbank of the family compound, Wang Yechuan felt his heart leap into his throat. Without waiting for the boat to reach the shore, he leaped from the vessel, landing on the bank. Ruan, the squad leader, was startled, pondering how this young man had trained to jump so far. Wang Yechuan hastened toward the rental apartment, pounding on the door. "Old Zhang, Open up quickly. What's wrong with you? After a minute, the door was slowly opened by Zhang Xuanye, who then collapsed onto the ground, continuing to recuperate from his injuries. At that moment, Zhang Xuanye appeared utterly disheveled. Bloodstains lingered at the corners of his mouth, and the floor was marred by a pool of semi-dry, viscous blood. His clothing was speckled with droplets of blood, mingled with sweat, creating conspicuous red splotches. Zhang Xuanye did not respond to Wang Yechuan's inquiry, but instead excitedly waved a semi-transparent talisman composed of shimmering light before him. Initially puzzled, Wang Yechuan's expression shifted to astonishment and then erupted into exuberant joy. Incredible! Old Zhang, have you really developed a storage talisman in such a short time? You didn't get hurt by this thing, did you? Zhang Xuanye nodded, explaining that he had managed to store medicines, purified water, high-energy food, a hard drive, and weapons within it. You should also place the fabric on you inside. The space is limited, only about 10 cubic meters. That's already impressive. I've sorted things out on my end as well. Let me help you. We must leave quickly. No need. Zhang Xuanye declined Wang Yechuan's assistance. Grabbing a large bag, you take the items over there. I've organized everything. Wang Yechuan did not argue, shouldering several large bags from the ground, and the two hurried downstairs in single file. They wasted no time and swiftly ran to the spot where the speedboat was moored. Squad leader Yuan was frantically waving from the boat, urging them to hurry. It had already been 7 hours, and the river water had risen significantly. As the two jumped onto the boat, the small vessel became cramped. Yuan controlled the throttle at the stern, shielding his wife and child in the middle, while Zhang Xuanye safeguarded the supplies and Wang Yechuan faced the obstacles at the bow. Once their roles were assigned, Yuan urged, "Push the throttle hard. Go!" The speedboat roared, racing towards the higher inland terrain. Time passed under the weight of tension and turbulent waves. The crimson sky faded into a leaden gray, enveloping the world in darkness. The water level of the river surged alarmingly, the current raging, transforming the low-lying banks into marshland. 9 hours had elapsed. As they frantically fled along the tributaries of the Huai River towards the Grand Canal, a deep, thunderous roar rolled in from the eastern horizon. Instantly, the water level ahead dropped at a terrifyingly visible rate, exposing vast stretches of riverbed. It's the suction of a tsunami's leading edge. Zhang Xuanye. Hold on tight. Captain Ruan's eyes widened with desperation as he steered the assault boat towards the deeper waters, yearning to distance themselves just a little further, even if it were but a single meter. After a brief silence of mere seconds, a thunderous roar erupted as a gray-white wall of water, unyielding and indifferent, surged forth from the heavens. "Get down!" Wang Yechuan's heart-wrenching shout pierced the air. Captain Ruan tightly enveloped his wife and child in his strong embrace, pushing them down to the bottom of the boat. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye also lowered their bodies, gripping the fixed rings on either side of the boat with all their might. A cataclysmic torrent composed of seawater, mud, vehicles, the remnants of a shattered city, and uprooted trees swept in with a cacophony of destruction. The wind pressure and wave of water vapor struck first, violently colliding with the assault boat. The vessel was hurled high into the air, and the monstrous wave that followed descended like a colossal hand, clutching the boat tightly as the deluge engulfed it completely. The icy, murky seawater rushed in from all directions. The immense pressure crushed against each person's chest. The world was consumed by the deafening roar of water and the endless darkness. Little Tiger's terrified cries were instantly drowned out. With the buoyancy of the boat, it surfaced momentarily, and Captain Ruan bellowed furiously to steady the vessel. One hand gripped the fixed ring tightly, while the other clutched his wife and child like a vice. Bracing his back against the onslaught of water and debris, a piece of floating wood struck him fiercely on the back, eliciting a muffled groan and causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xuanye had already moved to the stern, utilizing his enhanced strength and reflexes to anchor himself at the helm. With eyes tightly shut, he relied solely on the direction of the water's impact and the vibrations of the boat to frantically adjust the steering, striving to maintain the bow's orientation amidst the chaotic currents desperately avoiding being capsized by monstrous waves or sucked into a whirlpool. Each time the boat was thrust to the crest of a wave, he felt as though his arms might tear apart. Each plunge into the trough brought icy seawater surging into his nostrils. At the bow, Wang Yechuan faced the brunt of the initial wave, while remaining vigilant of the deadly debris lurking in the water ahead. A broken power pole surged towards him like a javelin. Wang Yechuan's nerves surged as he activated his heightened reflexes, yanking on a rope secured to the bow, narrowly tilting his body backward. The pole whizzed past his nose, crashing violently against the side of the boat, producing a deafening sound that made the vessel shudder violently. He wiped the water from his face, gritting his teeth, and continued to exert pressure on the bow of their tiny craft amidst the towering waves. The small assault boat spun wildly in the monstrous surf. Each emergence from the trough was accompanied by violent coughs and desperate gasps for air. The hull groaned in agony, and the cabin filled with icy, murky water, submerging their ankles. Captain Yuan and Lin Fong shielded Little Tiger closely. The child's cries were weak and intermittent, clearly terrified. Lin Fong's face was pale, her lips turning purple, yet her gaze remained fiercely focused on her son, using her body to shield him from the frigid waters and the violent impacts. Between each monstrous wave, Wang Yechuan shouted to inquire about everyone's condition. Captain Yuan was always the first to respond, his voice hoarse yet resolute, encouraging everyone, "Hold on, we're still alive." Lin Fong tightly embraced the little tiger, exerting every ounce of her strength to resist the relentless waves, leaving her no energy to respond. Zhang Xuanye, meanwhile, communicated with Wang Yechuan through a mere glance. This was a desperate voyage, a tug-of-war with death itself. The diminutive vessel carried the lives of 5 souls, navigating through a tempestuous hell wrought by nature's fury. Armed with the tenacity of the defense forces, the protective instinct of a mother, the extraordinary strength and will of a cultivator, and a faint glimmer of talismanic light, they struggled inch by inch towards the elusive shore of survival. The leaden sky loomed above like a vast shroud, enveloping this death-laden world, filled with water and ruins. Chapter 35. A breather. The assault boat bobbed violently amidst the raging tsunami, akin to a solitary leaf enduring the onslaught of the most ferocious waves. Yet, the vessel's condition was far from optimistic. It felt precariously on the brink of collapse. The engine emitted ominous coughs, but at least it remained afloat, intact. They had endured the initial wave. Zhang Xuanye slumped in the cold, waterlogged bottom of the boat, gasping for breath. The depletion of his mental fortitude left him with a severe headache, and before he could catch his breath, he was thrust back into the harrowing escape, the jarring motion rendering his face pale as a ghost. There could be more waves to come. According to the scientific literature I had previously perused, the suction following a retreating tide and the subsequent waves could prove even more perilous. Team Leader Yuan, how are you holding up? Wang Yechuan's voice was hoarse and fatigued, his hands trembling slightly from exhaustion. Team Leader Yuan leaned against the side of the boat, his training uniform soaked with blood, his complexion pale from loss of blood and pain. Yet, the indomitable spirit of a soldier kept him resolute, as he replied steadily, "I am not dead yet. Merely superficial wounds." Lin Fong tightly clutched the shivering little tiger, who could no longer muster the strength to cry, her voice quavering, "Su Yang, but you're back. I'm Fine. Don't worry. We need to find a way out. With so many people in Yandu, we can't be the only ones left." Team Leader Yuan interjected, scanning the tumultuous water for signs of life during this brief respite, while Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye seized the opportunity to recuperate and replenish their internal energy. After approximately 10 minutes, Team Leader Yuan's keen gaze fixed on the horizon. A colossal, rust-ridden freighter, resembling an island of steel, was laboriously rising and falling amidst the surging waves. Its massive hull, drawing deep into the water, swayed violently. Yet it was undoubtedly 1,000 times more stable than the diminutive assault boat. More crucially, it appeared to be pushing full throttle against the retreating tide, striving to navigate inland. On the side of the vessel, a few indistinct characters could be discerned. Yuan Hang. Upon sighting this great ship, Wang Yechuan suddenly revived, standing at the bow and bursting into hearty laughter. Ah, laughter in the face of adversity. No one can extinguish my aspirations. I shall tread through the snow to the mountain's summit. Zhang Xuanye, wearied by his antics, pulled Wang Yechuan down. Old Wang Yer. Don't let them think we're mad. Sit down quickly. Team leader Yuan, too, felt a surge of optimism, urging the boat towards the freighter, his eyes alight with the flame of hope. The almost extinguished assault boat struggled to approach the freighter's enormous hull, resembling a sheer cliff. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the side of the ship was high above the water, with a shallow draft, but lacking any accessible ladders for climbing. Up there! Help! Help us! Wang Yechuan shouted with all his might, his voice barely audible over the roar of the waves. Figures began to emerge on the deck of the freighter. Seemingly having heard Wang Yechuan's cries, they leaned over the edge, their expressions wary. Following them was a middle-aged man, pipe in mouth, sporting a mustache reminiscent of Zhou Mu, surveying them from above as though appraising the value of cargo. Save us! There are children! Lin Fong clutched Little Tiger, her voice a heart-wrenching plea. The middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze sweeping over the disheveled five on the inflatable boat. Lingering momentarily on the bloodied back of Captain Yuan and the seemingly robust young men, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, before finally resting on the beleaguered vessel behind them, along with 2 military fuel drums and bulging backpacks that had not been swept away. You may board the ship. The middle-aged man's voice resonated, albeit with conditions. The inflatable boat, the engine, the fuel, and all your provisions must be surrendered in exchange. Moreover, once aboard, you are required to work. No idlers allowed. His words were frigid, devoid of compassion, a stark transaction laid bare. The few aboard the boat exchanged glances. The answer was evident. Wang Yechuan and the others had no alternative. All right, we agree, Captain Yuan replied, stifling the pain in his back. Please lower a rope ladder. Soon, several thick ropes were tossed down from the high ship's railing. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye secured the trembling Lin Fong and Little Tiger, soaked and shivering from the water, and the crew above laboriously pulled them up. Next came their fuel drums and bags, followed by the injured Captain Yuan and the 3 men. The ends of the inflatable boat were also tethered by ropes, and under the crew's tugging, it was hoisted onto the cold, slick deck. As Wang Yechuan set foot on the solid steel deck, a wave of exhaustion from their harrowing experience washed over him. Goodness, this truly embodies the feeling of being less than a dog. If it weren't for these supplies, we might not even have made it aboard, he remarked to Zhang Xuanye. Zhang Xuanye raised an eyebrow. Keep your voice down, or they'll toss you back overboard. We must be grateful. At that moment, the middle-aged man strode towards them. The engine and fuel are mine. All food is confiscated. My surname is Liu. You may call me Captain Liu. Captain Liu unabashedly commanded the crew to remove the items with a speed that left Wang and Zhang dumbfounded. He then pointed at Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye. You two appear to still possess some strength. Go to the engine room and assist. Old Li is about to collapse. He shot a glance at the injured Captain Yuan, who was being supported by Lin Fong. Injured individuals, women, and children, go to the upper crew's dining area and refrain from wandering. His tone brooked no dissent. Under the eaves of another, one must bow. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye exchanged a knowing look. Zhang Xuanye subtly placed his hand on the location of the spatial talisman, signaling discreetly. The two silently followed a numbed crew member toward the heavy iron door leading to the engine room. Upon entering the dim, stifling space filled with deafening noise and the scent of machine oil, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye were immediately tasked with monitoring pressure gauges and valves. The chief engineer, Old Li, a lanky elder, was drenched in sweat, standing beside the roaring main engine, his eyes heavy with fatigue. New arrivals? Don't just stand there. Keep an eye on that pressure gauge. If it reaches the red zone, shout for me. Old Li barked hoarsely. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye promptly immersed themselves in their duties. Amidst the deafening cacophony, Zhang Xuanye leaned closer to Wang Yechuan, communicating in hushed tones only they could discern. Old Wang, what are your plans moving forward? What else can we do? We'll return to our hometown in Zhongzhou, Wang Yechuan replied, his gaze weary yet tinged with contemplation. I wonder how my parents are faring. You ought to check on yours as well. Once we have recuperated, we should join class leader Yuan. He is likely heading back to his home in Sanchin province, where he has no relatives left. Probably visiting his wife's family in Lianshao City. It's fortuitous, as we are all traveling westward. We can part ways in Shudu City. Zhang Xuanye nodded in agreement. After all, the vessel was headed inland. Once they docked, they would disembark and find their own way back to Shudu, as they still had to engage in labor under the table. Time continued to flow, while the sky remained obstinately silent and shrouded in darkness, as if it would never brighten. Uncertain of what the future held, thoughts of family and parents fortified Wang and Zhang's resolve to persevere. This ship offered them a fleeting moment of solace, carrying them toward the hope of the inland. Chapter 36. The pursuit of survival. The relentless roar of the engines aboard the vessel Voyager stood as the sole constant amidst a cacophony of whispers and unease. The individuals on board seemed to exist in a realm detached from the world, as an array of rumors proliferated, ranging from the wrath of a dragon king to extraterrestrial invasions of Earth. Such diverse tales sowed seeds of anxiety among the crew. Yet, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye remained indifferent, for they possessed a clarity of truth that rendered idle chatter unnecessary. In this moment, their priority lay in nourishment, rest, and the diligent pursuit of their cultivation to ensure survival. The provisions aboard were woefully scant, with over 80 souls on the ship. Meals consisted of merely 2 servings a day. Lunchtime offered a meager half-bowl of rice accompanied by a few scraps of greens, leaving much to be desired. In a bid to expedite the recovery of Captain Ruan's injuries and to sustain the strength of his sister-in-law Lin Fong and Yang Hu, Wang Yechuan discreetly provided Captain Ruan with some compressed biscuits during their moments of respite on the deck. Though unpalatable, such sustenance at least offered a semblance of fullness. At a relatively secluded porthole on the freighter, a heavy shroud of leaden dust obscured any trace of daylight. Only the ship's searchlights cast futile beams upon the murky waters. Leaning against the cold steel hull, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye basked in the faint glow reflected from outside. "Old Zhang," Wang Yechuan began, "do you think the sky will ever brighten again? Have you heard the wild tales circulating aboard these past few days? Each one more ludicrous than the last." Zhang Xuanye, having miraculously healed his nearsightedness, absent-mindedly adjusted his non-existent glasses as he replied, "Considering the volume and velocity of that meteorite, along with the energy released upon impact, it is a miracle we are even alive. The shockwave from the meteorite will generate dust that will be propelled into the stratosphere, perhaps even higher." Wang Yechuan gazed into the gray expanse above. "So, the sky isn't devoid of light. Rather, it is shrouded. How long might this condition persist?" Zhang Xuanye shrugged. "Who knows? It could last months, even years. The crucial point is that once sunlight is lost, the temperature will inevitably plummet, ushering in what could be termed impact winter." "Old Wang, you've seen vendors selling ice pops on the streets, haven't you?" Wang Yechuan, momentarily perplexed by Zhang Xuanye's sudden change of topic, queried, "What are you getting at? You can't possibly be craving ice pops at a time like this." His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he stammered, "Old Zhang, are you suggesting that this dust is akin to a blanket? The sun remains unchanged, yet we are like ice pops ensconced within it? That's one way to interpret it, though the reality is more intricate," Zhang Xuanye quickly elaborated. "The surface will grow increasingly frigid, but the layer of dust aloft will be gently warmed by residual sunlight. This will disrupt atmospheric circulation entirely, leading to extreme weather phenomena, superstorms, unprecedented cold waves, and even bizarre heat waves will follow in quick succession. The seasons and climates as we know them will cease to exist." Wang Yechuan fell into a deep silence, fixated on the despondent leaden gray outside the window. The din of the engine room and the collective murmurs of the crowd filled the air. After a prolonged moment, he murmured to himself, "I must focus on my cultivation and strive to return to Shudu." Since their last discussion, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye have devoted every moment to introspection in the cabin's lounge. However, cultivating one's abilities is far from the fantastical depictions in novels. It does not grant one the miraculous benefits of foregoing food and sleep, nor does it leave one invigorated after practice. Amidst the stifling heat and cacophony, They must expend greater mental energy to weave the chi meridians within their acupoints, racing against time to break through the latter stages of the first realm and advance towards the second. The concentration of chi in the environment seems to have stabilized. Each session of meditation feels like being immersed in a viscous sea of energy, with a luminous essence within the jade palace pulsating vibrantly, guiding the cold streams of chi to wash over and fill the 28 acupoints along the spine. In this inner realm, the 3x3 structure continues to enrich itself. The delicate threads evolving through cycles of failure and reconstruction towards greater density, as strength gradually burgeons within their weary bodies, instilling a sense of resilience against the unknown. However, this rare moment of respite is soon overshadowed by a foreboding shadow. On the fourth day, despite the morning, the darkness is so profound that one cannot see their own hand, as Zhang Xuanye takes over from Old Li beneath the dim glow of an oil lamp. The back of Old Li's oil-stained hand appears exceptionally rough in the faint light, the skin seemingly cloaked in a fine layer of grayish-white keratin, akin to dried lime. His efforts to rub his eyes seem particularly strained, the whites of his eyes veined with blood, his gaze murky, radiating an indescribable agitation. Master Li, what is wrong with your hand? Zhang Xuanye inquires tentatively. Just an old problem. My skin is cracking. Old Li brusquely interrupts, his tone laden with irritation and impatience as he operates the machinery with roughness. When Zhang Xuanye encounters Wang Yechuan, he immediately broaches the topic. Old Wang, do you think Old Li has a skin disease? Just look at his hands. Upon hearing this, Wang Yechuan becomes animated. Old Zhang, I've noticed it too. Many crew members have cracked skin on their ankles and necks. Some are so severe they even have dark red spots. Damn it, I hope it's not contagious. We eat together every day. Did you bring any bowls or chopsticks when you packed your things? Zhang Xuanye frowns. Moreover, I detect a faint odor from Old Li, reminiscent of rust, mixed with the stench of decaying seaweed. His temperament has changed too. He's listless and irritable, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Scratching his head, Wang Yechuan replies, as long as it doesn't infect me, I'll check on Captain Ruan. If it gets worse, we might need to request to disembark. He then asks Zhang Xuanye to handle the ship's affairs as he makes his way to find Ruan Suyang and assess the situation. Upon reaching the second-floor dormitory, they find Captain Ruan's wound has been treated with the medicine and bandages provided by Zhang Xuanye, and it has largely stopped bleeding, progressing towards healing. Little Tiger is curled up in Lin Feng's embrace, his large eyes filled with fear, remaining vigilant towards everything around him. Captain Ruan, Wang Yechuan whispers almost inaudibly, while scanning their surroundings with caution, I came to see you. Have you noticed? There's a strange illness aboard this ship. It spreads rapidly. Look at those individuals. Captain Ruan's keen gaze swept over the crew displaying peculiar behaviors. He nodded slowly, his voice lowered to a hushed whisper. I have observed it. This is not akin to a mere skin ailment or a wound infection. It resembles some form of poisoning. He struggled to find the appropriate words to encapsulate the bizarre symptoms. Wang Yechuan hesitated. Shall we disembark? Leave? Captain Ruan offered a bitter smile, glancing out at the tumultuous, boundless, murky waters outside. What do we rely on? Swimming? To plunge into the sea now would be tantamount to seeking death. Contact the captain? Request him to dock. Wang Yechuan inquired. Surely, that is preferable to lingering aboard this plague ship awaiting our demise? Think of my sister-in-law and little Tiger. We have fought hard to survive. At that moment, a horrifying scream, a pitch-altering wail, erupted from the ship's forecastle. Everyone aboard was jolted into a state of alarm. Even the crew with strange behaviors paused momentarily, their heads lifting in confusion. Wang Yechuan dashed onto the deck, gripping the ship's railing as he peered downward. A colossal, unnatural shadow surged swiftly beneath the water alongside the vessel, displacing the currents in an ominous manner. By his estimation, the creature was at least the size of a small fishing boat. Suddenly, at the edge of the white froth churned by the ship's propeller, illuminated by the spotlight, he discerned the creature in vivid detail. Its surface was bumpy, its hue as dull as weathered rock. It bore no eyes, only a massive maw filled with spiral-shaped, razor-sharp teeth reminiscent of a meat grinder. A robust tail, armed with sharp bony protrusions, thrashed behind it, disturbing the seawater. It appeared drawn to the engine's clamor, swimming around the hull. With a resounding boom, the entire vessel shook violently. The crew erupted into terrified screams. The monstrous fish, after merely colliding with the ship, stirred the murky waters, creating tumultuous waves as it gradually sank into the depths, vanishing beyond the reach of the spotlight, leaving only haunting ripples and an eerie silence among the crew. This spectacle caused the crew to exhale in resignation, yet it only heightened Wang Yechuan and the others' unease. How much longer could this ship endure in such perilous waters? Where, indeed, lay the sanctuary? Chapter 37. Speculations on Sha and Qi underwater. There is something. Wang Yechuan returned to the engine room, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, reminiscent of what Zhang Xuanye had described. Zhang Xuanye sighed, initially contemplating that should the situation become dire, they could still escape via speedboat once the tsunami had passed. However, it now appeared that the underwater realm was fraught with peril as well. The world had irrevocably transformed from what they once knew. Squad leader Ruan pushed open the door and entered the cabin, speaking as he walked. The atmosphere aboard the ship was stifling, with crew members often embroiled in disputes over scant rations and work assignments, occasionally even resorting to violence. We cannot delay any longer. We must inform the captain that we wish to disembark. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye understood that waiting was no longer an option. Old Li's skin condition was worsening by the minute, and Wang Yechuan now perceived him as a silent monstrosity, his gaze vacant and hollow, his skin a tapestry of lesions. The air around him was permeated by a foul, rust-like stench. "Captain, we need to have a serious discussion." In the captain's quarters, Wang Yechuan approached directly. Captain Liu sat behind a grimy desk, enveloped in the smoke from his pipe, squinting at Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, and Ruan Xiang. "What do you wish to discuss?" Squad leader Ruan stepped forward, leaning on the desk, his tone imposing. "The tsunami has largely subsided, and, as you witnessed earlier, the presence of those strange fish renders the ship unsafe. Moreover, look at your crew. Their conditions are alarming, with widespread skin afflictions and erratic behavior. I suspect a potential contagion. Remaining aboard puts everyone at risk." Lu Cheng regarded the trio with a cold stare, silently absorbing their words before responding with a languid tone. "Oh, so, are you 3 doctors now? You appear to be in fine spirits." "We possess unique constitutions," Zhang Xuanye replied calmly. "Yet this is not the crux of the matter. The key issue is that conditions are deteriorating." Old Li's hands, along with the rashes on others suddenly. Lu slammed his hand on the table, interrupting them rudely. "And what of it? A mere skin condition has you trembling with fear? I have navigated these waters for decades. I have encountered countless bizarre ailments. And now you wish to abandon ship? Beyond lies the vast ocean, post-tsunami. Do you know what lurks beneath the waves? Here on the ship, we are encased in steel, surrounded by machinery. There are provisions. This is the path to survival. In my domain, do not dare to sow discord and undermine morale. Return to your duties. We are willing to leave empty-handed. You need only steer the ship to shore, and we will depart immediately, without delay." Wang Yechuan attempted to negotiate further. Captain Liu scoffed. "Steer to shore? Absurd. Who is the captain here? You or I? You think you can simply come and go as you please? The supplies and crew belong to me. Without my consent, none of you shall leave. Speak no more, lest you wish for my wrath. Out." The negotiation had utterly failed. Captain Liu, like a tyrant guarding his final fortress, dismissed any proposal that threatened his authority, even when such proposals concerned life and death. Wang Yechuan and his companions exited the captain's cabin, acutely aware that the likelihood of a peaceful negotiation had dwindled to nearly zero. They could only huddle together for warmth, aligning themselves with Captain Ruan's family to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Seizing the moment while smoking on the ship's edge, Wang Yechuan beckoned Zhang Xuanye aside. He glanced back at Captain Ruan and his family before quietly confiding in Zhang Xuanye. "Old Zhang, I suspect that their current state is related to Qi. I have a feeling that the Sha mentioned by Xianzhen is akin to the qi we cultivate. After speaking, Wang took a deep drag from his cigarette, holding the smoke in for a long moment before exhaling. Zhang Xuanye furrowed his brow, picking up the thread of conversation. Are you suggesting that qi and sha are one and the same? Wang turned, bowing his head to look at his toes, and replied, indeed. Do you recall Xianzhen's words? Sha is colorless, odorless, formless. It can cause all things to become aberrant, transforming them into monstrous entities. Later, the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden bestowed a treasure, refining the sha and infusing qi into the body. Thus, due to our cultivation, we are capable of transmuting external sha into pure qi. Those who have been aberrated are afflicted by sha. Their bodies and minds may be passively enduring the erosion of this high-concentration energy, akin to exposure to intense radiation. Skin becomes keratinized, rashes appear, emotions spiral out of control. This could very well be a precursor to mutation. Zhang Xuanye exclaimed in astonishment. Wang nodded. Old Zhang, keep your weapon close. Please retrieve my Tang Dao, just in case. Zhang Xuanye agreed, also producing an entrenching tool for self-defense, and instructed Wang to pass a baton to Captain Ruan for precautionary measures. Meanwhile, the two men fervently utilized every fleeting moment to cultivate their strength in preparation for the imminent crisis. The trio retreated to an empty hold at the stern of the ship, taking turns on guard duty. Captain Ruan stood vigilant, reminiscent of his days in the military, ever alert to the surroundings. Lin Fong cradled little Hu, who had succumbed to profound fatigue and fear, his small face still marked by dry tears. The dining area was permeated with the stench of sweat, oil, and an increasingly nauseating metallic tang of rust. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye sat cross-legged on the cold metal deck, closing their eyes to regulate their breath. The radiant light within the Niwen Palace was more vibrant than ever before. In the dense qi environment, they could feel the qi meridians along their spines greedily absorbing energy. Their structure having reached 4x4, while the meridians in the Niwen Palace and the Shanzhong Acupoint had also attained 8x8, and the radiant light in their hearts appeared even more substantial than previously. After careful study, the two focused on unblocking the acupoints along the Run and Du meridians, a task not undertaken lightly, but rather based on their conjectures regarding the essence of qi meridians and radiant light. The Ren and Du meridians run along the body's central axis, the Ren meridian traversing the front of the chest and abdomen, associated with Yin, while the Du meridian runs along the spine, associated with Yang. The acupoints along these two meridians, once unblocked, serve several purposes. Firstly, they further solidify the foundation and enhance the body's stability in absorbing qi. Secondly, they establish a connection between the Niwen Palace and the Zhongguan Acupoint, thereby amplifying control over qi. Thirdly, they enrich the circulatory space of Lingguang and qi within the body, merging the nourishing power of the Yin Si, Ren meridian, with the invigorating force of the Yang Si, Du meridian. Achieving complete unblocking may lead to an overall enhancement, propelling one into the second realm. As the two were deeply engrossed in their inner contemplation, suddenly, a chilling wail, so piercing it seemed beyond human capacity, shattered the roar of the engine room like a heated iron stake. This was immediately followed by the deafening clang of metal, the shattering of glass, and a cacophony of terrified, chaotic screams. The two, fully absorbed in their meditative state, were abruptly jolted back to reality. It's here, Zhang Xuanye exclaimed, his eyes snapping open. Wang Yechuan, too, broke from his introspective state, bewildered. What on earth is making such a dreadful sound? Squad leader Wan rose, deftly unfurling his tactical baton, positioning himself protectively in front of his wife and son. The three exchanged glances, each aware that the worst scenario was about to unfold. The cries of anguish and sounds of struggle emanated from the direction of the engine room. Squad leader Wan, you stay back. I will investigate with old Zhang. Wang Yechuan urged, patting Ruan Suyang's shoulder, signaling him to retreat. Ruan Suyang nodded, standing guard beside Lin Fong and Xiao Hu. Old Zhang, let us check it out. Wang Yechuan shouted to Zhang Xuanye. The distinctive, sharp sound of a custom-made Tang Dao unsheathing cut through the chaos, ringing clear amidst the turmoil. With the blade held resolutely before him, he surged forward, his chi flowing into his legs, propelling him like an arrow released from the bow towards the source of the commotion. Zhang Xuanye, in turn, drew his entrenching tool with a swift motion, his linguang circulating, his mind sharply focused, closely following, on guard against any potential threats that might spring from the sides. Chapter 38. The blood-soaked cabin with a piercing scream that shattered the silence. The occupants were roused from their slumber. The more timid members of the crowd huddled together like frightened livestock, yet remained on guard against one another. Meanwhile, the bolder crew members flung open the doors and rushed towards the engine room, calling out to those on duty. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, armed and vigilant, cautiously trail behind, making their way to the engine room on the lower deck. As they near the engine room, just a corner away, the corridor enveloped them in darkness, where silence reigned, yet it was not an absence of sound. The crunching of something being chewed mingled with indecipherable hissing sounds and the muffled sobs of a woman struggling to contain her terror, all emanating from around the corner. In the flickering light of an oil lamp that lay on the ground, they discerned a young woman. Wang Yechuan recognized her as the wife of a crew member, responsible for delivering meals. Her eyes were wide with fear, tears long dried, leaving only faint, instinctive sobs. Peering deeper into the shadows, they glimpsed a figure hunched over, voraciously gnawing at something. Suddenly, the figure sensed their approach and jerked its head up with a suddenness that startled them. A guttural roar erupted, far from human, filled with agony and savagery. Wang Yechuan could barely make out the features of Old Li. His skin had turned ashen and wrinkled, parts covered in grotesque growths, his back marred by tumors and bone spurs. His eyes were now cloudy and devoid of pupils, a ghastly gray, and his mouth, agape, dripped with a mixture of saliva, viscous black liquid, and human tissue. Crouched on all fours, he lunged towards the nearest crew member with a contorted and explosive ferocity. The unfortunate soul in the front barely had time to react before being pinned to the ground. The monster's maw, filled with sharp teeth, savagely sank into the crew member's neck. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering against the machinery and bulkheads, the acrid scent of iron swiftly overpowering the odor of engine oil. Panic spread like a contagion among the remaining dozen or so crew members, witnessing the gruesome scene. Some screamed and turned to flee. Others frantically brandished makeshift weapons, attempting to deter the monster from making them its next victim, while a few collapsed in sheer terror, paralyzed by the sight of the carnage. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye were momentarily taken aback by the horrific tableau, yet they possessed a semblance of mental fortitude, unlike the panicking crowd, and retreated along with them. At that moment, Captain Liu, arriving belatedly, seized a screaming young crew member, demanding to know what had transpired. The crew member could barely articulate a word, writhing to escape Liu's grasp, fleeing towards the stern without a backward glance. After the creature dispatched two more individuals, its murky yellow eyes fixated on Captain Liu, who stood at the corridor's entrance, imperious and commanding. Discarding the mangled corpses, it unleashed a deafening roar and lunged forward, propelled by a foul wind. Simultaneously, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, who had been preparing to surge forward with the throng, were forced to halt abruptly. "Damn, I'm the only one who can navigate this wretched ship," Zhang Xuanye managed to utter through gritted teeth, his knuckles whitening from gripping his entrenching tool tightly. "If he dies, we are all doomed to perish here." Wang Yechuan fixed his gaze on Liu Cheng's corpulent figure, a surge of malevolence igniting within him, his grip on the knife tightening with a creaking sound. "Damn it, I have to retrieve this scoundrel. How utterly infuriating." "Enough of the chatter," Zhang Xuanye bellowed, his movements swift as lightning. He swung his entrenching tool, striking the nearby metal pipe with ferocity. The resounding clang of metal reverberated like thunder, piercing through the cacophony of the corridor, momentarily halting the creature's movements. Wang Yechuan propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, swiftly reaching Liu Cheng and the woman beside him. He seized the captain by the scruff of his neck with one hand, while the other grasped the frail woman, nearly yanking the limp figure upright as he roared without looking back. "Old Zhang, retreat!" Zhang Xuanye required no further prompting. The instant Wang Yechuan grasped Lu Cheng, he had already turned and sprinted away. As he pivoted, a repugnant gust, laden with the stench of blood and decay, brushed perilously close to the nape of his neck. The creature was utterly enraged. The nauseating aura of death sent a jolt of terror through him. The two of them, dragging the bewildered woman and the wailing Lu Cheng, raced through the narrow corridor. Behind them echoed the creature's thunderous, frenzied footsteps and spine-chilling roars. Each approach felt like a hammer striking their hearts. They dared not glance back, consumed by a singular thought. Run, run. Stopping equates to death. The luminous energy surged through their meridians as the corridor ahead diverged. In a moment of panic, a cold metallic wall suddenly loomed before them. A dead end. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye skidded to a halt, flinging the woman and the still screaming Lu Cheng behind them, pivoting simultaneously. In the dim light, the grotesque silhouette of the bloodied creature blocked their sole escape, its skin pallid and sinewy, covered in a thick layer of keratin and repugnant tumors. Jagged bone spurs protruded from its back like broken spearheads. Its murky yellow eyes fixated on the four living beings. Drool and viscous black blood mingled with chunks of flesh, dripping from its gaping maw lined with jagged teeth, creating a soft thud against the metallic floor. "Damn it," Wang Yechuan muttered under his breath, tightening his grip on the Tang knife, while Zhang Xuanye clutched the wooden handle of his entrenching tool with white-knuckled determination. "Old Zhang!" Before Wang Yechuan could utter another word, the creature charged towards them, its hefty form accompanied by an unbearable stench. The speed was beyond imagination. Wang Yechuan summoned his strength, his internal energy surging as he swung the Tang knife with the force of a battering ram, aiming fiercely at the creature. His reckless strike landed on the joint encased in thick keratin, creating a shallow gash. However, the impact reverberated through his hand, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Boom! The creature pressed on relentlessly, colliding with Wang Yechuan. He barely had time to sidestep slightly before he was launched into the air, feeling as if a speeding truck had struck him, crashing violently against the adjacent metal pipe. Agonizing pain radiated from his left arm, spreading throughout his body, as blood uncontrollably seeped from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xuanye swiftly evaded, seizing the moment when the creature had just collided with Wang Yechuan. With a powerful push against the wall, he leaped into the air, raising his entrenching tool high, channeling all his weight and fury into this singular strike. The blade was not wielded flatly, but rather like a battle axe, aimed directly at the creature's glistening, slime-covered neck, and he brought it down with ferocity. Black blood and repugnant bodily fluids erupted like a dam breaking. The tremendous impact momentarily forced the creature's massive head downward, causing its body to falter. Yet, the entrenching tool lacked the requisite sharpness, inflicting a grievous wound but failing to conclude the battle. The monster emitted a deafening roar, descending into a state of sheer rage. Its gaze fixated on Zhang Xuanye, the one who had just inflicted the injury, and with a velocity akin to a derailed locomotive, it lunged once more. Zhang Xuanye attempted to retreat, only to find himself impeded by the wall behind him, leaving him with no avenue for escape. A surge of panic gripped his heart. At that moment, he realized there was no time to shift direction. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yechuan had struggled to his feet, bloodied and grim, his left arm hanging limply. Yet his right hand clutched a Tang knife with unwavering determination. He inhaled sharply, as if striving to extract every remnant of qi from his meridians. Channeling his energy into his foot, he forcefully stomped against the wall, harnessing the recoil to propel himself forward. A piercing, cold flash sliced toward the creature's mangled wound, the blade embedding itself 3 inches deep, yet it could advance no further. Amidst the agonizing pain and resistance, Wang Yechuan found an odd tranquility. Everything around him seemed to slow. Within Zhang Xuanye's line of sight, Wang Yechuan's radiant energy surged outward, coiling around his right hand, enveloping the blade in golden strands of energy. In a split second, Wang Yechuan flipped his wrist, reversing his grip on the hilt. With his entire body propelled forward, he unleashed a chilling arc of light with all his might. Thud, thud, a massive head, oozing thick, dark crimson blood, rolled heavily to the ground, still bearing its fierce countenance. The narrow passage fell into an eerie silence. Zhang Xuanye and Wang Yechuan, amidst the chaotic battlefield, exchanged breathless glances, each reflecting the other's exhausted and disheveled form. Chapter 39. The target of accusation, the corridor, was suffused with a pungent odor of blood and the noxious stench emanating from the decaying bodies of the monsters. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye leaned against the cold metallic wall, gasping for breath. Wang felt a piercing pain radiating from his left arm, while Zhang's grip on his spade trembled slightly, his palm split open and blood trickling onto the floor. Captain Liu, whom they had rescued, lay limply on the ground, his pants soaked, his plump face devoid of color, lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. A slender woman cowered in the corner, her terrified gaze darting between the corpses of the monsters and the two men, Wang and Zhang. Approximately 10 minutes had passed when a cacophony of voices echoed from the entrance of the corridor. The crew members who had fled earlier, now accompanied by several guards wielding rudimentary weapons, peered cautiously into the corridor, illuminated by the beam of a flashlight. They beheld the horrifying sight of dismembered monsters on the floor, alongside the blood-soaked figures of Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye. Previously, a crew member, nicknamed Skinny Monkey for his gaunt features, had been pulled aside by Captain Liu, now pointed accusingly at Wang and Zhang, his voice shrill and laced with incitement. "Look, that old man was so honest, and they killed him. They were the closest to him, always in the engine room. Everything was fine before they arrived. How could things fall apart so suddenly?" His words ignited a firestorm of pent-up panic and resentment, akin to sparks thrown into a cauldron of boiling oil. Yes, it must be the virus they brought. They don't look like good people at all. They've been sneaky together. Skinny Monkey is right. Everyone is in poor condition, yet they seem full of energy. They even fought the monsters. There must be something wrong. Perhaps they've been hoarding food. Where else would they get their strength? Skinny Monkey stoked the flames further, his greedy eyes sweeping over Wang Yechuan, Tang Dao at his waist, and their unshrunken physiques. He thought to himself that in order to deflect the negative implications of having shaken off the captain and fled alone, he must redirect the captain's focus onto them, lest he become a target himself. As his scheme to cast blame grew stronger, he intensified his slander against the two men, encouraged by Skinny Monkey's incitement. The crowd began to stir restlessly, their gazes toward Wang and Zhang filled with rejection and fear, weapons slowly aimed in their direction. Captain Liu, regaining his composure, felt the immense terror ebbing away, replaced by a sense of shame for having soiled his pants in fright and a simmering anger for nearly losing his life. He needed to channel these emotions and re-establish his authority, especially on a ship teetering on the brink of chaos. He noticed the glimmering edge of Wang Yechuan's Tang Dao, still shimmering ominously in the dim light, a flash of greed and severity flickering in his eyes. Everyone, please calm down." Lu Cheng struggled to rise, his legs still shaky, yet he endeavored to straighten his back, attempting to project the dignity of a captain. He pointed at Wang Yechuan, his voice rising an octave. "Skinny Monkey is absolutely right. Their group of 5 has an ambiguous background, inherently suspicious. They may have saved us out of kindness, but they are concealing the truth. It is utterly despicable." As Lu Cheng spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at the knife in Wang Yechuan's hand. It had been agreed upon before boarding that all belongings would be surrendered to the ship in exchange for their lives. All provisions, drinks, and of course, their knives were to be handed over for the common good. How dare you hoard such items? Have you no sense of decorum? Such shameless ingratitude ignited a seething fury within Wang Yechuan, nearly causing him to erupt. His hands gripped the knife tightly, veins bulging, the blade slightly raised and aimed at Lu Cheng, his voice cold as ice. "Lu, who was it that pulled you from the jaws of the monster? You dare to?" "Enough." A sharp, tear-choked female voice interrupted Wang Yechuan. It was the woman he had rescued, springing to her feet, her face streaked with tears. Yet her eyes radiated a frenzied madness and bitterness. Pointing at Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, she exclaimed passionately, "The captain is right. They are to blame. I overheard them speaking about a virus while delivering meals. They knew Oldie would end up like this. They must have brought the virus aboard. Woo-woo. My husband died because of them. They owe him a life." Her cries were filled with fervor, stirring the crowd. She had indeed heard Wang Yechuan and Ruan Suyang's warnings about the infection and witnessed old Li's transformation, but the grief of losing her father left her in despair, severing her ties to life. She desperately sought an outlet for her pent-up emotions, and Wang Yechuan's group, targeted by the masses, became the perfect vessel for her wrath. "Yes," Sister Chun corroborated it. "Throw them off the ship. Get out. They do not deserve to be aboard. Leave your knives and belongings. Go feed the fish." Those who shouted bore greed, mockery, and blind obedience, but not a shred of kindness. Sister Chun's accusations acted as the final straw, igniting the already anxious crowd into a frenzy of rage and exclusion. Armed with crude weapons, they advanced step by step, their eyes glinting with irrational madness. Zhang Xuanye scanned the encroaching mob with a cold gaze, finally resting on Sister Chen's contorted face. In an instant, he grasped her intent. She wished for death, aiming to drag everyone down with her, especially these two informants and the ship that had taken her husband. This woman was more perilous than the monsters themselves. Lu Cheng, lurking behind the crowd, wore a cruel and triumphant smile on his plump face. He had successfully diverted the conflict, preserved his authority, and would gain a fine knife without cost. As for these two troublemakers, their demise would be for the best. Taking advantage of the chaos stirred among the crowd, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye utilized the brief moments before their arrival to restore their internal energy. Half an hour had passed, and they had recovered about 50% of their strength, the vital energy circulating within them mending the wounds from battle. The greedy crowd wielded wrenches, iron pipes, and other rudimentary weapons, poised to pounce and tear them to shreds as tension hung thick in the air. Wang Yechuan suddenly emitted a peculiar sound, accompanied by a violent fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Gag. His cough was heart-wrenching, as if he were about to expel his very lungs. And his complexion turned as pale as parchment. Then his body began to twist unnaturally. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with sheer terror, and hoarsely shouted, "This is bad. The virus. The virus is starting to spread. I can feel my body slipping out of control." His thunderous cry instantly ignited chaos among the crowd. "A virus. He has been infected. Good heavens. Run. Don't let him touch you. It's contagious." Moments ago, the crowd had been fierce, greedy, and frenzied, but now it crumbled like dust. Once the fear of the monster was unleashed, no one cared for Sister Chun or any semblance of order. The instinct for survival propelled them to retreat in horror, shrieking as if fleeing from plague. The narrow passageway erupted into pandemonium. Pushing, trampling, and the cacophony of terrified cries filled the air. Those who had stood boldly at the forefront, brandishing their weapons, now wished fervently for additional legs to escape. Wang Yechuan suddenly cast a glance at Zhang Xuanye. His limbs, which had appeared grotesquely twisted moments before, now moved with the agility of a cheetah, darting swiftly towards the stern of the ship, leaving behind a bewildered Zhang Xuanye. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly followed suit. Chapter 40. Breaking free from controversy, Lu Cheng, who trailed behind in the crowd, was left utterly astonished by the scene before him. After all, he was a person capable of battling monsters. Why engage in such antics? Block them. Lu Cheng shouted in exasperation from the rear of the throng. Yet, who dared intervene? The panicked masses were too preoccupied with their own survival, and some even knocked down those attempting to obstruct their path in a frantic effort to evade the infected Wang Yechuan. The slender monkey cowered against the wall, too terrified to lift his head. Zhang Xuanye, with a chilling gaze, delivered a swift kick to the monkey's backside, sending him tumbling several times. The captain's loyal followers, armed with an assortment of weapons, were hot on their heels. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye moved with remarkable speed, quickly distancing themselves from the cacophony of chaos. Racing towards the stern of the ship, Squad Leader 1. There is no time to explain. Take your wife and Xiao Hu, and come with us. Wang Yechuan barked. Upon seeing the two blood-soaked figures charging towards him, Squad Leader 1 immediately scooped up the child and pulled his wife along, sprinting after them. Hurry, to the warehouse. We cannot linger here, Zhang Xuanye urged succinctly, leading the charge towards the cargo hold in the ship's midsection, with Ruan Su Yang's family closely following. At the entrance to the warehouse, a guard nervously peered out, eager to discern the commotion at the bow of the ship. Just as he poked his head out, he was met with the sight of the bloodied Wang and Zhang, appearing like avenging spirits wielding blades. Terrified, he attempted to retreat and close the door. Zhang Xuanye accelerated, deftly slipping into the warehouse. As he approached the guard, he angled his body slightly, channeling his qi into a swift, precise strike that landed on the side of the guard's neck. The crewman fell silently, collapsing without a sound, while Wang Yechuan quickly seized the keyring from his waist. With a resounding clang, the heavy iron door of the warehouse was yanked open, allowing Squad Leader Ruan's family to enter in single file. Wang Yechuan was the last to slip in, swiftly locking the door behind him with a decisive click. Open up, Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, you troublemakers. Get out, outside. Lu Cheng's furious voice rang out, soon accompanied by a barrage of pounding on the door, as well as the slender monkey inciting the crowd's wrath with his vitriol. Hand over the food. Leave the knives. That's the ship's property. Come out and face death. Set it ablaze. Smoke them out, the slender monkey venomously suggested. Lu Cheng, exasperated, smacked him across the face. You fool. Inside our rations. Burn them, and you'll end up being stewed. This caused the slender monkey to retract his head in fear. Within the warehouse, the vast space was filled with various crates and goods, permeated by the smells of oil, dust, and mildew. Lin Feng and Xiao Hu frightened hid behind Ruan Su Yang, while Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye swiftly assessed the internal structure of the warehouse and its sole ventilation outlet, confirming their temporary safety. The clamoring outside continued unabated, with threats and intimidation echoing through the air. Some individuals even began attempting to pry the door open with tools, while others ignited miscellaneous items in a bid to create smoke from the cracks in the door. Wang Yechuan took a deep breath and approached the door, allowing his voice to resonate clearly through the heavy iron barrier, overpowering the cacophony outside, aiming directly at the venomous woman. Sister Chun, do you hear me? This group of fools outside want to burn us alive? Very well, let's all perish together. If you dare to set fire, I shall incinerate all the food. We may die, but you will starve. He deliberately paused, allowing the frenzied crowd outside to instinctively quiet for a moment. However, Sister Chun, before death claims us, there is something I must express that has been gnawing at me. You claim we are responsible for your husband's demise? Huh, what a grand jest. Wang Yechuan's voice suddenly rose, brimming with scorn. You insist you heard us speak of the virus, speak of infection. Then tell me this. When you heard it, why did you not immediately warn your husband? Why did you not caution him to be vigilant? Why did you not inform the captain? Why did you not alert the other crew members? Under Wang Yechuan's derision, the shouts from outside diminished significantly, as everyone strained to hear what he would say next. His voice, akin to a divine decree, pierced the most vulnerable and repressed parts of Sister Chun. You clearly received the warning. You were aware of the danger. Yet, what did you do? You buried your head in the sand like an ostrich. You feared offending the captain with your words. You even hesitated to warn your husband, terrified that it might cast a shadow upon you. You watched him stride toward his demise. It is you. You have caused your husband's death. You are the most cowardly, the most selfish murderer, unable to confront your own incompetence, unwilling to acknowledge your own faults. You have shifted all the blame onto us. You wish to cover your sins and regrets with our lives. Sister Chun, your husband watches you from below. He cannot rest in peace, and it is because of you. Silence. You must be quiet. That is not true. It cannot be like this. Outside, Sister Chin's wailing reached a piercing crescendo, filled with the raw despair of her facade being utterly shattered, revealing her frailty, selfishness, and the madness born of profound regret. It seemed she had been crushed by the final straw, leaving her with only instinctual screams. Wang Yechuan continued his ridicule. I knew it. I knew it. Are you agitated? Have I struck a nerve? Just as the crowd was momentarily stunned by Sister Chen's breakdown and the brutal truth. Ah, a monster. It's coming again. Help. Old Zhang, what has happened to you? Ah, do not bite me. From the bow of the ship, even just beyond the warehouse door, a scream far more harrowing and desperate erupted from the crowd. The chaos escalated to a fever pitch. At least 4 distinct locations erupted simultaneously with the howls of the mutated and the screams of humanity. A new mutation had erupted without warning once more. The very group that had been clamoring madly at the warehouse door fell silent, as if their throats had been seized, scattering in a frenzy to escape. Run! It has changed again. Do not come near. Help! The crowd erupted in chaos, wailing and crying out as they scattered in all directions. The pressure at the warehouse entrance dissipated instantaneously, leaving only the cacophony of frantic screams and the deep, guttural roars of the monsters intertwining in the distance. A splendid opportunity. Zhang Xuanye swiftly unlocked the door and forcefully swung open the heavy iron gate, displaying no hesitation as he navigated past the panicked throngs and the menacing creatures, all the while making a beeline for the speedboat at the stern of the ship. At last, the very speedboat they had brought aboard the freighter was now tethered to the railing at the rear by several ropes. To their astonishment, the previously damaged sections of the hull had been meticulously patched with crude, yet sturdy metal plates and waterproof tape. Wang Yechuan let out a whistle, realizing that Captain Liu truly cherished this speedboat and had even lent a helping hand with repairs. A benefactor indeed. Enough nonsense. Get on board, Zhang Xuanye urged, swiftly severing the ropes that bound them. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye leaped onto the speedboat with haste, cradling the young tiger, while Ruan Siyang guided Lin Feng aboard. All 5 were now on the vessel. Wang Yechuan secured his dagger at his waist and grasped the steering wheel firmly. Zhang Xuanye yanked the ignition, and the long-awaited roar of the engine filled the air. The stench of blood on the freighter's deck was overpowering. Wang Yechuan could sense that the monstrous fish lurking beneath the waves might already be drawn to the commotion. Amidst the creature's roars and the cries of humanity, the speedboat surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, darting out from the colossal shadow of the freighter and racing into the encroaching darkness. Behind them, the freighter, resembling a floating hell, flickered erratically with lights amidst the turmoil. The desperate howls and the monster's growls gradually succumbed to the sounds of crashing waves and the engine's roar, ultimately fading into a blurred and grotesque silhouette on the horizon, slowly sinking into the boundless night and the sea of blood. Chapter 41. Ruins. As the roar of the engine gradually subsided, the bow of the inflatable boat thudded against the muddy riverbank. The murky waters lapped against the vessel, producing a monotonous sound. Surrounding them was an eerie silence, interrupted only by the cold wind that whispered through the distant ruins, reminiscent of lost souls conversing in hushed tones. Wang Yechuan was the first to leap from the boat, landing not on solid ground but in the icy, viscous mud. He scanned the surroundings warily, ensuring there was no danger before Zhang Xuanye followed suit, taking the small tiger from Lin Feng's arms and cradling it gently. Squad leader Ruan helped Lin Feng down from the boat. The 5 of them stood on unfamiliar terrain, casting glances back at the vast waters that had engulfed the Voyager, and they couldn't help but exclaim in relief at their narrow escape. Phew, my life has been like walking on thin ice. But I've finally made it ashore. Wang Yechuan wiped the moisture from his face and exhaled deeply, feeling as though the pain in his left arm had lessened. He turned to observe squad leader Ruan, who was rummaging through supplies and organizing his soaked backpack, and couldn't he help but marvel, "Old Zhang, you're quite the opportunist. While I was busy berating that venomous woman, you managed to retrieve useful supplies from the warehouse along with our previous contributions. It's all thanks to you, old Zhang." Zhang Xuanye shot him a glance. "Do you think everyone is like you, idling away while engaging in word battles with others?" Wang Yechuan retorted indignantly, "Come on, admit it. Did I say anything wrong? She was the one who acted inhumanely. I was merely trying to help her as the group trudged forward, navigating the uneven terrain. They engaged in light-hearted banter. Wang Yechuan recalled a previous encounter at the army gate and couldn't resist asking, "Old Yuan, speaking of which, why did that Captain Su agree to procure a boat for you? One equipped with an engine, no less? That's no small favor." This question had lingered in his mind for quite some time. Wan Siyong shrugged his backpack onto his shoulder, inadvertently aggravating his back injury, which made him wince. Upon hearing Wang Yechuan's inquiry, a peculiar and somewhat awkward expression crossed Wan's face as he scratched his head. "Well, cough. Mainly because I mentioned the tsunami to him. Captain Su may appear stern, but he is quite perceptive and understands the gravity of this information. In a sense, he is doing me a personal favor, so a boat in return is, well, a fair exchange." Zhang Xuanye clearly doubted this, pressing, "A fair exchange? In such an urgent situation, that was a crucial resource. Although you requested the decommissioned inflatable boat, old Zhao clearly provided you with a new one. We certainly wouldn't have been able to exit the military's inland waters without Captain Su's approval." Wan's expression grew even more peculiar, his gaze drifting, and his voice took on a hesitant tone. Zhang Xuanye and Wang Yechuan could even sense an awkward implication in his words. "Well, there might be some other personal reasons involved." "Oh." Zhang Xuanye became intrigued, cautiously scanning their surroundings while raising an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Wan sighed, as if confessing under duress, lowering his voice to a near whisper. "You don't know. Old Su, he has hemorrhoids, and they're quite severe. 5 years ago, he underwent surgery at the military hospital to remove his hemorrhoids. The aftermath of the operation, including dressing changes and care, was excruciatingly embarrassing for him. He asked me to accompany him during his recovery, and I spent a week in the hospital caring for him." He paused, seemingly lost in the memory of that regrettable time, a complex expression crossing his face. The surgery for hemorrhoids cannot be stitched, and he required cleaning after each bowel movement. Every day, I had to tend to his wounds and apply medication. During that week, I became intimately acquainted with his privacy. Old Su, typically a man of great pride, lay there allowing me to attend to him. Each day, I was equipped with a syringe filled with saline solution, tasked with cleaning the area around his wounds. A scene of utter awkwardness that he would likely never forget. The mere sight of me might evoke a psychological shadow for him. Suddenly, Wang Yechuan could not contain his laughter, causing him to wince as pain shot through his injured arm. But the mirth on his face was unstoppable. "Oh, old Yuan. So that's what happened. Captain Su, such a towering figure, was reduced to having you clean him for a week. Your service is commendable." Zhang Xuanye stifled a chuckle, his eyes betraying a playful mockery. Lin Fong, overhearing the conversation, turned crimson and hurriedly covered Little Hu's ears, shooting a reproachful glare at squad leader Yuan. Embarrassed, Yuan straightened his neck and retorted, "What can I do? It was a matter of life and death. I'm merely repaying a debt of gratitude with my diligent special labor." This light-hearted banter acted like a refreshing breeze, momentarily dispelling the gloom and fatigue that had settled upon them after their harrowing experience. After hours of arduous travel, the muddy ground beneath their feet gradually gave way to solid earth. The terrain rose gently, and the outlines of a human settlement began to emerge in the distance. "Look, there seems to be a town ahead." Zhang Xuanye pointed eagerly. A spark of hope ignited within each heart, and they quickened their pace towards the settlement. However, as they drew nearer, that flickering hope was swiftly extinguished by the sight that met their eyes. In the dim light, all they could see were the remnants of crumbling walls. This place, once a bustling street, was now choked with thick mud, shattered bricks, twisted steel bars, and the debris of collapsed buildings. Most structures were irreparably damaged. Once towering residential buildings that might have reached 50 meters now stood at a mere 3 or 4 stories. The torn sections revealed shattered rooms and dangling furniture. Concrete support pillars jutted out like broken bones, grotesquely piercing the gray sky. Former shopping centers and restaurants were reduced to faded billboards, their remnants half buried in the mud. Vehicles along the roadside lay overturned, crushed into heaps of scrap metal, drowning in the muck, some still containing mangled remnants of flesh. Beneath layers of sludge and debris, half-buried corpses lay scattered about, while swarms of rats voraciously feasted without a care. An unsettling silence enveloped the desolate ruins, a palpable stillness that sent chills down the spine. Within the visible expanse of this urban graveyard, there were no cries for help, no wails of despair. Even the sounds of insects and birds were conspicuously absent. Only the wind mournfully weaved through the hollow doorways and twisted steel frameworks, emitting a haunting wail reminiscent of ghostly lamentations. The air was thick with a heavy stench of mud, the faint odor of decay, and an unsettling scent akin to that experienced on a ship. Lin Fong instinctively clutched her child, Xiao Hu, who seemed to sense the suffocating atmosphere, gripping his mother-esque garment tightly, his wide eyes brimming with fear. Squad leader Wang wore a grave expression, his fists clenched. Zhang Xuanye Wang Yechuan Yit Gunansis, each recognizing the deep chill and vigilance reflected in the other's eyes. Zhang Xuanye inhaled deeply, the frigid air laden with dust and the essence of death flooding his lungs. He slowly unsheathed his entrenching tool, his gaze sharply scanning the vast expanse of ruins. Stay alert. This place is unnervingly quiet. Let us see if we can uncover any useful supplies. The five stood at the town's edge, akin to standing at the threshold of hell. Behind them, the waterways posed lurking dangers, while the land before them offered no sanctuary. Hope seemed to burst like a soap bubble, leaving only the weighty reality and boundless desolation. What direction should they take next? The trial of survival in this silent wreckage had only just begun to unveil its more brutal chapter. Chapter 42. Healing and saving lives. Wang Yechuan and his companions ventured deeper into the desolate outskirts of the city, each step sinking into the muddy debris, producing a creaking sound. They navigated in darkness, seeking out a few clothing stores, where they exchanged their damp garments for relatively clean, thick attire, hoping to scavenge for any remnants of supplies amidst the ruins, aiming to replenish their dwindling food and clean water. Old Wang, see if there are any medicines around. Squad leader Ruan's injury hasn't healed, and after days in the water, it could easily become infected, Zhang Xuanye remarked, his vigilant gaze scanning the precarious ruins flanking them. It's not easy to find anything in this godforsaken place, Wang Yechuan muttered under his breath, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife as he glanced at the shattered shop windows, through which an abyss of darkness emanated. In the midst of the group, Lin Fong clutched tightly to Xiao Hu, her child's wide eyes reflecting a desire to contribute in finding medicine for her father's swift recovery. At the rear, squad leader Ruan endured the persistent ache in his back from the arduous journey and the damp chill of the environment, yet he pressed on, his keen eyes scanning the signs along the street. Slow down. There's a sound ahead. Zhang Xuanye had developed an acute perception in recent days, enhancing his awareness. The group treaded lightly along the fractured wall, peering around the corner to discover a relatively open storefront in a small community. A shop, still somewhat intact, vaguely resembled a pharmacy. Although the glass door lay shattered, the structure appeared reasonably stable. At the entrance of the pharmacy, 7 or 8 figures loomed ominously, a mix of men and women clad in filthy, heavy coats, brandishing steel pipes, crowbars, and even kitchen knives, their expressions fierce. They formed a tight circle around a slight figure in the center, a diminutive girl, seemingly no older than 11 or 12, clad in an oversized, mud-stained adult coat. Her small face was smeared with dirt, her lips chapped, cradling a filthy canvas bag. She stood there, unjustly cornered by the group. "Hey, little girl, I have no desire to bully a child. Hand over the bag," a young man with yellow hair threatened, pointing his steel pipe at her menacingly. "No, I want to give it. It's my father's life-saving medicine." The girl's voice trembled with suppressed tears, yet her resolve remained unyielding, her frail body quaking with fear and determination. Refusing to step back. "This pharmacy belongs to us. At your young age, you dare to steal medicine? If you want the medicine, you must trade food," a chubby youth with purple hair arrogantly declared, gesturing towards the girl. "Why should it be yours? Clearly, it's abandoned property, and you're all just a bunch of villains," the girl retorted defiantly. The purple-haired boy, incensed, shot back. "Oh, still talking back? We discovered this pharmacy first. It's our territory." The young man with yellow hair seemed particularly agitated by the girl's assertion of abandonment, his expression darkening as he spat on the ground. Damn it! Stop wasting time with her. We don't want to attract the monsters. He abruptly extended his hand, violently seizing the backpack that the little girl clutched tightly to her chest. Desperately, the girl struggled, her eyes widening in fear as she saw the yellow-haired thug trying to snatch the bag away. In a moment of panic, she bit down hard on the thug's arm. Damn you! The thug's eyes flashed with malice as he raised a steel pipe, swinging it down mercilessly towards the girl's head, which she clung to obstinately. Stop! A voice roared like thunder. In an instant, a figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Team leader Yuan, who had been watching from behind the wall, felt a surge of anger upon witnessing the thug's intent to harm. Once a soldier, his instincts propelled him into action, covering the distance of several meters in a flash. He reached the yellow-haired thug just as the steel pipe was about to make contact with the girl's head. With a powerful sweep of his right leg, akin to a battle axe, he struck the thug forcefully in the ribs, accompanied by the sharp crack of breaking bones. The thug emitted a half-hearted scream before being launched into the air, crashing heavily onto a pile of broken bricks nearby. The steel pipe clattered to the ground. The entire square fell into an eerie silence. The remaining 5 thugs stood frozen, as if paralyzed by an incantation, incredulously staring at team leader Yuan, who stood protectively before the little girl, then glancing at the yellow-haired thug, now sprawled on the bricks like a discarded sack. Seeing the scene, the purple-haired fat thug and his gang understood that team leader Yuan was not to be trifled with. They spat out harsh words. Don't think you're something special just because someone else backing you up. Our boss is no pushover. I know where you're hiding. Just wait. With that, they hastily dragged the yellow-haired thug away, disappearing without a trace. Once they were gone, team leader Yuan turned to the little girl he had shielded. She appeared shaken by the violent episode, her face pale, trembling as she clutched her backpack. Yet, her eyes were filled with gratitude as they met his. Little sister, do not be afraid. The bad guys have fled, Lin Fong said gently, kneeling before her, using the softest tone to reassure her. Are you hurt? The girl shook her head, tears finally spilling down her cheeks as she pointed toward the pharmacy, her voice choked with emotion. Uncle, please, save my daddy. He is sick. She held her backpack tightly, as if it were her last hope. Do not worry. Take your time. Where is your father? Team leader Yuan asked, striving to soften his tone. The girl nodded vigorously, her voice quivering. Inside, in a small room. He cannot move. Exchanging glances with Wang Yechuan, team leader Yuan said, You and sister Xiao who go ahead. Then meet me and old Wang at the pharmacy. Zhang Xuanye pondered briefly before adding. Team leader Yuan nodded and took the little girl's hand, guiding her eastward. Meanwhile, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye seized the opportunity to scour the pharmacy for supplies, packing essential medications into their backpacks while leaving some for other survivors in need. Old Wang, did you notice? Team leader Yuan's speed was extraordinary just now, Zhang Xuanye remarked as they gathered supplies. Did you feel it too? Wang Yechuan replied, his expression serious. That strength was terrifying. It was nothing like his usual self. Moreover, he recalled the analysis of the malevolent aura's erosion and mutation, pondering whether old Yuan might also have begun to undergo such changes. Zhang Xuanye shook his head. It seemed unlikely. His skin appeared entirely normal, devoid of any issues, and both his spirit and emotions were stable, distinctly contrasting with those aboard the ship. He moved with such swiftness that I scarcely had time to observe. After his actions concluded, I entered the realm of introspection and noted that the qi within his meridians was gradually dissipating. Wang Yechuan furrowed his brow, acknowledging that it truly did not resemble a mutation. Mutations are characterized by chaos and distortion. Squad leader Yuan had seemed quite lucid, his strength manifesting as at least a controllable eruption. Or perhaps it was some form of evolution arising from a body adapting to its surroundings. He could not ascertain this for certain and resolved to converse with Squad Leader Yuan when the opportunity arose. At that moment, Squad Leader Yuan and his companions were led by a little girl to the side of a collapsed house, where a small partition still remained. In the corner of this partition lay several filthy cardboard pieces and tattered cotton, upon which rested a middle-aged man drenched in sweat, his complexion flushed. Beside him was half a bottle of murky water and an empty can. Squad leader Ruan approached for a closer inspection. The man's breathing was labored and rapid, and upon testing his forehead, it felt exceedingly hot, suggesting he had succumbed to a high fever. At this juncture, a group of individuals appeared on both sides. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye faced the earlier purple-haired group, seemingly intent on continuing their vigil outside the pharmacy. While squad leader Ruan's side was confronted by a dark mass of over 20 individuals obstructing the narrow street. Chapter 43. Kindred Spirits Within the Confines of the Pharmacy. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, in their fervent pursuit of supplies, even resorted to dismantling the packaging of antibiotics to stuff them into their storage talismans. After a meticulous selection process, they managed to fill the talismans to the brim. Suddenly, they were startled by the cacophony of footsteps outside, accompanied by the self-satisfied voice of the purple-haired rotund figure. Damn it, what bad luck. Even guarding the door gets us scolded by the boss exactly. It's not our fault that Huang Mao got kicked out like a useless piece of trash. Enough chatter. Scarface said to keep a close watch. If we let them empty the pharmacy, we'll all end up feeding the fish. The purple-haired rotund figure seemed to have usurped Huang Mao's position, asserting himself as the leader of this small band, sternly reprimanding the other 4 dispirited companions. They were the same group that had been frightened away by squad leader Ruan earlier. Due to their incompetence, they had recently faced a severe reprimand from their boss, with a reduction in their rations as punishment. The boss casually appointed the purple-haired figure as the captain and dispatched them back to their posts, leaving only the purple-haired one feeling pleased, while the others simmered with frustration. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Xuanye immediately signaled for silence, and Wang Yechuan nodded in understanding. Their leader had likely gone to that girl's home. From the leader's tone, it seemed she was of the same ilk. They wondered if she was there to stake a claim on the territory. No wonder Huang Mao was sent flying so far. We were certainly no match for them. Before he could finish his thought, bang. The already flimsy iron door of the pharmacy was suddenly kicked open from within, flying outward with a rush of wind, crashing violently into the 5 individuals gathered outside, who were grumbling amongst themselves. Ow! What the hell? The purple-haired group was caught off guard and sent sprawling, cries of distress filling the air. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure burst forth like a tiger unleashed, radiating a chilling aura of menace. It was Wang Yechuan. With a swift glance, Wang Yechuan locked onto the vibrant purple hair of the rotund figure, charging directly towards him. In a heartbeat, the rotund figure, weighing around 200 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by Wang Yechuan, as if he were a mere chick. The other 4 lackeys, terrified beyond measure, scrambled to flee, only to be intercepted by Zhang Xuanye, who seized a solid metal table leg from the pharmacy and, like a whack-a-mole, struck them on their knees and shoulders, leaving them groaning on the ground, stripped of their fighting spirit. Speak! Where has your boss gone? Wang Yechuan's voice was icy and piercing, the blade of his Tang sword glinting menacingly, already pressed against the soft skin of the purple figure's neck, inciting a panic within him. Gone. To the east, behind the abandoned kindergarten, the red brick house, to find that muscular man. For revenge. The purple-haired figure, utterly terrified, stuttered uncontrollably, the cold steel against his neck inducing a cascade of fear that left him trembling. Lead the way. Wang Yechuan sheathed his sword. Dare to play tricks, and I'll blow your head off. He completely disregarded the other 4 groaning on the ground, dragging the ashen-faced, purple-haired individual as if he were merely hauling a sack of refuse, sprinting towards the direction of the little girl's home in the east. Infused with an overwhelming energy, his speed was astonishing. Meanwhile, to the east, in the ruins of the red brick house behind the abandoned kindergarten, Lin Fong clutched little Tiger and the little girl tightly, huddled in the corner of the room, her face as pale as death. Meanwhile, Captain Wan silently stood at the doorway, creating a barrier between them and the 20 or so ominous thugs. The leader of this group was a man known as Scarface, who, upon receiving the information from the purple-haired individual's initial return, had rushed straight to the hiding place of the little girl and her father. He was well aware of the family's circumstances and could indeed spare a bit of medicine for the girl, but he would never tolerate his men being harmed. Such an affront could not go unpunished in front of the surrounding forces. He was determined to reclaim his dignity and to discover the true identity of the robust man who had kicked Huang Mao away. Scarface shouted, "Come out and meet your demise." The throng of over 20 armed thugs surrounded the small ruin, their howls echoing like hyenas scenting blood. A towering man, nearly 6.5 feet tall, emerged from the crowd, his muscular form resembling an iron tower, with a grotesque centipede scar on his face that appeared even more menacing in the dim light. Strangely, he stood bare-chested in the frigid air, his body a canvas of scars, and in his hand he wielded a heavy fire axe stained with dark red marks. His icy gaze fixed intently on Captain Ruan at the doorway. "Is it you who incapacitated my man?" Scarface's voice dripped with unmasked malice. "And if so, your men do not hesitate to harm even a little girl. No one can stand by and do nothing. Are you not afraid of being apprehended by the constable?" Captain Ruan retorted boldly, undaunted by the threat posed by Scarface. "Ha ha ha, a constable? You must be new to the darkness. The authorities are too preoccupied with their own troubles to intervene. Not even the defense forces will concern themselves with such trivialities." Captain Ruan's expression grew increasingly grave. What was the true state of affairs? Regardless, he could not retreat today. Behind him were the women and children he needed to protect. The strange power that had surged within him while rescuing the little girl roared to life once more. Yet this time, he distinctly felt that the power contained an unwavering will, as solid and profound as the earth itself. It was as if invisible layers of rock surged beneath his skin. With a growl of defiance, Captain Ruan unleashed his suppressed energy. Confronting the immense pressure brought on by Scarface, he stepped forward, his muscles taut, and in an instant, his skin appeared to be cloaked in an exceedingly subtle, stone-gray hue. An impressive aura, as solid as a mountain, erupted forth. "Oh!" A flicker of surprise crossed Scarface's eyes, quickly morphing into a deeper greed and cruelty. Indeed, there was a familiar scent. He keenly sensed the essence of power within Captain Ruan, though it remained faint and unstable, its nature akin to his own. "Let me see just how much you are worth." Scarface ceased his idle chatter and lunged forward, the ground trembling beneath him. His robust right arm swelled instantaneously, akin to being inflated, with skin turning a deep crimson, even emanating wisps of steam. An intense, ferocious, and destructive aura erupted with a thunderous force. The fire axe in his hand seemed to ignite, its blade faintly glowing with a dark red hue. "Perish!" The scarred face bellowed like a beast, transforming into a blazing meteor, wielding the ominous fire axe with a momentum capable of incinerating all, striking down towards Leader Ruan's head. The speed was unfathomable, the force overwhelming, far beyond ordinary comprehension. The searing wave of heat rushed forth, seemingly igniting the very air. Leader Ruan's pupils constricted. He sensed the lethal threat. The scorching, violent power exceeded his wildest imagination. He wished to evade, but the axe's force enveloped too vast an area. With a roar, he crossed his arms to shield his head, summoning the earth's formidable energy to its zenith. The stone-gray hue upon his arms solidified momentarily. Clang! A deafening sound erupted, resonating like a mighty bell. The blazing axe blade struck mercilessly against Leader Ruan's crossed arms. Sparks erupted alongside shards of grayish-white stone. Ugh! Leader Ruan emitted a muffled groan of agony, his feet sinking several inches into the ground. The terrifying force and searing energy penetrated his being. The layer of solidified stone defense on his arms flickered violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing. The excruciating pain and shock caused his blood to surge, a trickle of crimson escaping the corner of his mouth. His blocking arms pressed down relentlessly, the axe's scorching edge nearly grazing his scalp. The scarred face revealed a cruel grin, his arm muscles swelling once more, an unceasing force pressing down. He aimed to eradicate the roots, to cleave this man in two before he could fully mature. A grim lesson to others. Chapter 44. Urgent aid Yuan Suyong gritted his teeth, a metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. He desperately summoned the latent power within him to resist. Yet the fissure continued to widen, and he sensed that his strength was waning. Squad leader Yuan, lower your head. At this critical juncture, Wang Yechuan moved like lightning, slicing through the night. With a few agile maneuvers, he traversed two intersections and suddenly hurled the Tang knife into the air. Infusing his left foot with energy, he executed a fierce kick midair. The blade transformed into a dazzling streak of light, piercing through the void with a sharp whistle. Aimed directly at the scarred face's skull, Wang Yechuan's strike was impeccably timed. At the moment when the scarred face was exerting all his force to press down, this cunning blow compelled him to hastily divert his strength to block. Although the blade was barely parried, preventing a fatal blow, it allowed squad leader Yuan to break free from the deadly grasp. The scarred face forcefully withdrew, losing his balance slightly, and the wild energy surged within him, causing his arm to tingle with shock. He glared at Wang Yechuan, the one who had disrupted his plans, with a mix of fury and astonishment. In that fleeting instant, another figure surged forth like a violent tempest from the side. Zhang Xuanye stomped down fiercely, leaping into the air. The engineering shovel was already in hand, and the luminous energy from his dantian surged forth with unprecedented speed, golden threads of solidified qi instantly enveloping the entire shovel. As the scarred face's previous strength dissipated and new power had yet to surge, creating a momentary pause in his movement, Zhang Xuanye had already closed the distance. A piercing golden light, sharp enough to slice through the darkness, radiated a chilling intent and resolute murderous aura, slicing upward at the exposed neck of the scarred face. Just as Zhang Xuanye was about to deliver a decisive blow, dark red flames erupted around the scarred face, resembling a flowing lava armor. Zhang Xuanye's thunderous strike, infused with all his might, collided with an invisible iron wall, sending sparks flying but failing to penetrate even a fraction. Frowning, Zhang Xuanye quickly retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yechuan dragged the exhausted squad leader Yuan away from the blade's attack range, shielding him behind himself, the Tang knife held horizontally across his chest, vigilantly watching the scarred face and his bewildered subordinates. At that moment, a rapid and heavy footfall approached from afar. A squad of uniformed officers suddenly rushed toward the chaos surrounding Wang Yechuan. The officers separated Wang Yechuan and his companions from the scarred faces group. Leading them was a resolute-looking middle-aged man with sharp eyes, whose gaze swept across both tense parties before finally resting on the scarred face, whose aura was still tumultuous. Flames not yet fully extinguished. Scarred face. The middle-aged officer's voice boomed with undeniable authority. If you possess such strength, why not go east and slay the monsters? What does squabbling in your den amount to? While we officers are busy eliminating monsters and maintaining our defenses, we do not mind taking the opportunity to suppress violence and restore order and defend against external threats while ensuring internal peace. His hand rested upon the holster at his waist, and his team stepped forward in unison, exuding an imposing presence. The scarred face twitched with a menacing glint in his eyes, yet internally he rapidly weighed the pros and cons. These three individuals were already formidable abilities, and his prideful flame demon titan could only be summoned 3 times a day. Furthermore, there seemed to be other malevolent gazes lurking in the shadows. In addition to the constable, Captain Zhou, I grant you this favor, but should these outsiders stray beyond your jurisdiction, do not meddle further. The scarred man fixed a fierce gaze upon Wang Yechuan, as if to imprint their appearances in his memory, then gestured for his group to retreat into the obscurity of the dark alleys. As the figures before him gradually faded into the night, Wang Yechuan hurried to assess squad leader Ruan's injuries, discovering that he was merely exhausted and not gravely harmed. The middle-aged constable then turned his attention to Wang Yechuan and his companions, his gaze lingering on Ruan Siyong, Wang Yechuan, and Zhang Xuanye, and inquired, "You 3 possess commendable skills. Are you abilities? What powers do you wield?" Zhang Xuanye pondered for a brief moment before responding, "Greetings, Captain Zhou. We have escaped from the Wuyue region and have spent this time at sea. Thus, we are unfamiliar with the events transpiring around us. We hope you can enlighten us. The constable regarded them with surprise, clearly aware of the happenings in Wuyue. This is a temporary safe zone in the western suburbs of Luzhou. It is no small feat for you to have journeyed this far. As you can see, the signals, power, and networks are all in disarray globally, due to the meteorite. Captain Zhou began to relay information that Wang Yechuan and his companions had already partially grasped, but what followed caused their eyes to widen in astonishment. Currently, I can only inform you that following the earthquake and tsunami, some humans and animals have inexplicably transformed into monsters, rendering ordinary bullets nearly ineffective against them. Simultaneously, there exist individuals who seem to possess a certain resilience, thus remaining unaffected. We refer to them as adapters. Moreover, there are fortunate souls like the three of you and that scarred man, who not only adapt without mutation, but may even develop extraordinary abilities. These individuals are officially recognized by the Luzhou authorities as abilities, yet their numbers are still exceedingly scarce. During the recent urban defense battles, we have suffered tremendous losses while battling these monsters and have been forced to abandon the city center, establishing our defenses amidst the ruins on the periphery. Adapters and abilities. Zhang Xuanye contemplated thoughtfully. Captain Zhou paused to give him a moment to digest this information, lowering his voice to continue sharing what he had heard through the grapevine. It is said that prior to the meteorite's fall, the authorities had already detected signs and convened experts for urgent research, yet the results have never been disclosed. This is information I only recently obtained. Aside from the confidential aspects, I am not privy to much else. The most critical research findings are known only to the old men in the labs and the top-tier executives. This revelation sent shockwaves through Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye's minds. The authorities were remarkably astute. By this account, their research was likely only half a year behind that of the duo, perhaps even just a matter of months. Captain Zhou was quite pleased with the expressions of the two individuals before him. He gestured towards the direction from which the scarred face had vanished, then surveyed the eerily silent streets surrounding them. At present, the sheriffs and individuals like yourselves, endowed with abilities, serve as the primary force in purging the monsters from these neighborhoods. The official resources are limited, thus they can only tacitly permit, if not actively encourage, those with abilities to organize within their respective areas, forming, well, a sort of mutual aid society or defense corps to maintain basic order and collectively fend off the beasts. His tone bore a hint of resignation and fatigue. The Flame Wolf Society, led by the scarred individual, is the most formidable defense corps in this eastern region, though their methods can be rather domineering. Exercise caution around them. Of course, you may also join us, the sheriffs. Although the regulations are stringent and the risks substantial, you would gain access to resources and protection. Additionally, each of you would be entitled to 2 slots for relocation to the family district. More importantly, you would have the opportunity to learn about some of the research findings from our Luzhou expert group. While not the most critical discoveries, they are certainly more authoritative than the rumors circulating in the populace. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye exchanged glances, silently communicating. Zhang Xuanye then clasped his fists in gratitude towards Captain Zhou, saying, "Thank you, Captain Zhou, for your assistance and for sharing such valuable information. Our group intends to rest here for a while, as this matter is of great significance. Please allow us some time to deliberate." Captain Zhou nodded slightly, unhurried. "When you have made your decision, you can find me at the temporary defense outpost to the north. Just mention my name." With that, he turned and led his team away to continue their patrol, ensuring that the city's outskirts remained safe from sudden mutations. As Captain Zhou departed, Wang Yechuan and his companions began to discuss their subsequent course of action. Chapter 45. The Dilemma after Captain Zhou and his team departed. An eerie silence once again enveloped the desolate ruins. The cold wind swept through, carrying dust and a faint whiff of decay as it grazed the shattered walls, producing a mournful sound. Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, and Ruan Suyang exchanged glances, each reflecting the gravity of the situation in their eyes. Zhang Xuanye handed over the anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, and fever reducers he had scavenged from the pharmacy to Lin Fong. With practiced efficiency, Lin Fong administered the medication to the little girl's father, employing physical cooling techniques. While the little girl remained steadfastly by her father's side, her large eyes brimming with gratitude. Wang Yechuan cleared a relatively sheltered and concealed corner amidst the ruins. Using whatever broken wooden planks and wall boards he could find to construct a rudimentary shelter, lining it with somewhat dry rags, temporarily establishing their refuge adjacent to the little girl's home. Wang Xuanye, despite his exhaustion, set up some simple warning traps nearby, primarily utilizing piles of rubble and broken rebar to create noise as a precautionary signal. Once everything was arranged, the sky remained a despairing leaden gray. The five of them huddled together. Xiaohu fell into a deep slumber in a corner, while Lin Feng tended to Ruan's wounds, applying medicine and bandaging them. Meanwhile, Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, and Wang Xuanye deliberated over their next course of action. Wang Yechuan stretched his sore arm, his brow furrowed. Join the constabulary? Although the benefits are alluring, we are outsiders, and we cannot even gather the 2 family member quotas each. Old Zhang and I still need to return to Zhongzhou province. Regardless of whether our parents are alive or dead, we must go back. Even in death, I want my mother to rest in peace. Zhang Xuanye adjusted his non-existent glasses, his gaze sweeping over the slumbering Xiaohu and Lin Feng's embrace. He spoke solemnly. Old Wang is right. Our relatives in Zhongzhou are missing, their fates uncertain. The longer we stay here, the greater the danger they face. However, some official intelligence is indeed tempting, even if we cannot access the core secrets. He fixed his gaze on Wang Yechuan for a moment before continuing. But it can validate our speculations, right, old Wang? Wang Yechuan was well aware that he was alluding to the cloth. Although they had already deciphered the content of the first realm and successfully cultivated it, the subsequent text and the second realm remained only partially comprehended, not to mention the enigmatic art of talismans. To smoothly break through to the second layer, it may involve more than merely weaving chi channels within the acupoints. Wang Xuanye leaned against the cold brick wall, the wound on his back throbbing faintly after the earlier outburst. He took a breath, his voice low yet resolute. Joining the constabulary means being incorporated and bound by tasks. I need to get back to Lianshao City in Sanxin province. My in-laws are getting old, and Lin Feng's brother is just a bookworm. In these times, I must return swiftly. We cannot afford to wait. Oh, what a difficult choice. I want both. Wang Yechuan gazed helplessly at the overcast sky, suddenly recalling something. His gaze curiously fixed on Wang Xuanye. Old Wang, just now, that layer of stone color you had. Wang Yechuan remembered Wang Xuyange's extraordinary resilience moments before. Wang Xuanye offered a wry smile, opening his palms for inspection. I cannot explain it myself. As I watched the yellow-haired individual prepare to harm the child, a surge of anger welled up within me, and I felt as if something within my body had awakened, heavy and rigid, an uncomfortable sensation rolling through me. While I confronted the scarred face with my axe, this feeling intensified, as if a layer of stone encased my skin. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Xuanye. Class Leader 1, could you channel that force within you? Let me take a look. With that, he swiftly entered a state of introspection, cautiously extending his perceptive tendrils of luminous energy towards Wang Xuanye. In the realm of introspection, Wang Xuyange's body revealed a peculiar sight. Unlike Wang and Zhang, who had formed their energy pathways through acupoints, Ruan's internal energy flow appeared indistinct, sluggish. Yet the area around his spleen radiated with an extraordinary brightness. It was as if a small, pulsating furnace resided there, emanating a dense, earthy yellow glow. Thick currents of energy were being gradually absorbed and transformed by this furnace. The transformed energy did not flow to the acupoints throughout his body, but instead sank into his dantian, where it coalesced into a mass resembling heavy soil. Only when Wang Xuanye consciously activated this power did streams of earthy yellow energy surge forth from his dantian, akin to magma from the earth's depths, laboriously and slowly coursing through major meridians to his limbs, fortifying his muscles and bones, while forming a dim protective layer around his body. Zhang Xuanye withdrew from his introspective state and regarded Wang Xuanye with sincerity. Class Leader 1, your body is distinctly different. Your energy point resides in your spleen. It appears you purify the energy in the air through your spleen and store in your dantian, subsequently directing this energy to your limbs. It seems there is also an attribute attached to this dark energy, likely the earth attribute, primarily enhancing your physical form and defense. Wang Yechuan marveled, class leader 1. No wonder you can withstand such blows. Taking that fierce axe strike with your bare body, I would likely lose an arm. However, your energy circulation is rather slow, and you lack the ability to project it outward. I observe that the scarred face's control over his body's energy is evidently superior to yours. You still have much to practice. Wang Xuanye listened, somewhat perplexed, yet grasped the essential point. Perhaps with further training, he could acquire abilities akin to those of the scarred individual and accelerate the flow of energy within his body. But how could he train? First, actively sense this power, akin to entering a meditative state, and calm your mind to perceive it. Once you can feel it clearly, see if you can guide it from your dantian to the areas you need, such as your fists or back. Zhang Xuanye succinctly advised Wang. Wang Yechuan added, also, focus on your spleen. Try to sense the dark energy in the air that resonates with your internal sensation, and see how to absorb some of it into your body. As the three engaged in hushed discussion, a timid voice suddenly penetrated through the door crack. Uncle, are you there? A few individuals turned their gaze towards the sound outside, revealing the little girl whom class leader Ruan had rescued. She carefully held a bowl, almost devoid of rice grains, with only a few wilted vegetable leaves floating in the translucent broth. My father has awakened, the girl's voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Yet she endeavored to sound earnest. He asked me to bring this. He said you are benefactors. Noticing that Wang Yechuan and the others did not immediately accept, she quickly summoned her courage to add, there is no need, no need. Kind child, do not feel obliged to us. Please take it back and drink it. The uncles are not hungry. They have food. Wang Yechuan bent down, gently patting the girl's head as he spoke to her. No, she protested urgently, her eyes slightly reddening, her small hands tightening around the bowl. This is today's ration distributed in our area. Father said you are outsiders and not registered. You cannot receive food. We cannot let benefactors go hungry. The thin broth in her hands seemed to bear an immense weight. The others exchanged glances, realizing that further refusal would only hurt the child and her father's feelings. Wang Yechuan sighed in resignation, accepting the bowl. After gulping down a few mouthfuls, he turned and retrieved a supply of compressed biscuits and sausages from his bag, offering them to the little girl. Her eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling like two luminous stars. Fixated on the rare sight of food she had not seen in a week, her throat instinctively moved, a child's primal reaction to desire. Yet, she stubbornly shook her head, her small hands retreating behind her back. Take it, child. Wang Yechuan crouched lower, his voice imbued with a gentle, coaxing tone. Look, these. They're almost expired. If you don't eat them, they will go to waste. We uncles cannot finish them. Almost expired? The girl scrutinized the packaging, seemingly swayed by this reasoning. After a moment of hesitation, she finally extended her small hand, almost reverently accepting the offering. She did not eat immediately, but carefully tucked the items away in the deepest compartment of her little backpack, as if concealing rare treasures. Only after securing them did she blossom into a relieved smile, turning and joyfully scampering away, her tiny figure swiftly disappearing into the dim corridor, eager to present this precious find to her father. Chapter 46. The unspeakable secret as he watched the little girl's joyful figure vanish into the dim corridor. Wang Yechuan was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable sense of restlessness. He sought refuge in a meditative state, hoping that through cultivation he could dispel this agitation. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the cramped shelter filled with people. Xiaohu, softly reciting ancient poetry with Lin Feng. Wang Xuanye, eyes closed in an attempt to sense the energy within. And Zhang Xuanye, who had also opened his eyes upon sensing Wang Yechuan's return from his meditation. Instead of alleviating his unease, it ignited it further, like oil on a flame. He gently rose, cautious not to disturb the fleeting tranquility, and quietly slipped out of the shelter, plunging into the colder, leaden-gray world outside, steeped in dust and the scent of death. The chill of the ruins enveloped him immediately, carrying with it a biting cold and a faint odor of decay. Wang Yechuan found a sheltered spot downwind, seated himself on the ground, and rummaged through his pocket for a crumpled pack of cigarettes, slightly dampened. He extracted one and placed it between his lips, the lighter sputtering several times before begrudgingly igniting it. He inhaled deeply, the acrid smoke stinging his lungs, provoking a sharp sensation. Footsteps approached from behind, light and cautious. Wang Yechuan swiftly turned, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his knife, only to discover it was Zhang Xuanye. Without a word, Zhang Xuanye positioned himself beside Wang Yechuan, leaning against the cold remnants of a wall, his gaze fixed on the abyss of darkness in the distance. After a prolonged silence, Wang Yechuan finally broke the stillness with a gruff remark. "This damned world. Why is living so arduous?" Zhang Xuanye pondered for a moment before replying, "Indeed, it is quite difficult, but everyone is striving to survive, including you and I, are we not? While we cannot change our circumstances now, we still have those we care for." Wang Yechuan did not respond. After a brief pause, Zhang Xuanye continued, "You saw old Ruan's ability, didn't you?" "Yes. As hard as stone. If that scar-faced man's axe were to strike me, I would either die or be severely maimed." Wang Yechuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Not just hard," Zhang Xuanye replied, tilting his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with a sharpness in the dim light. "I discerned it more clearly during my meditation. His method is entirely different from ours." "What do you mean?" "In simple terms, we engage in refining energy, actively guiding, weaving, and storing it to construct a network of energy channels throughout our bodies, with the core principles being control and transformation." Zhang Xuanye spoke in a hushed tone. "Old Ruan, however, seems more akin to awakening. His energy core resides in the spleen, with a storage point in the dantian, resembling a passive activation of the body under extreme conditions and stimulation of energy. A sort of mutation. The nature of his energy is singular, predominantly earth-based, enhancing defense and strength. I suspect the Scarface man wields fire attributes, and perhaps other abilities may also manifest various elemental properties corresponding to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys." Wang Yechuan furrowed his brow. "Mutation is their advantage, quick to grasp, with evident explosive power. Yet, being a passive mutation must surely come with its drawbacks." Zhang Xuanye nodded in the night, affirming that, according to his analysis, the first issue lies in the crude application of energy. His manipulation of energy relies solely on instinct and sheer willpower, resulting in inefficiency and excessive consumption. Observe how he visibly fatigued after blocking that strike. It is quite apparent. In contrast, our method of guiding energy into the meridians and circulating it through the body facilitates a smooth and restorative flow. Secondly, and perhaps more critically, Zhang Xuanye continued his analysis, is the limitation of his energy reservoir. His energy source depends on the spleen's absorption and transformation of qi, which is then stored in the dantian. The capacity of the dantian is finite. It is akin to a water tank. No matter how large, it can still reach its limit. His abilities are just beginning to manifest, and the earth qi within his dantian may only be partially filled. However, as he grows stronger, what then? How will he transcend this storage limitation? How can he refine his energy to be more concentrated and of superior quality? Wang Yechuan pondered this, thus. He faces the challenge of overcoming this storage limitation and enhancing the purity and quality of his energy. Perhaps, but our techniques and acupoint meridians can continually thicken and expand, and the Niwen Palace can perpetually refine its essence. Even more alarmingly, the heart field theoretically possesses no definitive upper limit. As Wang Yechuan listened, his earlier agitation was gradually replaced by a profound sense of worry. He discarded his cigarette, but extinguishing it fiercely with his foot. In essence, while old Juan appears to be managing better than us, might he be lacking in resilience? Furthermore, is his advancement more arduous? This can certainly be inferred. Zhang Xuanye affirmed with unwavering certainty that this is why old Yuan must rapidly familiarize himself with and master his current abilities, striving to fill his water tank to the fullest. This is also our purpose in hastening his adaptation. Zhang Xuanye's tone grew unusually grave. Old Wang, there's an even more crucial point. Although rare, the authorities have acknowledged the existence of individuals like Old Yuan and may even be commencing research. However, what we possess, he shook the storage talisman, within which lay the ancient fabric. The techniques inscribed upon this fabric are systematic in nature, capable of endless exploration, directly addressing the essence of power, the Tao. It enables one to cultivate strength from nothingness, providing a clear path for advancement. This is worth immeasurably more than mere awakening. Zhang Xuanye's voice was cold and clear. Once this knowledge is leaked, do you comprehend the consequences? Wang Yechuan's heart tightened, 2 words escaping his lips, trouble. Indeed, Zhang Xuanye's voice was resolute, filled with the promise of endless covetousness and pursuit. Any faction, be it official or a tyrant like the Scarred Face Flame Wolf Society, or even other organizations we may encounter in the future that possess formidable individuals, will pounce upon it like sharks sensing blood. They will resort to any means necessary to obtain it. Promises and friendships will crumble like fragile glass when confronted with the power to alter destinies and control lives. He gazed intently into Wang Yechuan's eyes, enunciating each word with gravity. Remember, old Wang, do not place too much faith in camaraderie. When you divulged this secret to me, you were unaware of the contents of the fabric, but not everyone shares our bond. In this wretched apocalypse, everyone has someone they fight desperately to protect or goals they are willing to achieve at any cost. When temptation looms large enough to manifest such possibilities, the notion of brothers turning against each other becomes a stark reality. One should not aspire to be a saint, for there are countless pitiful souls. Our instinct for survival demands that the secrets of the cloth remain buried within our hearts. Not a single word must escape regarding old Yuan, sister-in-law, or even our future kin. This is a matter of life and affection. Zhang Xuanye's words reflect an undeniable truth that Wang Yechuan is reluctant to accept yet cannot ignore. Rest assured, even in death, I shall remain silent, Wang Yechuan reassured as he patted Zhang Xuanye's shoulder. Indeed, Zhang Xuanye nodded in agreement, urging him to seize every fleeting moment. Old Yuan has adapted to his stone skin. We must swiftly transcend to the second realm. In the ensuing days, this humble shelter in the ruins became a fervent sanctuary for the trio's relentless cultivation. Yuan Suyang dedicated nearly every moment of his consciousness to meditative stillness, striving to banish distractions and immerse his entire spirit within, clumsily seeking to perceive the area of the spleen and capture the dense energy residing in his dantian. Initially, progress was excruciatingly slow, as he could only vaguely sense the dantian's presence, guiding the energy akin to moving a mountain. Yet, endowed with the extraordinary willpower of a warrior, perseverance became his forte. Gradually, he began to discern the earth chi within the dantian, and through conscious intent, he coaxed the viscous energy to flow steadily towards his arms. As the energy enveloped his forearm, its grayish hue sharpened, expanding in range and duration. Meanwhile, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye plunged into an even deeper state of oblivion. The 3 took turns standing guard to ensure safety, devoting every other moment to deciphering the script of the cloth or immersing themselves in their introspective realms. Chapter 47. A fortuitous opportunity in recent days. Wang Yechuan and his companions have been fervently enhancing their prowess in preparation for the journey ahead. Lately, Zhang Xuanye has sensed that he is nearing the second realm. Thus, he has been diligently recalling the symbols inscribed on the cloth. In moments of leisure, his fingers trace intricate patterns upon his knee as he mentally rehearses and contemplates the cultivation methods of the second realm. Wang Yechuan, on the other hand, is wholly absorbed in his training, resembling a zealous practitioner. His energy channels along the spine have reached a remarkable 10 by 10, which, according to the cloth's guidance, should signify his arrival at the threshold of the second realm. However, He feels no such indication and hesitates to further weave the energy channels, fearing it may disrupt the delicate balance of energy within him. Consequently, he redirects his focus to the critical nodes of the Ren and Du meridians, Changxiang, Mingmen, Dezhu, Baihui, attempting to weave them all to 10 by 10, hoping for a qualitative transformation through quantitative change. Simultaneously, he and Zhang Xuanye continuously simulate and validate various talismanic techniques, preparing for the forthcoming talismans of the second realm. Lin Feng quietly undertakes all logistical and caregiving responsibilities, striving to avoid disturbing the three men engrossed in their respective worlds. The little girl and the young tiger frequently gather to play, and with her sister's companionship, the young tiger appears to forget the harsh realities of the present, both children rediscovering the innocence befitting their age. Occasionally, the little girl gazes at the three uncles, her large eyes revealing curiosity and a hint of unnoticeable admiration. Time slips away in this monotonous yet intense training filled with endurance and hardship. Each person remains taut, racing against time and grappling with their own limits. The atmosphere of relentless training in the hut was disrupted on the 8th day. Captain Zhou, accompanied by 2 security team members, reappeared at the edge of the ruins, his gaze sweeping over the rudimentary dwelling constructed by Wang Yechuan and his companions, as well as the vigilant and subtly energy-guiding Ruan Suyang standing outside. You've recovered well. It appears your adaptability is quite strong, Captain Zhou remarked, approaching with a hint of surprise in his tone. Ruan Suyang withdrew his energy back to his dantian, the dull gray hue of his skin dissipating as if it had vanished beneath the surface, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye emerged from their meditative states, curious about Captain Zhou's unexpected visit. What brings you here? They inquired. Zhou, eschewing pleasantries, delved directly into the matter. There is a task requiring capable individuals. It involves escorting, and the remuneration is generous. Escort? Zhang Xuanye pushed up his non-existent spectacles. Who are we escorting? To where? A team of 3 individuals. Their identities must remain confidential, but given your intelligence, you can certainly deduce a few details even without my elaboration. The destination is a designated coordinate deep within Wumong Mountain. The estimated time is 12 hours, where a receiving team will take over. You need only ensure their safe passage from the temporary safe zone in the western suburbs of Luzhou to the reception point, and your task will conclude. And what about the most important aspect, the remuneration? Money is not particularly useful at this moment, Wang Yechuan interjected, raising an eyebrow. Privileges, Captain Zhou replied. Zhou Chang's response was succinct. During the duration of the task, designated individuals, such as your family, he cast a glance at Lin Feng, who was cradling the little tiger, will be granted access to the core protection zone of Luzhou City, enjoying basic living provisions and security until the mission's conclusion and your return. Should you choose to remain in Luzhou and engage in long-term cooperation with the authorities, accepting certain assigned tasks, this qualification could be extended. Furthermore, necessary weapons, ammunition, and some supplies would be provided during the mission. The prospect of entering the core protection zone and obtaining safety and shelter stirred a sense of intrigue within Ruan Suyang. Despite the transient nature of their stay, the constant vigilance against lurking dangers in the shadows, the perpetual tension of 24 hours, was daunting. One must guard against sudden appearances of mutated beings while also being wary of the vengeful Scarface. The safety of Lin Feng and the little tiger was Ruan Suyang's foremost concern. Wang Yechuan, of course, was well aware of Ruan Suyang's thoughts. They had initially planned to cultivate until they reached the second realm before embarking, and it seemed that this pace might necessitate a longer stay. Having a stable place to reside was indeed beneficial. Both men glanced at Zhang Xuanye. A glimmer of insight flickered in Zhang Xuanye's eyes. There were few individuals capable of securing the authorities' involvement for an escort, primarily politicians or researchers. Regardless of their category, gleaning even a hint of information during their travels could spare them from many detours in the future. Zhang Xuanye discreetly nudged Wang Yechuan with his elbow. Wang Yechuan instantly understood and interjected, "Sounds promising. So, will this endeavor be led by your sheriff?" Zhou Qiang shook his head. This time, it is the defense army that leads. I am merely recommending you." He continued, "I have been observing you for some time now. With my years of experience in handling cases, you do not strike me as malevolent individuals. Moreover, with women and children involved, there is little fear of any disturbances, correct?" Zhang Xuanye added with a touch of indifference. Zhou Qiang shrugged, non-committally stating, "So, are you willing to accept this task?" "Certainly, but with one condition. Our families must enter the protection zone prior to the commencement of the mission to ensure their safety. During the mission, their security must be entirely your responsibility." Wang Yechuan's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. This was non-negotiable. Zhou Qiang appeared to have anticipated this, nodding in agreement. "That could be arranged. Before the mission begins, I will arrange for someone to take you to the core protection zone for registration. Once registration is complete, you may proceed with the check-in process. From the very first second you depart, every subsequent minute will be our official responsibility regarding their safety." "All right." Wang Yechuan accepted the final condition readily. Zhang Xuanye nodded as well. "We agree." "Splendid." A rare sense of ease spread across Zhou Qiang's face. "Prepare yourselves. In an hour, Shaoli will escort you to the protection zone for settlement." As they prepared to leave, Wang Yechuan instructed the little tiger to call the young girl and her father to accompany them, intending to surprise them. The road to the core protection zone proved to be farther than anticipated, as the entire secure area bore the insignias of various factions. Wang Yechuan and his companions, wishing to avoid unnecessary troubles, had refrained from scavenging for supplies and instead devoted themselves fervently to their training within their makeshift shelter, not venturing deeply into Luzhou City. To their surprise, the western suburbs where they had been retreating appeared rather remote. However, as they journeyed onward, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. The desolate ruins along the way began to transform. Though still in a state of disrepair, they exhibited numerous signs of human intervention. Collapsed buildings had been either leveled or reinforced to serve as cover. Critical intersections were fortified with sandbags. And abandoned vehicles along with barbed wire had been fashioned into rudimentary barricades, manned by armed security personnel. The once pungent stench of decay and blood seemed to have diminished, replaced by a complex amalgamation of disinfectant and gunpowder. When a relatively intact low-rise residential area came into view, astonishment swept over Wang Yechuan and his group. Although the buildings remained old and their exteriors marred by stains and cracks, the structural integrity was largely preserved. Most windows were boarded up or sealed with thick plastic sheeting, with a few flickering candles or oil lamps casting faint glows within. The streets, though muddy, appeared significantly tidier, as both refuse and corpses had evidently been cleared away. In the thoroughfare, individuals clad in diverse attire, though largely bundled up for warmth, silently queued under the guidance of security personnel to receive provisions or transport supplies. An oppressive yet palpable sense of order enveloped this region. Chapter 48. The temporary formation, the female security officer leading them was namely Xian, who, while walking, explained to Wang Yechuan and his companions, "This is Zone 3. The tsunami primarily devastated the eastern areas and the low-lying regions near the main river. To the west and south of Luzhou, the mountains serve as a barrier, significantly reducing the impact. The terrain is relatively elevated here, preserving a number of structures. The current official strategy is to consolidate defenses and seek opportunities for development." She then pointed towards the north. To the north lies the Old Town and the Industrial District, which are densely populated and have now become disaster zones. The number of mutants is high and their strength formidable, making it the main battlefield with tremendous pressure on our defenses. Our current focus is to rely on the relatively intact areas to the west and south. Eliminate scattered mutants within, establish a solid defensive line, gather survivors, and restore basic production. Leading the group to a 6-story building, they found soldiers standing guard at the entrance. This was one of the resettlement points. The original residents had either evacuated or were no longer present. The vacant houses were allocated by us. Li Xian gestured for the administrator at the entrance to register them. The registration process was swift, perhaps due to a prior arrangement by Zhou Qiang. The administrator quickly registered a room for Ruan Suyang, Lin Fong, and the family of Ruan Xiao, granting them temporary residency. When asked which of Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye would occupy the room, the two unhesitatingly pointed to the timid little girl trailing behind and her father, who had yet to fully recover. Those two. Li Xian was somewhat surprised, glancing at the frail father and daughter, then at Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye. Well, we are both single, and one room will suffice for us. Please allocate my spot to them. Wang Yechuan waved his hand casually. Li Xian did not press further, and the administrator swiftly added the names of the little girl, Chen Xiaoyu, and her father, Chen Dai, to the registration book, noting the transfer from Wang Yechuan. Chen Dai, gripping his daughter's hand, trembled with emotion, struggling to express his gratitude, but finding himself speechless. Chen Xiaoyu deeply bowed to Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, her large eyes brimming with tears. Lin Fong embraced Xiaoyu, gently patting her shoulder. The rooms were on the 4th floor, 405, 412, and 418. You have 6 hours to rest. Report to the Western Defensive Command by 3 o'clock this afternoon to collect your equipment and prepare for departure. Li Xian instructed before hurriedly leaving, clearly burdened with numerous tasks. The 6 hours of rest, enveloped by soft bedding and relatively secure walls, felt extraordinarily precious. Exhaustion surged over Wang Yechuan like a tide, and he fell asleep almost instantly, not even bothering to change out of his clothes. Meanwhile, Ruan Xiang seized the opportunity to continue familiarizing himself with the dense earth energy within him. At the appointed time, the three appeared punctually at the Western Defensive Command, a massive shelter temporarily converted from a school gymnasium. Inside, powered by generators and numerous emergency lights, a stable brightness prevailed. Personnel bustled about, voices calling out in a constant din, filling the air with the tense atmosphere of wartime. After the personnel responsible for monitoring verified the information, a fully armed soldier from the defense forces emerged, guiding the 3 individuals into a courtyard where 2 reinforced pickup trucks and a heavy off-road vehicle were already parked. Shadows flitted around the vehicles, creating a tense atmosphere. Zhang Xuanye scanned the surroundings and noted 10 fully armed, formidable special defense soldiers. Subsequently, 5 more individuals arrived, and for the aura they exuded, Zhang Xuanye was certain that they too possessed abilities. A middle-aged warrior with sharp features and hawk-like eyes stepped forward from the defense forces. His gaze quickly swept over Wang, Zhang, and Ruan, lingering briefly on Ruan Xiang, as if he sensed the dense earth attribute energy emanating from him. He succinctly introduced himself. I am Zhu Zhengping, the captain of this special operations team. Now that everyone is present, for the sake of coordination, let's briefly outline our respective abilities. A tall, lean man crossed his arms, his tone laced with a subtle air of superiority. I am Li Hai, the leader of Group 2 in the Western District Support Department. My attribute is fire, capable of high-temperature impacts with significant destructive power. A young man with a playful demeanor raised his hand. I'm off Fei, also fire. Hee, I'm quick and explosive. A small flame flickered at his fingertips before swiftly extinguishing. A woman clad in leather coolly interjected, Huang Lian, fire. A bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. You can call me Glasses. My attribute is water, leaning towards control and environmental perception. Lastly, a girl who appeared to be in high school, wearing an oversized coat that seemed ill-fitting, spoke softly, her face marked by timid curiosity. You can call me Orange. My attribute is wood. I can promote wound healing and slightly alleviate fatigue. All eyes then turned to Wang Yechuan and his companions. Ruan Xiang spoke first, his voice steady. Ruan Xiang, Earth attribute, focused on defense and strength amplification. Wang Yechuan, my ability is not yet fully activated. I am somewhat stronger than the average person and quick to react. Zhang Xuanye, likewise, my ability is not yet fully stable, but my perception is slightly heightened. As soon as he finished speaking, a derisive laugh rang out. Li Hai frowned, his expression filled with disapproval and scorn. Captain Zhu, this mission is no trivial matter. We all know who we are escorting. The responsibility is immense. Are we really to accommodate individuals whose abilities have not fully activated? Are we expected to protect the target while also babysitting 2 dead weights? I protest. This does not meet the safety standards for the mission. Ah Fei chimed in, adding to the commotion. Exactly, Li. These two look utterly frail. If the monsters don't arrive, they might just wet their pants in fear, dragging us down with them. His mocking gaze flitted between Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye. The others remained silent, yet their eyes betrayed a hint of scrutiny in a perilous mountain environment. No one wanted to entrust their safety to a couple of novices. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye fixed their gaze on Captain Zhu, eager to see how he would respond. Captain Zhu furrowed his brow, harboring some reservations regarding the two incomplete initiators recommended by Zhou Qian. When providing the list, Zhou merely mentioned their commendable abilities and how they nearly vanquished the scarred face, yet he failed to disclose their inability to harness elemental energy. However, time was of the essence. The arrow was knocked and must be released. In a low voice, he declared, "Those who do not wish to participate may leave now." His statement prompted an unexpected silence across the venue. After a minute of waiting, noticing no one departing, he continued, "During the mission, everyone must obey orders and cooperate fully. Personal emotions must be suppressed." His final remark bore an undeniable authority directed at Li Hai and Fei. "Form your groups." Captain Zhu ceased any further chatter. Number 1, you will drive the first pickup. Number 2, take the passenger seat. Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, Ruan Xiang, Fei, occupy the rear of the pickup. Numbers 3 and 4 will maintain vigilance from aback. Fei grimaced, clearly reluctant to be crammed alongside Wang Yechuan and the others. "I shall drive the off-road vehicle with the 3 professors seated in the rear, number 5 in the passenger seat." Captain Zhu glanced at the 3 professors. Enveloped in thick cotton coats, aged between 50 and 60, they were evidently the subjects of their escort. Number 6 will operate the second pickup. Number 7, 8, 9, along with Old Li, Orange, and Huang Lian, will occupy the rear. Finally, Captain Zhu turned to the bespectacled man. "You will sit in the back passenger seat, responsible for environmental awareness and alerts from the rear." The glasses-wearing man nodded in understanding. "Check your equipment. We depart in 5 minutes." Captain Zhu commanded. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension as soldiers swiftly conducted their final equipment checks. Wang Yechuan and his companions approached the first pickup, with Fei reluctantly trailing behind, muttering about his misfortune. As they passed Old Li, Wang Yechuan distinctly heard a low, cold grunt. The roar of engines shattered the desolate silence of the ruins. The mini convoy of 3 vehicles, resembling a trio of steel insects, slowly emerged for the temporary fortress guarded by floodlights, plunging into the boundless, ominous darkness ahead, which seemed capable of swallowing everything. The beams of the headlights appeared feeble amidst the swirling dust, illuminating only a small stretch of road strewn with rubble, fissures, and unknown perils. The wheels crunched over the gravel, steering towards the unknown fate lurking deep within the Wumong Mountains. Chapter 49. The wolf attack on a mountain path. The convoy jostled along the rugged mountain road, the treacherous terrain forcing the speed to hover around 60 miles per hour. Each violent jolt of the vehicle threatened to displace the very organs of its occupants. Outside the window lay an impenetrable darkness, with the headlights barely managing to pierce through the chaotic gloom for a mere dozen meters. The shadows of the trees, illuminated by the headlights, appeared grotesque and twisted. Wang Yechuan had intended to seize this time on the road to cultivate his skills, but the relentless dizziness induced by the vehicle's bumps felt like countless tiny hammers pounding on his nerves. His stomach churned violently, the contents threatening to surge up his esophagus, the sour taste even reaching his taste buds before he forcefully swallowed it back down. This intense stimulus shattered his meditative state, leading him to retch and abandon his practice. Ruan Xiang, who had been immersed in feeling the dense energy within his dantian, also emerged from his cultivation, glancing at Wang Yechuan with concern. "Director, do you really not need a bag? Your complexion is nearly as pallid as the pickled cabbage my cooking class fermented for 3 years." Wang Yechuan, his face ashen, preferred silence and waved his hand dismissively. The soldier known as Number 2 instinctively tightened his grip on the assault rifle cradled in his arms, as if the cold metal could offer him a modicum of reassurance. He cast a helpless glance at Wang Yechuan, his eyes betraying his frustration. Such a useless fellow. Can't even endure a car ride without getting sick? If we encounter something truly formidable later, will you perform a piss-your-pants act? The legendary lay down in Windog. Ah Fei, lounging nonchalantly, was engaged in excavating a sizable treasure from his nostril with his pinky finger, preparing to flick it away while continuing his stream of mockery. His infuriating smirk ultimately became the final straw for Wang Yechuan. Ugh! At that moment, Wang Yechuan could no longer restrain himself. Tell me for being car sick? I shall show you. He abruptly raised his head and, akin to a high-pressure water gun, unleashed a torrent of a mixture comprising compressed biscuit paste, gastric acid, and various indescribable substances, launching it in a colorful arc towards Ah Fei's astonished face. Damn! Ah Fei's classic expletive barely escaped his lips before being met with a deluge of biological warfare. The viscous, warm concoction, reeking of fermentation, instantly covered his features, with a few stubborn droplets even clinging to his eyelashes, persistently dripping down. Those around them, including Wang Xuanye and the soldier known as Number 3, exhibited remarkable combat instinct, leaning back at lightning speed as if wishing to meld themselves into the crevices of the armored vehicle. Ah Fei, trapped in the center, found himself the sole VIP of this grotesque banquet. I will kill you. Ah Fei's mental defenses crumbled as he curled into his seat and emitted a high-pitched scream. Wang Yechuan wore a victorious, devilish smile, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhang Xuanye, who shot him a fierce glare in return. 02. What is happening up ahead? Zhu's voice crackled through the radio of the soldier, known as Number 2. Captain, Wang Yechuan has succumbed to motion sickness and vomited. 02 swiftly reported the current situation to Captain Zhu. Just then, the previously silent Zhang Xuanye suddenly interjected with a warning. Be careful. Something is approaching. Many of them. They're moving swiftly through the forest on both sides. No one can come. I will kill him. Damn you, Wang Yechuan. As Ah Fei was on the verge of a frenzy, the intercom crackled to life with Captain Zhu's urgent and icy voice, abruptly halting the brief quarrel within the vehicle. Attention, everyone. Night Eagle has detected anomalies. Repeat, Night Eagle has detected anomalies. There are numerous high-speed moving heat sources in the forest ahead on both sides. It's a pack of mutated wolves. Their numbers exceed 30. They are hurting us. They intend to drive us into a narrow ravine approximately 1 kilometer ahead. The terrain there is constricted. Once encircled, escape will be exceedingly difficult. Emergency protocol. Accelerate to separate the wolf pack and await my command to disembark. Utilize the existing terrain to swiftly eliminate the first wave of wolves that charge. We cannot allow them to hinder our progress and lead us into a trap. Capable individuals, unleash your full strength. The guard will provide cover fire, prioritizing the elimination of those attempting to flank us. Move swiftly. Boom! With a sudden press of the accelerator, 2 armed guards swiftly curtailed the escalating altercation between Ah Fei and Wang Yechuan. Ah Fei, feeling slighted, glared fiercely at Wang Yechuan, but ultimately refrained from striking. Zhang Xuanye turned his head, saying, Old Wang, this pack of wolves is likely formidable. The entire journey through the mountains has been eerily quiet, devoid of any animal sounds. It's possible that this pack has decimated the wildlife. If we engage, we must not separate. Maintain a distance that allows for mutual support. Wang Yechuan nodded in agreement. Approximately 7 minutes later, stop! The piercing sound of brakes screeched as the 3 vehicles came to a simultaneous halt. Disembark! Quickly! Captain Zhu's commanding voice echoed through the intercom and outside simultaneously. The car doors were flung open and a cold, pungent mountain breeze rushed in. In agony, Ah Fei could no longer bear to remain inside the vehicle and was the first to leap out. Wang Yechuan, fighting through dizziness and nausea, seized his Tang knife and followed closely behind Wang Xuanye as they exited the vehicle. As his feet met the cold, slippery mountain path, he realized his legs felt a bit weak. Zhang Xuanye also exited rapidly, gripping a spade tightly, his sharp gaze scanning the darkened forest on both sides. The guards, well trained, quickly took cover behind the vehicles and the boulders lining the roadside, their guns directed toward the shadows. Numbers 3 and 4 secured advantageous positions atop the pickup truck. Howl! The chilling, frenzied cries, entirely unlike a normal wolf's howl, erupted simultaneously from the forest on both sides. The sound was sharp and ear-splitting, imbued with a palpable thirst for blood and madness. Moments later, several dark figures shot through the darkness like black arrows, propelled by a foul wind, lunging forward. They were the vanguard of the wolf pack, 5 mutated dire wolves. Their size far exceeded that of ordinary wolves, with bulging, sinewy muscles and grotesque bone spikes piercing through their fur. Some of their skin was covered in darkened scales, and their elongated fangs dripped with viscous saliva. Most terrifying were their milky white eyes. "They're coming." Captain Zhu bellowed. "Open fire. Capable individuals, you have 5 minutes." Hot, 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 hot. Bang, bang. The guns of the guards belched forth tongues of flame. Bullets whistled as they hurtled towards the encroaching shadows of wolves. Puffs of sound erupted. Yet, a chill gripped the hearts of onlookers as the majority of bullets were deflected by the thick fur and hardened armor of the beasts, sending sparks flying. Only a few bullets found their mark, striking vital areas such as the eyes and throat, momentarily halting the ferocious wolves, which then lunged forward with even greater fury. A massive wolf charged towards soldier number 8 at the rear of the vehicle. The stench of its gaping maw loomed larger in the soldier's despairing gaze. With all his might, the soldier attempted to roll beneath the vehicle, but his speed was evidently no match for the wolf's assault. In a critical moment, the bespectacled man turned crimson, pressing his hands against the ground. Hiss! The muddy path where the wolf would next land transformed into a viscous whirlpool, momentarily halting the beast with a powerful suction. It was this precious half-second that allowed the soldier to narrowly escape beneath the vehicle. Reacting swiftly, Oldley brandished a large knife, aiming for the wolf's neck, while the woman in leather pants drew her gun, firing energy-infused bullets. A dull thud echoed. The knife struck the armor plating, sending sparks flying, and Oldley was staggered backward by the recoil. Most of the energy bullets fired by the woman missed their target, leaving only a few scorch marks on the wolf's body, akin to mere tickles. The massive wolf shifted its focus, its foul saliva nearly dripping onto Oldley's face, forcing him to desperately fend off the attack with his knife, retreating under the sheer force of the beast. On the other side, a Fey, filled with fervor, swung his machete, flames flickering along the blade, as he charged at a giant wolf. A few strikes landed on the wolf's back, akin to scratching an itch. The wolf scarcely regarded him, casually swiping its enormous paw. A Fey felt an overwhelming force strike him in the chest, akin to a hammer blow, sending his machete flying from his grasp as he was hurled like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the mud. In terror, he glimpsed the wolf's milky eyes fixating on him, the chill of death freezing his blood. He rolled and crawled, screaming as he sought refuge behind the nearest tire, utterly paralyzed by fear. Wang Yechuan, like an iron tower, stepped forward to shield the Fey. He crossed his arms protectively over his chest, his muscles bulging instantaneously, as a layer of thick, gray stone-like skin emerged, resembling a suit of sturdy rock armor. Bang! A sound reverberated like a drum. The mutated wolf's sharp claws savagely raked across Wang Yechuan's crossed arms. Sparks flew, though the claws, capable of tearing through steel, did not draw blood. The immense force pushed Wang Yechuan back half a step, carving shallow grooves in the ground beneath him. The impact forced a muffled groan from him, causing sharp pain in his arms, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on his stone armor. Yet he did not yield. His right leg swung forth like a battering ram, accompanied by a piercing sound. Crack! A clear sound of bone fracturing resounded. The weighty, petrified right foot struck the wolf's soft underbelly with tremendous force. The wolf emitted a wretched howl that shifted in pitch, its massive body sent soaring several meters back, crashing against a tree, struggling to rise. Its milky eyes fixed on Wang Yechuan, filled with trepidation. Zhang Xuanye shouted, "Their biological weaknesses from before mutation remain unchanged. hard heads, soft waists. Concentrate fire on the midsection. With that, he vanished like a specter, appearing at the flank of a giant wolf that was poised to attack the pickup truck. The engineer's shovel glimmered with radiant light and energy, striking the head of the colossal wolf with a swift, horizontal motion. A howl erupted as the beast was unexpectedly struck in mid-air, losing its balance and crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Zhang Xuanye moved with fluid grace, driving the blade of the shovel downward, firmly locking the wolf's head in place against the muddy earth. Wang Yechuan, still reeling from dizziness and nausea, hastened to follow suit. His tang knife transformed into a glacial streak, sweeping across with precision. The blade sliced into the opening created by Zhang Xuanye, piercing through and emerging from the wolf's abdomen. The creature let out a brief, mournful cry, its limbs convulsing violently as blood mixed with shattered innards gushed forth, leading to its swift demise. The two worked in perfect harmony, swiftly dispatching the beast. Seeing this, squad leader Ruan, disregarding the pain of his shattered stone-armored arms, let out a low roar as he wildly gathered earth energy in his hands. His already robust arms bulged even further, encased in rock and resembling two immense hammers. He lunged at the giant wolf he had previously injured, his massive hands grasping its jaws with the grip of iron. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his full strength, forcibly toppling the struggling wolf to the ground, using his knee and rocky hands to press its head deep into the mud. Despite the creature's desperate thrashing, Ruan Suyang remained immovable, the sound of scraping stone echoing in the air. Fire! The command from team members 3 and 4 were implicit, unleashing a torrential storm of bullets upon the immobilized wolf's midsection. Flesh and blood exploded in a gruesome display as the wolf, amidst its agonized howls, finally ceased its struggles. However, the situation at the rear with the pickup truck was dire. The bespectacled man was as pale as a ghost, drenched in sweat. He barely managed to conjure another muddy trap, tripping an advancing wolf, but soon after his body swayed and he collapsed, utterly spent. Old Lee's right arm was a gruesome sight, flesh mangled and a deep claw mark visible down to the bone. Leaning against the wheel, he appeared ashen, completely devoid of combat capability. Orange gritted her teeth, trembling as she pressed her hands against Old Lee's wound. A faint green glow emanating from her palms as she struggled to stem the torrent of blood, though her energy was visibly waning. The woman in leather pants took cover, firing continuously, her energy bullets sparking against the giant wolf, diverting some of the firepower, yet her aim remained lacking, having consumed nearly half her energy without inflicting any fatal damage. One giant wolf was on the verge of breaking through the line of fire, its target set on the exhausted, bespectacled man. Down! Boom! Boom! In a critical moment, Captain Zhu's precisely thrown grenades detonated beneath the wolf, sending shrapnel and shockwaves that mangled half of its body, rendering it a non-threat amidst its anguished cries. Amidst the rolling shockwaves, Captain Zhu's voice rang out, "Time's up. The main force of the wolf pack is approaching. Get in the vehicle, quickly." His voice was hoarse and strained. In the distance from the dark woods, over 40 colossal wolves surged forth, their more ferocious howls crashing like a tidal wave. The earth trembled beneath the weight of countless claws. Taking advantage of the momentary hesitation created by the shock of the grenades, the guards summoned their last reserves of strength, dragging the injured back toward the vehicle. The engine roared in furious protest, tires furiously clawing at the mud, as the convoy sped away like an arrow toward the extraction point. Behind them surged the ravenous wolf pack, resembling a dark tide, with countless lifeless, white eyes glinting ominously in the shadows. Chapter 50. Bloodstained Lake. The roar of the engines echoed in the desolate valley, akin to a wretched lament of despair. A convoy of 3 vehicles raced desperately along the narrow and rugged mountain path, their headlights struggling to pierce the dense darkness, creating a limited sphere of light for the drivers. Behind them, the chilling howls of wolves approached with the relentless tenacity of a parasite. Damn these beasts! How persistent they are! Captain Zhu gripped the steering wheel tightly, shouting into the radio, "Number 7, report the location of the wolf pack. Requesting fire support from Swallow Lake." Repeat, requesting fire support from Swallow Lake. The communication was disrupted. The voice of number 5 in the passenger seat came out dry. The convoy could only continue its frantic escape. In such treacherous conditions, the speed of the wolves far exceeded that of the vehicles, resembling phantoms in the darkness. Utilizing the jagged rocks and dense deadwood for cover, they relentlessly pounced from the steep slopes on either side. Wang Yechuan and his companions continuously swung their weapons to fend off the monstrous wolves, and on several occasions, the foul-smelling saliva dripped onto Wang Yechuan's face. "Throw grenades. Delay them," Captain Zhu commanded through the radio. "Understood." The soldiers of the rear guard, numbers 7 and 8, sprang into action immediately. They retrieved a box from the corner, filled with grenades. "Blast those bastards." Number 7 of the defense force roared as he pulled the pins and accurately hurled 2 defensive grenades into the densest area of the wolf pack behind the vehicle. The violent explosions sent soil and stones flying, illuminating the grotesque shadows of the wolves for a fleeting moment. The shockwave momentarily stalled the advancing wolf pack. Their anguished howls drowned in the cacophony of the blasts. The 2 foremost mutated wolves were obliterated, but many were merely knocked over by the shockwave, rolling a few times before their bloodshot eyes glowed even more fiercely, driving them into a frenzy to pursue again. This scene played out repeatedly, the wolves exhibiting remarkable cunning, sending a few giant wolves to intentionally approach, enticing those within the vehicle to throw grenades, only to leap aside to conserve their numbers. Have these wolves become sentient? Wang Yechuan pondered, watching the bursts of fire appear every minute behind them, a sense of helpless fatigue washing over him. Each explosion afforded them a few seconds of respite, each blast signifying they were a step closer to rescue and hope. The ammunition of the defense force dwindled rapidly, the soldiers' faces etched with exhaustion and unmistakable anxiety, while the capable individuals in the vehicle desperately fought off the encroaching giants. For a whole hour, it was like dancing on the edge of blade, skirting death time and again. Finally, the convoy broke free from the dense forest, flooring the accelerator and gradually distancing themselves from the pursuing wolves. Yet, no one dared to speak, burdened by the collective fatigue as they raced toward the designated rendezvous point. Before them, a breathtaking vista unfolded. A relatively open mountain valley emerged, with a central surface reflecting a faint, lifeless glow. Swallow Lake. Contrary to expectations, there were no lights illuminating the area, nor a heavily guarded rescue convoy. Only a haunting silence prevailed, a silence that stifled all present. Scattered along the lakeside were the remnants of several deformed off-road vehicles and armored vehicles, emitting tendrils of black smoke, resembling crumpled refuse. The scene before them was one of utter devastation. The vehicle and the ground were marred with scratches and dents, while splatters of dark brown blood painted the surroundings. Among the debris and muck lay scattered weapons, dismembered limbs, and the bodies of several colossal wolves. The potent stench of blood mingled with the acrid scent of charred remains, rendering the air nearly unbearable. Suddenly, the sound of retching broke the silence. But this time it was not Wang Yechuan. He had nothing left to expel. Fei and Chengzi, witnessing such horror, felt their stomachs churn violently as they leaned over the side of the vehicle. It was evident that a fierce battle had ensued here, and the anticipated reinforcements had been utterly annihilated. All on alert, Captain Zhu's voice was hoarse, tinged with a slight tremor. The convoy halted at the lakeside wreckage, and everyone swiftly disembarked, establishing a defensive line using the vehicles and debris for cover. The soldiers of the guard gazed at the gruesome scene before them, their eyes reddening as the veins on their hands bulged from gripping their weapons. The 3 meticulously protected experts, peering through the vehicle windows at this hellish sight, lost the last vestige of color from their faces, leaving only despair and reluctance behind. Yanzi Lake is finished, oldly murmured in desolation. Captain Zhu, the wolf pack is closing in, less than 3 kilometers away. A soldier assigned to rear guard reported hoarsely. Captain Zhu turned abruptly, his gaze resolute as it swept across the crowd. His eyes lingered momentarily on Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, Wan Siyang, and the 5 capable individuals. before shifting to the pale-faced experts, ultimately resting on his own battered, yet unyielding soldiers. Time was the most precious commodity at that moment. The howls of wolves grew distinctly audible, accompanied by a faint tremor beneath their feet. A painfully difficult yet unmistakably clear decision crystallized in Captain Zhu's mind. He inhaled deeply, the breath laden with the scent of gunpowder and blood, and spoke with an undeniable resolve. The situation has changed. The Yinzi Lake rendezvous point has fallen. However, the core mission remains unchanged. Safeguard the experts to their final destination, Jiangcheng. This is the highest order. His gaze fixed firmly on Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, Wan Suyang, and Old Li, Red Jun. He called. Here, replied the soldier previously known as Number 1. Vice Captain Hong, you will lead. Take the vehicle in the best condition and escort the 3 experts. Depart immediately. Destination, Jiangcheng Base. At all costs, we must ensure the experts arrive safely. Captain, what about you? Red Jun exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot. Old Zhao, Xiao Sun, Old Qian, and I will stay behind. Captain Zhu's voice was firm, imbued with a calm acceptance of fate. We will use this wreckage and terrain to fend off the wolf pack. We will buy you time. Captain. Red Jun stepped forward, agitation evident in his posture. He did not wish to perish, but he was even less willing to be the only one left alive in such a manner. This is an order. Captain Zhu commanded sternly, his gaze scanning his loyal subordinates, filled with sorrow, determination, and an unwavering will. Someone had to remain. Our mission is to ensure the line to the experts remains intact. The higher-ups' directive is to spare no effort in delivering the experts to Jiangcheng. As soon as the experts arrive in Jiangcheng, our sacrifices will hold significance. Hong Zhun, execute the orders. Captain Zhu abruptly pulled out a blood-stained waterproof map from his pocket and thrust it into Hong Zhun's hands. He then turned to Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, Wan Suyang, and Old Li, his tone urgent and grave. Everyone, I understand that you are not members of the defense forces, and, when faced with life and death, you will undoubtedly choose to preserve your own lives. However, it is of utmost importance to escort these 3 experts to Jiangcheng. They have been engaged in research in this field since before the meteorite fell and are involved in core studies. If you succeed in delivering them, I, on my honor as a soldier, assure you that the Jiangcheng Research Institute will collaborate with the defense forces to arrange the fastest flight back to Luzhou for you. Furthermore, you shall receive the greatest possible rewards. Choosing to continue onward is your sole opportunity for survival, and it is also the greatest hope we can strive for. His gaze swept over the crowd. The situation had taken a dire turn. Before them lay unknown destruction, and behind them, bloodthirsty pursuers. Remaining would almost certainly mean death. Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, and Wan Suyang exchanged glances, each recognizing the weight of the moment in one another's eyes. What choice did they have? They could only escort the experts, grasping at the slender thread of hope for survival, for a chance to reunite with their loved ones, and for a remote possibility of altering the future. We move. Wan Suyang was the first to respond, his voice resolute as he clenched his fists. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye swiftly followed into the bed of the pickup truck. Old Li's expression fluctuated, but he ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, "Damn it, let us do this." Fei appeared somewhat flustered, but upon seeing the leather-clad woman and the bespectacled man silently approaching the off-road vehicle, he hurriedly joined them. Orange, pale-faced, clutched her small bag tightly as she climbed aboard. The engine roared to life. The pickup truck surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, veering sharply and plowing through the muddy lakeside, racing toward the perilous mountain road marked on the map leading to Jiangcheng. Survived to reach Jiangcheng. The resolute shouts of comrades echoed behind Hong Zhun as he drove, filled with determination and hope. Brothers. Captain Zhu watched the taillights of the departing vehicle fade into the distance. He abruptly turned to face several soldiers and the menacing shadows of the approaching wolf pack, unleashing a final roar that resonated along the desolate lakeside, tragic yet resolute. For our rear, we fight to the death. The soldiers' battle cries erupted alongside the sudden barrage of gunfire, shattering the stillness of the lakeshore in an instant. From afar, a stirring military song rang out, followed by a deafening explosion. In Wang Yechuan's line of sight, amidst the throng of wolves, the explosion illuminated the darkness once more. A fleeting yet fierce firework sending off the fleeing souls. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was stifling. Hong Zhun pressed his lips tightly together as he floored the accelerator. The pickup truck speeding along the lakeside toward the mountain path, bounding wildly over the rugged terrain. The earlier explosion struck each heart like a heavy hammer, and the only sound in the silent vehicle was Orange's soft sobs. Chapter 51. The path of escape. The off-road vehicle hurtled westward through the oppressive darkness. The roar of its engine, the sole sound piercing the silence. A stifling atmosphere enveloped the occupants, who were still grappling with the aftermath of their flight, now confronted with a more complex array of emotions. A heavy weight bore down on each individual's chest. Every jolt of the vehicle felt less like traversing a road and more like a reminder of the harsh reality they dared not face, eliciting waves of dull pain. The harrowing echoes of the explosion by Yinzi Lake and the resolute shouts of the soldiers were indelibly etched in their minds, haunting them relentlessly. Under the faint green glow emanating from the orange, old Li's wound had finally transformed from an open injury into a scar, now adorned with a deep brown scab. His pain had eased somewhat, and his expression reflected less agony. Observing the prolonged silence, he cleared his throat and, adopting a tone reminiscent of a leader, rose to his feet. Comrades, let us not wallow in despair. The sacrifices of Captain Zhu and those brave soldiers are noble. They are grand. They were made to protect us, the ones entrusted with a vital mission. They were safeguarding the very spark of humanity. Yet, his words were met with an even deeper silence. Hongzi's grip on the steering wheel tightened suddenly, his knuckles turning white, his lips pressed into a hard, straight line. Seeing no support from his comrades, old Li resorted to his old tricks, raising his arm as if to swear an oath, as if this gesture could lend greater fervor to his voice. Do not lose heart. Once we safely reach Jiangcheng, we shall be heroes. I pledge my standing to ensure that Captain Zhu and his men receive the highest honors. First-class merit. Their names shall be inscribed in history. Their family shall receive the utmost care and compensation. Families? A suppressed voice suddenly broke through the tension in the driver's cabin. What family does Captain Zhu have left? He has long been without a home in this world. Hongzi's voice, choked with emotion, spilled forth from deep within his throat, tears streaming down his face, washing away the grime and soot. During the mission, disaster struck. By the time we receive news, his home will be nothing but scorched earth, his wife and children, all buried beneath it. He struggled to steady his voice. I accompanied him back. He knelt amidst the ruins, digging with his bare hands. All he could grasp was a handful of ash. Even the child's little shoes were reduced to cinders. And what of him? He had no time to weep. Clutching that handful of ash, he had to continue with this damned mission. This Iron Man, who usually bore pain without flinching, could no longer withstand the overwhelming tide of grief that engulfed him like a cataclysmic wave. Merit, history, compensation. Many nights, I heard him weeping into his pillow. He was the Iron Man in our hearts. On the day his entire family perished, he had already died. What sustained him was not the desire for fame nor compensation. What he sought was to personally end this devouring disaster. He yearned for a world where no one would suffer as he had. Old Li stared blankly towards the driver's seat, his expression frozen, his left hand suspended in midair, neither lowering it nor raising it further. Ultimately, as if an unseen force had drained him of all strength, he awkwardly sank back into his seat. Ruan Xiang leaned against the passenger's seat, eyes closed, yet his chest heaved with a more pronounced intensity than usual. Wang Yechuan turned his head, gazing out at the swiftly retreating darkness, an ineffable sense of frustration and anger enveloping him. He detested being indebted to others. Thus, a journey to Jiangcheng was imperative. Otherwise, how could they ever offer solace to the warriors who had carved a path for them with their flesh and blood by the lakeside? In the profound silence, an almost imperceptible sigh escaped someone else's lips. Each individual seized this fleeting moment of respite, silently gathering strength for the arduous journey ahead. The orange continued to provide meager healing for those in need. Wang Yechuan had already replenished the energy along the spinal meridians. The flow of qi through the Naiwan Palace and the Shanzhong Point was smooth, his heart clear and ready for imminent action. Zhang Xuanye had heightened his perception to its zenith, akin to the most sophisticated radar, scanning the surrounding environment. Time slipped by in oppressive stillness. After approximately an hour, just as everyone believed they had temporarily evaded the wolf pack, a faint howl, seemingly echoing from afar, pierced the suffocating silence within the vehicle like a cold needle, soon followed by a second and a third howl. The sounds, though indistinct, carried an unsettling sense of pursuit akin to maggots clinging to bone. Zhang Xuanye suddenly opened his eyes, urgency lacing his voice. They are coming. They are tracking us by scent. Their speed exceeds ours on this wretched road. Everyone's hearts plummeted to the depths. Just as they had escaped the nightmare of Yanzi Lake, the shadow of death loomed once more with alarming swiftness. The time that Captain Zhu and his comrades had fought for with their lives seemed to be mercilessly devoured. Damn it, the relentless beasts. Wang Yechuan slammed his fist against the car door in fury. What do we do? At this rate, we will inevitably be caught. Glasses, filled with anxiety, urgently queried the others in the vehicle. Wang Yechuan suppressed his inner turmoil and rapidly contemplated. He suddenly turned his gaze out the window, locking onto the river that shimmered faintly at the edge of the car's headlights. Abandon the vehicle. Take to the water. Wang Yechuan's voice rang out suddenly within the car. The Wolfpack's tracking relies on scent. No matter how keen their noses are, they'll be disoriented in the water. The river can effectively sever our scent trail. No matter how fast they are, they cannot possibly know our destination. What? Abandon the car? Are you insane? In this pitch darkness, go into the water? Do you know how cold it is? What if there are monsters? At least in the car, we have metal protecting us. We should hurry and drive. Perhaps we can shake them off. Fei instinctively gripped the car door handle, as if it were the last lifeline. Old Li, eager to salvage his dignity and divert attention, immediately chimed in. Exactly. Who knows what ghastly creatures lurk in the water? We can still fight from the car. Going into the water is tantamount to seeking death. I disagree. If you want to go, you go alone. I support Wang Yechuan's suggestion. Zhang Xuanye voiced his agreement. Wang Yechuan also endorsed this notion. The Wolfpack's ability to track scents far exceeds our imagination, particularly in such an environment. The size of the vehicles presents a significant challenge, as the mountain paths are treacherous and speed is constrained, making it merely a matter of time before they catch up. Navigating by water is currently the most effective means to sever the pursuit. As for the dangers lurking in the depths of the water, he paused, asserting that if we do not venture too far, waiting in the shallows could sufficiently disrupt the scent trail. Hongzi did not respond immediately. He swiftly glanced at the map before peering through the rearview mirror into the shadowy depths behind them, where the faint howls of wolves echoed ominously like a death knell. What the thoughts of the others? The woman in leather pants coldly suggested taking the water route. Orange quietly mentioned that she would follow the group's decision. Ultimately, only Lao Li and Fei opposed the idea, while the rest either complied with the arrangement or opted for the waterway. The two men eventually swallowed their dissent, their faces betraying their reluctance. The vote was passed. Prepare to abandon the vehicle. Hongzi decisively gripped the steering wheel, abruptly slamming the brakes, bringing the off-road vehicle to a halt perilously close to the muddy bank of the river. The doors swung open, and Deputy Captain Hong distributed supplies to the group. Wang Yechuan stood by the riverbank, the icy dampness enveloping him as the water flowed silently in the darkness, emanating a chilling aura. Merely standing on the shore, he could feel the penetrating cold seep into his bones. Perhaps only by plunging into the river could one hope to survive and reach Jiangqing. Chapter 52. Waterway down we go. Quickly, Hong Zhen's sharp command pierced the air as he stepped first into the frigid river, the icy water surging up to his waist. The biting cold jolted him, sending shivers down his spine, yet years of training with the defense forces steeled his resolve as he pressed forward, eyes scanning the water's surface with vigilance. The three experts, assisted by Wang Yechuan, hesitantly entered the water, their pant legs soaked, the chilling sensation making their teeth chatter. But the instinct for survival silenced any cries of discomfort. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye followed closely behind, while Old Li and a Fei cursed under their breath, reluctantly stepping into the icy depths, grimacing at the sudden cold. A Fei even muttered an oath, and one by one, the rest of the group plunged in after them. To sever the scent trail completely, the group braved the numbing cold, trudging through the waist-deep water for nearly an hour. Wang Yechuan observed that the abilities of the empowered individuals seemed to provide them with a slightly greater resistance to the cold than that of the adapters like Hong Zhun. Nevertheless, Hong Zhun's indomitable spirit kept him in stride, earning Wang Yechuan's respect. The three older experts, however, struggled more significantly. To maintain their pace, Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, and Ruan Su-yang took turns carrying one of the experts through the water. The arduous trek through the river was a test of both willpower and physical endurance. After an hour, Cheng Zi's face had turned pale, her lips a shade of blue. Yet she gritted her teeth, striving to keep up with the others. When a Fei nearly slipped and was caught by Wang Yechuan, his grumbling diminished, though his defiance lingered in his eyes. Old Li, the woman in leather pants, and a Fei took turns casting faint sparks of fire to provide some warmth as they pressed onward. At last, after confirming that the howls of wolves had receded into the distance and the scent trail had been thoroughly washed away by the current, Hong Zhun signaled for the group to halt on a relatively flat riverbank, sheltered by tall trees. Rest, regain your strength, stay vigilant. His voice, though tinged with fatigue, remained clear and commanding. The group, feeling as if freed from an unbearable burden, struggled to clamber onto the drier riverbank, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath as the cold, damp clothing clung to their bodies, inducing uncontrollable shivers. Old Li reached for a pile of dry leaves beneath him, but his hand was abruptly halted by Zhang Xuanye. "No, smoke and fire will give away our position," Zhang Xuanye whispered, his tone brooking no argument. Old Li's hand hovered in the air, poised to retort, but ultimately he withdrew it in reluctant defeat. Nearby, Ruan Su-yang, crouched and supported by his knees, gradually rose. "Let me take care of it. You all rest a bit longer," he rasped, the weariness evident in his voice. After surveying the surroundings, he walked toward a small hillock sheltered from the wind, locating a natural depression on the shaded side. He cleared away the surrounding leaves and dead grass, establishing a safe isolation zone, and carefully compacted the soft earth with his feet. Then, he ventured into the woods, returning with several reasonably thick but somewhat damp logs, which he stacked in the center of the hollow. On the other side, Hong Zhun knelt by the riverbank, diligently crafting a rudimentary smoke filter from damp sand, torn strips of his tattered clothing, and a few broad leaves he had found, intent on minimizing the smoke produced when igniting a fire. As the first faint flicker of flame finally emerged from the gaps in the damp firewood, the group, previously huddled on the ground, momentarily forgot their muddy state and aching bodies, struggling to rise and unsteadily gather around that precious source of warmth. No one spoke. They instinctively huddled closely together, their frozen fingers eagerly reaching towards the flames, greedily absorbing the meager warmth. Those turned away from the fire bent their bodies, trying to let the feeble glow warm their already numb backs, seeking to dispel the chill that had settled deep within their bones. After a while, the group regained some strength. Ruan Su-yang suddenly addressed Hong Zhun, saying, "Vice Captain Hong, at this pace, we may never arrive. If we rest here, our breath may be traced by scattered dire wolves, exposing our journey. We ought to construct a simple raft. Having a raft would allow us to drift downstream much faster and conserve our energy." Hong Zhun nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, let's make a simple one, as long as it can carry people. Time is of the essence." The two, embodying the distinct efficiency of their defense forces, ventured into the jungle. Soon, heavy logs were arranged along the riverbank, while Hong Zhun sought out resilient vines. An hour later, on the frigid riverbank, the crude raft began to take shape in the hands of Hong Zhun and Ruan Su-yang. The stout logs were tightly bound together with the sturdy vines, producing a creaking sound. The moonlight, reluctantly penetrating the thick dust clouds, cast mottled shadows on the rough surface of the raft. Hong Zhun tightened a vine with determination. Watching Yuan Su-yang skillfully tie a complex and secure knot, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he gasped, Su-yang, your technique is quite professional. Have you served before? Yuan Su-yang tightened the knot one last time, patted the raft to confirm its stability, then looked up, revealing a rare smile as he declared, XX Group Army, born of humble beginnings. Hong Zhun's eyes lit up with excitement, as though encountering an old friend in a foreign land. What a coincidence. I'm from the Special Operations Brigade of XX Division. We are practically brother units. You still hold the record for the armed swim from the last Defense Forces competition, right? And you're Iron's soloed squad leader. He eagerly shared anecdotes that circulated within the military. Yuan Su-yang's smile deepened, as if those arduous yet spirited days of camaraderie had returned. Ah, that old squad leader was something else. Carrying a 30-kilogram load, 100 kilometers in the mountains, his feet were covered in blisters. Yet he completed the entire distance without a single complaint. As the two continued to deftly reinforce the raft, they exchanged hushed conversations about the rigorous training they had endured together, the perilous missions they had executed, and amusing incidents from their time in the defense camp. Beneath the chilling shadow of death, these shared memories provided fleeting solace, swiftly bridging the gap between the two soldiers. Wang Yechuan assisted nearby, listening with rapt attention. Unable to resist interjecting, Team Leader Yuan, Captain Hong, your outdoor survival skills are truly remarkable. With just these logs and vines, you can create a raft. If it were me, I'd probably end up clinging to a piece of wood adrift. Yuan Su-yang continued his work with unwavering focus, calmly instructing, Director, simply follow my lead, and I will undoubtedly teach you all I know. That way, I can afford to take it easy. Ha ha, just like this raft. It need not be aesthetically pleasing, but it must be practical and sturdy. Choose resilient vines, strip away the outer bark, and twist them tightly to prevent loosening. He gestured towards the structure of the raft, explaining that the points of stress should be distributed and the binding points interwoven to ensure stability. Hong Zhun then took his turn, sharpening a piece of wood into a support pole while adding, Old Wang, remember a few key points. First, while outdoor water sources may seem clean, always boil the water or use purification tablets. Second, when cooking, smoke can travel a great distance. Unless absolutely necessary, avoid open flames, especially in this environment, as it makes you a target. Third, be vigilant for any anomalies. The restlessness of animals and the sudden flight of birds often provide earlier warnings of danger than what the eyes can perceive. These are hard-earned lessons from past experiences. Just as the raft was nearing completion with the final bindings, and everyone was preparing to transfer supplies and experts onto it, silence. Zhang Xuanye and the bespectacled man simultaneously hissed a warning. Both suddenly raised their heads, their gazes piercing like lightning toward the darkened thicket looming above the riverbank. Chapter 53. A thunderous strike. Zhang Xuanye's gaze was sharp, his voice lowered to an intense whisper, gravely warning the others. Something approaches. Alone. The energy signature is formidable. It is very close. It is moving towards us. The glasses wearing individual turned pale, adjusting his spectacles, his voice trembling slightly. It's those mutated wolves. They're not fast, but it seems they're searching for us. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Into the water. Everyone, immediately. Submerge. Do not surface. Hurry. Hong Zi reacted the quickest, his voice hoarse yet resolute. He forcefully pushed the nearby expert towards the depths. There was no hesitation. The instinct for survival overshadowed all else. The group scrambled to gather their most essential supplies, disregarding the frigid river water, swiftly and silently slipping beneath the surface, striving to reach the deeper waters at the center of the river. The bone-chilling cold enveloped them once again, far more unbearable than before. The icy water pierced like countless steel needles into their very bones, causing their lungs to constrict violently from a sudden chill, nearly leading to suffocation. A few struggled to cover their mouths and noses, stifling the urge to break the surface. Wang Yechuan felt his heart race fiercely, as if it would burst from his chest. He circulated his qi, the luminous energy flowing within him, battling against the extreme cold, while steadfastly focusing on the riverbank. Zhang Xuanye held his breath, heightening his senses to the utmost, akin to a radar in the dark, locking onto that terrifying presence on the shore. Time seemed to freeze. The icy river muted most sounds, leaving only the gurgling of the flowing water and the thunderous beating of their own hearts. Crack! Crack! The heavy sound of claws crushing the gravel on the riverbank resonated clearly through the water surface. Each step felt as if it were pressing down upon the hearts of those submerged. A massive shadow, akin to a small cart, slowly ambled to the river's edge. Wang Yechuan strained to open his eyes underwater, peering through the currents. The dust-laden light barely outlining the terrifying silhouette of the giant wolf, its shoulder nearly level with that of an adult. The decaying flesh and bone spurs intermingled, its grayish-white eyes sending chills down one's spine. It prowled along the riverbank, cautiously sniffing the air for the scent of those who had previously rested there, scrutinizing the chaotic footprints left by the movement of timber, until it abruptly halted at the river's edge, inciting a profound sense of confusion and an even stronger predatory instinct. The heavy footsteps, step by step, tread upon the gravel, resonating through the taut nerves of every submerged individual. Each step caused their hearts to constrict. The giant wolf's breath grew nearer, clearer. It seemed to be meticulously discerning the remnants of sense, diluted to their essence by the flowing water. Underwater, the group's hearts hung in a state of extreme tension. The icy river could scarcely quell the nearly explosive anxiety. Orange trembled uncontrollably with sheer terror, almost choking on water, his mouth firmly covered by the glasses-wearing man beside him. Wang Yechuan gripped the hilt of his tang knife tightly, his qi ready to unleash at any moment. Zhang Xuanye's senses were locked onto every minute movement of the giant wolf, his mind racing to calculate its potential next move. Suddenly, intense struggles reverberated through the depths. As the seasoned expert found himself on the verge of asphyxiation, desperately breaking through the surface. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye had long sensed the disturbance in the water. Resembling two arrows released from a bow, they tore through the surface with remarkable speed. The moment was fleeting. They had to strike decisively, ensuring that the howls of the colossal wolf did not summon pursuers. Their synergy was already profound, having previously united to slay a giant wolf, and now, without the need for words, they unleashed their energy, propelling themselves with tremendous force from the riverbed. The furious impact erupted into a cascade of rapidly swirling bubbles. Zhang Xuanye soared upward, akin to a thunderclap. Radiant light enveloped his arms, as he wielded a spade with a grip that pierced the air with a chilling whistle, plunging it with unerring precision into the wolf's cavernous maw, poised to unleash a ferocious roar. In that very instant, Wang Yechuan skimmed close to the ground, harnessing the momentum from his powerful leap, his form slicing through beneath the wolf's belly like a razor. The blade, entwined with strands of radiant energy, descended with a chilling intent. Swish. The sound of tearing leather echoed in the ears of onlookers. The formidable abdomen of the wolf was instantaneously cleaved open, releasing a torrent of steaming innards mixed with a fountain of dark, viscous blood. Under the relentless assault of the two, the giant wolf let out a couple of whimpers before collapsing with a resounding thud. Wang Yechuan sheathed his blade and swiftly approached the riverbank, cleansing the Tang Dao and his body of the viscous black blood with the frigid river water. The nauseating stench mingling with the foul aroma of the animal assaulting his nostrils. He scrubbed vigorously, attempting to erase the repulsive scent and the remnants of the harrowing encounter. Impressive brother, a Fey emerged, dripping from the water, his face alight with the exhilaration of survival. He approached the corpse of the giant wolf, yanking the spade lodged within its jaws, shaking off the blood and saliva before tossing it to Zhang Xuanye, who was assisting Sergeant Ruan in hauling others up. He then kicked the wolf's head with vigor, spitting on it while cursing, "Damn beast." Subsequently, he made his way directly to Wang Yechuan, who was crouched by the river washing up, and joined him, donning a grin that amalgamated streetwise charm with a desire for camaraderie. Brother, that was bloody brilliant. That strike was extraordinary. Back in my day, I've crossed paths with many formidable characters, but the seamless collaboration between you and old Zhang, with such lethal decisiveness. Well, it's a rarity. How about we become friends? In the water or fire, just call, and I, a Fei, shall never hesitate. I used to be quite the figure on 5-Star Street, with dozens of brothers under my command. A Fei regaled tales of his past glories, his words brimming with the bravado of a streetwise rogue and an evident desire to align himself with the strong. A stark contrast to his earlier subtle defiance towards Zhang Xuanye and Wang Yechuan. Wang Yechuan continued his task, offering only perfunctory responses. The icy river water, seemingly unable to quell the restlessness that lingered within him after the battle. To a Fei's boisterous overtures, he merely replied briefly, as he had little experience engaging with such individuals in peacetime. Even during high school, he had kept his distance from those of the underworld, leaving him at a loss for how to communicate with such a person. On the other side, Orange and Glasses emerged from the ordeal, their appearances disheveled and battered. Particularly the young girl who trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Xuanye, Ruan Xiang, and others were assisting an expert who had choked on water to reach the shore. The elderly scholar's complexion, a shade of blue and purple, violently coughing as he expelled murky river water. In that fleeting moment when the atmosphere seemed to relax, Zhang Xuanye's instinctive perception struck him like a searing iron, causing his pupils to contract as he scanned the surroundings for the source of that pulsating energy. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the massive wolf carcass sprawled on the riverbank, its abdomen grotesquely opened, innards strewn about. Astonishingly, within the chest cavity, covered in rotting flesh and jagged bones, a faint, almost imperceptible rise and fall could still be detected. "Old Wang, be cautious." Zhang Xuanye's thunderous shout shattered the brief tranquility of the riverbank. Chapter 54. The Devourer. Alas, it was too late. The seemingly lifeless giant wolf suddenly erupted with a terrifying ferocity in its dull, gray eyes. It appeared to draw on the last vestiges of its vitality, transforming them into a frenzied power. With a powerful thrust of its robust hind legs, its massive body defied logic, dragging a trail of foul blood like a streak of black lightning, charging directly at Wang Yechuan and a Fei, who were crouched by the riverbank with their backs turned. The wolf's menacing jaws, dripping with the stench of death, closed in on the two with alarming swiftness. Wang Yechuan, aided by Ling Guang's rapid perception, instantly grasped Zhang Xuanye's warning. At the moment Zhang Xuanye let out a thunderous shout, Wang Yechuan's entire being was taut with energy, leaving him no time to contemplate. He seized a Fei's arm, who was still obliviously spitting words, and, without the luxury of gathering strength, leaped violently toward the frigid heart of the river. Splash! The two plunged into the water almost simultaneously. Yet the giant wolf's dying assault came with an unimaginable speed and force. A chilling sound of tearing flesh and shattering bones reverberated through the air, though Wang Yechuan managed to pull a Fei away just in time. He barely escaped the wolf's lethal strike, while a Fei could not fully evade the monstrous maw-lined with razor-sharp teeth. The wolf's fangs sank savagely into a Fei's waist, where Wang Yechuan had delayed him by a fraction. At that very moment, two figures, ablaze with unbridled fury, shot forth from the riverbank like cannonballs. Zhang Xuanye and Ruan Xiang. Zhang Xuanye infused his entrenching shovel with all his energy and seething wrath, unleashing a piercing sound as it struck the side of the wolf's skull with the force of a battle axe. Ruan Xiang, resembling a ferocious beast, his knees hardened like rock, bore down upon the wolf's cervical spine with a tremendous force, as if a battering ram had struck. Boom! Crack! Two resounding impacts erupted almost simultaneously. The wolf's hardened skull caved under Zhang Xuanye's wrathful blow, its brain matter splattering forth. Simultaneously, Ruan Xiang's knee obliterated the wolf's cervical vertebrae. Its final surge was violently interrupted, and the colossal body was forcefully pressed into the muddy shallows, sending up a great splash of murky water, mud, and blood. However, all had transpired. Wang Yechuan, holding a Fei, sank into waist-deep water, the icy river soaking him anew. Yet this time, he felt no chill. Instead, he was enveloped by a searing, viscous liquid splattering across his face and body. In shock, he gazed at a Fae, who was still clutched firmly beside him. The upper half of a Fae remained in his grasp, yet below the waist it had vanished without a trace. The horrific wound, a gaping maw of torn flesh and shattered bone, rapidly bled into the murky waters. The wolf's final bite had severed him in two. A Fae seemed yet unaware of the calamity that had befallen him. He glanced down at his empty lower half, then lifted his gaze to meet the horrified, blood-splattered face of Wang Yechuan, who stood frozen in shock. The light in his eyes, a reflection of the fortunate survival after calamity, the slickness characteristic of a rogue, and the eager attachment to the powerful, all of it faded rapidly, extinguished like a candle snuffed by a tempest, leaving behind an overwhelming void and an encroaching silence. He erupted into a violent fit of coughing, a surge of blood mixed with internal remnants gushing forth, splattering across Wang Yechuan's face. The scalding liquid trickled down Wang Yechuan's cheek, dripping into the frigid river below. A reluctant yet relieved smile contorted a Fae's face. His voice barely audible as he spoke in fragmented breaths. Old Wang, now. I've sprayed you as well. We're even. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished, his head drooping helplessly. The arm grasped by Wang Yechuan instantly losing all strength, growing cold and heavy. All vitality, like the cooling blood, swiftly ebbed away into the icy waters. Wang Yechuan remained frozen in the river, his face, hands, and clothes drenched in a Fae's warm blood. He clung desperately to the remnants of a Fae's body. The frigid river washed over his legs, gradually erasing the glaring crimson and the stickiness, yet could not dissipate the overwhelming shock, the indescribable fury, nor the profound sense of powerlessness, coiling around his heart like a venomous serpent, nearly choking him. Though he and a Fae did not share a brotherly bond, a Fae's death before him delivered a heavy blow. Despite their mutual disdain and taunts, they had struggled together for survival against the claws of mutated beasts, forming a bond forged in the crucible of life and death. This rogue, who spoke of loyalty and camaraderie, ultimately settled his debts in such a tragic manner, concluding his brief and inconsequential life. The riverbank lay in utter silence, save for the sound of water brushing against the carcass of a great wolf and a Fae's lifeless form. On shore, Orange let out a muffled sob, desperately covering her mouth, while the bespectacled man supported her, his complexion as pale as parchment. The old expert ceased his coughing, staring blankly at the water's surface. His murky eyes filled with dread and sorrow. A Fae's warm blood quickly dispersed in the cold river, its potent, metallic scent permeating the air like an invisible alarm, spreading through the damp atmosphere. In the desolate wilderness, this odor was akin to the most lethal of signals. Go, quickly. Holmesy's urgent shout shattered the pervasive sorrow, its intensity unprecedented. The stench of blood dissipated too rapidly. The wolf pack was approaching. Wang Yechuan's eyes were bloodshot. He scarcely had time to gather a Fae's remains, silently loosening his grip as a Fae's body slid slowly away, the remaining fragments sinking into the murky, bloodied waters. He cast one last glance at the spreading crimson, the fury in his gaze gradually yielding to his sense of impotence. Hurry! The raft! Sergeant Ruan urged sharply, and everyone seemed to be struck by an invisible whip, summoning their last reserves of strength, desperately binding the final few thick logs together with the toughest vines they could find, tying and knotting with frantic urgency. In the distance, the first haunting and mournful howl of a wolf echoed, resembling the clarion call of hell, piercing through the thin mist and penetrating the very marrow of all who heard it. Following closely was the second, then the third, gradually drawing nearer, merging into a spine-chilling symphony of death. Into the water. Push it down. Red Z and Ruan Su Yang joined forces, forcefully propelling the hastily assembled rudimentary raft into the river. Splash! Splash! The crowd, disregarding the icy water that soaked them once more, scrambled eagerly onto the raft. The makeshift vessel was swept away by the rushing current, flowing downstream with relentless speed. Everyone aboard, including the shaken elder expert and the trembling orange, grasped branches and splintered planks, improvising oars as they exerted every ounce of strength to paddle frantically against the water, fueled by desperation and aided by the river's current. The rickety raft wobbled and broke through the surface, fleeing towards the west in a desperate bid for survival. Chapter 55. A brief respite time became indistinct amidst the terror and mechanical repetition. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps an hour, perhaps two. The howls of wolves receded, eventually drowned out by the rush of the river, leaving only the heavy breaths of the group and the monotonous sound of paddles striking the water surface. The river's current gradually mellowed, and the banks widened. Ahead appeared a gentler bend in the river. Exhausted, the group ceased their efforts, the raft's speed dwindling to that of a mere drift. The prolonged exertion of vigorous paddling and heightened tension had pushed everyone to their limits. Their faces were pallid, and Wang Yechuan could barely lift his numb arms. Hong Jinjin stood at the rear of the raft, scanning the distance with night vision binoculars. At last, his gaze settled on a section of grayish-white concrete embankment, half obscured by wild grass and vines, not far from the riverbank. Everyone, let us abandon the raft and make landfall. This wooden vessel has lost its pace in the gentle current. I believe we are near Wushi Rock. If we proceed further, we should reach the provincial road. Perhaps we can find a vehicle to hasten our journey towards Jiangqing. Hong Jinjin suggested. The weariness of the journey rendered the group devoid of energy to think. They numbly paddled the raft toward the shore, supporting one another as they dragged their damp bodies up the riverbank, parting the dense undergrowth, leaving behind the fragile raft that had borne them to safety. After another half hour of trudging forward, Professor Huang, stooped over and leaning against a large tree, appeared pallid, his face smeared with dirt and glistening beads of sweat. Weakly he spoke. Captain Hong, I truly feel terribly embarrassed. My old bones, my knees, are aching painfully. If we continue like this, we won't even reach Jiangqing. Will fall apart first. The group turned to look at the once immaculate professor, now resembling a weary beggar, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with pleading. This sudden request for rest shattered a fragile equilibrium, draining the remaining strength and tension from the others. Immediately, voices of agreement arose. Captain Hong, we must take a gradual approach. We cannot rush. Indeed, Captain Hong, my legs can barely move. Let us rest for a moment, just a little while. Hong Jinjin surveyed his ragged companions, a small band of survivors, each clad in tattered clothing, their eyes betraying their fatigue. It dawned on him that, due to their abilities, he had not regarded them as ordinary individuals. Yet, before the apocalypse, they were merely students and workers, while they possessed powers now. They could not be held to the standards of warriors in spirit. His gaze shifted to Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, the two core forces, who were also breathing heavily at that moment. Wang Yechuan noticed Hong Jinjin's searching look, evidently seeking their counsel. Among the remaining 11, Wang Yechuan and his companions were crucial both in numbers and strength. He nodded towards Hong Jinjin. Captain Hong, everyone has reached their limit. Let's find a safer spot. Take turns on watch, and allow everyone to catch their breath. Zhang Xian's voice was laden with fatigue, indeed, in need of restoration. Otherwise, when faced with adversity, there would be no strength to contend with even worse circumstances. After Hong Zhun raised the night vision binoculars to survey the surroundings and confirmed the relative safety of their position, his gaze settled upon a densely vegetated mound to the west. After careful deliberation for 2 minutes, he nodded. All right, let us proceed in the direction of 4 o'clock. Approximately 800 meters ahead. We shall take a brief respite for 6 hours. We will alternate every 3 hours, maintaining vigilance without succumbing to deep slumber. Having arranged the positions, he continued, Zhang Xian and I will be responsible for the first 3 hours of watch, while Wang Yechuan and Ruan Suyong will take the latter 3 hours. 2 people per group. Should any disturbance arise, signal immediately. The others, as if granted a reprieve, nearly tumbled down the reverse slope. Squad leader Ruan and Hong Zhun employed their previous expertise to create a rudimentary smoke device, with everyone assisting in gathering firewood and clearing the surrounding area. As the feeble flames flickered to life, warmth enveloped them, and the weight of exhaustion overcame their heavy eyelids. Orange curled up and instantly succumbed to slumber. The bespectacled man and the woman in leather pants similarly tilted their heads and swiftly drifted into dreams. The old expert, leaning against the slope, emitted a pained sigh before succumbing to drowsiness. Wang Yechuan felt as though his body were filled with lead, each cell clamoring for a strike. With his back turned to the fire, he arranged himself in a relatively comfortable position. Though lying on the cold earth and grass, warmth radiated from his back, and his consciousness rapidly descended into darkness. This sleep was chaotic and fragmented. He seemed to return to a sunlit era of peace, walking along familiar streets amidst bustling crowds and the honking of cars. Yet, a vague voice lingered in the background, as if calling his name through a thick frosted glass. Indistinct, he strained to listen, yet his weary mind sank deeper into slumber. Old Wang, old Wang. Wang Yechuan felt someone gently shaking his shoulder, his mind racing back to consciousness. Who am I? Where am I? Is it the apocalypse? Suddenly jolted awake, he shot up as if propelled, instinctively reaching for the Tang knife at his waist. However, a steady, strong hand swiftly restrained him. Shoo, it's me. Squad leader Ruan's low voice resonated in his ear as he covered Wang Yechuan's mouth, urging him not to wake the others. It's our turn to keep watch. 3 hours have passed. Only then did Wang Yechuan fully awaken from his half-slumber, his heart racing violently within his chest. He inhaled several deep breaths of the frigid air, attempting to calm his racing heart. Wang Yechuan nodded towards Wang Xuanye, and the two rose silently, avoiding their slumbering companions. They crouched low, carefully ascending to the top of the reverse slope, sitting back-to-back on a large stone amidst the dense grass, facing different directions. The night was profound. In the direction Wang Yechuan gazed, not far away lay a provincial road, winding like a gray python. Nearly 2 months had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and sunlight felt like a distant memory. The moonlight struggled to outline the twisted guardrails and abandoned vehicles in the distance, veiled in dust. The wind wailed as it swept through the desolate grasslands, producing a rustling sound intermingled with the suppressed breaths and snores of companions faintly emanating from the slope below. Beyond this, there seemed to be no other sounds. The two men scanned their surroundings with vigilance. Squad leader Ruan wielded a night vision binoculars, surveying the eastern riverbank, while Wang Yechuan directed his gaze towards the provincial road. After an extended silence, Wang Yechuan could no longer contain himself and broke the hush, speaking softly. Squad leader Ruan. Was it you who called for me when I was dozing off? The voice seemed unfamiliar, almost dreamlike, yet it felt so real. As Ruan Xuanye continued to survey the area through his binoculars, he paused at Wang Yechuan's words, turning his head to regard him with a gaze that carried a hint of profundity. He did not respond immediately, allowing a few seconds of silence to linger before lowering his voice further. Imbued with a sense of mystery and gravity, he slowly replied, Called you? In this desolate wilderness, a place where the dead outnumber the living. He hesitated, seemingly weighing whether to continue, before finally uttering, Old Wang, do you know what this area is called? The remnants of Wumong Mountain. The older generation of mountain dwellers have passed down many eerie tales. When I was stationed here with my unit, I heard my local squad leader recount a peculiar legend about the donkey-headed wolf. Chapter 56. Strange Tales. Wang Yechuan furrowed his brow. The name carried an indescribable peculiarity. Although Captain Ruan lacked a high level of education, he vividly recounted stories from the past. With a voice tinged with a chilling undertone, he began to narrate this strange tale. According to the old captain, deep within Wumong Mountain, mist lingers all year round, and the elders referred to it as the Old Forest. The trees there were so dense that not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. The ground was covered with layers of decaying leaves accumulated over countless years, yielding underfoot like a swamp, capable of ensnaring a person in an instant. The local elders always warned the younger generation, never venture into the old forest. Beyond the Ghost Grief Pass lies the domain of the mountain donkey. The term mountain donkey was an appellation the elders used for the wolf-headed creature, rumored to possess an unsettling aura. It was said to have a visage resembling that of a donkey, with sharply pointed ears standing erect, yet its body was larger than the most robust wolf. Its limbs were elongated, and its claws resembled iron hooks. Its vocalizations were remarkably versatile, capable of producing both a haunting wolf howl and the desperate wails of a dying person, even mimicking the sorrowful cries of a woman, sending shivers down one's spine at night. Wang Yechuan leaned in closer, lowering his voice further. It rarely revealed itself, but it was said to mimic human voices in the depths of the forest, particularly at night, amidst the thick fog. It would echo a human tone to call out to you, its voice ethereal and indistinguishable from reality, especially targeting those who were isolated or mentally fatigued. A chill crept up Wang Yechuan's spine as he instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his dagger. Wang Yechuan continued, "One autumn, a group of skeptical geological explorers ventured into the mountains. At that time, my old captain was still a village youth, and the leader, Engineer Zhang, was a city-bred scholar who held science in high regard, scoffing at rural legends. Their destination was an area beyond the Ghost Grief Pass that had never been meticulously mapped. The village's old party secretary repeatedly attempted to dissuade them, his pipe clacking emphatically, but Zhang, growing impatient, urged them to proceed. The mountain donkey will come out to hunt as the weather cools. That creature goes mad at the scent of human beings." Zhang dismissed it as mere superstition, waving his hand dismissively, and the team pressed on. Initially, their journey went smoothly, but as they delved deeper, the forest thickened, and the damp, cold air seeped into their bones. It was said that at times even the compass would spin erratically, and the walkie-talkies would intermittently emit static. On the fifth evening, they set up camp in a sheltered hollow. Shortly after lighting a campfire, one astute team member detected a strange odor reminiscent of sulfur mixed with decaying flesh. Then, a long, mournful wolf howl echoed from a neighboring hollow, its penetrating sound imbued with an inexplicable sense of malice and hunger, sending chills throughout their bodies. Young Wang, trembling with fear, insisted it was the mountain donkey calling for souls. He received a reprimand from Engineer Zhang. Yet Zhang himself sensed something amiss, but stubbornly refused to acknowledge it, ultimately deciding to increase the number of night watchmen. That fateful night, 2 sentinels clutched the local guide's archaic firearm, as if mirroring our present stance. Back to back, their gazes fixed intently upon the encroaching darkness beyond the flickering flames. The only sound the crackling of the campfire. In the oppressive gloom, a heavy weight seemed to press upon the thick carpet of decaying leaves, producing a muffled, eerie sound akin to a soft thud. As the night wore on, when it was young Wang's turn to keep watch alongside a team member, surnamed Li, the unsettling noise of the descending weight faded into silence, leaving only an unsettling stillness and an acrid odor in the air. Eventually, young Wang felt his eyelids growing heavy, yet he fought against sleep, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Suddenly, from the abyss of darkness emerged a woman's voice, weeping bitterly, no more than 3 steps away from them. "Whoa, it's so cold, so dark, help me." The voice was heart-wrenchingly pitiful. At that moment, young Wang's heart leaped into his throat. In this desolate wilderness, in the dead of night, where could a woman possibly come from? The voice rendered him rigid, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He yearned to scream, yet his throat felt constricted, leaving him unable to utter a word. Desperately covering his mouth, the team member Li, evidently alarmed, trembled as he called out, Who is out there?" The sobbing ceased, and an eerie, echoing female voice replied, "Brother, please, I'm lost. Let me come over and warm up." The voice dripped with an indescribable blend of stickiness and chill. Li hesitated momentarily, as if entranced, yearning to step into the darkness. Young Wang, gripped by sheer terror, fought with every ounce of strength to hold onto his hand, shaking his head vigorously, his eyes brimming with fear. At that moment, a more grotesque, nauseating sound erupted, a wet, slithering noise, as if a colossal tongue were greedily lapping something, accompanied by heavy breathing. A foul stench wafted from the darkness. If you don't come to save me, I'll come to you." The woman's voice shifted, turning sharp, hoarse, brimming with an inhuman greed and ferocity. Li could no longer contain himself. He raised his flashlight, piercing the darkness. As the beam severed the shadows, a face emerged within the halo of light. This visage was no human countenance. It bore the pallid, elongated features of a donkey, with murky yellow eyes resembling rotting egg yolks, its mouth twisted in a grotesque grin, revealing interlacing ivory fangs, thick saliva dripping from its lips. More terrifying still, its neck and below were cloaked in coarse, filthy gray fur, its massive body akin to that of a bull, limbs contorted at grotesque angles, supporting its half-human stance. A chilling howl erupted from it, a horrific cacophony of braying and wolf-like howling, a fetid wind assaulting them. Bang! The firearm discharged, yet the creature remained unscathed, unleashing a furious roar in response. In an instant, Li emitted a short, piercing scream as an overwhelming force yanked him into the enveloping darkness. What followed were the sounds of tearing flesh and the crackling of bones, accompanied by the monster's moist, gluttonous chewing. The camp erupted into chaos. They fired their weapons indiscriminately, barely managing to repel the terrifying silhouette lurking in the darkness. By the light of the campfire, some discerned a mangled leg, its flesh torn to shreds, lying on the muddy ground at the camp's edge, the shoes still bearing remnants of coarse, gray hair. The remaining few, gripped by terror, fled in disarray. They ran for an entire day and night before finally reaching the narrow path they had taken into the mountains. 3 were rescued and brought back to the village, all afflicted with fever for over 2 weeks, rambling incoherently about donkey faces and cannibals. Zhang Gong seemed a changed man, his gaze vacant and hollow. Xiao Wang was utterly broken, curling up in fear at the slightest rustle. Subsequently, the bravest hunters in the village organized an expedition, armed with dogs and crude firearms, to trace the path back to that fateful campsite. The tents lay in tatters, and blood trailed into the depths of the dense forest, vanishing at the edge of a bottomless pit exuding a foul, sulphurous stench. The hunters dared not approach, only watching from a distance. The old party secretary squatted at the cave's mouth, puffing on a dry cigarette, his murky eyes peering into the inky abyss, sighing as he reportedly muttered about the dreadful mountain donkey that had resumed its carnage, dragging souls into this dragon's mouth. Surely, those who fell victim to this beast were reduced to mere bones. For once it has tasted human blood, it cannot forget. Thus, if you find yourself wandering deep within Wumong Mountain, especially on misty or dreary days, and you hear eerie calls that are neither human nor beast, nor quite like a wolf, or if a pitiful cry for help reaches your ears from some direction, remember to cover your ears, quicken your pace, and whatever you do, do not look back or respond, for that may not be human. It is the donkey-headed wolf seeking to ensnare you, confirming your location. As Wan Suyang concluded his tale, a gust of night wind swept through the wild grass, producing a mournful sound, as if in resonance with this chilling narrative. Wang Yechuan felt the hairs on his arms stand on end, involuntarily glancing once more into the depths of the shadowy wilderness. Chapter 57. Emotion and reality. Upon hearing the eerie tale of the donkey-headed wolf, Wang Yechuan felt a chilling dread seep into his bones. Initially, he had intended to relieve himself, but now the faint, indistinct voice from his dream haunted him, leaving him torn between fear and the need for convenience. At that moment, he noticed a rustling sound descending from the slope. The girl in leather pants, still in a daze, sat up, rubbed her eyes, and unsteadily made her way into a nearby thicket. Concerned about waking the others, Wang Yechuan called out softly, "Huang Lian, Huang Lian." Ignoring him, she continued her path into the shrubs, a behavior he had grown accustomed to, assuming she was merely attending to personal matters. Wang Yechuan couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Well, isn't this just grand? Even scared by team leader Wan, I can't muster the courage to relieve myself. He brushed the dust from his pants, suppressing his unease, and quickly made his way to a tree root in the opposite direction to take care of his needs. Upon returning to the top of the slope, the remnants of his earlier cowardice lingered, and he wondered if team leader Wan had noticed his timorousness. To mask his embarrassment, he hesitantly initiated small talk which unexpectedly meandered into discussions about family matters. Team Leader Yuan, what compels you to return to Sanxin? Your relatives in Shaanxi haven't been in contact, and with such a calamity lingering for so long. Wang Yechuan paused, pondering how to articulate his thoughts appropriately. To be honest, it's hard to say if they are even still around. My mother is in a similar situation. As if fearing to say the wrong thing, he quickly added. Team Leader Yuan curled his legs, bowing his head in silence, resembling a stone. Wang Yechuan felt he had overstepped by broaching such sensitive topics. Just as he was about to shift the conversation to lighter matters, Ruan Suyang's voice broke through the stillness. I wish to return, because they have treated me so well, like their own son. He raised his gaze, lost in the darkness, reminiscing about his time in the guard force. It was truly a dilemma between loyalty and filial piety. When I received the news that my wife was in labor, I felt frantic to reach Sanxin. On the train, I was in a state of turmoil, unable to sit or stand. A woman giving birth is akin to standing at the threshold of death. And here I was, her husband, absent. He paused, inhaling deeply before continuing. Later, I received a call from my mother-in-law, her voice trembling with tears, saying, "It's a boy, 7 pounds and 4 ounces. Rwanda, don't worry, everything is fine. Everything is fine." Just that one phrase, everything is fine. Ruan's voice caught his throat. My parents passed away early. Since then, I have regarded them as my own. I just want to return and see them, to see if they are still here. He turned to Wang Yechuan, his eyes filled with an inescapable sorrow and a glimmer of vague hope. Director, what about you? Wang Yechuan's heart sank. He suddenly realized that this topic was not one to be taken lightly. Ruan Siyang's weighty words stirred his own thoughts, conjuring an image that left him breathless. In the darkness, Ruan's unwavering gaze was fixed upon him, filled with sincerity. Alas, it has been 2 months since the apocalypse, and I find myself hesitant to think of my mother. All I know is that I must return. Wang Yechuan took a moment to collect his thoughts. I lost my father at a tender age, leaving only my mother to raise me, and we have relied on each other for sustenance. Thus, I have always sought to prove myself, to convey to my mother that I have matured and can soar to great heights. In pursuit of this, I immersed myself in the endeavors of Wuyue, striving to validate myself through hard-earned money. Wang Yechuan closed his eyes in anguish, yet I sense that I have changed, becoming selfish and cowardly. I yearn for stability in everything, seeking assurance before confronting any challenge. Even my return to Zhongzhou has become a matter of rationality over emotion. Does my choice of reason imply that I prioritize my own preservation? Wang Yechuan lowered his head further, as if muttering to himself, despising his cowardice and loathing his own frailty. Captain Ruan observed Wang Yechuan, momentarily at a loss for words. Humanity is, after all, a complex tapestry of emotions. Suddenly, Ruan Xiang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has Huang Lian not yet returned?" "Not back yet." A chill gripped Wang Yechuan's heart as he realized he had been so engrossed in conversation that he failed to notice the departure of the woman in leather pants. An ominous feeling rising within him. "Captain Ruan, you continue your watch. I will check that direction." Wang Yechuan turned to rush down the slope, only to be halted by Captain Ruan's firm grasp. "Do not alarm everyone. It may provoke danger. I will keep watch here. You find Zhang Xuanye. Move quietly." Wang Yechuan instantly comprehended Captain Ruan's concerns. He nodded, hunched low, and silently descended the reverse slope, approaching Zhang Xuanye. Zhang Xuanye appeared to be in a light slumber. As Wang Yechuan drew near, his eyes flew open, and upon recognizing Wang Yechuan, he relaxed his guard. "Old Zhang, come with me. Huang Lian may be in trouble." Wang Yechuan whispered urgently, gesturing towards the direction the woman had left. Zhang Xuanye nodded silently, rising immediately. The two of them, careful not to disturb the other slumbering souls, swiftly departed the resting spot, plunging into the dark woods where the woman had vanished. The deeper they ventured, the more the light faded into utter darkness. Wang Yechuan draped a thin cloth over his flashlight to soften its glare and prevent exposure. The surrounding woods were eerily silent, devoid of even the hum of insects, with only the faintest rustle of dry twigs and leaves beneath their feet. The image of the donkey-headed wolf, described by Ruan Xiong, lingered in Wang Yechuan's mind like a haunting nightmare, causing his palms to sweat around the tang knife he held. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanye halted abruptly, slowly lifting his leg to examine the sole of his shoe, then glanced under the dim light of Wang Yechuan's flashlight. Their faces darkened in an instant. Blood! Wang Yechuan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair as he crouched down, following the beam of the flashlight to discover several dark red droplets of blood, starkly contrasting against the trampled leaves. She! Wang Yechuan's voice trembled. Shoo! Zhang Xuanye signaled for silence, his expression grave as he scanned the area ahead, whispering urgently, "Do not make a sound, and do not alarm the others." Everyone was utterly exhausted. The chaos of too many people could provoke that creature, and the camp would be doomed. He gestured toward the direction where the bloodstains led, urging me to follow closely and move with caution. The two of them cautiously advanced along the intermittent trail of blood. After traversing a thicket of low shrubs, they stumbled upon a relatively open glade in the forest. The sight before Wang Yechuan caused his blood to nearly freeze in an instant. In the center of the clearing lay a colossal, contorted figure. This monstrosity boasted a skeletal frame akin to that of a horse, yet its muscles were atrophied and withered, clinging tightly to its bones. Its skin was a mottled gray, marred by mold and festering wounds, while its eyes were opaque gray spheres. A jagged gash ran across its throat, revealing a mass of trembling bone fragments within. At that moment, the creature was bent low, voraciously gnawing on a pile of something. Wang Yechuan's gaze sharpened on that heap, recognizing the tattered remnants of leather pants and the bloodied strands of long hair strewn about. The creature's razor-sharp teeth were embedded deeply in her chest. Damn! Wang Yechuan's mind was flooded with horrific images akin to those of a chimera. This was far more grotesque than any chimera. He instinctively took a half-step back, nearly colliding with a tree trunk behind him. Zhang Xuanye reacted more swiftly, firmly grasping Wang Yechuan's arm. Beads of sweat had formed densely on his forehead, and he slowly shook his head at Wang Yechuan, silently mouthing the words, "Retreat. Immediately. Do not provoke it." Chapter 58. Retreat. The two held their breath, and Wang Yechuan could distinctly feel the frantic pounding of his heart. They inched backward, every fallen leaf and withered twig transforming into a lethal threat. As they retreated, their eyes remained fixed on the creature engrossed in its feast, fearful that it might lift its head and discover these unwelcome guests. Wang Yechuan's nerves were taut to the breaking point, and the story of Sergeant Ruan replayed in his mind like a film in reverse. Just as they were on the verge of pushing through the edge of the bushes, ready to sprint away, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The sound of a breaking twig, typically insignificant, was amplified in this tense moment. A branch concealed beneath the foliage had been crushed under Wang Yechuan's foot. The creature in the clearing ceased its gnawing, abruptly raising its blood-smeared, elongated face. Its grayish-white eyes instantly locked onto the source of the sound. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye gritted their teeth, their bodies tensed, hands silently gripping the handles of their entrenching tools and knives, bracing for the worst. Amidst this suffocating silence, a voice suddenly pierced the stillness. It was the voice of the woman in leather pants, filled with pain, helplessness, and desperation, cutting through the nocturnal calm. My leg hurts so much. Please help me. I beg you, save me." This voice was so vivid, so familiar, carrying the tone of the woman in leather, yet devoid of its usual icy aloofness, as if she were truly nearby, gravely injured and pleading for aid. Had he not witnessed her gruesome fate, Wang Yechuan would have surely fallen into the trap. As the two prepared to seize the initiative, a hand suddenly clapped upon Wang Yechuan's shoulder, startling them both nearly into flight. Fortunately, the newcomer peeked out first and gestured for silence. Wang Yechuan recognized it was Hong Zhun, and he responded with an exaggerated gesture of international friendship, oblivious to the fact that startling someone could be life-threatening. Hong Zhun shook his head at them, and the three maintained their breathless state. The horse-faced creature, receiving no response from the bushes, seemed to display a flicker of confusion on its gaunt face. Tentatively, It took a slow step toward the direction of the bushes, its elongated head tilting slightly, as if trying to discern the source of the scent and sound in the air. Hong Zhen motioned for them to remain still, then gradually bent down, carefully picking up a half-broken twig. He dared not swing his arm with force, relying instead on his fingers, and hurled the twig in a direction away from their hiding place. With a crisp thud, the twig landed in the underbrush a dozen meters away, producing a sharp sound. The horse-faced creature, advancing toward them, froze in its tracks. It abruptly turned its head, fixating on the direction of the twig's fall, emitting a low, rumbling sound filled with confusion. Captivated by this new noise, it temporarily abandoned its investigation of the bushes. Hope surged in Wang Yechuan's heart. A flicker of excitement coursed through Hong Zhen's eyes as he swiftly groped the ground for another slender twig, summoning every ounce of strength to hurl it once more in the direction they had just escaped from. The sharp crack of the impact reverberated through the stillness of the forest, a sound that pierced the silence like a knife. The monstrous creature, resembling a horse's head, seemed to pinpoint the source of the disturbance, altering its course and advancing with the stealth of a predator, each step soundless, akin to a specter gradually fading into the shadows. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye exchanged a knowing glance before retreating alongside Hong Zhen. Initially, they moved with caution, but after several hundred meters, they could no longer suppress the instinct to hunker down, utilizing the cover of trees and shrubs. They hastened their pace, careful to tread lightly. As they fled towards the campsite with a desperate urgency, each step synchronized to the rhythm of their racing hearts, fearful of awakening the terror that had just been diverted. When they finally burst forth from the tree-line and beheld the outline of their camp nestled in the dip below, Hong Zhen immediately raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, his eyes indicating the slope beneath them before he conveyed a covert message. Swiftly and silently, he and Captain Ruan approached their slumbering companions, including Professor Huang and the others, covering their mouths and noses firmly, yet gently enough to avoid suffocation, while simultaneously shaking their shoulders with urgency. The awakenings were met with bewilderment, quickly morphing into panic. However, upon perceiving the grave expressions and the stern gestures of Hong Zhen and Captain Ruan, the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. Not a single person uttered a cry. Even the high school student, Chengzi, merely trembled violently before biting down on his lip, instinctively beginning to pack their belongings. Zhang Xuanye assisted Captain Ruan in rousing the last of the experts. Hong Zhen's gaze swept over the fatigued faces of Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye before shifting towards the ominous silence of the forest behind them. Without uttering a word, he cast a severe look at everyone, then silently gestured with a forceful sweep of his hand, directing them away from the woods towards the road that lay ahead. Evacuate, immediately, silently. The urgency was palpable, and without hesitation, they followed Hong Zhen's lead, moving like a startled herd of deer, forming a subdued and tense line as they stepped carefully through the overgrown underbrush and leaf-littered earth, each bearing the weight of anxiety as they continued their journey westward. Wang Yechuan hastened to catch up with Hong Zhen, whispering, "Captain, when did you realize we were in danger? How did you discern the creature's traits?" Hong Zhen, keeping his head down as he pressed onward, replied in a hushed tone, "I couldn't sleep during the shift. The pressure was overwhelming. Thoughts of Captain Zhu's final instructions left me breathless." After advancing a little further, Hong Zi truly patted Wang Yechuan on the shoulder. "While I listened to Captain Ruan recounting stories, I overheard your conversation. I am aware of your formidable abilities. You and Xianyi are indeed the experts among us. At the very least, I have not seen you unleash any elemental powers to vanquish several giant wolves. However, survival does not solely hinge on violence." As Captain Ruan narrated tales of the past and the recent encounter with a horse-faced monster, one must ponder, why do these creatures mimic human speech instead of simply exterminating us with greater efficiency? Wang Yechuan, deep in thought, responded, "Hong Zi, do you imply that this monster possesses poor vision? It utilizes sound to ascertain our positions. Thus, we could cleverly manipulate sound to mislead it, thereby evading a confrontation?" Hong Zi nodded, remaining silent. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the gaps in the dust, casting a pale glow upon the desolate road, elongating and distorting the shadows of this group of silent fugitives. Behind them, the dark forest loomed, resembling a lurking behemoth, silently gazing upon them as their flight continued. Chapter 59. A new departure. The darkness enveloped the uneven provincial road as Wang Yechuan and his companions trudged westward, their demeanor a blend of dishevelment and silence. Ascending, descending, then ascending once more, their every step felt unbearably heavy. Wang Yechuan could still feel the blisters on the soles of his feet, the relentless friction between skin and shoe causing him acute pain, compelling him to deliberately lift his foot to land on his heel. Now, however, he felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away. An all-consuming fatigue clung to him like a shroud, rendering him oblivious to the existence of his legs, devoid of even the strength to circulate qi. He dared to assert that this journey surpassed the cumulative distance he had traversed over the past year. It was likely that the others fared no better, each of them stumbling along. After some distance, the oppressive silence was shattered by Wang Yechuan's hoarse voice. Huang Lian is gone. No one responded. The few of them had already noticed her absence during their journey. The loss of one, combined with their frantic pace, rendered further discourse unnecessary, as they could surmise the implications. Humans are remarkably adaptive creatures. From a fay to the girl in leather pants, they gradually became desensitized. Who could say whether the next to perish would be themselves? Wang Yechuan paused, resolving to share the grim intelligence amidst the trees. Old Zhang and I encountered a peculiar creature resembling a horse. This monstrosity mimics human voices to lure us. Huang Lian may have heard something and ventured to investigate, only to fall victim to the beast. By the time we discovered her absence, it was too late. He refrained from detailing the specifics, but the mere mention of the horse-faced creature and its ability to imitate human speech was sufficient to conjure harrowing images in each mind. He continued, according to Captain Hong's conjecture, this creature likely possesses poor eyesight, relying solely on sound to hunt. If we remain silent, we should evade detection. In this redefined apocalypse, everything was foreign and fraught with uncertainty. Even a smidgen of information could enhance their chances of survival. United in peril, Wang Yechuan was generous in sharing what he knew. A gasp, like the chilling wind, rippled through the group. It mimics human speech? The voice of the bespectacled individual trembled. He adjusted his crooked glasses, his eyes wide with disbelief. Last night, I heard it too. Orange exclaimed suddenly, her face drained of color, trembling as she spoke. In a daze, it seemed like someone was calling for help, soft and ethereal. I thought I was merely exhausted and dreaming. I ignored it. If I had asked everyone, perhaps Sister Huang. As she spoke, her shoulders shook violently, a wave of intense fear and guilt engulfing her, tears cascading onto her dust-covered clothing. An indescribable sorrow and chill instantaneously enveloped them all. It turned out that, amidst extreme fatigue and mental disarray, many had heard that whisper from the abyss. The only distinction lay in the fact that some, paralyzed by fear or numbness, remained unresponsive, while Huang Lian, typically distant and reticent, had chosen to reply. A heavy sigh escaped from Li Hai as he shook his head. In this world, kindness had become synonymous with a death sentence. Comrade Huang possessed a benevolent heart. Yet, alas, it was fortunate, indeed fortunate, that I was in such a deep slumber that I heard nothing. His voice carried a hint of bittersweet relief, while Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye could even detect a sense of unspoken gratitude within him, a sentiment that might evoke shame if voiced. He quickly added, cough, cough. Comrade Huang was merely fulfilling his duty. I will certainly report back. Yes. When Captain Hong arrives, we shall report to the higher-ups together. He craned his neck toward the path forged by Hong Zhun, yet his words were whisked away by the wind. At that moment, a female expert named Du grasped Wang Yechuan's shoulder tightly, her expression earnest. Yechuan, I am grateful for the information you provided. Once we reach the Jiangshang base, could you sketch a rough likeness of the creature? It would greatly aid our research. Just then a voice cried out, it's a vehicle. The tone of the bespectacled man was laced with an incredulous joy. Everyone abruptly lifted their heads, their dulled eyes suddenly igniting with a flicker of hope. Before them stood a massive semi-truck. Although its exterior bore the scars of impact and dried mud, it appeared to be operational. An inexplicable surge of energy coursed through the crowd as they sprinted toward the truck as if in a 100-meter dash. Squad leader Ruan banged open the door, and a gnawed corpse tumbled out. Ruan dragged the body to the base of a tree, while Hong Zhun commenced his inspection of the vehicle. The windshield had shattered, and the cabin was strewn with shredded flesh, entrails, and splatters of blood. Fortunately, a small reserve of fuel remained. Having witnessed their fair share of grotesque scenes, the group was no longer retching at the sight before them. The mention of half a tank of fuel was akin to hearing celestial music. Quickly, clear the cargo hold. Toss out all the useless items. Make space. Hong Zhun wiped the sweat from his brow and, donning gloves, meticulously cleared away the remaining shards of glass from the windshield and the debris within. The others scrambled to assist. Oranges and the bespectacled man discarded the blood-soaked seat cushions, helping tidy the driver's area. The rear of the semi was filled with various pristine electronic product boxes, relics of a bygone era that had become worthless in the face of survival. Throw it all out. Squad leader Ruan hoisted a heavy monitor box, straining to push it to the edge of the cargo hold. The bespectacled man and Oranges gritted their teeth, working together to lift a cumbersome wooden frame containing servers, which they then hurled off the truck, producing a resounding thud upon impact with the ground. Professor Huang and the other experts exerted every ounce of strength to push out smaller boxes, while Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye cleared the discarded items to the roadside, creating space for the vehicle to start. The rear semi-trailer was swiftly cleared, creating an expanse of space. A group of individuals, disregarding the cold, hard metal of the carriage, tumbled inside, relishing this experience as a veritable paradise compared to the ceaseless trudging they had endured. They sprawled within the confines of the carriage, greedily soaking up every fleeting moment of respite. Redzi inhaled deeply, seated in the soiled driver's seat, and turned the key. The engine emitted a disconcerting rumble, but at last, under the eager gazes of the onlookers, the wheels began to turn slowly. The semi-truck proceeded westward along the provincial road, journeying towards Jiangxing. Chapter 60 rest area of the carriage was enveloped in an eerie silence, as the group huddled together, feeling the tremors of the engine and the swaying of the vehicle. After enduring a tumultuous journey and the tragic loss of teammates, this small squad found themselves ensnared in a complex web of emotions, survivors yet uncertain of what awaited them. A heavy atmosphere permeating the confined space. During their time on this mission, whenever Wang Yechuan displayed a hint of melancholy, Zhang Xuanye would jestingly chastise him, claiming he was mourning like a rabbit for its fallen companion. Initially at odds with Ah Fei and scarcely exchanging words with Huang Lian, he had even bestowed her with a nickname. Yet now he found himself consumed by sentimentality. Wang Yechuan could not fathom the roots of his emotions. Perhaps it was simply that witnessing their plight mirrored the potential fate that awaited him. In a bid to reach their destination more swiftly, Hong Zhun made a sharp turn at the fork, maneuvering onto the relatively broad and smooth G4242 expressway. The increase in speed alleviated the jostling somewhat. In the passenger seat, Ruan Siyang, illuminated by the faint glow of the dashboard, meticulously studied the map. After several calculations, he earnestly declared, "Captain Hong, we're almost there. If we continue along this highway, we should reach the outskirts of Jiangxing in no more than 2.5 hours. Damn it, the fuel is insufficient." Hong Zhun exclaimed, his brow furrowed in rare frustration. The series of misfortunes and the looming destination had begun to fray the nerves of the typically composed and collected leader. He fixated on the fuel gauge, watching the needle, an emblem of their mission's progress, steadily descend toward the ominous ready zone. "What?" Old Li, crammed in the rear compartment, exclaimed in panic. "What are we going to do? Are we going to have to walk again?" Zhang Xuanye, rubbing his forehead, responded, "Let us lighten the load. Everyone, start tossing things out of the vehicle." The occupants of the carriage busied themselves, shoving items toward the back. Fortunately, the abilities of the team members had somewhat replenished, allowing Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, Old Li, and Glasses to exert themselves in pushing heavy crates from the speeding truck. Once precious cargo from peaceful times was now discarded like refuse upon the cold expanse of the highway, gradually vanishing into the darkness. However, this reduction in weight proved to be merely a drop in the ocean. The massive semi-truck continued to slow its pace inexorably. Ultimately, after struggling forward for less than 10 more minutes, accompanied by a violent shudder and a final, feeble gasp, the truck came to a complete standstill. It glided a short distance before halting in the middle of the expressway. The truck's complete shutdown, coupled with the vast, threatening darkness outside, intensified the tension among the group. Zhang Xuanye turned to Wang Yechuan and tossed back a remark, "I'm going to check ahead." He swiftly descended from the vehicle and made his way to the passenger side of the driver's cabin, knocking on the door to gain entry. With the map handed over by Captain Ruan, Zhang Xuanye scrutinized it for a moment, pointing to a spot not far ahead on the highway. There's a small service area about 3 kilometers to the south. The gas station there should have fuel. Old Wang, Captain Ruan, and I can go check it out. Hong Zhen followed his finger to the indicated spot, casting a glance at the fuel gauge, which had reached an abysmal 0, his eyes flickering with conflict. Zhang Xuanye spoke of a solution to the current dilemma of fuel scarcity, yet simultaneously proposed to send away 3 core combatants, leaving the experts within the vehicle to contend with unpredictable risks. With a rapid and clear articulation, Zhang Xuanye asserted, "We 3 possess swiftness, our objective is modest, and our coordination is impeccable. It is indeed the fastest method for us to procure the fuel. At our current pace, a round trip should take no longer than 30 minutes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, including the time taken to gather the fuel. We anticipate our return within an hour, thereby reaching Jiangsheng within 2 hours." Observing that Hong Zhen was still furrowing his brow in silence, Zhang Xuanye earnestly continued, "I understand your concerns, Hong team. The rest area is the most densely populated zone nearby, and the number of monsters there is unpredictable. If only 2 individuals venture forth, they may be unable to eliminate the monsters and would need to return for reinforcements, consequently extending our timeline. Should the monsters prove too numerous, exceeding our capabilities, we shall retreat without hesitation. Time is of the essence." His gaze then shifted to the rear, as though piercing through the metal to witness the wearied faces of those within the compartment. "You all stay in the vehicle. Maintain silence and vigilance until we return. Just 1 hour. The decision rests in your hands, Captain Hong." Hong Zhen regarded Zhang Xuanye and recognized that this might be the most optimal solution available. Silently, he retrieved his handgun and offered it to Sergeant Ruan. "Old Ruan, take this gun. You all go swiftly and return promptly." However, Sergeant Ruan shook his head, pushing back the weapon. "Captain Hong, keep the gun. Its discharge would create too much noise and attract unwanted attention." Zhang Xuanye concurred. "Indeed, a single gunshot would reveal our location for miles around, rendering us more vulnerable. We shall endeavor to proceed stealthily. Our objective is fuel, not the number of monsters we vanquish." Hong Zhen scrutinized them, ultimately resolute in handing Sergeant Ruan a grenade, asserting returning safely is paramount. If the situation becomes untenable, we withdraw immediately. This is for our escape. After a brief moment, 3 shadowy figures darted from the compartment, merging seamlessly with the night. The trio swiftly departed the cargo truck, bodies pressed against the dense underbrush bordering the highway, stealthily advancing in the direction indicated by the map. Their silhouettes soon swallowed by the darkness. Within the compartment, Hong Zhen gripped his firearm tightly, cautiously instructing those in the rear, "Everyone, remain alert. Report any anomalies immediately." A heavy weight settled upon the shoulders of this ordinary man as he awaited the return of Zhang Xuanye, Wang Yechuan, and Ruan Xiang. The trio moved like seasoned nocturnal hunters, minimizing their profiles as they traversed the darkness, their footfalls meticulously subdued, breaths drawn long and subtle. A distance of 3 kilometers, ordinarily trivial, had become fraught with peril after days of life-and-death encounters, leaving them no time to rest or train. As they approached the rest area, every sound sent their already taut nerves into a heightened state of alertness. At last, silhouettes emerged from the darkness ahead. The shadows of several lowly structures and the glimmering canopy of a gas station reflecting the faint light of the moon. The sign for the G4242 highway service area hung askew at the entrance, further enhancing the desolate and dilapidated ambience of this rest stop. Zhang Xuanye raised his hand to halt Wang Yechuan and Captain Ruan, signaling them to cease their advance. The trio crouched low behind dense foliage, revealing only their vigilant eyes for observation. The service area parking lot was sparsely populated with a few abandoned vehicles, coated in dust and bearing deflated tires. Among them, a small car lay overturned. The convenience store's doors and windows were shattered, revealing a pitch-black interior. The entire area was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the mournful whispers of the wind. "I'll sneak over to take a look," Zhang Xuanye whispered almost inaudibly to his companions. Wang Yechuan and Captain Ruan nodded in agreement, with Captain Ruan switching his grip on the military dagger gifted by Red Team leader, while Wang Yechuan tightened his hold on the Tang knife's hilt, holding his breath and remaining alert to guard Zhang Xuanye's rear. Zhang Xuanye moved like a shadow, skirting along the roadside's edge, utilizing the wreckage of the abandoned vehicles as cover, silently advancing nearly 100 meters before ultimately crouching behind the remains of a bus. He was now in close proximity to the fuel tank area of the gas station and the supermarket. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, feeling his internal energy revitalizing as it began to circulate more vigorously. A faint, almost imperceptible golden light, akin to countless minuscule tendrils, quietly seeped from his body, silently expanding outward. This ethereal light, reminiscent of invisible radar waves, captured the lingering energy fluctuations in the air. Within his mental realm, the scene before him gradually transformed into shades of gray, yet several luminous points of energy began to materialize. 6 of them. Chapter 61. 6 entities, 6 sources of energy, exuding a malevolent and viscous aura, flickered like tainted torches in the darkness, distinctly scattered throughout the service area. The sensations they emanated were reminiscent of the mutated monsters encountered previously aboard the vessel. Zhang Xuanye maximally unleashed the radiant light to probe their positions. The nearest creature lurked not far from his concealed refuge behind a bus, hidden behind an abandoned SUV. Further ahead, 3 more monsters wandered ominously near the gaping entrance of the supermarket, while the final 2 appeared to be within its confines. There was also another energy signature, seemingly that of a. Zhang Xuanye furrowed his brow. Deeper within the supermarket, in what resembled a small storage compartment, he detected a distinctly different energy source. This energy was exceedingly faint, flickering like a candle in the wind, its fluctuations highly unstable, yet its core emanated a hint of the unique attributes characteristic of a human. This person was still alive. Were they trapped? Retrieving the radiant light, Zhang Xuanye opened his eyes, a grave look passing across his face as he silently retreated back to the hiding place of Wang Yechuan and Ruan Su-yang. "What's the status?" Wang Yechuan inquired softly. "There should be 6 monsters. The closest one is behind that black SUV, with 3 more at the supermarket entrance and 2 inside. They give off a vibe similar to the mutated individuals from the ship, likely transformed humans." Zhang Xuanye succinctly conveyed the situation. "There appears to be a living person inside as well, and they are a. I sensed elemental energy, but their condition seems dire. They are likely trapped and unable to assist us." Zhang Xuanye continued to elaborate. "A living person?" A flicker of caution ignited in Wang Yechuan's eyes. "In a place like this, could it be a trap?" Zhang Xuanye shook his head. "I doubt it. They feel very weak. Chances are they are indeed confined. Moreover, we cannot circumvent these monsters if we want to obtain the fuel." Ruan Su-yang gazed at the darkened entrance of the supermarket, then glanced at the faint outline of the fuel tanks visible in front of the convenience store, his brow furrowing. "We must secure the fuel. As long as that person doesn't interfere, we should be fine. Let us first eliminate the one behind the SUV without alarming the other 5. After dispatching the first, Ruan, you'll have to hold the entrance against those 3. Meanwhile, I'll accompany Old Zhang to swiftly deal with the other 2 inside. Then we'll take on the 3 at the entrance one by one. How does that sound?" Wang Yechuan proposed a tactical plan. Ruan Su-yang licked his cracked lips. "Director, you truly have faith in me. 3 it is. I can hold for no more than 5 minutes, so you must be quick." Zhang Xuanye nodded, and the trio swiftly readied themselves. Half a minute later, all three were in optimal condition, stealthily positioning themselves behind the bus where Zhang Xuanye had previously concealed himself. With a decisive gesture from Zhang Xuanye, they sprang into action. The three of them moved like shadows, piercing through the night, swiftly encircling the SUV from two directions. Launching their assault, Wang Yechuan directly captured the monster's attention from the front. Before the creature could unleash its roar, Ruan Su-yang, having already fortified the skin on his shoulders, neck, and arms, darted out from behind the beast. With the stance of a mountain runner, he crashed in a monster like a battering ram. At the moment of impact, Ruan Su-yang dropped to his knees, swiftly transitioning into a sliding maneuver. In an instant, he hoisted the monster from behind, and then leaped into the air, tightly pressing against the creature's back, locking its lower half with an ankle hold. As Ruan Su-yang exerted tremendous force to immobilize the monster and rapidly descended, Wang Yechuan could even hear the heavy thud mingled with the sound of shattering bones from a distance. The monster had no time to cry out before being violently smashed onto the asphalt by this earth-shattering blow. Without further ado, Wang Yechuan's figure had already become a shadow in pursuit. His energy surged beneath his feet, creating a shock wave that rippled across the ground. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, his Tang Dao unsheathed, the pale golden light intertwining with the icy blade, drawing a dazzling arc in the night. With a swift slice, the blade cleaved through the monster's bony carapace, deftly severing flesh and sinew. The grotesque head, akin to a rotten melon, was sheared off, rolling to the ground as dark, foul blood gushed forth from the severed neck like a miniature fountain. The commotion was immense. Zhang Xuanye rubbed his forehead, lamenting that their initial plan for a stealthy assassination had been disrupted by the ruckus created by the two. Plans rarely survive the test of reality. Wang Yechuan shrugged, his gaze darting like lightning towards the supermarket entrance. There, three figures had ceased their wandering, their decayed heads turning towards them. Murky white, eyes glinting with a chilling gray light in the darkness. Ruanbon, Wang Yechuan spoke swiftly. Those three at the door are up to you. Zhang and I will head into the supermarket. With that, he and Zhang Xuanye dashed into the store. Ruan Su-yang followed closely, channeling energy as he ran. Veins bulged on his forehead, his jaw clenched tightly, and his petrified muscles swelled like a human titan as he charged toward an overturned, abandoned car. A wild roar erupted from him. The petrified layer on his arms thickened instantly, his muscle dimensions surging, veins protruding beneath his stone-like skin. He bent forward, his hands clamping onto the twisted chassis of the vehicle like a giant claw, unleashing a tremendous force. With a creaking sound, the several-ton wreck was forcibly lifted off the ground. His core erupted with inhuman strength, raising the entire car above his shoulders. Get down! Ruan Su-yang bellowed, as Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye swiftly entered the supermarket. Behind them, the car transformed into a massive shadow of steel, hurtling down towards the three monsters at the supermarket entrance with devastating momentum. Two of the monsters were caught off guard, struck directly by the heavy vehicle, while the third monster, slightly ahead, managed to awkwardly tumble forward, narrowly evading the crushing blow. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye observed a creature that had evaded capture. Without hesitation, they unleashed a surge of energy, their figures leaving behind a blurred afterimage as they seemingly teleported before the monster that had just ventured outward in curiosity. As the creature extended half of its body, Wang Yechuan's Tang Dao sliced through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at the monster's neck. However, at the very moment the blade was about to make contact, the creature executed an uncanny sidestep, defying the laws of physiology. The cold edge of the blade plunged mercilessly into its collarbone, exposing bone and unleashing a torrent of black blood. Yet, the fatal blow was narrowly avoided. A howl of agony erupted from the creature, yet instead of retreating, it lunged forward with razor-sharp claws, a foul wind trailing its attack aimed at Wang Yechuan's throat. Simultaneously, from the depths of the supermarket, another monster roared and lunged, its decaying maw aimed to bite into Wang Yechuan's midsection. Adding to the chaos was yet another creature at the entrance of the supermarket. In an instant, they formed a pincer movement. The situation for Wang Yechuan had taken a dire turn. Chapter 62, Blood Battle, the Deadly Finale. Wang Yechuan's pupils constricted sharply. The ferocity of his strike left him unable to retract his blade in time to defend himself. He swiftly pivoted, retreating like a willow in the wind, attempting to create distance. However, the three monsters coordinated their movements with remarkable precision, two positioned in front and one behind, effectively confining him within a narrow space. Surrounded by shelves, he found no room to maneuver. In this critical moment, a figure, ghostly and swift, surged into the fray, closely following Wang Yechuan's retreat. Zhang Xuanye interjected himself between Wang Yechuan and the monsters, his movements almost ethereal. With a flourish akin to drawing a sword, he thrust his entrenching tool upward, the edge infused with concentrated, radiant energy. The sound of slicing flesh and the brittle crack of vertebrae echoed as the grotesque expression of the wounded monster froze in place. Its head barely tethered to its neck by a thin strip of flesh, dark blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yet, Wang Yechuan could not evade the claws of the monster approaching from behind. He managed to twist just in time, but 5 jagged gashes tore through his back, shredding his clothing and flesh. Blood instantly soaked his cotton jacket, spilling the bloody stuffing onto the ground. With a muffled groan, agony radiated from his back to his entire body, igniting a fierce determination within him. Damn it, I'll fight to the end. Wang Yechuan gritted his teeth. Leveraging the gap created by Zhang Xuanye's defense against the front assault, he bore the searing pain from his back and executed a rapid roll forward, closing the distance to the monsters. His blood-stained hands pressed against the cold ground, fervently channeling his energy into his left foot. "Get away from me," he bellowed. Utilizing the momentum of his roll, his left leg lunged out from the opening left by the monster's attack, delivering a brutal scorpion kick that connected with the pursuing creature's jaw. Caught off guard, the monster emitted a muffled grunt as it was sent staggering backward, bits of decaying flesh flying. Simultaneously, Zhang Xuanye, without a glance at the spurting black blood of the fallen creature, delivered a swift horizontal kick, propelling the headless corpse like a sandbag towards another monster that was roaring and charging from the depths of the convenience store. The advancing creature was struck heavily by its fallen comrade, momentarily halting its assault. In the blink of an eye, the two stood back to back, their heavy breaths piercing the silence of the desolate service area. Cold sweat mingled with blood trickling down Wang Yechuan's forehead. The wound on his back throbbed with every breath. Tugging at the torn muscles, Zhang Xuanye's grip on the shovel trembled slightly, the continuous exertion having taken a toll on him. Seizing this moment to catch their breath, they sought to stabilize their internal energy flow. 3 against 4, yet the situation remained dire. Following Wang Yechuan's gaze, he saw Wang Suyang at the supermarket entrance, engaged in a terrifying battle of strength against 2 monsters struggling beneath a heavy car, the vehicle emitting a deafening metallic groan. No one knew how much longer he could hold out. "Old Zhang." Wang Yechuan's voice was tinged with a metallic taste of blood. He drew a deep breath, disregarding the searing pain in his back, gripping the Tang knife firmly, and striking a formidable stance reminiscent of the Tang Dynasty's martial arts. "I'll assist you. First, let's eliminate the threat on your side. One-on-one, that beast is on guard, and we cannot overpower it together." Zhang Xuanye's eyes glinted with cold determination, and without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "Go." Feign attack. As his voice faded, Wang Yechuan unleashed his energy, propelling himself from the ground. In midair, he executed a swift rotation, channeling all his strength, along with the forceful essence of his inner energy, into his arms, delivering a blow with the terrifying might of a mountain crashing down upon the foe. The creature's murky eyes flashed with ferocity. In the face of this overwhelming strike, it did not flinch, crossing its claws into a cruciform defense. Its decaying muscles tensed instantaneously, forming a shield of bone-like solidity. The clash of blade and claw resonated like the clang of metal, piercing the air with a shrill sound as sparks flew. The ground beneath the creature shattered upon impact, forcing it to recoil, its arms pushed aside, leaving it vulnerable and off balance. Zhang Xuanye had already activated his momentum at the very moment Wang Yechuan's blade descended. He maximized his ghostly speed, leaping sideways from a collapsing shelf laden with goods. As the shelf crumbled beneath him, Zhang Xuanye propelled himself skyward, tracing an arc through the air, landing precisely above the creature. He forcefully kicked off the remnants of the broken ceiling. Debris cascaded around him, and seizing the downward momentum, Zhang Xuanye gripped a spade with both hands, channeling the essence of his energy into its blade, aiming directly at the exposed vulnerability of the creature's neck. With a thunderous crash, a series of sounds erupted simultaneously. The concentrated force of the spade's blade severed the creature's armor and muscle, driving its head and body forcefully into the ground beneath it. A plume of dust mixed with the foul, dark blood surged upward. As the shelf was completely demolished with an even greater roar, Wang Yechuan was staggered by the creature's weight, blood surging in his veins as he tumbled backward several times before managing to steady himself. He knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his Tang knife while gasping for air. Forcing his nearly exhausted energy channels to circulate, he struggled to direct the essence toward his Dantian and Niwen, completing a minuscule cycle. Enduring excruciating pain, he focused on his breathing, attempting to calm the chaotic energy within. Each breath sent sharp pangs through the wound on his back, causing his vision to dim. After Zhang Xuanye's decisive strike, he rolled upon landing to dissipate the force of impact. Instinctively, he entered a heightened state of awareness, rapidly extending his energy to scan the surrounding fluctuations of energy. Old Wang, Zhang Xuanye's roar echoed like thunder, filled with an unprecedented urgency. The creature that had been pushed back by Wang Yechuan had not pursued. Instead, it cunningly lurked in the shadows, like the most patient of serpents. At this moment, its decaying form surged forth with astonishing speed, claws slicing through the air, carrying with them a foul, rancid wind as they lunged towards Wang Yechuan's unguarded flank. The monstrous maw gaped wide, revealing menacing fangs aimed directly at his head. A shudder ran through Wang Yechuan, and instinctively, his body reacted. He raised his Tang Dao in a desperate attempt to block. However, an excruciating pain coursed along his spine, the injury hindering the flow of his vital energy. In that critical moment of life and death, the essential Lianguang and Qi faltered for an instant. The cold blade, in the face of the creature's terrifying claws and fangs, appeared painfully fragile. Zhang Xuanye's eyes widened in horror. He was still several steps away from Wang Yechuan, and even with all his strength, he could not reach him in time. Ruan Xiang's frantic roar echoed from the direction of the car, filled with urgency, yet he was trapped, struggling against the vehicle as if ensnared in a quagmire, utterly unable to escape. It was over. Despair washed over Wang Yechuan like a chilling tide, drowning his consciousness in an instant. He could vividly see his own astonished face reflected in the monster's eyes, smell the stench of blood and decay wafting towards him, and feel the icy sting of the claws tearing through the air. There was no way to evade, no means to block. Chapter 63. The mysterious master time seemed to stretch as Wang Yechuan distinctly observed droplets of his own blood slowly splattering in the air from the monster's claws. The chilling breath of death had already brushed against his skin, and instinctively, he raised his Tang knife with a stiffened posture. However, bereft of the enhancement of spiritual light and energy, his action appeared futile against the monster's ferocious assault, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The shadow of death loomed over him. The thought of his impending demise flickered through Wang Yechuan's mind. Then, in that fleeting moment of life and death, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The monster's gaping maw and claws did not lunge for Wang Yechuan's head, but instead crashed violently into the metal shelves behind him, its massive form narrowly bypassing him. With a resounding crash, the creature's razor-sharp fangs and claws embedded themselves deep into the supermarket shelves, sending a cloud of dust and the sound of collapsing goods into the air. Wang Yechuan stood bewildered, maintaining his defensive posture as his mind momentarily stalled, caught between the certainty of death and the miraculous reversal of fate. Had he survived? The monster emitted a roar filled with extreme confusion and fury. Old Wang. Zhang Xuanye's voice rang out again, this time laced with disbelief and elation. Wang Yechuan jolted back to reality, his survival instincts pushing aside his astonishment. Without time to ponder the events that had just transpired or the agonizing pain tearing at his back, he swiftly reacted, propelling himself towards Zhang Xuanye with a desperate scramble. Old Zhang, take him down. Wang Yechuan shouted as he approached Zhang Xuanye's side. Suddenly, he twisted his body, propelled by inertia and with a burst of concentrated energy, hurled the Tang knife like a javelin towards the monster, thrashing amidst the wreckage of the shelves. A streak of light whizzed through the air, and just as the monster extracted its claws from the twisted metal frame, the Tang knife struck true, embedding itself in its arm with a sharp thud. Zhang Xuanye followed closely, wielding a spade that precisely penetrated the monster's exposed temple, thanks to its restraints. A gruesome explosion of foul blood and brain matter erupted forth. The creature's final, reluctant roar was abruptly silenced as its massive body convulsed and collapsed. Simultaneously, outside the convenience store, the monster's furious roars mingled with the screeching of metal being violently torn apart. The abandoned sedan, which Wang Yechuan had used as a shield to restrain the beast, was finally ripped apart by two monsters that had worked together, sending twisted metal shards flying in all directions. Fortunately, one of the monsters had its leg broken under the weight of the heavy vehicle, forcing it to crawl forward using only its arms, significantly slowing its speed. The other, drenched in blood, charged at the exhausted Wang Yechuan with a furious roar. Having dealt with the troubles inside the supermarket, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye wasted no time to catch their breath and immediately rushed outside. As Wang Yechuan passed the shelves, he retrieved his Tang knife, swinging it towards the rear of the monster to force it into a defensive stance. As Zhang Xuanye acted with remarkable swiftness, his entrenching tool efficiently dispatched the limping monstrosity, establishing a barrier before Wang Yechuan. Regaining his breath, Wang seized the opportunity to thrust his military dagger forcefully into the creature's throat, penetrating through to the back of its skull. At last, the battle reached its conclusion. The desolate service area was left with only the heavy sounds of their breaths. Wang Yechuan could no longer endure the strain and slumped on the ground, his back soaked with blood that had saturated much of his cotton coat. The mixture of cotton, skin, and flesh clinging painfully to his wound, igniting excruciating sensations that made him grimace. The stone-like skin on Wang Yechuan began to recede like a tide, his arms trembling slightly. Leaning on his entrenching tool, Zhang Xuanye surveyed the battlefield, ensuring no threats remained, before moving to sit beside Wang Yechuan. Gasping for breath, Wang Yechuan inquired, "Director, it's my fault. I promised to block 3, but let one slip through. How did you manage to evade it?" "Who knows? It felt as though it had its sights set on me, but in the end, it seemed to miss. Perhaps it was cross-eyed before its mutation?" Wang Yechuan gritted his teeth, hissing as he inhaled sharply, chiding Ruan, "You nearly sent me off to the afterlife. But honestly, I doubt you could have contained all 3. You still need practice." Zhang Xuanye interrupted their banter, pointing towards a small door at the back of the supermarket. "Enough of your nonsense. I can sense residual energy in that area. It must be from someone in the warehouse. I wonder what method they employed to disrupt the creature's attack. Otherwise, old Wang, you would have already met your maker." Wang Yechuan jolted, suddenly alert, leaping from the ground, only for a sharp pain to shoot through his back, causing him to grimace in agony. The fierce battle and subsequent narrow escape had nearly made him forget there was still someone in the warehouse. Just as he prepared to investigate, Zhang Xuanye restrained him. "Old Wang, I suggest you recover a bit before proceeding. If that person harbors ill intentions, one must always remain vigilant in these chaotic times." Wang Yechuan brushed aside Zhang's hand, shaking his head. "No, if he meant to harm me, he wouldn't have saved me in the first place. Besides, didn't you mention he might be injured? There shouldn't be a problem." With that, he staggered towards the tightly shut door of the warehouse. Zhang Xuanye shook his head in resignation, exchanging glances with Wang Yechuan, both reluctantly rising to follow, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon reaching the door, Wang Yechuan inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain in his back, determined to stand upright. This motion, however, sent a wave of darkness before his eyes, yet he persevered, ignoring the astonished gazes of Zhang and Ruan, and bowed deeply before the door. Inside, my comrade, Wang Yechuan endeavored to steady his voice, which trembled slightly from the pain, striving to convey solemnity. I am Wang Yechuan. I sincerely thank you for your timely assistance, which saved my life in a moment of peril. This debt of gratitude shall remain etched in my memory. We are survivors en route to Jiangsheng, and if you do not mind braving the dangers of the journey, I kindly request your presence to join us, allowing me the opportunity to repay your kindness. His words resonated through the desolate ruins, overflowing with sincerity and anticipation, leaving behind the two stunned figures of Zhang Xuanye and Ruan Suyang. After a brief silence, a faint creak resonated as the door's rusty hinges turned, the sound reaching Wang Yechuan, who was bowing respectfully. To his astonishment, the small, tightly shut door began to open slowly, revealing a narrow crack. From the darkness emerged a crisp, youthful voice, innocent yet remarkably clear, emanating from the gap. Were the monsters outside vanquished? As Wang Yechuan's mind conjured images of a mysterious master, he was suddenly jolted by the tender voice, causing an internal clash within him. His solemn expression froze instantly. He jerked his head up in shock. Illuminated by the dim light, he beheld not the formidable figure of a legendary warrior, but rather a small girl, appearing no older than 12 or 13. She donned an oversized, dust-laden coat that hung loosely on her petite frame. Her face, though dirty, retained a trace of its original charm, and she clutched a similarly soiled rabbit backpack tightly against her. Ha ha ha, director. Where did you learn such flamboyant phrases? Ha ha, you must have watched too many martial arts films. You're killing me, old Wang. Are you seeking a master? Laughter erupted from Zhang and Ruan, leaving Wang Yechuan rooted in place, petrified. Chapter 64. Return to the team. Wang Yechuan straightened up, struck by the absurdity of the situation to the point that he barely felt the pain in his back. It was utterly ridiculous. The skilled fighter who had just transformed the tangible into the intangible, deftly altering the trajectory of a monstrous attack, was, in fact, a little girl. The small child seemed to detect the scent of blood wafting in from outside the room. She glanced up and saw 3 bloodied adults standing outside, instinctively taking a step back. However, in the next moment, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the scattered food among the ruins. Her previously timid eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and Wang Yechuan could almost perceive the rapid shift in her expression from apprehension to exhilaration. She let out a short, delighted gasp, reminiscent of a small kitten, and with a swift motion, darted through the crack in the door, completely disregarding the 3 adults before her and the blood-stained floor. With a soft thud, she leapt onto a nearby collapsed shelf, where several undamaged bags of chips and some small loaves of bread lay scattered. She swiftly tore open a bag of chips, grabbing a handful of the shattered pieces, and without a second thought, stuffed them into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, and she chewed rapidly, occasionally coughing from her eagerness. Wang Yechuan stood there dumbfounded, instinctively peering into the warehouse. The space was not particularly large, filled with various snack wrappers and a pile of empty water bottles. In one corner, a tattered cardboard box served as a makeshift nest. Yet there was not a single soul to be found. Ahem, old Wang, don't stare, Zhang Xuanye remarked, patting Wang Yechuan on the shoulder. There's certainly no one inside. I only detected a single weak fluctuation earlier. Your great benefactor must be her. His gaze shifted to the small figure frantically searching for water, then returned to Wang Yechuan, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Huh? Wang Yechuan scratched his head, glancing between the little girl and Zhang Xuanye. With a resigned sigh, he spoke, incredulity lacing his tone. This is utterly ridiculous. This little girl looks barely old enough to be in junior high. We've traversed 300 kilometers through wind and rain, and I've never encountered such a young ability user. How has she survived until now? The girl, sipping on her soda, shot Wang Yechuan a glare before turning back to her meal with fervor. Suppressing his pain, Wang Yechuan slowly approached the girl, crouching down to meet her gaze. He endeavored to muster what he believed was the most amiable smile he could offer. The blood-streaked visage elicited goosebumps on Zhang Xuanye, standing nearby. "Little sister, don't be afraid. We're not bad people. What is your name?" Wang Yechuan inquired in a tone he thought was gentle, akin to coaxing a child. The little girl remained engrossed in her meal. "Are you here all alone? Where are your parents?" Wang Yechuan persisted, maintaining his patience. The girl lifted her head for a moment to drink, prompting Wang Yechuan to turn toward Zhang Xuanye and ask, "Didn't she just speak a moment ago?" At long last, the little girl meticulously cleaned the last remnants of potato chips from the interior of the packaging, stuffing her rabbit-shaped backpack with an array of snacks and beverages. She then lifted her face, dusted with chip fragments, and blinked her large eyes at Wang Yechuan, tilting her head as if she were straining to recall something. Her little brow furrowed in concentration, but ultimately, she shook her head in confusion. "I don't remember," she said. "You can speak, can't you?" Wang Yechuan exclaimed, his nose crinkling in frustration at her apparent disregard for him. Zhang Xuanye gently nudged Wang Yechuan, advising him to remain calm, for this girl was, after all, their savior. The little girl raised her chin defiantly, arching an eyebrow at Wang Yechuan, her expressive eyes seemingly conveying, "Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Wang Yechuan awkwardly rubbed his hands together. The little girl, as if triumphant, waved her small fist in front of Wang Yechuan in a gesture of playful defiance. Clutching her backpack, her brow knitted once more as she endeavored to recollect, saying, "I don't remember much of what happened before, only that I think my name is Tao Dao. I woke up in an overturned car. I was very hungry and didn't know where to go. While wandering, I stumbled upon a supermarket, but there were a bunch of monsters inside. I thought to myself that it would be fine if they couldn't see me." As Tao Dao recounted the terror of that moment, her body shrank slightly, yet her tone held a hint of pride. "Later, I discovered that I could produce some bubbles, and whenever I released them, the monsters couldn't see me anymore. They would clumsily bump into walls." She pointed towards the small door of the warehouse, her face reflecting a wistful recollection. "There was food and drink here, but after hiding for so long, the supplies dwindled, and my magic was sometimes effective, sometimes not. When it worked, I quickly ran out of food." Her voice diminished to a whisper tinged with grievance. "I thought I was going to starve in there, and then you all arrived, making such a racket. You even attracted the monsters." At this point, she shot an accusatory glare at Wang Yechuan, as if he were the principal culprit. Wang Yechuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. How was it that he was now the one at fault? Just as he was about to argue, he recalled that she had ultimately used her magic to save herself, and his irritation dissipated swiftly. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanye, hidden among the shelves, discreetly stashed items into a storage charm while peeking out to say, "Tao Dao likely suffers from memory loss." He continued to pack a few loaves of bread into the charm, elaborating trauma to the head or significant psychological stress can lead to such selective amnesia. Considering her mention of bubbles and the effects she described, I speculate that she may possess water attributes, with abilities akin to creating illusions or distorting perception, similar to a mirage, causing monsters to target incorrectly at critical moments. This ability must be mentally taxing and unstable. A mirage? Wang Yechuan pondered the term, struggling to associate such an enigmatic ability with the proud little girl before him. At that moment, Ruan Siang arrived, carrying 2 hefty barrels of gasoline, which he set down with a loud thud and wiped the sweat from his brow. He glanced at Tao Tao, who clutched her backpack tightly, and remarked, "I've secured the fuel. 2 large barrels should suffice to get us to Jiangqing." The child has forgotten many things, which may not necessarily be a bad thing. In this world, remembering too much can become a burden. Forgetting some things might ease her heartache. "Let us go and take her along. The red team must be anxiously waiting." Wang Yechuan nodded, rising from the ground and addressing Tao Tao. "Shall we go? Your savior, little lady, will ensure you're no longer hungry." Tao Tao, clutching her rabbit-shaped backpack, surveyed the 3 of them with her wide eyes. After a brief contemplation, she silently nodded and took small steps towards Wang Yechuan. In a cramped space of less than 30 square meters, daily worries about limited food loomed large, and the fear of whispered dreams leading to her demise made sleep an elusive luxury. After enduring 2 months of darkness, even adults could scarcely bear it. let alone a small girl. Perhaps she could not fathom why she trusted this unfamiliar adult. Perhaps it was simply because he was the first to speak to her after the apocalypse, or perhaps children are more attuned to their instincts. She extended her tiny hand, and Wang Yechuan, with a resigned smile, took hold of it. As they stepped forward, his legs buckled slightly, nearly causing him to fall, but Cao Cao's firm push steadied him. Her wide eyes seemed to convey a silent question. Can I really rely on you? Zhang Xuanye lent a supportive hand to Wang Yechuan. Glancing at the blood-soaked cotton coat draped over his back, his brow furrowing slightly. Can you still walk? The wound needs urgent attention. I want to die. Wang Yechuan felt his face flush under Cao Cao's gaze, straightening up with determination. He tightened his grip on her hand and urged, "Stay close to me, great benefactor. We are leaving this cursed place." The four of them wasted no more time. Zhang Xuanye led the way, with Wang Yechuan guarding the rear, while Wang Yechuan, suppressing his pain, walked alongside Cao Cao in the middle. The little figure, clutching her rabbit backpack, followed the three bloodied adults through the endless darkness outside the service area for the first time since the world had ended. Chapter 65. The automobile graveyard. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the quartet finally arrived at the designated spot for the truck. Zhang Xuanye raised his flashlight, casting its beam towards the driver's cabin of the vehicle, flickering it twice. Inside the cabin, the ever-tense Hong Zhun's nerves finally began to relax. He released his grip on the gun he had been aiming, removed the magazine, cleared the chamber, engaged the safety, and wiped the sweat-stained grip on his clothing. He then knocked twice on the rear compartment, whispering, "Old Wang and the others have returned." 2 minutes later, Ruan Xiong carefully controlled the flow of gasoline as it gushed into the truck's fuel tank, which had long been empty, making every effort to prevent the acrid scent from spreading too far. Beside the vehicle, Zhang Xuanye was briefly introducing the situation regarding Cao Cao to Hong Zhun. "Cao Cao." Hong Zhun crouched down, softening his voice as much as possible. "I'm Uncle Hong. Welcome to our team." He intended to pat the little girl's head, but Cao Cao suddenly recoiled, hiding behind Wang Yechuan and inadvertently tugging at his clothing, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Hey, little miss, don't pull on my back." He then waved his hand dismissively at Hong Zhun. "Red team, don't mind her. She's just shy. I'll go find Orange to treat this. It's been agonizing all the way." As he spoke, he ambled toward the truck's compartment, aided only slightly by Cao Cao, opting for a more convenient posture, lying flat on the cold, hard floor of the truck, which, while lacking the elegance of a martial arts master, was indeed more stable. His voice muffled, he said, "Little Orange, it's up to you." Inside the compartment, Orange was already prepared. Upon seeing the horrific wound on Wang Yechuan's back, she couldn't help but gasp. Throughout their journey, in her perception of the team, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye were undoubtedly the most formidable members. The severity of Wang Yechuan's injury was unfathomable, raising questions about the dangers they must have faced while retrieving fuel from the service area. "Wang Gu, you." Orange's voice quivered with emotion. Wang Yechuan forced a smile. "It's nothing. I can handle it." Cao Cao knelt beside Wang Yechuan. Her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at the wound. Her voice trembled slightly. "Hey, braggart, weren't you boasting about how strong you are on the way here? Now you're lying here looking so pale. You won't drop any little pearls when she treats you, will you?" The words were teasing, but the small hand gripping her clothing betrayed her worry. "Shut up." Wang Yechuan managed to utter through clenched teeth, "I'm a real man. I won't lose a single pearl." Taking a deep breath, Orange placed her palms, glowing with a soft green light, cautiously over Wang Yechuan's wound. As the green light enveloped the area, the torn flesh visibly began to writhe and pulse, the tainted blood being purified, and the necrotic tissue gradually transforming into a healthy pink hue. The bleeding, which had only just begun to cease, slowed to a stop, as the wood-type energy struggled to foster new granulation tissue across the severed fibers. The process of healing was excruciating. Each surge of energy penetrated deep into the wounds, akin to a searing iron branding his bones. The emergence of new flesh brought forth a pain intermingled with an insistent itch radiating from his back. Wang Yechuan clenched his jaw tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, as beads of sweat mixed with blood cascaded down, leaving Tao Tao's petite face pale with concern. She frantically wiped his sweat with a tattered cloth she had found. The truck's engine emitted a low rumble once more, cruising along the G4242 highway toward Jiangxing. Time dragged painfully for Wang Yechuan as the vehicle traversed the road, while Chengzi remained wholly focused on channeling her wooden energy. As her sweat dampened the strands of hair on her forehead, the small reserves of energy she had painstakingly restored began to dwindle rapidly. In her fervent desire to expedite Wang Yechuan's healing, she nearly exhausted her final drop of energy. An hour and a half later, the truck gradually decelerated and came to a halt beneath a massive exit sign reading Jiangxing West 5 kilometers. At that moment, Chengzi finally depleted her last ounce of strength. Weakly resting against the truck's interior beside Wang Ge, resigned to the fact that this was the extent of her treatment. Wang Yechuan exhaled a long, heavy breath. The once brutal and grotesque wound on his back had been filled with tender new tissue, covered by a layer of deep brown scab. Though pain still lingered, the debilitating weakness from his continuous blood loss had dissipated. While Chengzi treated him, he also endured the pain and entered a meditative state to circulate his vital energy and mend the internal meridians. Though his injuries appeared unresolved, his combat prowess had been assured. He pushed himself off the floor, donned a warm cotton coat, and moved his shoulders. Although the motion strained his wounds and drew a frown, he found himself largely unhindered. "Thank you, little Chengzi," Wang Yechuan expressed sincerely, then turned to the worried Tao beside him. "Look, you haven't lost any little pearls, have you? Don't fret." Tao huffed, turning her face away. "Who was worried about you?" Yet the tension in her small shoulders visibly relaxed. Hongzi leapt down from the cab, and the others followed suit. Standing before the Jiangxing West Highway toll station, which had been utterly obliterated, twisted steel frameworks and collapsed concrete blocks formed a grotesque, natural barricade. Old Li was exhilarated, as if infused with adrenaline. "Comrades, we're almost in Jiangxing. This mission has exceeded expectations. The authorities surely won't overlook our efforts. When we return," his voice abruptly halted. The group stood atop a small hill, gazing into the distance. On the highway extending toward the city, a vast car graveyard lay sprawled before them. Thousands of vehicles of all shapes and sizes resembled toys carelessly discarded by a giant hand, piled in various contorted postures, colliding, overturned, crammed tightly together, extending to the horizon shrouded in dust over the dim urban landscape. Sedans, SUVs, buses, and trucks lay rusting. Shattered windows and deflated tires painted a grim picture. Some had been reduced to charred skeletons, while others bore the marks of a tremendous force that had rent them asunder, revealing the corroded parts within. There were no corpses, no traces of blood, only an absolute and suffocating silence. The wind whistled through the twisted gaps of the car frame, emitting a mournful wail. The air was thick with the pungent scent of rust, a faint hint of machine oil, and an indescribable, oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of decay. This is... The voice of the bespectacled man trembled uncontrollably as he adjusted his slipping glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with bewilderment and fear. "Where has everyone gone?" Chapter 66. Little Jerry, the twisted steel skeleton and collapsed concrete blocks of the toll station at the Jiangxing West Expressway loomed ominously before them. Standing atop the earth mound formed by the ruins, the group gazed at the final stretch leading into the city. On the broad asphalt of the G4242 highway, some cars lay ensnared beneath the chassis of heavy trucks, others crushed into flat discs, while buses lay overturned in the middle of the road. Countless small vehicles were haphazardly piled up, their rust resembling decaying skin, and the deflated tires evoked a sense of dread about the calamity that had transpired here. Confronted with the trembling inquiry of the bespectacled man, Zhang Xuanye furrowed his brow and took a moment to inhale the putrid air. Contrary to his expectations, there was no stench of decay, only the acrid scent of rusting metal and burnt rubber mingled with electronic components. This unnaturally clean atmosphere left Zhang Xuanye feeling uneasy. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something sinister is afoot. He immediately delved into his inner realm, extending his perception to scan for energy fluctuations within a kilometer radius. After a brief moment, Zhang Xuanye opened his eyes and addressed the equally vigilant Hong Yechuan, who was surveying the surroundings with night vision goggles. Captain Hong, I sense no energy response. At least within a kilometer, there is none. Hong Yechuan continued to sweep the area with his binoculars. The world through the night vision lenses cloaked in a chilling gray-green hue, devoid of life save for the abandoned vehicles. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that they had reached the outskirts of Jiangcheng, and there was no turning back from their mission. He lowered his binoculars and turned to the group, initiating a succinct briefing. Everyone, prepare here. Load all supplies, check your weapons and ammunition. We will proceed on foot. Old Zhang, your perception is sharp and your speed unmatched. Lead the way while I assist from the side. Old Wang and squad leader Wan, you two will guard the three experts. Tao Tao, you and Sister Chung will hold the middle ground. Old Li, you and the bespectacled one will bring up the rear. Glasses, maintain your perception back there. Stay alert. This place is not as tranquil as it appears. As Hong Yechuan's words resonated, the group sprang into action. Backpacks were hoisted on his shoulders, safety catches on firearms disengaged. Wang Yechuan shifted, feeling a twinge of pain in his back, while Tao Tao's small face tightened with anxiety amidst the mounting tension. Sensing her nervousness, Wang Yechuan approached and gently patted her head. Don't be tense, just follow the team. Tao Tao nodded earnestly, clutching her bunny backpack tighter. After advancing for approximately 15 minutes, the team wove their way between two cars jammed together when suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the midst of the group, startling everyone to the brink of jumping. Weapons were drawn, aimed at the source of the sound, Tao Tao. Wang Yechuan was equally startled. In an instant, his dagger was unsheathed, and he darted at Tao Tao's side, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Ultimately, the group turned to follow Tao Tao's trembling finger, discovering, in the shadow of a dust-covered vehicle, a plump rat with beady eyes observing them curiously. This rodent was significantly larger than an ordinary mouse, and instead of fleeing in fright, it calmly scrutinized the group, its eyes glinting mischievously like green beans. As the objective came into focus, the tense atmosphere instantly relaxed, replaced instead by an absurd sense of incredulity. Hey, little miss, aren't you fearless? Why are you so frightened by tiny Jerry? Wang Yechuan exhaled, gently stroking Tao Tao's back in an attempt to soothe her terror while teasing her to alleviate the earlier tension. Tao Tao, still shaken, clutched Wang Yechuan's garment tightly and exclaimed anxiously, "It's not that I'm afraid of mice. It's just that this one is truly terrifying, unlike any I've seen before." In a flash, the blade of Wang Yechuan's Tang knife glimmered like lightning, swiftly slicing through the neck of the rodent, its large head rolling to the ground. With a flick of his wrist, he shook off the droplets of blood that had stained the blade, sheathing it and reassuring Tao Tao, "I've claimed its head. There's no need to fear." Beside him, Ruan Siyang surveyed the surroundings with a sharp gaze, his brow furrowed. In a hushed tone, he cautioned Wang Yechuan, director, "Tao Tao is right. Haven't you noticed? These mice are not just large. They seem, well, I can't quite articulate it, but something feels off." Prompted by Ruan Siyang's warning, Wang Yechuan looked around and was horrified to discover that more mice had silently appeared amidst the abandoned vehicles surrounding them. They crouched or lay still, maintaining an eerie, unnatural stillness. Unlike ordinary rodents that scurry about in alertness, they resembled statues frozen in time, their countless dark, cold eyes slowly turning to focus on the group as they advanced. Those eyes, densely packed, twinkled with a ghostly glimmer in the dim light, devoid of sound or movement. As if the roles of the street rats had been reversed. They were now the observed prey. This was no ordinary horde of mice. Their behavior was entirely unlike that of traditional rodents. Something was amiss. Far too amiss. Wang Yechuan's hand instinctively returned to the hilt of his knife. At that very moment, approximately 10 meters ahead, Zhang Xuanye, who was leading the way, abruptly halted. He spun around, his usual composure shaken, and nearly shouted in panic toward the rear, "Retreat." Almost simultaneously, at the back of the line, the bespectacled member responsible for rearguard duties erupted into desperate cries. "Behind us! The back is swarming with mutated mice. Squeak, squeak, squeak. To corroborate their warnings, the once silent automotive graveyard erupted with a cacophony of rodent squeaks, sending chills down the spine. Redzi, wielding night vision binoculars, scanned the area, observing the dark tide of mice surging from every vehicle's undercarriage, every crevice, every crack. Countless massive mutated mice with sleek, filthy, and grotesque fur coalesced into an endless black torrent, rolling and tumbling over one another, a chaotic mass of bodies. Within mere moments, the previously faint squeaks transformed into a deafening roar. The cacophony of voices coalesced into a terrifying roar, swiftly drowning out the sound of the wind. A black tide, advancing with a speed visible to the naked eye, voraciously consumed the gray ground, madly sweeping towards their diminutive band. Countless pairs of glimmering, ravenous eyes painted a scene of apocalyptic dread capable of striking terror into the heart of any soul. Chapter 67. The rodent tide. The simultaneous roars of Zhang Xuanye and the bespectacled man erupted like thunder, yet as the crowd surveyed their surroundings, they found themselves at a loss for an escape route. A dense, putrid tide of blackness surged forth, exuding a horrific stench and threatening to engulf everything in its path, sweeping relentlessly towards the beleaguered group. Damn it! Wang Yechuan cursed vehemently, brandishing his tang knife. The blade gleamed like a cold, silvery ribbon, swiftly cleaving several monstrous rats that lunged at him into pieces, their foul blood and entrails exploding into the air. Beside him, Zhang Xuanye moved with even greater alacrity, his engineer shovel dancing in his grip. He gripped the handle tightly, slamming the flat edge down upon the ground, obliterating the rats that attempted to surge forward into a pulpy mess. Squad leader Ruan, Hong Zhun, Old Li, and the others wielded their military knives and bayonets, slashing through the chaos. Each movement sent forth a mist of blood, soiling them with the filth of their grotesque foes. Yet no one dared to flinch from the overwhelming stench. Every individual was fighting with every ounce of strength to carve out a small foothold. However, the horde of rats seemed inexhaustible. The demise of their companions did not incite fear. Rather, it ignited a frenzied bloodlust akin to sparks igniting oil. The fallen rats, lifeless on the ground, became stepping stones for their relentless brethren, who continued to charge forward with reckless abandon, their target unmistakably clear, the living beings before them. Hold the line. Do not let them breach. Wan Xiong bellowed, swinging his bayonet with fervor. He had abandoned any semblance of technique. The sheer number of rats rendered precision unnecessary. It was akin to wielding an iron rod, each wild swing sending groups of rats flying, accompanied by the sickening crunch of shattered bones. Hong Zhun's assault rifle erupted in a series of rapid bursts, the muzzle spitting fire as bullets ricocheted off the rat horde mere steps away, causing gory explosions upon their heads and torsos. Yet, amidst such a densely packed swarm, the rifle proved to be but a drop in the ocean, the magazine swiftly depleting. "Get back!" Oldie shouted, brandishing his large blade. His fire elemental energy surged forth, igniting the blade in a vibrant orange flame, casting a glimmer of light in the encroaching darkness. As the fiery edge swept through, the advancing rats halted abruptly, and those touched by the flames emitted horrific wails, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air. This fleeting respite invigorated Old Li, as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Comrades, charge with me. Forward!" he cried, his voice hoarse with urgency. As he reloaded his weapon, Hong Zhun echoed his call amidst the cacophony of rat shrieks, his voice wavering. "Everyone, form a defensive circle. Protect the center. Old Li, lead the way. Quickly, quickly." There was no time for contemplation. The instinct for survival propelled them all. Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, Ruan Xiong, Hong Zhun, Old Li, and the bespectacled man, the few remaining fighters, instantly converged into a tight-knit circle. They encircled the three ashen-faced, nearly incapacitated experts, the pallid orange, and the desperately clinging peach within a protective center. As time wore on, Wang Yechuan's arms, mechanically repeating the chopping motion, had long since gone numb. with sweat mingling with blood and rodent ichor cascading down his face, blurring his vision. The fresh scab on his back had begun to split, and each swing of his Tang knife claimed the lives of several rodents, yet more swiftly filled their place. The others were similarly engaged in this dire moment. Zhang Xuanye's thoughts raced. This cannot continue. We will not survive. He quickly scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on the overturned bus, resembling an island amidst the sea of rodents. Several dozen meters away. Oldly, move towards the bus. Get on. Run. Zhang Xuanye shouted. Red team, get aboard. Climb atop that bus. Wang Yechuan instantly grasped Zhang Xuanye's intent, summoning his strength to roar towards Hong Zijian, who was smashing the skull of a large rat with the butt of his gun at the opposite end of the group. Hong Zijian immediately comprehended their plan. The side of the bus was relatively smooth, and its height could temporarily obstruct the surging tide of rats below, making it their sole avenue of escape. Oldly, clear the way. Hong Zijian called out to Oldly beside him. Lihai understood this was their last opportunity. He inhaled deeply, channeling fire energy into the great knife in his hands, and bellowed, "Get out of my way." As he shouted, he gripped the knife with both hands and struck fiercely at the swarm of rats blocking the path to the bus. With a flaming blade passed, the front ranks of mutated rats ignited, emitting agonizing shrieks. The flames and heat created a fleeting zone of emptiness. The rodent horde was momentarily stunned and thrown into disarray by the sudden blaze and searing temperatures. Now, charge! Oldly shouted hoarsely upon witnessing the effect. The circle of flesh and blood struggled against the black tide of death, each step akin to trudging through viscous mud as they moved laboriously towards the bus. The overturned vehicle was tantalizingly close, yet seemed to be leagues away. 20 minutes. They had advanced barely 50 meters. It felt as though they had struggled in hell for a century. Each person's stamina drained rapidly, like a flood released from a dam, and the flames on Old Lee's blade had dimmed to flickering embers. Finally reaching the edge of the bus, Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, and Hong Zijian formed a stable triangle. Like three sharp blades, their knives and bullets bracing against the onslaught of the rodent tide. Hurry up, Wan Seong bellowed, along with the glasses-wearing companion and Old Lee, as they nearly hoisted the three weak-legged experts, dragging them towards the bus, which loomed like an island. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye frantically hacked away below, blocking the mad surge of rodents from the sides and rear, buying time for their ascent. Once atop the bus, Ruan Seong swiftly pulled Orange up, followed by lifting Peach as if she were a mere kitten. Wang Yechuan struck fiercely, sending a shockwave, and in that moment of chaos, the three scrambled onto the roof of the bus. Zhang Xuanye, your turn to carry Professor Du. Quickly, Old Lee pushed Professor Du, who was on his back, towards Zhang Xuanye, who had just climbed atop the overturned vehicle. With a swift turn, he positioned himself beneath the climbing point. The flames flickering on his machete had dwindled to a feeble glow, akin to a candle struggling against the wind, yet he continued to wield it with fervor, using both the blade and his own body to fend off the horde of rats surging forward, eager to gnaw at the climbers. The black tide of rodents surged like maggots, desperately striving to ascend the side of the bus. Countless pairs of eyes, shimmering with a ravenous crimson light, coalesced in the dimness, forming a sea of despairing scarlet. Chapter 68. Surviving, Part 1. The overturned bus roof resembled a solitary rock amidst a tempestuous sea. As the group gasped for breath, backs pressed against one another, forming a defensive circle. Beneath them surged a nauseating tide of black rodents, frantically swarming and climbing. Wang Yechuan could distinctly hear the scrabbling of their claws against the metal of the vehicle. Layer upon layer, they trampled one another, driven by a ravenous desire to feast upon the living beings before them. Wang Yechuan, along with Zhang Xuanye and others, operated like automatons, aware that ceasing their frantic defense would result in instant annihilation by the horde. Filthy blood mingled with the carcasses of the rodents, cascading from the roof into the inky tide, only to be replaced by a fresh influx. Yet the bus top afforded the group a measure of relief from the overwhelming pressure. I can't hold on much longer, Oldly gasped, The flame of his machete long extinguished, his wild hacking having dulled the blade to a slight curl. I could unleash the fire once more, but after that, his voice trailed off, laden with despair. Zhang Xuanye, breathing heavily, smashed a shovel down onto several rodents attempting to ascend. His gaze swept across the rocky cluster formed by abandoned vehicles, pointing toward the city's edge with urgency. We cannot remain trapped. The rodents are converging around us. Look over there. The density decreases significantly at the far edge. We must leap from the roof to advance, utilizing our height to jump to the next vehicle, forging a path toward the city's outskirts. If we can break free from the core of the horde with sufficient speed, they won't be able to pursue us. Jump? How can we jump? Wang Yechuan lamented, glancing back at the three experts, whose faces had drained of color. At their age, jumping was a daunting prospect. Even little Orange appeared frail, likely unable to make the leap. Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye is right. Our only chance of survival is to jump. It's enough to look after oneself. Why concern ourselves with the mission? Without our lives, what value does the mission hold? I propose that those who can jump do so. Let go of those who cannot. Abandon the mission and prioritize our survival. Glasses shouted almost hysterically at Wang Yechuan. Wang Yechuan stared in astonishment at Glasses, whose face was smeared with grime and sweat. Glasses askew, eyes filled with fear and a near-manic instinct for self-preservation. Shut your mouth. A thunderous roar eclipsed the clamor of the rodents. Hongzi's eyes blazed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he stepped aggressively in front of Glasses, nearly pressing his face against him, spittle spraying onto the lenses. He pointed an accusatory finger at Glasses, trembling with intense fury. Abandon the mission? How dare you utter such words? Without Captain Zhu, without my brothers sacrificing their lives at Swallow Lake to carve out a path for you, do you think you would still be standing here, spouting such morally bankrupt nonsense? For what did they die? For that sliver of hope. And now you dare speak of giving up? Professor Huang, who had remained taciturn throughout the journey, let out a deep sigh. Captain Hong, we can comprehend what the bespectacled fellow has said. The three of us have aged, and while we possess some knowledge, our hopes ultimately rest upon the shoulders of your youth. You have fought for us to reach this juncture, and for that, we are profoundly grateful. Captain Hong, unable to accept this, glared at the bespectacled one like an enraged beast, each word laced with fury and unwavering resolve. A mission is a mission. I do not concern myself with lofty principles, but let me make this unequivocally clear. Unless I am utterly deceased, my bones gnawed to the marrow by rats. As long as I draw breath, this mission shall continue. Even if I must crawl, I will carry the three of them to Jiangxing. Otherwise, even in death, I would be too ashamed to face my fallen brothers. If you are afraid of death and wish to be a coward, then leave now. Do not waver the morale of the troops here. The bespectacled one, upon being shouted at by Captain Hong, turned pale, his lips trembling as he sought to retort. But he was rendered speechless by the overwhelming fury and the formidable presence of a soldier. Enough! Enough! Were you all arguing about at such a time? Oldly continued his actions, turning his head vigorously toward the two and shouting, Captain Hong, calm down. And you, Glasses, speak less. We are all in this together. Internal strife is tantamount to seeking death. Survival, completing the mission, all must be considered. The atmosphere had reached a breaking point, divisions spreading within the small defensive circle. In this suffocating stalemate, a low yet remarkably clear voice emerged. I can carry one. Everyone turned their gaze toward Wang Yechuan, who, with a hint of exasperation, exclaimed, What are you looking at? I still have some strength left to carry someone. I would much prefer to move swiftly than to bicker here. Captain Hong nodded at Wang Yechuan, his gaze shifting to Orange. Old Wang, you carry Orange. You are still injured, and Orange is somewhat lighter. Upon hearing Captain Hong's words, Orange hurriedly rushed toward Wang Yechuan. Brother Wang, carry me. I can heal you while we jump. Wang Yechuan sighed as he looked at Orange. All right, don't overthink it. He then turned his attention to Tao Tao, who was tightly clutching his leg, her pale face determinately biting her lip to stifle tears. I will hold Orange with one hand and take your hand with the other. We shall jump together. Tao Tao raised her face, her large eyes welling with tears. Yet she persisted. I can do it myself. I'm also an ability user. I don't need your help. Wang Yechuan, swiftly dispatching a swarm of rats attempting to board the bus, turned back to meet Cao Cao's gaze. His eyes were filled with an unprecedented seriousness. Now listen to me. Since I brought you out of that warehouse, I am responsible for you until the end. Hold my hand and trust me. Cao Cao, looking into Wang Yechuan's unwavering eyes, moved her lips and ultimately nodded vigorously. Good. Ruan Siyong immediately interjected with a decisive tone. I'll carry an expert. He pointed to one of the comparatively frail professors. Professor Zhang Xuanye, without a moment's hesitation, declared, I will carry Professor Huang. He approached Professor Huang, signaling him to mount. The last remaining expert, an elderly gentleman with the surname Sun, instinctively glanced towards the glasses wearer. Upon meeting Professor Sun's gaze, the glasses wearer abruptly averted his face as if scalded, recoiling slightly, and fervently protested, Don't look at me. My physical endurance is already quite limited. Carrying someone, that would expend even more energy, distort my movements, and if I misstep, it could lead to a fatal fall. The risks are far too great for me. I can barely take care of myself. The last flicker of light in Professor Sun's eyes dimmed, leaving only a numbing despair. Observing this, Professor Huang promptly grasped Professor Sun's arm, saying, Old Sun, you must accompany Xiao Zhang. I will remain behind. You are a leading authority in particle physics and quantum field theory. Our subsequent research on dark energy cannot proceed without you. Chapter 69, Surviving, Part 2. Professor Sun shook his head. Old Huang, at this point, do not be courteous with me. Ever since my beloved transformed, I have long deemed life to be devoid of meaning. My research merely allows me to momentarily immerse myself in physics and forget about her. You all should leave. Observing the exchange between the two professors, Hong Zhen's anger flared even more. Just as he was about to reprimand them, Old Li stepped forward. He sighed helplessly and addressed Hong Zhen, Captain Hong. Allow me to take charge. You must lead and clear the path. I may not be much, but I consider myself a public servant. Although I tend to be rather calculating at times, during moments like this. Professor Sun, please step forward. He approached Professor Sun, crouched down, and spoke with a hint of bitter self-deprecation. If I manage to return alive, Captain Hong, please remember to speak a few kind words on my behalf when applying for something like a commendation. Let me bask in a little glory. Professor Sun trembled, gratefully climbing onto Old Li's back. The personnel allocation was finalized. Time is of the essence. Move. On Zhen commanded. Zhang Xuanye was the first to clear the way ahead, carrying Professor Huang. He fixed his gaze on the roof of a relatively intact SUV in the distance. Taking a deep breath, the faint golden light of his chi flowed around him, gathering an invisible force at his feet. In rhythm with the breath of his inner realm, Zhang Xuanye leapt forward like an arrow released from a bow. Even while bearing another person, he landed precisely atop the target vehicle. Upon his landing, the car merely sank slightly with a soft creaking sound, remaining upright. Despite carrying a passenger, Zhang Xuanye's hands did not slow. He swiftly cleared the area around the landing point of any rodents while simultaneously surveying the surroundings. Box trucks, minibuses, and cargo-laden trailers, constantly devising routes and potential landing spots in his mind. It's your turn. Quickly. As he saw Wang Yechuan leap onto the front of the box truck, Hong Zhen produced the last 2 magazines to bolster their firepower, urging them on against the relentless tide of rodents. Cao Cao, hold tight. Chengzi, wrap your arms around my neck. Wang Yechuan growled. He tightly grasped Cao Cao's small hand with his left and wrapped his right arm around Chengzi's waist, ensuring she pressed as close to his back as possible. Chengzi weakly clung to his neck. Wang Yechuan focused intently on the roof where Zhang Xuanye stood, unleashing his own chi. 1, 2, 3, jump. With the weight of 2 individuals, he exerted himself and leapt. This jump was far from as effortless as Zhang Xuanye's. His body felt considerably heavier, and the height of his leap was notably reduced. Cao Cao, frightened, shut her eyes and clutched Wang Yechuan's hand tightly. Just as they began to descend, Wang Yechuan's feet finally found solid purchase on the edge of the SUV. Creak. The vehicle suddenly sank, emitting a jarring metallic groan, causing several rodents attempting to pounce to be shaken off. "Steady," Wang Yechuan commanded in a low voice, channeling his core strength to stabilize himself, bringing both Tao Tao and Chengzi onto the roof. Although the orange was frail, it was concerned that Wang Yechuan might abandon her. It exerted itself to emit a green light, striving to restore Wang Yechuan's wounds and stamina, attempting to demonstrate its worth. Wang Yechuan, feeling the orange's efforts, could only manage a bitter smile without uttering a word. Following closely was Ruan Xiong, who carried Professor Du on his back. His robust physique, honed from years of military training, combined with his abilities, made him resemble a small giant, each step heavy yet powerful. He followed Wang Yechuan closely, letting out a roar as he leapt into the air. Thud! His hefty body crashed onto the roof of the vehicle, producing a thunderous sound that made the entire SUV tremble. The glasses-wearing figure moved with a reckless desperation, nearly losing his footing several times, leaving him drenched in cold sweat, and his glasses inadvertently fell into the surging mass of rats below, swallowed whole. Without his glasses, he struggled to see the path ahead, and several slips were narrowly avoided thanks to Hong Zhun, who, bound by a sense of camaraderie, pulled him back just in time. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the rats by now. Hong Zhun, positioned behind him, jumped while relentlessly smashing the gun, but against the sporadic giant rats attempting to flank them, clearing the way for the elderly behind. Lastly, there was old Li, burdened with Professor Sun, whose initial exertion had drained his stamina. Each leap appeared exceedingly laborious, and he stumbled upon landing, barely managing to steady himself with Hong Zhun's outstretched hand on several occasions. Professor Sun, perched on his back, kept his eyes tightly shut, wearing an expression of surrender to fate. As Zhang Xuanye continuously selected landing spots and advanced forward, the entire group pressed onward, resembling daring acrobats leaping across rocky outcrops formed from steel debris on the swirling black sea of death. Each jump brought a suffocating sensation, as if their hearts were lodged in their throats, and every landing was accompanied by the groaning of overburdened metal and the frenzied growls of the rat horde below. Beneath their feet lay an abyss, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured by the ravenous tide of rats. Zhang Xuanye remained at the forefront, scouting the path ahead, his mind racing as he assessed the stability of the next landing spot while considering the stamina of those behind him, seeking the most reasonable and secure route to guide the team forward. Hope lay just ahead. Push a little harder. We're almost out. Hong Zhun's hoarse voice rallied the spirits, filled with excitement at the sight of a glimmer of hope. His fervent encouragement seemed to inject a renewed vigor into the weary bodies of his companions. However, in that moment of rising hope, Zhang Xuanye, who had been leading the charge, abruptly halted. He stood atop the roof of an overturned bus, his body seemingly frozen in place. After a few seconds, he slowly turned around, and in his eyes, Wang Yechuan discerned a mixture of unwillingness and a hint of despair. He pointed ahead, his voice dry as he called back to Wang Yechuan. There's no way forward. The others followed his pointing finger, gazing towards the bus beneath Zhang Xuanye. 100 meters ahead, the rat swarm had thinned, and even in the darkness, the vague outline of the city could be discerned. Yet, this final 100 meters lay before them as a desolate expanse of despair. No freight truck laden with goods, no stacked sedans, nor any vehicle that could serve as a springboard. The final rock is the overturned bus beneath Zhang Xian's feet, surrounded by a landscape completely engulfed by a swarm of rats, resembling a black marshland upon the flat surface of a road. The nearest vehicle that could possibly serve as a landing point lies 100 meters away, a distance that far exceeds anyone's leaping prowess. A 100-meter chasm looms before him. Below, an endless expanse of a roaring black sea of death. Chapter 70. An idea, a flicker of hope ignited within, only to be extinguished in an instant by the harshness of reality. Orange could no longer suppress her emotions, weeping softly on Wang Yechuan's back. Her fragile sobs stood out amidst the incessant chattering of the rats, reverberating like a drumbeat in the hearts of all present. Despair seemed particularly drawn to linger around this weary band. Wang Yechuan swung his Tang Dao with mechanical precision, striking down the hefty rodents attempting to scale the edges. His arms were already numb and aching, each movement eliciting a tearing pain from his back. Yet beneath his furrowed brow, his mind flickered with thoughts, racing like a strobe light. Something was amiss. He sensed a glimmer of insight, but could not grasp the elusive thread. What could it be? Images from their journey replayed relentlessly in his mind, ultimately crystallizing on the moment when Old Li unleashed a rather lackluster fire strike. The reaction of the rats was bizarre. Despite Old Li's flames lacking the sharpness of his own ethereal cuts imbued with Ling Guang and Qi, why was his attack so much more effective? It seemed as though the creatures were not merely retreating in pain, but were also gripped by fear and confusion. That momentary hesitation and evasion. Fire? Was it the fire? Why would they fear flames? Could it be an instinctual response? Did these mutated rats retain a biological aversion to fire? And what about gasoline? A sudden epiphany illuminated Wang Yechuan's chaotic thoughts. He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on the side of the cargo truck beneath him. That should be where the fuel tank is located. Old Li. Wang Yechuan's voice trembled with excitement as he shouted to Old Li, who was 2 vehicles behind. Jump over here. Quickly. Get on top of my truck. I have an idea. We might just survive this. At that moment, Old Li was carrying Professor Sun on his back, precariously balancing on a car while fending off the relentless swarm of rats. Upon hearing Wang Yechuan's call, he hesitated for a moment, his face a tapestry of surprise, fatigue, skepticism, and a hint of reluctant acceptance. He glanced at the seemingly endless tide of rodents below and then at the relatively spacious roof of Wang Yechuan's truck, noting the unwavering determination in his eyes. Damn it, there's no harm in trying. With a resolute bite of his lip, the nearly 60-year-old man mustered the last of his strength. He took a deep breath and, with all his remaining might, leaped toward the top of the cargo truck, carrying Professor Sunday. The leap was no small feat. The distance was considerable and the burden heavy. As Old Li landed on the truck's roof, his feet slipped unexpectedly, causing him to lose balance and teeter dangerously towards the surging sea of rats below. Be careful. Wang Yechuan reacted swiftly, stepping forward to grasp Old Li's arm. The momentum of Old Li and Professor Sun's backward fall caused Wang Yechuan to stumble. Yet the 3 of them precariously steadied themselves at the edge of the truck's roof. Old Li, still in shock, gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain. After dispatching a few mutated rats that had climbed onto his shins, he hoarsely inquired, Yechuan, do you have a plan? Wang Yechuan spoke rapidly, pointing towards the rear side of the truck. From the effectiveness of your fire blade just now, I believe these creatures harbor a fear of flames. They seem to possess an instinctual dread. There must be residual fuel in the tank of that truck below. I'll go down, cut the tank loose, and toss it into the open area ahead. Then you can ignite it with your fire, creating a path of flames. We can rush through while the fire blazes. Old Li's eyes brightened momentarily. It sounded plausible. He smacked his thigh and exclaimed, let's do it. But how will you get down with all those rats below? Just as hope surged within him, the sight of the rat horde made his scalp tingle. You just cover me, clear a landing spot, and leave the rest to me. Without further ado, Wang Yechuan placed the weak orange and the anxiously clinging Tao Tao in a relatively safe corner atop the truck. Tao Tao, keep an eye on Sister Orange. I'll be back. He hurriedly instructed, not even pausing to notice the worry in Tao Tao's eyes. All right. Old Li understood this was their last chance. Gathering the fire attribute energy within him, he summoned a faint flame around his machete and struck down fiercely towards the direction Wang Yechuan was preparing to leap. With a sizzling sound, Old Li slashed down sharply from the truck's roof. A searing fire blade instantly struck a cluster of rats, causing 20 or so of them to scream in agony, rolling away engulfed in flames as others hastily dodged, creating a gaping hole in the dense mass of rodents. Now's the time. Without hesitation, Wang Yechuan leaped down. As he landed, the blade in his hand surged with radiant light, executing a ferocious, sweeping motion. The gleam of the blade, accompanied by a powerful burst of energy, unleashed a shockwave. The rats struck by the blade were instantly torn apart, while the surrounding horde, previously dispersed by the flames, attempted to close in again, but was thrown into disarray, creating a bloody vacuum with a 2-meter diameter around him. Time was of the essence. Wang Yechuan quickly adjusted his breathing rhythm, the radiant light once again enveloping his blade. He aimed at the fuel tank, and with the intense luminescence coiling around his sword, it transformed into the sharpest cutting tool. With 2 piercing sounds of metal tearing, the sturdy outer shell of the tank was swiftly severed. In a sudden surge of strength, he forcibly ripped the heavy, oil-soaked tank from the truck's body. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. However, just as he clutched the tank and prepared to retreat, the brief gap created by the stunned and slain rats was rapidly filled by an endless wave of black creatures from behind. Without needing to look back, Wang Yechuan could already smell the foul stench approaching. Wang Yechuan, hurry up! The urgent shouts of Zhang Xuanye, Wang Yechuan, and others echoed from atop the truck almost simultaneously. Wang Yechuan, not daring to delay, clutched the tank with one hand and, with several powerful pushes, rolled and scrambled back toward the truck, using both hands and feet to climb up. Several of the swiftest giant rats leapt forward, their sharp claws viciously clawing at his calves and buttocks. He could even feel the fabric of his trousers tearing, the icy tips of their claws scraping against his flesh with a stinging pain. Wang Yechuan finally, in a state of disarray, managed to scramble atop the car. He forcefully kicked the mutated rodents away. Then, with one hand bracing himself against the vehicle, he sprang into the air, inhaling deeply as he propelled the heavy fuel tank toward a location approximately 50 meters away, near the edge of the rat-infested territory. Oldly, quickly, throw it there. Ignite it with your fire. Wang Yechuan shouted urgently. Silence ensued. Wang Yechuan turned to glance back, observing the myriad expressions on Old Li's face, shifting from hope to determination, then to sheer astonishment, confusion, and ultimately settling into a despair as gray as ash. He stared vacantly at the fuel tank, which lay more than 50 meters away, his lips trembling on the verge of tears, his voice cracking with desperation. I can't throw the fire knife that far. Chapter 71. Escape from despair. Time seemed to stand still. The desperate wail echoed like the final toll of a death knell, shattering the last vestiges of hope within everyone's hearts. The flicker of hope that had just begun to rise was instantly engulfed by an abyss of darkness. Even Wang Yechuan stood frozen in place, his mind a blank slate. It was over. Everything was over. Old Li had but 2 remaining units of energy, having already descended once to retrieve a fuel canister. Any further descent would be fraught with peril. The distance to retrieve another barrel was now greater, and merely reaching the ground would require the use of Old Li's fireblade for cover. Once the fireblade was expended, what would they have left to ignite the fuel? Damn it! Wang Yechuan slammed his fist onto the metal roof of the vehicle, producing a resounding thud. Despite all his calculations, he had overlooked this fatal detail. Old Li was not a long-range shooter. He had been careless. In that moment of utter despair, when everyone felt frozen in hopelessness, a thunderous roar erupted from the rear of the group. All eyes swiftly turned to the source of the sound. It was Wang Yechuan. His eyes were blazing red, his face marked by a near-manic resolve. He abruptly drew an object from his waist. It was the grenade that Hong Zizhen had previously handed to him. Without hesitation, Wang Yechuan flicked off the safety pin with his thumb. He shouted to Hong Zizhen, "Cover me." Without waiting for a response, he charged forward like a frenzied bull, sprinting along the narrow roof. As he ran, the earthy energy enveloping him surged wildly, causing his already imposing figure to appear even more formidable. His petrified skin accentuated under the dim light. With all his strength, he swung his arm in a wide arc, akin to a javelin thrower, hurling the unpinned grenade toward the fuel tank, now 70 meters away, on the brink of being consumed once more by the tide of black rats. It was a desperate gamble. Time seemed to elongate. The round grenade traced a brief, yet fateful arc through the air. All eyes remained fixated on it, hearts racing to their throats, as if even the cacophony of the churning rat swarm below had fallen silent in that instant. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted at the heart of the rat sea. The ignited fuel tank detonated like a colossal incendiary device, forming a fireball several meters in diameter. The blinding light instantly engulfed the area, the sheer force of the blast shaking the very wreckage beneath their feet. As gasoline, mixed with the shockwave, erupted violently in all directions. Countless rats caught directly in the blast were obliterated, leaving only charred remains. More rats were hurled into the air by the ferocious gusts, cascading like black raindrops all around. Those splattered with flaming gasoline transformed into tormented fireballs, writhing and darting about, spreading the flames further into the rat horde. The shrieks that followed were more piercing and agonizing than ever before, as the sound reverberated a vast, burning expanse filled with the acrid stench of charred flesh, and the dying cries of rodents emerged, centered around the epicenter of the explosion. The blazing flames forged a fleeting yet searing barrier, momentarily obstructing the relentless tide of rodents surging from behind. Destruction, death, chaos. Yet to the onlookers, this scene resonated with a deafening yet exquisite glimmer of hope. Charge! Hong Zhun was the first to react, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. Without a trace of hesitation, the instinct for survival eclipsed fatigue and all other emotions, infusing everyone with a surge of adrenaline that summoned forth the mightiest strength of their lives. Wang Yechuan, scarcely pausing to think, swiftly wrapped his left arm around the nearly incapacitated Orange's waist, while his right hand clutched the stunned Peach tightly under his armpit. With unrestrained energy surging beneath his feet, he let out a primal scream from the depths of his soul. Move! Like a frenzied bull, he propelled himself, clutching both individuals, leaping from the lofty roof of the freight truck onto the bus where Zhang Xuanye had just stood, and then, with a sudden forceful push, he leaped again, finally landing within the safety zone of charred rodent corpses still ablaze below. The impact of landing sent a jolt through his legs. But there was no time for hesitation. Utilizing the momentum of his descent, he surged forward with the speed of a released arrow, hurtling towards the fiery passage, yet to be completely overrun by the swarm of rodents. Waves of heat assaulted him, scorching his skin, the ground beneath his feet searing hot and slick with charred remains, the occasional crackling of burning rodents echoing in the air. Yet, none of this could deter Wang Yechuan. Instead, it fortified his resolve, his gaze fixed solely on the thinning edge of the rodent horde ahead. In front of him, Zhang Xuanye carried Professor Huang. Ruan Xiang bore Professor Du, an oldly supported Professor Sun, while Hong Zhun and the bespectacled individual followed closely. They plunged into the inferno, treading upon flames and ashes, recklessly racing forward. The flames singed their panhems. The thick smoke provoked incessant coughing, but no one dared to look back, nor did anyone slow their pace. At this moment, it seemed that all minds were singularly focused on one thought: charge forth. Wang Yechuan, with Orange and Peach in tow, forcefully broke through the last few meters of scattered rodent resistance. Ignoring the multitude of rodents climbing his legs or gnawing at his skin, he felt no pain. For ahead lay a vast expanse, littered with rubble and dust, the edge of the city. They had made it! Zhang Xuanye exclaimed with delight, urging them to continue running. Don't stop. Don't let the swarm catch up. The jubilant cries of the group had long since been replaced by heavy breaths as they dared not pause beneath their feet, though the surging black sea of death had been left behind. The piercing shrieks and the acrid stench of charred flesh still lingered in their ears and clung to the depths of their nostrils, driving them instinctively to run forth. A flock of startled birds fled desperately at the dilapidated edge of the village, traversing the uneven, stony path beneath their feet. As the scenery flanked by sparse grasslands and scattered trees gradually transitioned to collapsed low walls, shattered window openings, and the skeletal remains of charred houses, the air was no longer permeated with the scent of rust, but rather with the familiar aroma of charred wood and a faint, almost imperceptible stench of decay. For a full hour, silence reigned. Only the heavy, labored breaths reminiscent of a bellows, the chaotic and burdensome footsteps, and the frantic beating of hearts echoed in the chest. Wang Yechuan, with oranges and peaches in hand, felt his arms grow numb and devoid of sensation. Yet he dared not pause, nor could he afford to. Breathing heavily, he muttered to himself, I can't go on. I'm truly exhausted. From the rear of the group came the anguished wails of Old Li. His voice tinged with tears. He bore the weight of Professor Sun on his back, his legs feeling as if they were leaden, each step akin to treading on cotton, stumbling and on the verge of collapse. Stop! Let us rest. I feel like I'm dying. His cries, intermittent, reverberated through the desolate ruins. After running a few more 100 meters, turning a corner piled high with construction debris, the path behind them became obscured. Redzi finally slowed his pace, leaning heavily upon his knees, his chest heaving violently as sweat cascaded from his forehead, splattering onto the dust-laden ground. He laboriously raised his hand, signaling for halt. At that moment, the group's taut nerves, akin to a bowstring, suddenly relaxed. They leaned against the walls or collapsed onto the cold rubble. The sounds of violent coughs and ragged breaths intertwining. Wang Yechuan had never before so acutely sensed the essence of being alive. Chapter 72. Dark Energy. Zhang Xuanye, straining against his weariness, conducted a brief reconnaissance of a dilapidated house nearby. Once he confirmed its safety, he hastily dragged the others, who resembled lifeless figures, into this temporary sanctuary. Wang Yechuan collapsed onto the ground, his back leaning against a crumbling brick wall. Zhang Xuanye approached him and urged, "Focus on your recovery. There are others nearby." Wang nodded, recalling the shadows they had just traversed, behind the shattered windows and at the corners of broken walls. He too sensed the presence of figures, their cold, scrutinizing, and even greedy gazes lurking in the dark, observing them until they vanished into the dilapidated house, as if they had never existed. "Where the hell is this place?" Old Li gasped, sitting on the ground, breathless. Zhang Xuanye managed to catch his breath, and instead of attending to his own injuries, he struggled to retrieve a sweat-soaked map, its edges stained with blood. His fingers trembled as he unfolded it, squinting to discern its details in the dim light. Moments later, a flush of exhilaration spread across his face, his voice filled with breathy excitement. "We reached Fenghu village. It's marked on the map, just over 30 kilometers from Jiangxing base." He gripped the map tightly, as if those 30 kilometers were a clear path ahead. Old Li, too, seemed to regain his spirits. "Great news, comrades! Do you see? We've broken free. We've escaped the rat's den. What does this mean? It means we've risen from the dead. When I get back, I must write a report, a proper one, documenting everyone's heroic deeds. I, Old Li, have also, stepped up at a critical moment, carrying the expert through the fray. This achievement," he rambled on, his eyes sparkling, as though he could already envision the accolades and applause awaiting him at the commendation ceremony. Zhang Xuanye cast him a resigned glance, but said nothing, instead silently examining his gear. Zhang Xuanye closed his eyes, focusing on recuperating the immense energy he had expended, quietly mending the damaged qi pathways within. Ruan Su-yang and Chengzi leaned back, naturally replenishing their energy with the ambient flow of qi. Tao Dao curled up beside Wang Yechuan, already drifting into a deep slumber. Wang engaged in conversation with Professor Huang, seeking to glean more information. "Professor Huang, you mentioned dark energy earlier. What exactly is dark energy?" Wang Yechuan recalled the term that had slipped from Professor Huang's lips, a question he had long wished to ask, but had not found the right moment. As soon as the topic of research emerged, the previously listless old men suddenly came to life, and the three usually taciturn professors gathered around. Professor Huang produced a well-worn hardcover notebook and a pitifully short pencil from somewhere, opening the yellowed pages filled with complex formulas and hasty sketches. "Let me think about how to explain this to you. You must be familiar with that gigantic meteorite, right?" At some point, Zhang Xuanye had joined the group of professors. Interjecting, "We know about the meteorite. Captain Ji of the security team mentioned it. This shouldn't be a secret, right?" Huang nodded, acknowledging that the colossal meteorite responsible for the global catastrophe was not a secret. However, before elucidating on dark energy, he posed a question to the audience. "Have you ever pondered the fact that such a monumental astronomical event should have triggered a cacophony of alerts from the Global Astronomical Observation Network long before the meteorite penetrated the atmosphere?" He surveyed the crowd, stating that the reality was quite the opposite. The early warning systems of nations around the world remained eerily silent until after the devastating impact had occurred, at which point the emergency alarms belatedly sounded. This was entirely perplexing. Zhang Xuanye and Wang Yechuan exchanged glances, their unease palpable. Indeed, while ancient civilizations may have lacked the means to address meteoric threats, how could modern technology possibly fail to predict such an event? Wang Yechuan gestured for Huang to dispense with the suspense and continue. Huang resumed, referring to his notes. Here lies my hypothesis. I shall forego the scientific justification and present my conclusion directly. This meteorite's form or mode of motion may transcend the current parameters of our physical framework. It might not even exist within the familiar confines of three-dimensional space. Or perhaps its entry into our dimension eluded all conventional physical detection methods. Zhang Xuanye and Wang Yechuan exchanged another glance, their hearts racing, despite having previously encountered metaphysical interpretations. Hearing the scientific perspective sent chills down their spines. The concept of higher dimensions was unfathomable. Now, we can address your earlier inquiry regarding dark energy, which appears to be the most significant consequence of the meteorite's impact, Professor Huang said, flipping through his notes. He pointed to a sketch depicting intricate particle trajectories and a warped spatial grid. The meteorite has effectively breached dark energy, the conduit connecting it to our world. Dark energy? Wan Xiang echoed, bemused. Indeed, dark energy, Professor Huang affirmed. Approximately 6 months prior to the meteorite's collision, numerous leading physics laboratories worldwide, including our own team, detected an extraordinarily faint energy signal during highly precise particle collision experiments and deep space explorations. The particle trajectories exhibited eerie characteristics of discontinuity and spatial folding. It was akin to a drop of ink seeping into rice paper, only to vanish at certain points, as if an invisible scissor had severed and reassembled the trajectory line. We speculated that this might be a peculiar substance folded or projected into our dimension from a higher dimensional energy field. And for its elusive properties, we designated it as dark energy, candidate material in folded state, now abbreviated as dark energy. Professor Huang's voice carried a tinge of reverence. The energy eruption triggered by the meteorite's impact acted as a key, violently tearing a vast, unhealable wound in our dimension through a severe dimensional upheaval. This wound is the source of the dark energy, which now pervades the Earth's atmosphere and even seeps into the Earth's crust at an alarming concentration. The once elusive traces of folded dark energy, detectable only by high-precision instruments, have now penetrated our realm through this forcibly traversed dimensional conduit. Zhang Xuanye nodded thoughtfully, finding that this aligned closely with the version spoken of by Xianzhen. Furthermore, during their time in the safe house, they too experienced a similar sensation of liberation, as if a torrent of energy surged forth. Chapter 73. Searching for supplies. Professor Huang. Wan Xiang suddenly inquired, how does this dark energy affect us? What about individuals like myself, our director, and the Xuanye brothers, as well as those mutated beings and animals? Could we also transform in such a manner? Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye exchanged guilty glances but remained silent. Professor Huang shook his head. This delves beyond the scope of my research. The energies and mutations you mentioned pertain to intricate biological domains. My insights arise from a physical perspective. He turned his gaze toward Wan Xiang, then glanced at Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye. Based on my observations and the limited samples at hand, this dark energy seems to engage in an extraordinarily unique and profound interaction with living organisms. He pointed to a sketch in his notebook. It is not merely a mutation triggered by radiation or energy infusion. Rather, it resembles a carrier of information or a rule rewriter. It appears capable of interacting with the fundamental building blocks of life, cells, and even deeper genetic information in ways we have yet to comprehend. From a physical standpoint, it may disturb the microscopic particles that constitute matter or influence the microscopic force fields that maintain cellular structure and protein folding. What is even more astonishing is its ability to guide energy along specific paths or patterns within organisms for storage, almost as if it materializes and activates the meridian system described in ancient Chinese medicine. which modern science has yet to fully validate. Professor Huang's expression deepened with complexity. From the perspective of dark matter research, the intervention of dark energy at the microscopic level fundamentally affects the inherent stability of living beings. Wang Yechuan lowered his gaze to his palm, sensing the gentle flow of luminous energy coursing through his qi channels, and sighed inwardly, lamenting the lack of time for cultivation, wishing he could hasten his breakthrough to the second realm. Wang Yechuan, I'm hungry. Tao Tao, who had woken up at some point, tugged at Wang Yechuan's arm, her voice breaking his train of thought. After a series of fierce battles and desperate escapes, their supplies had been nearly exhausted, leaving only a few remnants of compressed biscuits and half a bottle of murky water in their backpack. Captain Hong, old Zhang and I are still in decent shape. We'll search the vicinity to see if we can find any food or water, Wang Yechuan proposed, observing the weary expressions of Tao Tao and the others. Hongzi handed over the last half bottle of water. Be careful. This place is not safe. Don't stray too far and prioritize your safety. You must return within half an hour. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye exchanged a silent nod, grabbing their weapons and forcing their weary bodies to rise from the makeshift refuge, their figures swiftly blending into the dimly lit streets. The prolonged struggle for survival had seemingly conditioned their nerves to a state of heightened tension. Even as they set out to search for supplies, their bodies instinctively maintained a combat stance, moving with utmost stealth and eyes sharply scanning every corner that might harbor danger. As Wang Yechuan ambled along, he suddenly interjected nonsensically, Old Zhang, didn't you notice that just a moment ago at the highway entrance? There was not a whiff of decay, nor any sign of monsters. I suspect they've all been devoured by that ravenous pack of starving rats. The unexpected remark jolted Zhang Xuanye, causing his muscles to tense involuntarily as he retorted with irritation, You startled me. In such a grave moment. Why would you spring such nonsense on me? And to show off in front of Tao Tao, referring to them as Little Jerry? We're far too few to share any morsel with those Jerry. We nearly became their dinner ourselves. As their banter continued, the tension between the two began to ease somewhat. They made their way towards a dilapidated building adorned with a half-torn convenience store sign, guided by the potential sites marked on the authentic map by Hongzi. Zhang Xuanye's perceptive abilities swept through the interior, revealing no energy signatures. Upon entering the store, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. Shelves were toppled and empty, dust blanketed the floor, and only a few rotund mice scurried into the shadows, startling Wang Yechuan nearly into a panic. Empty, Zhang Xuanye murmured, his tone laced with an expected sense of resignation. They proceeded to examine 2 additional locations, which appear to be small shops, only to find the same dismal outcome. Shelves stripped bare, even the bottles of water crushed underfoot. The brutal reality of the apocalypse was laid bare here. Every scrap of resource had been thoroughly consumed. Let us check the restaurant, Zhang Xuanye suggested, pointing towards a relatively intact 2-story building at the street corner, its faded sign advertising home-cooked dishes. The kitchen might still hold some rice, flour, and oil, and perhaps the village even has a cellar. Wang Yechuan nodded in agreement. The two cautiously crept along the shadows cast by the walls, silently approaching the little eatery. The door was firmly shut, and Zhang Xuanye, adhering to his usual practice, utilized his perceptive abilities to ascertain the absence of any energy within. With that confirmation, Wang Yechuan slid his knife into the crack of the door and, with a forceful twist, severed the lock. He gently pushed the door open, the hinges creaking ominously in the oppressive silence. Wang Yechuan gestured for Zhang Xuanye to keep watch behind him, then cautiously nudged open the ajar door, slipping inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a pungent mix of rotting food and dust. Just as he crossed the threshold, his vision struggling to adjust to the dimness, a shadow, a sinister gust of wind, suddenly lunged at him from behind an overturned dining table. A thick wooden stick, sharpened to a point, came hurtling towards his temple with lethal intent. It was too swift, too sudden. Zhang Xuanye's earlier scanning had left Wang Yechuan unprepared for any presence inside. The locked door had lulled him into a false sense of security, and now he found himself ambushed. In an instant, his body reacted instinctively, honed by years of life-and-death struggles, transcending thought itself. He barely had time to discern the assailant's identity before he instinctively jerked backward, while his right hand, wielding the Tang Dao, shot up in a blinding flash to block the strike. With a sharp clang, the pointed end of the wooden stick was deflected upward by the cold blade of his knife. In a moment of successful deflection, a fierce glint surged in Wang Yechuan's eyes. With a sudden burst of energy from his left foot, his body propelled forward like a tightly wound spring. The Tang knife, transforming into a lethal glimmer, poised to cleave down upon this audacious assailant. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, the dim light within the establishment allowed Wang Yechuan to finally discern the assailant's visage. Not a grotesque monster, but a woman. She appeared to be in her 20s, her disheveled hair clinging to her sweat-soaked cheeks, her complexion a ghastly yellow, and her lips cracked. Her tattered clothing was mired in filth. Clutching a rough wooden stick with all her might, the force of her earlier strike and the recoil from his deflection sent her staggering backward. Her gaze met Wang Yechuan's, brimming with astonishment and a deeper despair, as if she had not anticipated that her full-force assault would be so effortlessly thwarted. She was merely an ordinary person. Chapter 74. A weighty request. Wang Yechuan remained vigilant despite being an ordinary man. The blade was still pressed against the woman's neck. Should she show even the slightest movement, it would undoubtedly ensure she met a swift demise. Having endured countless life-and-death struggles, Wang had gradually grown cold and alert. Though the individual before him was merely an ordinary person, in this apocalyptic world, the most lethal threats often stemmed not from monsters, but from the malice of humanity. What if she concealed a firearm or some other deadly device within her grasp? A close-range ambush could spell disaster for him, rendering him vulnerable. Just having emerged from the hell of a rodent horde, still catching his breath, he found himself embroiled in this predicament, and a surge of ire welled within him. Old Zhang, what manner of reconnaissance is this? Wang Yechuan's voice was laced with accusation as he addressed Zhang Xuanye, who had just entered the store without turning back. Zhang Xuanye's gaze swiftly swept across the dimly lit interior, finally resting upon the trembling woman, who was still attempting to project an air of ferocity despite the knife at her throat. His brow furrowed slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. She is not an ability user. There's no energy fluctuation within her. Maliguang perception simply cannot detect ordinary individuals. They're like air within the inner realm. Wang Yechuan, suppressing his anger, fixed his gaze intently upon the woman's eyes, which were filled with fear and despair. He pressed the blade closer, nearly breaking the skin. His voice as cold as steel. Do you wish to kill me? The chill of the blade made the woman tremble. Yet the fierceness in her eyes did not entirely fade. Rather, it intensified as if she were cornered, glaring defiantly at Wang Yechuan, her lips quivering as she seemed to struggle to utter some harsh retort. At that moment, a sudden outcry pierced the tension. Let Teacher Yin go, you villain! Two youthful voices, filled with fear and desperation, erupted from the shadows behind Wang Yechuan. Instinctively, he lowered his head to behold two boys, no older than fifth graders, charging towards him like agitated calves, wielding short wooden sticks, their eyes red-rimmed with tears. Without regard for their safety, they swung their makeshift weapons with reckless abandon, striking Wang Yechuan's back and legs. Thud! Thud! The dull thuds of their blows felt like mere tickles to Wang Yechuan, even less impactful than the scratches from the recent rodent frenzy. Yet, those two sounds struck the heart of the woman, known as Teacher Yin, like a hammer. The fierce facade she had maintained crumbled instantly, replaced by sheer terror and worry. Xiaolong, Xiaokai, go back. Who told you to come out? Hurry back. The two boys, however, paid no heed, crying out, Teacher Yin, we don't want you to die. Villain, let Teacher Yin go, as they continued to strike Wang Yechuan with all their might. This unexpected scene left Wang Yechuan momentarily stunned. Holding the knife, he maintained his threatening stance, frozen in place. Observing the woman he had threatened and the two boys, who were weeping heart-wrenchingly as they attempted to protect their teacher, he was engulfed by an absurd sensation. Was this truly what it had come to? Robbing in the presence of elementary school children? Zhang Xuanye sighed helplessly, his voice emerging from a state of weeping. Old Wang, perhaps you should sheathe your knife. It appeared that we had intrusively entered and inadvertently disturbed others, thus being regarded as invaders. His gaze swept across the overturned tables and scattered debris within the shop, clearly a temporary refuge for the woman and her children. Wang Yechuan seemed to awaken from a stupor, abruptly realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this was the apocalypse. In utter darkness, two blood-soaked men forcefully pried open another's door, who would not feel fear, who would not fight for survival. The fiery rage that had surged within him moments ago was extinguished as if doused with cold water, leaving only a profound sense of embarrassment and guilt. He stiffly lowered his blade from the woman's neck, allowing it to hang loosely. Fortunately, the dim lighting concealed the sudden flush of shame on his face. Though he had shed much monster's blood, wielding a weapon against an ordinary woman protecting her children was beyond him. As the blade withdrew, the woman swiftly retreated, pulling the two boys, who were crying and brandishing makeshift wooden clubs, away to maintain a safe distance from Wang Yechuan. Throughout this, the sharpened stick remained poised above Wang Yechuan's head. As the woman kept her children shielded behind her, her gaze wary yet fierce, though the aggression had waned, it was replaced by deep-seated vigilance and unease. You are Teacher Yen, am I correct? Zhang Xuanye cleared his throat, attempting to ease the tension. His tone was deliberately calm, laced with a hint of apology as he said, "This is a misunderstanding. We merely passed through and sought some food and drink. We were unaware that anyone was here, especially children." Teacher Yen's body tensed further at the mention of food, her voice hoarse yet resolute. "Food? Absolutely not. We do not have enough for ourselves. You must leave at once." She gestured towards the door, her demeanor leaving no room for negotiation. Undeterred, Wang Yechuan sheathed his knife and inquired in a low voice, "Do you know where we might find food nearby? Or perhaps the location of an official outpost? We are a group of 10, undertaking an important mission for the authorities, and we need to rendezvous for supplies." Wang Yechuan endeavored to bolster his persuasive appeal, adding, "We hail from Luzhou, escorting a significant figure to the Jiangxing base. The situation is urgent, and our resources are depleted. We must replenish them swiftly." The mention of the authorities seemed to carry an unusual weight in these chaotic times. Upon hearing this term, Teacher Yan's demeanor shifted slightly, her vigilance giving way to a flicker of hesitation and hope as she observed that the two men harbored no intentions of forcibly seizing their provisions. She licked her cracked lips before cautiously responding, "The authorities?" In Fenghu village, there were previously local officials accompanied by militia to distribute relief porridge. However, we have not seen anyone from the authorities in over a week. I've heard from the villagers that the Jiangxing base is strained for both personnel and supplies, and the local government is overwhelmed. The boy beside her, known as Xiao Hu, nodded vigorously, his voice still tinged with tears as he added, "Yes, Teacher Yen is right. It has been a week since anyone has come to distribute porridge, and we are starving." Teacher Yen seems to be engulfed in an internal struggle. Her grip on the wooden stick suddenly loosens, causing it to clatter as it falls to the ground, rolling back and forth. She takes 2 steps forward, drawing closer to Wang Yechuan, her voice laced with a barely perceptible plea. "Brother, there are indeed some grains hidden in the restaurant's kitchen, left behind by the officials who departed, a final lifeline for us vulnerable women and children. It is not much, but..." She inhales deeply, as if summoning all her strength, and speaks cautiously, "If only you would agree to take me and the children back to Jiangxing. I am willing to offer the food. 50-50? No, 60-40. You can take 60%. Just take us with you." Her gaze is fixed intently on Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, brimming with the last flicker of hope amidst her despair. Chapter 75. Moral Condemnation. Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye exchange glances, each perceiving the shared burden and reluctance in the other's eyes. Teacher Yin seemed to sense their unwillingness and hastened her speech, infused with a humble plea. "Please, I implore you. I am a teacher from Jiangxing Primary School, not a resident here. When the disaster struck, I brought my students to this strawberry farm for a spring outing, and now we are trapped. There are not just those 2 children. Inside, there are 9 more. Wang Yechuan's brows furrowed instantly in distress. Take them back to Jiangsheng? What a ludicrous notion. They themselves were 10 individuals, all battered and bruised. Their supplies depleted, with over 30 kilometers of perilous terrain ahead, fraught with the threat of monsters or other survivors. To take on even more, including 11 adolescents? It was tantamount to courting death. I'm sorry. Wang Yechuan's voice was low and resolute, laced with an unyielding finality. Food is essential for survival. We will not seize yours. However, what you ask of us is beyond our capacity. We cannot ensure our own safety. With that, he turned away, disregarding the flicker of despair that dimmed in the woman's eyes, preparing to leave this suffocating predicament with Zhang Xuanye. Wait, please don't go. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from behind them. Teacher Yin, seeming utterly broken, collapsed to the ground, her hands clutching desperately at Zhang Xuanye's pant leg. She could no longer uphold her meager dignity and strength. Tears surged forth like a breached dam, her voice a raw wail. Please, I beg you, show us mercy. Ever since the last of the officials withdrew, chaos has reigned here, the famished around us, and the bullies who have emerged from the shadows. They are like wolves, eyeing our meager refuge. I cannot protect so many children alone. If you leave, we shall all perish. As Teacher Yin's cries echoed, the tattered curtain leading to the inner room was suddenly thrust aside. Like startled fledglings, 9 small figures emerged one after another. Their faces streaked with tears and fear. They bit their lips tightly, huddling together as they beheld the scene before them. Their teacher, kneeling and weeping in desperation, and the 2 bloodied men at the entrance. It was uncertain who initiated it, but soon a low chorus of sobs coalesced into a poignant, sorrowful lament. One by one, the children knelt upon the cold, filthy ground, their tear-filled eyes casting the most humble of pleas towards Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, standing at the doorway. Zhang Xuanye, clearly unable to bear the weight of this moral quandary, quickly murmured to Wang Yechuan, Old Wang, you stay here and guard them. I will return to the base and summon everyone. This matter is beyond the 2 of us to decide. Old Zhang, you. Before Wang Yechuan could finish, Zhang Xuanye turned as if fleeing, his figure swiftly vanishing into the dense night beyond the door, leaving Wang Yechuan to confront the stifling atmosphere alone. Wang Yechuan sighed, refraining from offering any words of comfort or explanation. He silently moved to the doorway, seeking a relatively clean spot from which to observe the outside world. He settled cross-legged, closed his eyes, and delved into his inner realm. The wound on his back continued to throb faintly, and the vital energy within him required prompt restoration. More importantly, he needed to maintain a clear distance from Teacher Yin and the group of children. At this moment, he wished to avoid entanglements with them, especially before the team had decided whether to extend a helping hand. Any unnecessary contact could foster unrealistic hopes among them and deepen his own sense of guilt. Observing Wang Yechuan's demeanor, Teacher Yin rose silently, suppressing her tears as she comforted the still sobbing children, guiding them one by one back into the inner room. The shop fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the muffled sounds of the children's suppressed sobs. Wang Yechuan had not smoked in quite some time. Since the apocalypse, each cigarette was a precious commodity. The agitation within him compelled him to retrieve a crumpled pack from his pocket, extracting a cigarette to light in hopes of calming the turmoil within his heart. With eyes shut, visions of Teacher Yan's desperate gaze and the sight of the kneeling children invaded his thoughts. As for Teacher Yin, admiration? Indeed, he felt it. In this uncertain apocalypse, a vulnerable woman could protect 11 children with no blood ties. Such responsibility and kindness were praiseworthy. Yet, it was merely admiration. Wang Yechuan understood well that such kindness often translated into a heavy burden and a fatal weakness in these times. Teacher Yin may be a good person, but she might not be suited for the merciless laws governing this predatory world. Amidst his spiraling thoughts, he heard faint footsteps approaching from within the building. He opened his eyes to see a little girl timidly holding a chipped earthen bowl, cautiously making her way to a spot a few paces in front of him. The bowl contained rice soup, with only a few scattered grains resting at the bottom. Uncle. The girl's voice was barely a whisper, tinged with nervousness. Teacher, Yin sent me to bring this. Wang Yechuan glanced at the thin rice soup and then at the girl's pallid face, his heart tightening as if something had gripped it fiercely. I've eaten. I'm not hungry. You can drink it yourselves. The little girl appeared momentarily at a loss, darting a quick glance at him and then at the bowl in her hands. Ultimately, she gently placed the bowl on the cold ground before him and scampered back into the inner room. Hey! Wang Yechuan reached out, intending to call her back, but the words failed to escape his lips. He stared at the clear rice soup on the ground, feeling overwhelmed with frustration, raking his fingers through his hair. He was ill-equipped to handle such situations. Zhang Xuanye would surely hold him accountable for this later. She had vanished too quickly. Just as he was about to close his eyes once more to meditate, he heard more footsteps approaching. Zhang Xuanye's return was not this swift. Moreover, it seemed there were abilities users present in the inner realm. The footsteps were chaotic, brimming with a brazen arrogance, hastening toward the restaurant from around the nearby corner. Wang Yechuan's gaze sharpened, and his body sprang silently like a leopard, seeking to slip into the dark recesses of the restaurant to conceal himself. However, upon entering, he collided squarely with Teacher Yin, who was just emerging from within. Cursing inwardly, Wang lowered his voice and spoke rapidly. There are outsiders coming in, and they are not one of us. The anticipation on Teacher Yan's face instantaneously morphed into sheer terror, her complexion draining of color in an instant. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! The already precarious wooden door of the restaurant was forcefully kicked open from the outside. Several figures barged in brazenly, their flashlights sweeping erratically through the dimly lit room, ultimately coming to rest on the terrified visage of Teacher Yin near the entrance. Chapter 76. The Rainbow Gang at the forefront stood a rather disreputable youth, sporting a head of faded yellow hair and clad in a tattered cotton jacket, with a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips, the origin of which was unknown. He cast a sidelong glance at Teacher Yin, appraising her with a malevolent grin that curled at the corners of his mouth, his voice dripping with bravado. Well, Teacher Yin, I see the door is wide open. Were you perhaps awaiting the esteemed arrival of our Rainbow Gang? Perfect timing. It's about time for this month protection fee, isn't it? The mention of the Rainbow Gang caused Wang Yechuan, who was lurking in the shadows, to nearly choke on his own breath. What a ridiculous name. It sounded utterly juvenile, akin to a child's game. He stifled the urge to roll his eyes and stood beside Teacher Yin, observing intently. However, Teacher Yan's reaction was markedly different. Upon hearing the name of the Rainbow Gang, her body visibly trembled, her face paling with terror, as if she had heard a name of unspeakable horror. Her voice quivered as she attempted to maintain her composure. Brother Long, didn't we agree on a monthly payment? It hasn't been long since the last payment. It's not time yet. The youth, referred to as Brother Long, scoffed derisively, advancing a step closer as the beam of his flashlight illuminated Teacher Yin's face. Time? Rules? Teacher Yin, are you truly oblivious to the situation? Here, do you call the shots, or do we, the Rainbow Gang? The thugs behind him erupted into sinister laughter, pressing forward with a menacing air. Brother Long pointed a finger arrogantly at Teacher Yin's nose, then gestured towards the inner quarters, his voice escalating with an unmistakable threat. Enough with the chatter. We'll count heads. There are 12 of you here, and not a single one can be missing. The usual deal, food. Make it quick. Don't force us to search ourselves. If it comes to that, you'll have to pay for the trouble. Wang Yechuan, hidden in the shadows and listening to Brother Long's bluster, suddenly understood. No wonder this woman had been so frantic to plead for their departure with the children. It became clear why she was willing to surrender her precious food to escape this place. With the authorities withdrawn and no one to maintain order, the local ruffians of the Rainbow Gang had transformed into the scavengers of this desolate wasteland, preying on the defenseless like Teacher Yin. Furthermore, as a non-local, she was vulnerable and alone, accompanied only by a group of children. Remaining here would likely lead to her being slowly devoured by these hyenas, leaving not even a bone to pick. However, Wang Yechuan and his companions were merely scraping by themselves. They had no energy to seek out trouble. While he felt sympathy for people like Teacher Yin, there were many who were suffering in this apocalypse, and he was no savior. he could not rescue everyone. He dismissed the gang of petty thugs without a second thought. Yet Brother Long, with his dyed yellow hair, radiated an unmistakable aura of power, indicating he was an ability user of an unclear attribute. Moreover, the wound on his back still ached faintly, and his internal energy had yet to fully recover. It was prudent to retreat for now. As for food, it would be worth the effort to join Zhang Xuanye in seeking fortune elsewhere. Far better than confronting these local tyrants head-on. Resolute in his decision, as the attention of the raucous group was fixated on Teacher Yin, Wang Yechuan subtly tucked his blood-stained hands into his pockets, lowering his head to minimize his presence. He pressed himself against the wall, intending to slip away unnoticed. With careful steps, he endeavored to blend into the shadows. However, just as he was about to reach the threshold, a boisterous voice erupted, brimming with the excitement of discovery. "Hey, Longo, there's still one hiding here. Planning to sneak away? Not a chance." A sharp-eyed thug at the entrance spotted Wang Yechuan and swiftly approached, brandishing a rusted steel pipe that now obstructed Wang's path. As the thug pressed the pipe against Wang's chest, he called out triumphantly to his companion, "Longo, 13. There's still one more. Not a single cent of protection money can be spared." Wang Yechuan inwardly cursed his misfortune. To be thwarted in his escape by such a petty thug, and worse, to be seen by Teacher Yin, left him feeling a flush of embarrassment as if caught in a shameful act. He struggled to suppress his irritation, pushing the steel pipe aside with a gentle yet resolute force that caused the thug to stagger slightly. In a calm voice, Wang Yechuan stated, "The Rainbow Gang, I presume? I have no affiliation with them, so do not count my share among theirs. I intend to leave now and will not disturb your collection." The thug squinted at Wang Yechuan, his face unfamiliar. "Unfamiliar? Huh? It doesn't matter if you're one of them or not. You owe your share. Protection money, understand? Hand over your goods," he demanded, extending his filthy hand provocatively toward Wang. Wang Yechuan regarded the grimy hand with a cold gaze, remaining still. "I do not require protection. I am merely passing through, and shall soon leave Fenghu village." "Passing through?" The thug exaggeratedly raised his voice. "Well, that is splendid. And it's not protection money. It's a toll. Do you understand? Fenghu village is under the protection of our Rainbow Gang. If you wish to pass through here, you must pay the toll. And I saw you smoking earlier. Hand over your cigarettes." His greedy eyes roamed over Wang Yechuan. Wang Yechuan was nearly amused by the audacity of the thug. Had the price escalated from protection money to a toll? This was nothing short of blatant robbery. A surge of anger welled within him, yet reason forcibly quelled his impulse. To resort to violence? Such an act would necessitate eliminating the threat entirely. Wang hesitated at the thought of taking a life over this trivial matter. If he refrained from murder, merely giving the thug a beating would leave Teacher Yin and those helpless children vulnerable to the wrath of the Rainbow Gang, who would undoubtedly unleash their fury upon them. In such a case, those poor children would suffer even more dire consequences. He harbored no desire to be a savior, yet he was even less inclined to jeopardize the already unfortunate children for the sake of his fleeting anger. Just as Wang Yechuan was torn in inner conflict, a sharp and resounding slap echoed through the air, landing squarely on his face. It was the same little thug from earlier. Observing Wang Yechuan's hesitance, he, in an attempt to demonstrate his loyalty, delivered a forceful slap, accompanied by a barrage of insults. "Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Why act like you're mute? Hand over the goods at once." The slap, though lacking in force, was laden with profound humiliation, instantly igniting the pent-up fury within Wang Yechuan. Chapter 77. The allure of the vehicle at this critical juncture on the brink of an imminent eruption of conflict. The yellow-haired youth delivered a fierce kick to the midsection of the young thug, causing him to cry out in agony and collapse to the ground, clutching his belly in pain. "Shut your mouth. Get out of here." The young thug gazed at the yellow-haired man in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face, as if he thought the yellow-haired individual had mistaken him for someone else. "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. This is our first encounter. Let us be friends. Since you're not with them, please feel free to pass." He stepped aside, gesturing invitingly. This abrupt shift in demeanor left Wang Yechuan completely bewildered. Just moments ago, There had been threats and demands for tolls, yet now they were being let go so courteously. He regarded the yellow-haired man with suspicion, his hand still firmly gripping the hilt of his knife, refusing to lower his guard. The young thug, still cradling his belly, expressed his indignation and resentment. "Brother Long, you're just going to let him go like this?" He silenced. The yellow-haired youth, Brother Long, spun around, glaring fiercely. "Are my words falling on deaf ears? Speak another word, and I'll toss you into a rat's den." Turning back, he forced a smile that was more menacing than friendly. "Brother, this fool didn't know his place and slapped you. I kicked him back. Let us call it even, shall we?" At that moment, Brother Long was filled with unease. The dim light filtering through the doorway allowed him to finally discern Wang Yechuan's true appearance. His clothes were soaked with darkened blood, and despite having been slapped, there was no hint of fear in his eyes akin to that of Teacher Yin. Instead, they gleamed with a dangerous intensity. The way he steadied his grip on the knife, exuding a subtle yet palpable pressure, indicated that he was far from an ordinary survivor. Moreover, the informant he had stationed at the eastern entrance of the village had indeed reported that a few intimidating newcomers had entered Fenghu village, apparently arriving from the east, the very territory of the mutated rat horde. Anyone who could survive that passage was certainly not to be trifled with. Uncertain of the situation, it was prudent to remain cautious. To risk everything for a mere handful of food and cigarettes was sheer folly. Although Wang Yechuan could not fathom why the yellow-haired man had suddenly altered his attitude, he welcomed the prospect of avoiding further complications. He nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance at the groaning thug on the ground and the terrified Teacher Yin before turning to leave. Teacher Yin's eyes reflected both astonishment and despair. While Wang Yechuan remained oblivious to the full extent of the situation, he was acutely aware that the so-called Rainbow Gang, despite its seemingly frivolous name, was the only group in the vicinity with individuals possessing supernatural abilities. Even the authorities, when present, chose to avoid conflict with them, often turning a blind eye to their numerous transgressions, as long as they did not escalate into open confrontation. Yet this very individual, astonishingly, allowed Wang Yechuan to depart without uttering a single word, suggesting that perhaps Wang Yechuan also possessed a similar extraordinary ability. Moreover, there lingered within Wang Yechuan a semblance of conscience. She harbored an unsettling premonition that this might indeed be her final opportunity. Should she fail to seize it, her students would inevitably perish at her side. But what precisely did this man require? Morality? At such a juncture, morality proved to be the least reliable compass. All she knew was the man's surname. Just as Wang Yechuan's foot barely crossed the threshold of the shop, a voice filled with desperation and a sense of all or nothing emerged from behind her. Teacher Yin, like a drowning soul grasping for the last straw, cried out, "A car! We have a car!" The mere mention of the word car pierced Wang Yechuan's ears, causing her steps to falter abruptly. The gaze of Long Gu and his band of ruffians transformed into that of famished wolves, their eyes glinting with insatiable greed, fixating intently on Teacher Yin. In the face of impending doom, those who possessed vehicles had largely fled in their cars. The usable vehicles had been systematically confiscated by the authorities, leaving even motorcycles in their wake. They were now reduced to cycling for transportation. Securing a car would undoubtedly double their operational and territorial capacity. Observing Wang Yechuan's halted progress, Long Ji's courteous demeanor evaporated, replaced by a menacing blend of elation and ferocity. He abruptly turned towards Wang Yechuan at the door, his voice icy and laden with threat. "Brother, I just extended you a courtesy. Some matters are best left unheeded. What's happening here is no longer your concern. If you know what is good for you, leave swiftly." Wang Yechuan, too, coveted a vehicle. In this apocalyptic world, his strength barely sufficed for survival. He yearned to conclude this mission expeditiously, to elevate his cultivation to the second realm, and then return to Zhongzhou province. A car could expedite this endeavor. Slowly, Wang Yechuan turned, his expression dark enough to draw tears. He cast a glance at Teacher Yin, who was being cornered by the thugs, her face as pale as a sheet, then shifted his gaze to Long Gu, whose eyes brimmed with avarice and veiled warnings. This woman, in a bid to retain him, or perhaps to grasp at this last flicker of hope, had brazenly dangled the enticing bait of a car. With a mind racing, Wang Yechuan resolved to bide his time. He believed Zhang Xuanye and the others would arrive shortly. Meeting the fierce gaze of a yellow-haired thug, he not only stood his ground, but took a deliberate step forward, adopting a tone that was both playful and subtly cautionary. Longue, are you certain you can handle this car? He paused intentionally, letting his gaze sweep over the yellow-haired thug and his cronies. There are 10 of us, emerging from that mouse nest to the east. Do you think those who survive passage through their mere soft targets? Long Ji's expression shifted momentarily. Wang Yechuan pressed on, within our ranks. I am not the only one capable of fighting. Abilities? There are several of us. Brother Long, are you truly willing to confront us over such a trivial protection fee and a dilapidated vehicle of uncertain usability? Wang Yechuan's words struck precisely at Huang Mao's prior suspicions. The unfamiliar figures emerging from the east, drenched in blood, were indeed survivors from the realm of death. Moreover, it appeared they were not merely one, but several formidable abilities. This group possessed unfathomable strength. If it came to a direct confrontation, even with the advantage of numbers and terrain, the cost would likely be devastating. Yet to be intimidated into retreat by mere words from the adversary? How could Brother Long of the Rainbow Gang maintain his standing in Fenghu village thereafter? Who among his subordinates would still respect him? Reputation. Reputation must not be compromised. In that moment, as Huang Mao wrestled internally, caught between indecision and uncertainty, his expression fluctuating, the atmosphere grew tense and stagnant. Old Wang, what is happening? A calm and piercing voice suddenly resonated from outside the shop. Chapter 78. Settling the score, several figures swiftly appeared at the entrance of the restaurant, with the foremost being the returning Zhang Xuanye. Behind him, Ruan Su Yang's arms were already covered in stone, while Hong Zijun rested his hand on his holstered gun. 3 experts and oldly followed closely behind them. Upon entering, Zhang Xuanye's gaze quickly swept over the tense atmosphere within the establishment. A few ruffians had subtly surrounded Teacher Yin, forcing him against the wall, and the terrified sobs of children echoed from the inner room. His eyes turned icy as the radiant energy within him circulated through his meridians. Ready for action at any moment, Ruan Su Yang stepped forward silently, his robust form seemingly swelling, and his stony skin appeared as a prehistoric beast in the dim light. The earthy aura emanating from him, akin to a mountain, spread unabashedly, although he spoke not a word. The palpable sense of pressure he exuded made the hands of the ruffians clutching metal pipes begin to sweat profusely. Hong Zijun drew his firearm, the cold muzzle, though not aimed at anyone in particular, carried an intimidating aura characteristic of a soldier, serving as the strongest deterrent. Without uttering a single word, they positioned themselves behind Wang Yechuan, their overwhelming bloodlust and intangible presence instantly quelling the bravado of the Rainbow Gang's ragtag group. Though 2 months had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, this remote village had never witnessed such a formidable display. Even when officials were present, they merely sent someone with fire energy to hold the fort. Now, as this group stood there, the blonde leader realized he could not overpower them. How could he let the opportunity slip away so easily? The expression on the blonde leader's face shifted rapidly. Misunderstanding. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. His face instantly filled with a sycophantic grin as he nodded and bowed. His previous arrogance entirely vanished. We just came to greet Teacher Yin, no other intentions. We'll leave right away. As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Clear the way for the brothers. Withdraw. Hurry up. Although the ruffians could not sense the energy, they were relieved to hear they could retreat after such an overwhelming show of strength and quickly vanished into the dark streets, not daring to utter a harsh word. The blonde leader, Longue, was the last to depart, bowing repeatedly to Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye as he left. Fearful of being too slow, the Rainbow Gang had come swiftly and departed even quicker, leaving the restaurant in an immediate silence. Only then did Hong Zijun and the others fully enter the establishment. Wang Yechuan briefly discussed the supplies and vehicles with Zhang Xuanye and Hong Zijun. Yet opinions varied, leading to a cacophony of voices without a unified consensus. Professor Huang, who had remained silent behind Hong Zizhan, fixed his unwavering gaze on teacher Yin in the corner, his eyes unblinking. Just as Wang Yechuan intended to confront Zhang Xuanye about the earlier abrupt retreat, he caught a glimpse of Professor Huang's unusually focused, even somewhat infatuated gaze. A ridiculous thought suddenly struck him. Could this old man be harboring inappropriate feelings for teacher Yin? What time was it? Such unseemly behavior. However, Professor Huang's subsequent actions left Wang Yechuan utterly astonished. He appeared completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding him, seemingly unaware of the terror and stains upon teacher Yan's face. With an urgency that was almost palpable, he approached her step by step. Wang Yechuan's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he stammered, "Old Zhang, Professor Huang." He struggled to articulate his thoughts, taken aback by the fact that the usually composed and steady Professor Huang was displaying such impatience, even in the presence of so many people and children. Professor Huang's voice trembled slightly, charged with extreme excitement and an emotion that bordered on disbelief, as he urgently inquired, "Young lady, is your surname Yin? Do you know Yin Jiachuan?" Teacher Yan's entire being convulsed, as if struck by an electric current. She abruptly lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on Professor Huang's wrinkled face, which was now suffused with urgency and a hint of hope. The shop fell silent, with every pair of eyes converging on the interaction between Professor Huang and Teacher Yin. The two other experts, who had been seated on the floor, sprang to their feet. "Yin Jiachuan? Who is he?" Wang Yechuan asked in bewilderment. Leaning towards Professor Du adjusted his glasses and replied, "Professor Yin Jiachuan? He is currently one of the foremost authorities on dark energy research in the country. Before the meteorite fell, he was a scientist in the National Special Research Group. The first anomalous fluctuations in dark energy were captured by instruments under his direction, and he personally led the team that studied and named them. He is undoubtedly among the elite in the field of dark energy." Professor Du's words were like a revelation, and Wang Yechuan instantly understood the significance of the founder of dark energy research. No wonder Professor Huang was so fervent. Once again, all eyes turned to Teacher Yin. Upon hearing the name Yin Jiachuan, she visibly trembled, her eyes brimming with shock and panic, as if struggling to contain an overwhelming secret. "No, I do not know him. I have no idea what you're talking about." Teacher Yin shook her head repeatedly, her voice laced with clear agitation, her gaze evasive. Observing her reaction, Professor Huang's understanding deepened. The urgency and excitement on his face softened, replaced by a profound warmth imbued with understanding and reassurance. "Dear lady, do not fear. I understand that, as a family member of the esteemed Yin, you must adhere to strict confidentiality requirements. This is entirely normal, and I respect your caution." He slightly turned, gesturing toward Hong Zizhan and the others behind him. "But please rest assured, we are not outsiders. Captain Hong and his team are the elite of the defense forces, who have bravely escorted us old souls from Luzhou to here, facing mortal peril. These individuals," he indicated Wang Yechuan, Zhang Xuanye, and others, "are all exceptionally capable and trustworthy individuals. Without them, we would have perished long ago." He paused, his gaze sincere as it locked on a Teacher Yin. "Our mission is to reach the Core Research Institute in Jiangqing. It stands as one of humanity's most vital bastions against this calamity. As for why I'm asking." Professor Huang's eyes shimmered with a hint of nostalgia. "My dear, the contours of your brows and eyes bear an uncanny resemblance to the photographs of your grandfather in his youth. Furthermore, sharing the surname Yin and hailing from Jiangcheng emboldens my conjecture. If indeed you are Professor Yan's granddaughter, then please accompany us." Professor Huang's words gradually assuaged Teacher Yan's apprehensions, replacing them with a sense of incredulous hope. She gazed into Professor Huang's earnest eyes, her glance sweeping over the small, bewildered figures within the room. "But what about the children?" Teacher Yan's voice was resolute. "Where are they? I will not abandon a single one." Professor Huang's gaze swiftly shifted to Hong Zhun, imbued with a sense of inquiry and plea. Hong Zhun had already grasped the situation. This individual before him might be a relative of Yin Jiachuan. accompanied by a group of vulnerable children in need of protection. Escorting experts was, after all, the paramount mission, and safeguarding Professor Yan's granddaughter seemed a natural extension of that duty. Moreover, Teacher Yan had just mentioned a vehicle. Taking a step forward, Hong Zhun spoke with unwavering strength. As long as the bus you mentioned can operate, it will be no trouble to bring the children along. Ensuring their safe arrival at the Jiangxing Research Institute is our shared objective. His gaze swept over the group of children. Accommodating a few more would not significantly increase the burden. His statement served as both a promise and a preemptive measure against any potential doubts within the team. Professor Huang's perspective nearly encapsulated the collective stance of Hong Zhun and the official delegation, with Wang Yechuan and others voicing no objections, while Old Li was positively elated. Chapter 79. Lunch. Thank you. Thank you all. Teacher Yin, overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly bowed to the crowd before swiftly turning to dash back into the inner room, her voice brimming with unprecedented elation. Children, we have been saved. We can go to a safe place now. Although the children were somewhat bewildered, they could sense the immense joy in their teacher's tone and erupted into cheers and excitement. Seizing the brief moment while Teacher Yin took class monitor Ruan to fetch supplies, Zhang Xuanye approached Wang Yechuan and nudged him gently with a shoulder. Hey, old Wang, earlier when I came in, you mentioned Professor Huang, but didn't finish your thought. What happened to him? Wang Yechuan felt his face flush at the question. The awkward misunderstanding he had just experienced was difficult to articulate. He hastily cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and forcibly shifted the topic. Ahem. It's nothing. By the way, where's Glasses? I don't think I saw him come in. At this, Zhang Xuanye furrowed his brow. Oh, Glasses? Captain Hong mentioned that not long after we left the base to search for food, Glasses left without a word. Everyone was quite fatigued and didn't pay much attention at the time, but he hasn't returned. He left on his own? Wang Yechuan was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. It's fine, I was just asking. If he left, then he left. In truth, he bore no resentment towards Glasses. After all, in the face of life and death, some individuals simply cannot endure. However, it was surprising that someone would choose to depart alone in such a perilous environment, though it was not entirely incomprehensible. To ensure that everyone had sufficient strength for the forthcoming sprint, particularly the few capable individuals who required time to recover their energy, Captain Hong decided to use the restaurant as a temporary base, allowing a day of rest and a proper meal. On this rare day of tranquility, Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye seized every moment to regain their strength, while Lin Guang continuously guided the qi through the meridians, replenishing their energy and repairing the damage sustained during their battles. Ruan Xiang also retrieved 2 bags of rice and several well-sealed cans from Teacher Yan's cherished collection. Under Teacher Yan's soothing presence, the children gazed eagerly at the steam rising from the pot, their faces etched with longing for food. Time quietly passed amidst the respite and the tantalizing aroma of nourishment. When the next day dawned, the sky remained shrouded in a dense darkness. As the precise military watch on Captain Hong's wrist pointed to 9 o'clock, he suddenly rose, his voice steady and commanding. Time's up. Gather the supplies and prepare to depart. Everyone immediately sprang into action, packing the dwindling food and water supplies. The children strapped on their small backpacks, their faces reflecting both trepidation for the unknown and a yearning to return home. Just as they were about to leave the small restaurant that had provided them a brief respite, the door was abruptly swung open. Glasses appeared at the threshold, panting heavily, a half bag of rice in hand, his expression fraught with urgency. I thought I'd look for more food, but when I returned, you all had vanished. I was so worried. He shook the bag of rice as if to validate his efforts. The sharp gaze of Hongzi swept over his glasses and the sack of rice in his hands, landing on his somewhat unnatural expression. Without further inquiry, he merely nodded faintly. Let's depart. Under the guidance of Teacher Yin, the group swiftly located the bus concealed behind the abandoned agricultural machinery station. Hongzi meticulously inspected the vehicle. Despite the battery being somewhat drained, the fuel was ample and the tires were intact. After some effort, when the engine finally roared to life with a deep and powerful growl, everyone's faces illuminated with a long-awaited joy. Considering their previous experience of being stuck in heavy traffic on the highway, Hongzi decisively opted for a relatively secluded route combining provincial and country roads, which might prove to be more fluid. Though the route was a bit circuitous, it circumvented large towns and known hazardous areas. If all went smoothly, they could reach the outskirts of Jiangxing Base in just over 2 hours. The bus glided steadily along the dilapidated yet relatively open country road. Outside the window lay a chaotic darkness, with faint glimpses of scattered collapsed farmhouses, while the atmosphere within the vehicle remained relaxed. Under teacher Yan's soothing presence, the children gradually engaged in quiet conversations. Hongzi focused intently on driving, while Zhang Xuanye closed his eyes to rest, and Wang Yechuan gazed out the window, contemplating the events awaiting them in Jiangxing. As time passed, around 1 in the afternoon, Hongzi parked the vehicle beside a relatively open and well-visibility abandoned threshing ground. A half-hour break was in order to replenish their energy before pressing onward to their destination. Everyone disembarked for some fresh air. Glasses displayed an unusually exuberant demeanor as he eagerly approached Hongzi and Wang Yechuan, his face adorned with a solicitous smile. "Red team, Brother Wang, you two take a break. Leave the cooking to me. I assure you, everyone will have a warm meal." Without waiting for a response, he set up a makeshift stove, retrieved a small pot and some water from the bus, and busily collected firewood, bustling about as if to atone for his previous departure and selfish behavior. He even took the initiative to serve water to the resting Wang Yechuan and Zhang Xuanye, though both merely nodded in gratitude without further comment. The porridge was soon ready, emanating the fragrance of rice and the warmth of canned goods. Glasses diligently filled bowls for Wang Yechuan and the others. He even added extra ingredients to their bowls, demonstrating particular attentiveness. Come, eat while it's hot. A full meal will prepare us for the journey ahead," he cheerfully urged, his face beaming with delight, before hastily grabbing the pots and heading to the riverbank to wash them. After a long journey with scant meals, the steaming sticky rice porridge awakened everyone's appetites. Due to its scalding temperature and the lack of utensils, Wang Yechuan carefully blew on his bowl. Unintentionally, he noticed the group of children gazing longingly at the thick, enticing porridge in the adults' bowls, their small throats involuntarily swallowing, their eyes filled with yearning and a cautiously hidden envy. Wang Yechuan looked down at the noticeably thick rice soup in his own bowl, then at the clear broth in the children's bowls and their emaciated faces. A wave of complex emotions surged within him, and he silently shook his head. Even in the apocalypse, this Glasses continues to engage in such social niceties, treating people differently. He hesitated not at all, rising to his feet and approaching the friliest-looking young boy. Crouching down, he gently said, "Little one, I have a bit too much porridge that I cannot finish. Shall we exchange?" With that, he offered his bowl brimming with ingredients in exchange for the boy's clear broth. The child was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with immense joy and disbelief as he softly uttered, "Teach." "Thank you, uncle." Zhang Xuanye witnessed this and silently rose,